Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki, back there. She's a bit shy. Oh, my OCD is going to get... Wait. There's like a paper towel thing. Do you guys... So sorry, my OCD is like... Can we get that totally out of frame? Just chuck it at Nick. Just throw it at Nick like a football.
Oh. I'll just keep it down there.
Hello, can we? Oh my God.
Do you want it?
Okay.
Nice.
Well done. That was good catch. Good catch, Nick. Well done.
Good throw.
A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of Super Chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you Super Chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3, about 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We got a big panel, big guest tonight. So for the sake of a smooth stream tonight, we have boosted the read and TTS triggers. Donations and Super Chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and Super Chats $100 and up will be read/answered at various intervals throughout the show. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Nick, if you're able to make it a little smaller there. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Shoot me a DM if you need some labia encouragement, or to be talked out of getting a labiaplasty. It's really the pressing issue of our time. Definitely not a ploy at all, or definitely no ulterior motives. If you can't catch the full shows, we have Clips channel. Link is in the description. Go subscribe. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, and also where you're from, your location. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Nala, the Ahegao queen. I am 25 years old. I literally live in the Valley right now in California, and I'm on OnlyFans. I also do martial arts, boxing, and weapons training.
Okay. The San Fernando Valley, correct?
No.
Oh, wait.
Like,
I thought you said you live in the valley.
yeah, kind of like Tarzana area.
Oh, okay.
The
Gotcha.
Valley.
Oh, okay, already.
Brad_X_ donated $200.
No,
Just
come
when you
on.
thought you were going to get peace, Nala. Not on my watch. You will never find love as you
Whoa, hey, come on, let's...
No, let him speak.
Your value equates to a stale, soggy, black and mild.
No, not the
That's
black.
so Thanks, rude. Daddy.
Wow.
There's a 100% chance that guy's also subbed to your OnlyFans.
Most likely.
Do you want
Do
to
you like
show
my
him
nudes?
your iPhone case? Maybe turn it towards the camera so...
Do you like it?
Okay, there you go, Bad ZX.
Thanks for the comment.
All right. You said you do martial arts. What, like
Multiple
Brazilian
forms.
Jiu-Jitsu?
Jiu-Jitsu, not Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but Jiu-Jitsu more is like taking people to the ground. I like Taekwondo. I really like Wing Chun.
Taekwondo?
Oh.
I'm kidding. Sorry, that was a terrible...
Yeah, no, it's fine.
That was a terrible joke. Okay.
But just multiple forms. I think it's important to know
Yeah.
multiple forms of martial arts.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, they're already starting. Holy
donated
fuck.
$200. Ladies, your past does not dictate your future.
Can we get through the intro?
Andrew married
Thank
a
you, man. Thank you.
feminist-minded older baby mama with a high body count and 2 kids by her ex-boyfriend. This proves there is hope for 304s everywhere.
Looks like they have smoke for everybody tonight.
Here it comes.
So let me respond
We haven't even introduced
by kind of letting you know that you're probably a rampant homosexual, and I have no respect for you whatsoever. So just letting you know, and none of that's true, by the way. So just letting you know that too.
I didn't believe it.
Okay, good talk. Wow, all right. Off to a great start here.
This is going to be fun.
Okay, so what about you?
Yeah, my name is Kyla. I go by Not So Erudite online. I'm a progressive liberal who's radical in all the right places.
Did you say age?
29.
Oh, 29. Okay, gotcha. What about you?
Hi, I'm Pxie. I'm 24. I'm a progressive streamer, and I'm also a partnership coordinator with PB. So that's what I'm currently doing.
What about you?
Hi, I'm Caitlin. I'm 19. I'm from Jacksonville, North Carolina. I'm a progressive, leftist, radical as well, or pretty radical, I would like to say.
Okay, radical.
Yeah, very. Maybe a little. Maybe
Okay.
not too crazy.
All right, radical. Writing that down. Okay. What about you?
My name's Eden, diabetic coochie.
Okay, diabetic cooch. So you're
I do OnlyFans.
but you have diabetes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it type 1, type 2, or
Type 1. Yeah,
Okay.
people usually don't know, so.
Okay, got it. Age?
I'm 22.
22. Okay, gotcha. And all right, what about you?
Hi, I'm Salem Lynx, and I'm 20 years old. I'm a model, and I do OnlyFans.
All right, welcome. What about you?
Hi, I'm Alexa. I'm 27. I'm from Silicon Valley, and I am a project manager in tech.
No OnlyFans.
No OnlyFans. I'm tempted though. I hear how much money y'all make, and I'm
Yes, girl.
not gonna lie.
My name is Andrew Wilson. I'm a far-right Christian populist. I guess that would be the closest you could describe me as. And I own a channel on YouTube called The Crucible, which I host, and it's one of the fastest-growing debate channels, if not the fastest-growing debate channel on YouTube.
All right,
Good
cool.
for you.
So we're
You're
gonna
not on OnlyFans?
Not.
Okay.
Who the hell would want to pay for that?
I'd pay for it.
Are you proposing a collaboration, Nala, between?
No.
I mean,
Would
he
it-
is
would it have
Christian.
it
I
on?
was a pastor's daughter.
Oh, actually, wait. We have some news articles about that we
I
can
have
look
so
at really
many out
quickly.
about that.
Yeah. So you used to be. Maybe you can tell us briefly about that history.
So I was
But-
a pastor's daughter starting as a preteen. My dad was a pastor for like 5 years, very Baptist pastor, and then we went into like non-denomination.
What kind of Baptist was he?
You went to non-dom, so I'm guessing like probably center, probably not fundamental. Like, did women have to wear skirts?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
There was like modesty rules, but not like extreme modesty rules.
Was
Very,
there
very
like hand
traditional.
waving in worship?
Very much so. Yes, yes. But then we moved to non-denomination, and slowly but surely, he kind of got out of the church as a pastor and just kept going to church. And then, I became a sinner. So.
Wow. Okay. Good times. We have a couple news articles about that.
About how I have like
Can I ask
7,000
what-
boyfriends. Oh no, my
Scroll
ex.
down. Scroll down, Nick.
He's gay,
I
by
went
the
from
way.
pastors.
That's the guy I fucked until he became gay.
Oh my god.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's him.
I went from pastor's daughter to millionaire OnlyFans model and make nearly $150,000 a month. Or sorry, that's
Wait, you did what now?
What?
That's
we did
pounds.
what? You. No, I was just.
Hold on. Let's just.
Oh,
let's
I
just
went
look
from
at the
being a
article.
pastor's daughter to a porn star.
But you still use coupons. Okay. Scroll
Yeah.
down. So that's
Look.
Wow.
Oh my god.
other side,
Oh,
Nick.
this
Can
is
you
me
put
as
us
a
on the other
pastor's
side,
kid.
please? Wow, that's quite the transformation.
You play violin?
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh.
hold on.
I think I was like, damn, I look like I was like
Wait, scroll up, Nick.
14.
Scroll down a little bit,
You
please,
look like
just so it's at
older,
the
but
top
then
of the.
also younger.
Right.
I
Yeah.
know. That's so weird.
What a
Your face
transformation!
looks
I
like
know,
you're
it looks so
14, but then
different.
Your body looks like you're 20.
Thanks. My body hasn't changed.
Do you still play
much.
violin?
I do,
Next
yeah.
time we get you on, maybe
I
you
would
can
love that.
do
I
a
would
little
love
violin
that.
solo. Okay.
If you sub, you can watch her play violin.
You naked, actually.
Can I have you tilt your microphone down? There's another article too, right,
I'm
Nick?
curious.
What's the article? So this is the Mirror. I gave up life as a pastor's daughter to sell saucy snaps, and now I'm a millionaire. Scroll down.
It was
Saucy
more than
snaps.
saucy snaps. Oh, look, it was just a baby.
Wow.
I was like
huge
10.
transform. Oh wow. Okay. All right. Off we go. All right. Okay.
What's a saucy snap?
A nude.
Spicy stuff.
Oh.
Bad underscore
okay.
X
All
underscore
right.
donated $200. First off, OnlyFans subscribers are simps and beaters that get no play.
Oh.
I don't give women money,
But he
nor
paid
would I ever
$200
fathom subbing on
to say that.
OnlyFans. P.S. According to Reddit, Nala, your nudes are trash.
Whoa.
That's because they didn't want to pay for the good ones.
You say
Let's
all
try to be
that,
nice.
and yet
Let's
you
try to be
paid
nice,
Oh,
guys.
you don't have to be
$200.
nice. I
Oh.
love this.
No,
Are
and
you like
he
the
says
dick?
all
I
that,
love that
and
he's
yet he
having to
pays
pay to do
$200
this.
to say that. Like,
I think he's a beta
That's
male who
ins-
gets no play if he spent
Yeah.
$200 to say that.
yeah, you say it's like you're just trying so hard to prove your point, and that is just sadder
basically
than you
just-
subscribing to her OnlyFans.
You
so.
basically just paid a room of women. And you were like,
Yeah,
I don't give
literally.
women money like
Thank
that.
you so much.
I ain't getting paid, so I think it's just going right to Brian.
Good times. All right, thank you. So going around the table, what is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem? If you're single, how long have you been single? What's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I've been single for almost 2 years now. The end of January will be 2 years. I'm really, really happy. Actually, I feel like I've grown so much in these last 2 years by myself and with my puppies. And I don't know, my life has just improved so much, not having someone like hold me down. And yeah, that's
And
it.
did you say how long your longest relationship was?
Almost 3 years because I
3
almost
years.
got married. So
Is that the one that ended 2 years ago, or is that a different?
No, that was a different one.
Gotcha. Okay. What about you?
I've been married for 6 years. We've been together for like 7.5, and that's obviously my longest relationship.
Sorry, you've been married for
6 years.
Gotcha.
Got married at
Okay.
23. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
My longest relationship has been like 3, almost 4 years. I'm currently single. And yeah,
How long have you been single for?
about a year.
Okay. Got it. What about you?
I'm currently single, more single than last time. He ghosted me officially. Yeah, so that's been for about two-ish weeks. And then my longest relationship was about 3 years. May he rest in peace. He just passed away.
So sorry to hear this.
Is this, wait, he just passed away. Was he, because you were just on 2 weeks ago, so is this something that happened in the past 2 weeks?
Yeah, it
Oh,
happened
shit.
last week on Thanksgiving.
Well, sorry to hear that.
Wow.
So you've been single though, but last time you were on, you were in a situationship
It was
kind
like
of.
towards the it was like the last legs of the situationship.
Okay.
Is that with the man who passed away?
No.
Okay.
Give me a reminder on the whole situationship situation.
So we were talking, we caught feelings for each other really fast. He was a Marine, so we started talking about marriage, and then it kind of got really pressure. I think the idea of the marriage put a lot of pressure on him. So, and then he also ended up coming to the realization that I was not the person that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with, which is fine. So we were chit-chatting here and there every couple days, and then actually last time I flew out to California was the last time that me and him have had a conversation.
Okay, got it. Now, was the breakdown of this relationship due to your appearance on the whatever podcast?
He didn't say anything about it. So
Okay. I thought maybe he saw you on and.
I don't know. He didn't ever say anything. We talked once or twice maybe after the podcast.
Okay.
Maybe.
I see. Okay. All right. Gotcha. What about you?
That's my pump. I've been single for a little less than a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And longest relationship?
My longest relationship was like 3 years.
3 years. Got it. Okay. A little less than a year. All right. What about you?
I've been in like an on and off relationship.
Can I have you just tilt the microphone
Yeah.
up a little bit, scoot it close towards you, and
Like
speak
this?
close into it, please? Go ahead.
I've been in an on and off relationship it's been a situationship and then like a relationship, but it's been on and off, and
Yeah.
I think we're done now,
You
but
think you're done?
well, we are done now.
Oh, you are done. How long have you
Yes.
been done?
About 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes. And my longest relationship was 3 years.
gotcha. And how long were you seeing this on again, off again guy?
9 months.
How long?
9 months.
9 months. Got it. How many times was it off, on?
Too many to count. Too many.
Like every fortnight?
Every other week, like we'd be like, yeah, we're done. Like
Every week?
yeah.
Who, more often than not, who would be
me.
ending things?
Me.
Every single time,
Every
or sometimes
single-
he would?
every
single
single
time.
time, yeah.
So if 9 months, if it was every week, so are we talking like 30 plus times on and off?
Yeah.
40 plus?
Yeah.
50?
No,
plus?
like
30
probably
to 40.
30.
Okay. Who would go back to who? Like, or who would ask to get back together? You or him?
Probably him. Yeah.
Probably him.
Him.
Okay. And so, but you would end things, but why would you keep taking him back?
Well,
he would change? He said he would change?
he said he would change, and it was a situation where I feel like I in the relationship I felt so masculine in a point where like I don't feel like I was able to be feminine, and he is a very emotional person.
Okay.
And so it was just kind of a thing where he would make me feel like I would have to kind of take him back, because he would, just be emotional, and, and I felt bad. So I would stay, and then he just wouldn't change. So, so I felt like the man in the relationship, basically.
And when you were breaking up with him, was there something like, would he be cheating on you? Would he be starting like an argument or something?
No, it was basically just like I felt like I was babying him. Like I make money in the relationship. I'm the only one like that. I'm the sole breadwinner.
You're 20, right? How old was he?
He's 22. 22.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How do you guys meet? In person?
Instagram.
Dating app? He DM'd you?
He found me on Live. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Was he one of, because you do OF, right? So was he one?
Well, no. He found me on TikTok.
Oh, on TikTok.
Yeah.
What was it, like a dance video or something?
No, it was just like a live. I used to go live.
Oh, okay.
Just get ready with me, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, so he slid into the DMs. Did you guys live in the same city? Was this long distance? Or?
Yeah, no, he lived like an hour away. He lived in LA.
Okay, I see. All right, and so 30 plus times, on again, off again.
Yeah, and I mean, when I say that, I mean it very lightly. Like, I would just be like, yeah, I'm done. Like, and then
Sounds healthy.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was just, you get tired of, I feel like when you are at a point in your life when you are, you feel like you're ready to settle down, and you have everything that you feel like you need in your life to succeed, and you feel like you're, finally at a point where you don't need anybody, and somebody comes into your life, and, and they're not at the same level. It's hard to have a relationship with them, because I feel like you grow a resentment in like I want us to be on the same level, but you're not doing anything to get on my level, so it's just
Okay, so it's been off for 2 weeks. Has he tried to get back with you, or is this the final straw?
Final straw.
You sure?
Yeah.
Because I mean,
Positive.
There's been 30 plus previous attempts to call it off.
No, definitely.
This could be number 31.
No, final straw.
Final straw.
Sure. And
You've
I'm
committed
leaving.
to it on the whatever podcast.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have you back in 2 months,
no.
and we're gonna need an update if it actually was the final
and
straw.
I'm leaving to Dubai, like back to Dubai. So I feel like once I go back there, Well, I grew up in Dubai.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense.
Because I've heard sometimes people go there for certain gigs.
No. I grew up there.
Oh, okay.
So
cool.
I just bought an apartment over there, so I'm planning on, starting my life over there, and so I feel like once I go there, it's kind of like I move on,
Do you have what is it, UAE citizenship?
No, so
were you born there?
I just became a U.S. citizen, so but since like I've lived there before, and my parents have had property over there, like no one actually gets UAE citizenship. It's actually nobody has. You just get a visa, like a living visa.
Do you have residency or dual citizenship? Okay.
Yes,
gotcha.
So.
You mentioned that one of the issues in the relationship was that you were making money. You felt like you were the provider in the relationship, and you don't need to say a number, but I do know it can be the case that when a woman gets involved with OnlyFans, for example, there's a lot of potential to make a lot of money, right? Whereas like a 22-year-old guy who might not be well established in his career might not have the opportunity to match somebody who's around his age cohort. So do you think that,
I completely agree.
Yeah.
And there's a thing where I told him, I don't need you to make money. Like, I don't need you to make like crazy money. I don't even need you to make like $10,000 a month. I just want you to show me that you're working, you're hustling, you have ambition to work.
I see.
But there was none of that. You know, there was no urgency to make money, and that's a problem for me.
Do any of the other women at the panel, have you had this experience with a guy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So many.
Yeah.
It's just so hard because even if they're not working, it's like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
Like, I'm interested in this, and this, and you kind of just maybe go to the gym, and like that's not enough. So many people go to the gym, but like I want to do this, and you can't even come with me to this stuff. So it doesn't even have anything to do with OnlyFans. Like our hobbies in general, like we're just more people like than that, you know, like we're more of a person. And so it's really difficult to see a guy, they're like, oh, the girl's making all the cash, like I don't need to do much, she's got the house, she's got the car, her life is put together. Even if it is OnlyFans money, you know, we still did it, and now we're doing better things with our life.
Speaking of cars, can we find a picture of Nala's
Lambo?
green Lamborghini, by the way?
It's outside.
Yes, I saw it. I was like, she's here.
She's here.
She's
she made
here.
it. Poison Ivy's here.
You know what? You should get a photo with Pxie after.
I would love
with
that.
The matching green.
I would love that. It's so hot.
You should post it on your Instagram and be like, this is my Lambo.
This is mine.
Dream Lambo.
I was gonna say at
That's
Oh, that's it.
well.
Is she pretty?
Oh, she's so pretty.
Search for. Is it
That's
that?
the Daniel Mac video, so that's it. That's literally it.
Which one? The one just
Top left.
The first.
Nick, go ahead.
Yeah.
Is that?
Is that Rodeo Drive?
Yeah. I did it with Daniel Mac.
Anyways, yeah.
Were you actually a stranger?
No.
Are there any photos of it on your IG or?
There might be.
Well, it's okay.
I don't
Wait,
know.
Take one together
Can
later.
is there any room for you to scoot your chair like this way and scoot it into the table it's on? Like, or no? Is there any? No, you guys stay there, but
There's
is
a little bit. I just.
It's the leg.
I just see this.
Yeah.
Squishes you into like.
I just see this
corner.
gaping hole.
Yeah. Sorry. My.
Like right there. Sorry, my OCD's. Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. All right.
I was gonna say actually,
yeah,
at one
go.
point in my relationship, I kind of felt similarly, but the
Your current
my
or a
current
past?
marriage,
Okay, got it.
And it led to a lot of issues. And I think I realized, like, I'm not speaking this of other women. I have no idea, but there was a lot of things that he was doing all the time for me that I didn't really see, and I think like honor or respect. And so I like grew this like level of frustration towards him that like luckily I was able to like kind of snap my head out of it and be like, yeah, he's not like making a ton of money. It was also during COVID. He was a personal trainer. He like literally cannot work. And then he would come up with new business ideas, and then there's like they like were watching his business plan strategies and be like, actually no park workouts either now. And he's like, come on. So there like wasn't a ton to do, but he was doing everything that he could around the house. He was cleaning, he was cooking, he was participating. The issue is that like I was working full time and also doing some of those things. And I think I don't know. I feel like this like financial thing that people get fixated on, it tears relationships apart probably more than it needs to. Because I think we get like weird notions about what money needs to look like in a relationship. And I guess I just like changed my mind. I realized like I don't really care if he's making money that much.
Okay.
I care a lot about like, is he high quality character? Do I trust him? Do I feel safe with him? Is he good to me? Is he sexy? Does he make me feel sexy? Like all
okay.
of these important things of an important relationship. Do
Yeah.
we have the similar spiritual values? And the answer is yes. And I'm not saying that you guys should or shouldn't have broken up with your partners.
No.
I have no
Yeah.
idea. I'm just so glad that I was able to like
That's incredible.
And
break my head out of that because I love my husband.
Oh, did you have something further?
Yeah.
Then I have a
So
question. Go ahead.
and I want to add to that because.
Oh, into the mic if you can.
Oh, sorry. I want to add to that because I feel like, I mean, when you're in a relationship and, you know, there's something called, you know, a lot of people go through like 50-50 and like there's a lot of talk between should it be 50-50, should it be a man treats a woman, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of people have their own, you know, ideas on what a relationship should be and what it shouldn't. And I feel like from where I come from, like my culture and my tradition, it's always been, you know, a man takes care of a woman, right? But obviously, like, I see a relationship as, you know, we should be 50-50 and where we both trust each other, we both do whatever we can to support each other and whatever it might be. But in this case, like, if a man, or in this case, like, if a man isn't like you said, your man was doing stuff around the house. He was, he's a personal trainer. He da-da-da-da. In a lot of cases, it's like in mine, he wanted me to take that first step with him, where it was like, I want you to help me find what I want to do. I want you to help me go work out. I want you to be there with me when I go find this. And I was like, I can't help you take those baby steps. I will be there for you. I will support you, but you need to find what you want to do. Because and for me, when I started the OnlyFans, he was around and he wanted to get involved with that, right? And I was like, fuck yeah, like I want you to be involved. Let's make money, da-da-da. But then to a point where it was like, okay, you're not doing anything else. You're always on just video games. You're not cleaning the house. You're not doing anything. So it felt like I wanted that to be my own thing, and I wanted him to have his own thing, and I wanted him to grow in doing his own thing. And then once we do have that, then we can, come back and make money together.
So you were with that guy before you started your OnlyFans?
Yes. And we had a conversation.
Did the OnlyFans help that?
So we had a conversation like before I started, and he was the one that kind of nudged me into you can make money off this, and I was like, yeah. So he told me, like, I don't want to lose you to this. I don't want you to, because he's seen a lot of girls change. And I mean, we've all seen a lot of, once a girl starts, or anyone starts making money like that, it changes people sometimes. So that was definitely a conversation that we had. But I also feel like he would.
7 deadly simps donated $200.
Oh my God, bro.
Pxie, would you date and or fell at Brian? Also, my sprinkler goes like this.
That's amazing.
And comes back like this.
If you want to answer the question, Pxie,
What are your thoughts?
would you date and or fillet Brian?
Yes. I have a strict no red pill or red pill adjacent men.
You're
Shoot, guys, I'm out of luck. I'm out of luck.
Too
I'm
close.
deeply hurt.
He won't make you buy your dinner when you go on a date.
What if, wait. What if I turn blue pill?
Oh,
I'd be open.
he would never. He would
Ryan's
never.
like, convert me, mommy.
Okay.
Can I ask a question to the OnlyFans girls real quick in these relationships? Like,
Okay, go ahead.
were you able to articulate what you needed in a relationship? If it wasn't a financial or monetary, like, did you verbalize to them what they could contribute? Because I feel like for a lot of guys, like, depending on how you're raised, there's a small window of where men feel like they can contribute and feel they have a purpose and have that, and unless someone's willing to articulate something other than that, I don't fault men for this.
Yo, Sweet Tooths, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. If you guys can give quick responses to that, go ahead.
I feel like kind of similar to what she said. Like, for me, it's not even about them being able to make the same money as me, because like you were saying, it's not the most realistic thing all the time, especially at the age. It's more about the ambition, and I've definitely like articulated that in past relationships. And there's been times where I feel like I was more blinded when I was younger about the money, and someone was doing everything they could. And then there's been times where a man just had no ambition, period.
For me, I feel like I'm very good at communicating what I want. Because I'm gone this far in life, and I know what I want, and it's easy to communicate that, and it's actually very simple. If you don't have money, that's fine. I got us.
Yeah.
We're good. You can fucking live with me. That's fine. I'll be mommy and daddy. But for me, it's
Don't
like...
you have a tattoo here? Wait, Nick.
Yeah.
Can you show it to this camera right here? You have a daddy tattoo on your lip.
It was the
Did
best
that
thing I
hurt?
ever got. Absolutely not. And if it did,
Okay.
pain is pleasure.
There's very few nerves in the front of your lip.
Yeah.
Don't those disappear after a while too?
I
the
heard
white
that,
ones?
but it's been like 2 years right now.
Really?
Yeah, it's really wet.
It's the same thing with your fingers if you
Yeah,
get
like
It's
my
just so
fingers
wet,
skin
Brian.
almost
Ah.
Haram!
Okay, good time.
So yeah, it's easy to communicate, but for me, it's really the simplest things. I want to go take a drive with you at sunset. I want your attention. Like, don't just be on your phone. We're in such an age right now where like everyone's stuck in their phones.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, put it away. Like, I worked and bust my ass so we could be here, and you're on your phone. Like, you're like, oh, I'm grinding. Like,
I have a
no,
question
I'm
for
right
you, though.
here. Yeah.
So what do you feel like though is your limit? Like, would you be in a relationship with someone where, okay, like the first couple years you guys, you know, you're the breadwinner and he, you know, it's cool, like he's giving you attention, he's giving you all that, and then you get married, blah blah blah, and he's still not getting a job, not doing, you know.
So if I get married to someone, we have an amazing connection, and money never mattered anyway. So it wouldn't carry on to all of a sudden matter, because I make very smart financial moves for my own future, which means I would have been making it for both of us.
Well,
Do you want to get married though?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Yes.
You
Because
want to get married.
I do.
Last
very
time-
down
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
line. I've really had these last 2 years to really think and get to know myself. I started this book called The Art of Being Alone, and it really talks you through like loving yourself, and like you're not alone, you're literally just with yourself. Like, date yourself, like do
100%.
things with yourself. And it's eye-opening. I've changed so much in these last 2 years being single, and I don't feel like anyone's ever encouraged me to be better. Once I started getting better, the resentment came in, and it was like, oh, I don't want to feel this way with you. You make me feel like I'm better, but you're like putting me on this weird pedestal, and then you're jealous of it. And it's odd, and it makes me feel uncomfortable.
Hold on,
It makes me feel like you're a little beta.
Makes you feel like a little beta.
No, it makes me feel like they're a little beta. I'm daddy.
Which you
they're
like,
the beta.
which you like, correct? Or
Well, she wants to take care
You
of
wanna
them.
be daddy.
I'm a nurturer, but I don't want to be
feel
the
like
like
every
main.
woman
Like,
is.
you still have to protect
you still want to
me.
be feminine.
Exactly. I'm not putting a strap on or some shit. Like, I literally.
wait, I thought you did.
Grid
Only to
One
women.
Sports
Only to women.
donated
I've never fucked a man in
$200.
the ass with
The
a.
thing is, once you hit pork you money, then it is irrelevant who made it, but how it is made does matter. Selling your body is probably a suboptimal way to get there.
Yeah.
Do we think he's had sex in the last year?
If I could ask,
I think he's married. Well, let me
wanna-
get through a couple of my
Sure.
questions, because I've
you got it.
got a
a
backlog
list.
here.
Shoot.
Coming back to you really quick, you were talking about your relationship with your husband. Are you the breadwinner? That's what stemmed this conversation. Are
Yep,
you
currently,
you're
yeah.
the breadwinner in the
Absolutely.
relationship, and you're cool with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah. And let me see. Hold on, my other note here.
I guess just to make sure, because I'm really intentional, because I think a lot of people, when they hear that, my biggest frustration actually in any social media platform is people trying to demasculate my husband in any way.
100%,
So I think
yeah.
a lot of what you girls are talking about is this lack of like respect. And even though I'm the breadwinner, there's no world in which I don't have like the highest respect for my husband. He's still very masculine. He just doesn't bring in as much money. And to be honest, most of the money I bring in is kind of a team effort, because almost all of my business adventures, he's business planning with me.
That's
We're
amazing.
coordinating together. And
That's
so it's like,
that's
yeah,
awesome.
I'm,
That's what everyone-
Literally
I'm bringing
team
all the money
effort.
in.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
It's
I wouldn't be here without him.
Partnership.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And I think
well-
that's a big thing too. Is
Yeah.
it's like I feel bad for, because I have been in a relationship where I'm the breadwinner, and I've known people, women, where they're the breadwinner, and it's like it has nothing to do with masculinity with a guy, but I notice the man feels that way, whether or not you treat him that way.
I think it happens for
They're the
both,
ones
right?
that-
Because you're
It's-
taking care of everything.
Yeah. Well,
Not
and I
only
think-
are you have the money, you got
Yeah.
the car, you might have the space,
Yeah.
be putting a roof over their head, but you're also grocery shopping and cleaning and doing everything a woman is like
Female
sought
expectations,
after
gender
to do.
roles, yeah.
Yes.
But I also feel like for you, like you guys have like an understanding in your relationship, right? Like he does other things. Like it's not just about money. Like when I said that, it was not about money at all. It was about, I want you to do something.
Yeah.
With
Like,
your life.
I don't want you to just sit at home and play games. That is, I don't care about money. If you're literally going and volunteering, I would love that. That would be enough for me
That's
to
sweet.
take
I
care
would've-
of you, pay everything.
Yeah, I would have
blah, blah,
agreed
blah.
2 years
You know
ago
what
with
I
you.
mean?
I would have agreed 2 years ago, because that's exactly what I said. But then I realized the only thing I fucking care about in life is being happy and having a content life. And the reality is, like, I've found that like most men, I think, maybe you guys would agree. Is there like a crisis of masculinity going on?
Period.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Sadly.
so
Yeah.
bad, but it's
And I think
because
it's
of our
also because of
generation.
women,
I'd
though.
agree.
I
I'd
think
agree.
a lot of women, we're pressing a lot on, women's rights, women's, like, which we should, but I think it's to the point where now it's okay, like, a lot of men are, stepping down and
Right.
feeling emasculated.
And I feel like men are afraid to be masculine
Yeah,
because it's also
because
like if you're
they're gonna
masculine,
get
you're red
attacked.
pill.
Yeah,
and it's
right.
Like,
They're
So
gonna attack.
Alexa, you said that in previous relationships, you were the breadwinner at one point, but it sounded like
I've had both.
So
in
correct me if
different
I'm wrong, though.
relationships,
You
yeah.
said that you think it's more so on the man's side an issue when the woman out earns. Is that your position?
That was at
It's
least
typically the
issue of
man who
my-
has an issue with a woman out earning him.
Yeah, because I didn't have a problem.
Or is it the
making
case
more
that
than my
women
partner.
become resentful of their partners when they out
Same
earn?
No,
Thomas
I
Corey
wasn't
donated
resentful.
$200. bit.ly/3ago3cx.
Bro, let's not
That
do
does
links,
not
guys.
give FC UK. Most, if not all,
Jesus
feminists are
Christ,
gay.
you guys are...
Never argue with a 304.
304.
BT Brian, how much for your dignity?
How much for my dignity?
$100 million
Um,
is his answer.
That's... how much for my dignity?
7.
Modest Hikima donated
350, about
$200.
350. Thank you, Modest.
Trash panel.
No, it's a great
Assume
panel. What are you
Thursday
talking
show
about?
BC high caliber guest. No offense, Andrew. Tech PM, your devs hate you if you don't know how to code. Bet. UAE girl, lip filler looks bad. Panel, what is a woman?
You spent $200
What
to
is a
say
woman?
that.
Someone who has
Wow.
a pussy?
You spent $200 to say that on a trash.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
I feel like
Also, my devs have no problem for the fact that I can't code because that's what they do. I'm a glorified mom, if anything, and I make sure
So
everybody
I'm
gets
a
their work
glorified mom.
I make sure they get their work done, and that's how it goes. Because they left on their own, they won't get it done. So
Just to address it, we were originally going to have Michael Knowles on the show, but unfortunately he had to cancel. There's this last minute thing with the Daily Wire, but we are going to reschedule. And I think I announced it. I might have announced it previously, but we are going to reschedule that for a future date. So sometimes just, last minute things, cancellation. So we've had him on the show before. We've had Candace also from the Daily Wire. So we'll get him back on eventually. But yeah. Okay, I forgot where we were. I think I was just addressing your.
yeah.
Did you have something? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was to add, I was gonna say, I mean, it kind of goes with what he said, the what is a woman thing. I feel like you can't really
that's right.
okay, when girls say a relationship should be 50-50 or shouldn't, I feel like so many things, it kind of goes into like sexuality. It's a preference. Some girls, they know that the way they'll be happy is being in their utmost feminine, being provided for, and there's a man who's gonna enjoy doing that. There's a woman who wants to take care of a man and prefers a submissive man. There's a girl who doesn't mind taking care of a man and he can still be the masculine one.
Absolutely.
It's like everyone has their own preferences, and then just trying to put other people's relationship in a box kind of just shows you're unhappy with yourself.
Oh, true.
Was that directed at the most recent chatter, or?
I just kind of got right. It's just in general, but then when he was saying the what is a woman, it kind of reminded me of that, because in a similar light, like what being a woman would be different to each woman, what makes them feel like a woman.
Well, since he did ask, we might as well go around the table on this, and I have a ton of questions I still need to I have a dozen questions, but what is a woman?
Oh boy.
He wants to get in. They want to get into it right away.
Wow. So I do believe in God, and I believe that God created man and woman. And I know this is stepping on toes, and just again, everyone has their own opinion. I'm not forcing mine on anyone. This is purely just what I believe.
Does your God think that it's a sin to do OnlyFans?
Are you talking about my God or our God?
Well,
What
your
God do you believe in?
Well, the God that I believe in thinks that that's a sin.
Okay, I agree with that too. I don't think that God's like looking down at me and being like, "Oh, great job, Nala. That's the daddy I created right there."
So you think that the God that you believe in knows that you're sinning and you're just doing it anyway?
Yeah, but isn't that what sinners do?
Well,
sin.
I guess, but it's not usually what religious people do. Religious people
I didn't
don't usually
claim
go.
to be religious.
But what is religious?
Well, I don't
Having-
understand though.
Well,
Isn't all sin created
Religion
equal?
is different than Christianity. Christianity
well, that's why I
is
asked
a
you.
religion.
I asked you what
but having
your
a relationship
God was.
with God is different.
Yeah, what's your God though? What is
What's
it?
my God?
Yeah.
The Messiah, the only God.
Yeah, who's that though? What's the nature of this God?
The nature.
Like, is it a Christian God?
Yeah.
It's the Christian God.
It's not like the Buddha God.
So
or
the Christian
anything.
God has a nature to him, right? And part of the nature is
He
that
created nature.
Yeah, but also has a nature. You don't think so?
I mean, I feel like
I'm confused by the question. He has a nature of what?
Of being God.
Yes,
so if his
but
nature,
I just claimed that he was God.
Yeah, so if his nature
what?
is God, I'm just asking you, you think that the God that you believe in knows that you're sinning, you just do it anyway.
I do, but I feel like everyone's sinning. Are you not a sinner
Do you know
yourself?
what the Faustian deal is?
The Faustian deal. I don't.
Yeah, the Faustian
Educate
bargain.
me.
Yeah. So Faust was a doctor, made a deal with the devil so that he could have more stuff that he wanted. It was all about him
Okay.
and his ego and that type of thing. Literally made.
Would
a
you
deal,
rather me deny God?
Literally made a deal with a demon. Well, you already are.
That's not true.
That's
I mean,
definitely
I
not
also-
true.
It is true.
I mean,
I
It's
just
true.
proclaimed his name. No, just because of what I do does not mean I deny him as my God.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
So-
if
so-
you
so-
believe what you're doing is
Okay,
against
hold
him,
on.
then in a
hold
way,
on. So the original
I-
question is,
you
hold on.
believe.
The original question is, what is a woman? She's answered it. What about you?
Oh, okay.
Unless you wanted to add anything, but
I'm okay right now.
Okay,
but we'll
go
have
ahead.
some later.
A really shitty documentary by Matt Walsh.
well, okay, but I'm asking
You
the
also want
question:
an
what
answer
is
to
a
it?
woman?
It's kind of like porn. When you look at it, you know what it is, but it's hard to define. So you look at a woman and you're like, this looks like a woman for the most part. What is a female is obviously like somebody with like XX chromosomes and blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
What is a woman is somebody who looks and presents as a woman. And I know a lot of people are like, oh no, it's biology. But let's be honest, no one checked my genitals or my chromosomes before calling me a woman on here. And I didn't check anybody else's chromosomes or genitals before calling them a woman.
So it's how they look like their physical
Present,
appearance.
how they act.
Their performance, yeah.
Yeah, it's how they perform, basically.
Okay.
I believe a woman is both a biological woman that identifies as a woman and a transgender woman that identifies as a woman. And I would like to comment on what you said about God made men and women. I think I saw a TikTok or some quotes on TikToks a couple of times where it said God created transgenderism for the same reason that he created grapes but not wine. So that the same way that we
that
created
in the
grapes
Bible?
but not wine.
I was
No.
going to say, if we saw it on TikTok, it must be true.
Must be true.
Wait, no,
right?
but let her finish.
Must be
Let her
true.
finish her sentence.
Yeah, I'm not even laying down any facts or any biblical
Okay, go ahead,
information.
go
But
ahead.
he created grapes, but not wine. He created people that want to create something. So it's so that we as humans can experience the act of creation. Is why transgenderism exists. And it's not a sin, in my opinion.
Can I add something? But would it be a sin if you're kind of changing what God made?
Is it a sin to dye your hair or to get a
Well,
haircut? Or
In the
what-
Old
I don't know, I'm
Testament,
literally just
maybe.
saying,
You think it is?
Would it if let's say when God created man and woman, would it be against whatever your religion or God to basically say God made me this way and I'm changing what God made?
And she's
God
talking about
also
a
made
nature
you
Are
distinction.
you
In a
are you
nature.
religious, by the way?
I am religious.
Are you Muslim?
Yes.
She's
Okay.
talking about a nature distinction. It's just saying if you cut your hair, that's not changing your nature.
Is it not? You're
No,
literally
it's not. You're
changing
still
properties of
ontologically-
Yeah,
yourself.
it's not anatomically
If you,
changing.
I mean,
okay.
I
So
Wait,
do you
guys,
guys
one at a
believe?
time, one at a
Do you
time,
guys
go ahead.
believe that what is it? Getting any type of surgery whatsoever, those
that's
people
not
are
like
sinning.
Selective surgery is not changing
it's
your
not
nature.
taking
You are
your
literally
dick off or
you're
taking
literally
your-
increasing your breast size or reducing it or
But you're
changing your
not-
physical appearance.
If we took a cat,
But you're
if
taking
we took a
testosterone-
cat
Right,
and we
but-
gave a cat breast implants, is it now not a cat?
You're
Yeah,
changing its
exactly.
nature. You're
No,
changing
you're
how
not
it-
changing its
No, you're
nature.
not.
It's still a cat.
So you're saying cats naturally have breasts?
Probably.
No,
Like,
what are you talking
You're
about?
saying that's
Cats do have breasts.
Guys, one at a time.
you're
One
changing-
at a
you're
time,
changing
please.
its appearance.
An important question would be, say you take a cat and then you apply enough surgeries that it has a dog tail, dog ears, and then it starts barking all the time. Are you still going to call it a cat?
Yes.
That's the actual question that we're dealing with.
Yeah, I'd call it
now,
a cat.
some people
I'd
would
say
still
cat.
call it a cat, right?
Because that's
I
its
call it a
nature.
mutant.
The issue is that the issue is that
butchered animal.
the issue that we're running to is if you define gender as essentially the performance, right? If you separate gender and sex, although I would argue gender is obviously downstream of sex, but if you treat them as separate words, then the question is, why do we, if you're going to say gender and sex are the same thing, why do we have two words?
I mean,
what's the purpose?
can I add something?
Well, let's go around the table to give everybody an opportunity to answer the initial question, what is a woman? And then if you want to add any additional, go ahead.
Oh. I mean, what I was going to say is I just feel like with that argument, obviously not every person is going to, agree with certain things or understand why people are trans. For me, I feel like the main core thing is if we know that their life expectancies are in their like 26, 27, 28 because of suicide. For me, it's more of like whether or not you understand it, it doesn't hard to respect somebody.
So hold people emotionally hostage.
What part of that is holding someone?
Well, because if you say, I will remove myself from the equation if you don't do this thing I want, you're holding people emotionally hostage.
I mean, also, I feel like if you're not passing and someone accidentally calls you the wrong pronoun, like, yes, you're being, like, you shouldn't blow up on people for things like that. But if, like, if you're vindictively doing it, that's a different thing.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I
isn't
mean?
an emotional hostage taking to say, do this thing or else I'll hurt myself?
No.
I don't think any trans person is saying if you do
well,
not.
then why would the argument come up then?
No, but
where
see,
she
no,
says the
hold
reason
on.
we
There
ought
are-
to do this
there
is
are
because these
absolutely-
people could hurt themselves.
Yeah, there are absolutely transgender people who are saying, if you don't do this, I'm going to kill myself, right? And that's not.
Can we
Can't-
avoid?
But here's
Can
the
we
thing,
avoid
though.
like
I
say
think-
delete?
I
No,
think-
we can't say
certain
that.
words,
Can you say
certain words
delete
can't use.
yourself?
Sorry.
But I also think
That's why
think
I'm
like
careful
if someone, you can not agree or agree with something, but then like if someone came up to you and like said like to, you know, like respect them or whatever, I think that should be respected. But I also think like everyone has their own opinions and you believe in what you believe in. But then if you're like purposely like attacking somebody for what they believe in, then I think that's a little like, okay, like you shouldn't be doing that. But then at the same time, like everyone also believes in what they believe in. But when it comes to like a woman and or when it comes to transgender and like pronouns, like I saw this TikTok where it was like, okay, like if I told you, oh well, I need to be called beautiful and I need to be called smart, and if you don't call me that, then you're basically like, you know, you're wrong. Because it's like, isn't it really the same thing?
Or if they
like,
say that they'll
lost
hurt
me there.
themselves
Yeah.
if you don't. If
What's
you
a
do
cup?
that,
I mean,
Define for me a cup or a sandwich. What's a cup or a sandwich?
a cup.
What is
You-
what is a sandwich?
Something a
sandwich.
woman makes.
This is the-
That's a joke. Come on.
But that means curry is also
I
a
make some
sandwich.
good sandwiches
So
though.
this is the chair argument,
Joke,
right?
come
It
on.
is the
Little
chair.
levity,
Yeah,
guys.
so you can never define completely what a chair
No,
is.
actually, that's not what I'm trying to say at all. I'm trying to say that we tend to define things in functional ways. That's the way that we use language, right? So, like, when we go, like, into, like, what's a soup? Is a smoothie a soup? It's in part a stupid fucking question because nobody cares.
Yeah, but-
What we do is we act like smoothies aren't really soup, even though they kind of are in almost every single way, but they're not real. Like, nobody treats them like they're soup. So why we don't call smoothies soup. And so this is a way where I'm breaking out to, like, I wouldn't say that a trans person is a female. I wouldn't really be willing to confer those medical terms to them. But when it comes to woman, it's necessarily evolved as a word of functionality. And so it's like, it's really weird if you have Megan Fox, but she has a dick, for me to be like, oh, it's still a man. It's like,
I think that that's less weird. So definitions also have defining ends. They have support for what the definition is supposed to be. So we can look at words, and then we can look at the words that support those words. What's the
Like the
word that
etymology.
supports the word of woman? It's female.
It's not.
It is. It's always
not.
been. When has it never? When has it not been?
Woman.
Just one sec.
So
Just
what
one
is-
sec. Just one sec.
Fuck's sake, forcing people to participate in others' mental illness
Oh.
wrong and hurts everyone. It is literally an enemy action to encourage someone to live in delusion. Stop the lies, get some help.
I mean,
All right,
I
there you
feel
have it,
like,
Grid One.
Like to go back to what we were talking about earlier, I do think the logic of, well, we're all sinners as a reason to sin doesn't really make too much sense, because like to know you're going to continue sinning when you go and you confess or ask for forgiveness. When you're asking for forgiveness, like, is it asking for forgiveness or is it manipulation? If I tell you, I'm sorry, let's say, for a relationship example, I'm sorry I cheated on you, I'm not going to cheat on you again, and then cheat 2 days later. Were you ever truly sorry?
Do you want,
Did
like, the liturgical
yeah.
answer? Like, Catholicism, for example,
And-
would say, no, you're not actually sorry. Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like different religions and different sectors of Christianity might define it differently. But I feel like I grew up, I was like altar serving, waited till marriage in high school. And for me, the moment where I kind of had to step away from it is, if this is true, and if I believe in a Christian God that could literally damn me to eternal fire for this is the most important thing in the world. So it's either I live by it or I don't believe in it at all, because it's kind of odd to believe in something like that and then cherry pick it.
So did you just decide to not live by it?
I mean, I could go into depth of what I believe. I feel like I couldn't trust the same church that was sending out millions of dollars of hush money, touching kids, taking gospels out the Bible. Most Christians don't even know about Mary Magdalene. Like, certain things aren't really talked about, which makes me feel like I don't trust the church as much as I do believe in God, but I wouldn't say I believe in a
This
standard
one didn't
Christian
trigger,
God.
but okay, a woman is a biological female who doesn't have the herpes. By that, he always met Jay Butler. He always talks about herpes. By that standard, there isn't any women in that room. Brian said, oh my God. Brian said it best, on a long enough timeline, all porn stars get herpes. Did I say that?
Did you say that?
Did I say that?
You
I
should-
might have.
You should
said
yell
it.
at your viewers not paying attention. Not everyone
But
here is porn stars.
mostly all porn stars
Period.
get tested and stuff like that. So,
So
honestly,
most
Not
porn
test
stars
for
are
genital herpes.
rigorously
Most porn
tested.
panels don't test for herpes.
Yeah, most of them
That
don't
is
test.
true. Then a lot of the they don't test for herpes or HPV.
Well, the problem is herpes is also like silent most of the time. So
Yeah,
like there's
that
one
is
stat that
true.
said like 80% of people have like silent herpes. So like
Well, there's
probably if this guy's fucked with
HSV1.
more than 3 people,
HSV1 versus
there's a
genital.
good
You might
chance
have
he has
herpes, my
it.
guy.
But I've also heard that study is not being replicated well. So I would take that
Okay.
with like a grain of salt.
All right. Well, he happens to be a urologist.
Isn't herpes
so-
also environmental? Can't you get it
mean
from your
you pass
environment?
environmentally,
you
like
can
you
get it
drink
from
your cup?
drinking from a cup.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's
Yeah.
someone with an
No, what?
active
Has anything
breakout.
to do with
This is
it.
also
That's
very
not
different. If
Are
someone
you
with an
talking
active,
of
active breakout?
animals? That's a crime. I'm just want to say.
What?
You're talking about the environment. What are you going out in the
she's
forest? What are you
saying,
doing?
like,
She means
Forest
like
or
right
cup?
now we could.
Have you been-
Environment doesn't just have to
Have
do
you-
with the forest.
Have you been intimate with a coyote?
No,
Okay,
I
because
don't practice.
maybe
bestiality.
that's a reservoir for herpes is the coyote population in California.
Do you know
They've,
much about
I've never even seen a coyote.
They've
in
been hanging
California.
out. There's a
so
lot of
many of them.
coyotes in the SFV where
you-
a lot of the
Yeah,
just
could you
prefer
tell us
men.
about
No, they don't have
coyotes,
herpes.
Brian?
coyote.
I don't know about coyote.
Coyotes
herpes.
Koalas have
Coyote,
chlamydia,
well,
though. Fun fact.
Coyotes.
Yeah, that's the
I'll
thing.
tell you.
That was
okay,
so
let's
random,
move on.
too.
No, talk to us
Here,
about coyote.
going around the table, what is a woman? I think you answered,
Yeah, I
correct?
answered.
What about you?
I don't really know how to answer that.
It's okay. You can. It's okay. We believe
A
in you.
woman is someone who is feminine,
Oh.
and that doesn't mean that
So
But
there's a trans woman who's like looks like Megan Fox, a woman. If Megan Fox has a dick, is she a
No.
woman? But she looks like a woman, and she's
And that's
super
she's
feminine.
she's not a woman.
Okay, so you don't think women are people who act
well,
feminine?
that's what I was about to say, but I don't think. That's why I don't really
She doesn't
know
want
how
to
to
get
answer
canceled.
that.
She doesn't want to get canceled.
You want XX chromosomes in a vagina,
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
except for hermaphrodites. You're not really sure about that.
Well, I was gonna actually ask if, let's say, like, going back to that, if Megan Fox had a dick,
Oh.
would you allow her to compete in women's sports?
Do you want to open the trans sports conversation because it's super different than
That's very-
yeah,
a
it's-
definitional
Here, how about we
conversation?
get,
'Cause they
get
went-
around
they
the
went to line.
table? We can get to the sports things. We'll get around the table just after this.
Nashunabu donated $200.
Yeah, thank you, man.
I'm sick of the argument that because there are two
Thank you,
separate
Nasha.
words, they must be different. What the diff between glad, happy, good? We all learned a word in elementary to describe this. Oh yeah, synonyms, idiot.
Okay. Huh? That's really stupid. Okay.
What if definition? Jesus, I can't say this word. Can anybody help me?
Definitionally?
Definition. Thank you. English is my second language. So.
That's okay.
Um,
Coyote's your first, right?
Yes. Wait, Nala, let's hear a little. Okay, never mind.
こんにちは、私の名前はナラです。今日はどう
That's
です
not
か
exactly what I was going for, but I liked it. Thank you.
No, but I thought you were referring to the Japanese like last time. You're like, no, let's
Could be
hear that.
Japanese
Did you think
thing.
I spoke coyote or some shit? I've
But,
never
but
seen that one.
what if definitionally a cohort of people think that or believe that the word woman refers to a female and the word man refers to males?
Yeah. I mean, this is the issue with definition arguments. It's
Right.
like the way that societies come to definitions is super different. This is why when people like etymologically, it doesn't mean that. Nobody fucking cares because that's not how we treat words unless they're like clinical medical words. And we got rid of all of these words from being clinical medical for the most part. So if society as a group decides that a woman is a woman with two X chromosomes exclusively, then everyone's going to function like that way. The problem is that it's still not very functional in a society if you've got Megan Fox walking around hiding her dick super well, because you're definitely not testing for people's vaginas and X chromosomes when you're just looking around.
Yeah,
this is why
yeah.
gender's more of a performance and sex is a medical
No,
term.
it is actually
that is
useful.
true.
So here's the truth. The truth is that society didn't have any problems with this. Society's never had any problems with this. Nobody was ever confused about who was a man and who was a woman. Ever. It never came up. Ever. It never came up. Yeah, it
this
is
is
true.
true.
There's so
Don't
much
come. Did I
historical
just let you talk
examples,
the whole
like Roman
time? I didn't say
Yeah, just-
anything.
just
let him talk. Let him
let him talk.
So look, we really didn't have this problem. It was not a problem. You go back and read books in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. They're not talking about this. You read books from the 1800s. Not talking. They don't care. Okay, it was not a problem inside of society. To know who was a female and who was a male, never been a problem. What has happened is special interest groups have moved in to the social sciences and have begun to fund studies and have begun to push an agenda in order to make this definition now get pushed out into the ethos. And like like Not So Erudite just said, right? What happens is in the sociological fields, they've already begun changing all of the definitions there, trying to get it to get changed out into the ethos, into the commons. But you know what? We really shouldn't have done that, and they don't have the authority to make that choice for other people.
So you and I could probably circle jerk about how shit sociology is all day.
Hold on,
Modest
just one second.
Hikima donated $200. Why do trans women mark female on government forms? There was a turning point recently where gender and biology combined again. Stop acting like I need to partake in and confirm people's fetishes, SMH.
Yeah, that's the other thing is autogynephilia and how many of the, M to Fs suffer from autogynephilia.
Yeah.
It is definitely a fetish.
And there's a really big issue when you look at F to Ms as far as like comorbidities of like kind of canary disorders that we would call in the early adolescence, right? So when you list criticisms, I'm not so partisan that I wouldn't just grant you all those criticisms. The issue for me when we're talking about definitions is A, it's a boring conversation to me, and B, the history that you gave isn't quite correct. For example, wifeman etymologically just comes from talking about like the other partner who wasn't the man, like it was just wifeman. These also got lots of cultures, for example, that have something like the fa'afafine. The fa'afafine is a third gender that exists in a Samoan culture. It's existed for a couple of hundred of years. And I would agree if you're like, well, that's a case, different example. The problem is that there is history and dialogue about gender dynamics to some degree. It's just the issue is like they didn't have the language that we have now when they talk about it.
They had the language in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s to say, hey, Bill over there, he's not just wearing a wig. Right? He's a woman. They had the language to do that. Of course they did.
Like they were also very suppressed.
Butler donated $200. Since condoms do not protect from genital herpes and 60 bodies equals exposure to 12 infected partners, I can promise Nala is a threat to every man in this room. Abdul, get the rocks. We found patient 0.
Oh my God.
But my other thing is, if you look at what gender is supposed to represent, it has two ends of an extreme. So the two ends of the extreme have to be male and female, or gender can't actually mean anything. It can't, because a word has to refer to something outside of the word itself. It has to refer to something outside of the word itself, or it's regressive. It's a regressive definition. So if you have male on this side and female on this side, the gender is referring to the biology. It actually has to be referring to the biology.
I've already granted you that gender is downstream biology, but just because two synonyms overlap, it doesn't make them the same word. This is why the one person that messaged him was like, joy, good, blah, are all the same word. I'm just like, holy shit, I'm really worried about your vocab score. We do have a whole bunch of synonyms, but when you actually look into what the words mean, this is why it's really frustrating when somebody says like maybe joy and happiness. They're synonyms, they're kind of similar, and they overlap a ton, and maybe the beginning and ends of joy are all encapsulated within happiness. But most people treat joy like a separate word than happiness. This is how we engage with these words.
Okay, so let's just grant that this is true. Sure. Okay. Let's say if I look at a trans woman and say, that's a guy with a wig, and you say, no, it's not, right?
Super depend to me.
Right, how am I wrong?
I guess it would depend. Is the person passing?
Let's just say that they are, but I know.
Like it's Megan Fox?
Yeah, let's just say that I know. Why am I still wrong, though, to say that? Why would that be wrong?
I would say you're being insensitive.
Yeah, right, but it's not wrong.
I would disagree with you. I'd say that she's a woman, but at the end of the day, I recognize that you probably won't be defining women the way that I am.
Right. So when
which
we're
is
talking,
why this conversation is
so
interesting.
when we're talking about definitions here, right, then definitionally, if I say that, I'm not wrong. Now, if I'm moving back towards you, I think that I have a better case to make for why you are. Because I think that when we're talking about biology, right, of male and female, that what I'm saying is far more accurate than what you're saying.
I would actually say the opposite. I would say something like sex is going to be deeply less functional and less accurate because there's, as you probably know, all of those extreme outliers that don't fall well into the sex categories. This is why sex is a bimodal function. Gender, I think, actually works really well because it explains the function and how we interact with each other. If I see somebody walk around with hairy legs, clearly a dick under the dress, and like a beard growing, I'm going to agree with you being like, I probably would respect respect and be like, I understand what they're trying to perform towards. But I would agree with you that you might label them a man.
I don't understand the sex as a bimodal function. How that even if that's true, how would that even play in here?
The reason why it would play in is because you're saying sex is a more accurate word. And I'm saying the problem with all of these words is that none of them are hyper accurate. When you talk about a hermaphrodite or people that are born with the XY chromosomes, but their testes don't drop, they're born with vaginas, they look like women in every single way, but they're functionally men.
Well,
because we
that's
don't
such a
interact
small
with each
part of the
other.
population.
They're pretty
too.
accurate.
Like, that's
They're
the thing.
pretty accurate. Like, for instance, it's so accurate, in fact, that any farm animal that's born, you can essentially just take one peek and you know. Same thing with human children.
Not true of cats. But
Same thing with,
Yeah.
with human children.
After Andrew, go ahead, Pixie, and then if you want
the
to
problem
respond.
is that your definition is not actually reflecting how you're using it in reality. You didn't check anybody's genitals in here. You didn't check their chromosomes. You're making assumptions on their appearance.
Because we have to make assumptions in order to use words.
Exactly.
What does that have to do with anything?
Exactly.
Just 1 second, then we'll come back in.
That's
real
not a
question
reflection
is,
to reality,
will a straight
though.
man never be attracted to a trans woman? Probably not. But I guess you never know.
I mean,
not
why
true.
do they
That's
make
just
so
not
much
true.
money in porn? That's the thing. No man is
You've
Our
attracted
always-
to
words have to reflect reality, otherwise
One at
they're
a time, one at a
meaningless.
time.
And the way
Guys, wait,
One at a
hold
time,
on.
guys.
Hold on, guys. Just one at a time, really quick. Thank you, St. Reezy. I have a question related to that I'll get into in just a sec. Let me do one chat before it falls off, and then I'll have you come in, Pixie. We had Big Papa Karma. Brian, I'm back with a link because it's a sin to lie. This is a public on YouTube, so it's a completely fair game. So let's be men and see who's a liar. Unfortunately, my friend, you sent me a video that's an hour and 30 minutes long that's called Occult Roots of Feminism with Based Homeschool Mom, aka Rachel Wilson. Unfortunately, my dear friend, I'm not going to be able to play this hour and 30-minute long video, but I mentioned the title. So go ahead, Pixie, go ahead.
So the point is, our words have to reflect how we actually use them in reality. Otherwise, they're meaningless. Otherwise, I can call, you a chair or something like that, right? They have to have some reflection on our day-to-day usage. So you can say like, oh no, like technically, like, the appearance, it doesn't really matter, but it does matter because that is how we use the word. Functional definitions is what matters, a function of how we use the word.
So let's assume that we grant this for a second. Let me ask you a question. Is a male who identifies himself as a woman who doesn't meet any of the criteria for what you would consider presentation, even though they're trying really hard, is that still a woman?
I would say societally they fail to present as a
Okay,
woman.
but would you still call them one?
Personally, I would be respectful towards them, but I would say like, hey, you're not presenting
But
properly
wait, why
as
would you
a
do
woman.
that? It doesn't match up with the reality.
What? Because you can be respectful towards someone, right? But still be like, hey, just telling you like there is a non-consensual or not. You're not meeting the basis for a reality requirement.
So what you're showing me here, essentially, is that you will use the word that doesn't meet up with the expectation of reality in order to
We do this
not
all the
be
time.
in order to not be a little bit overtly sensitive towards that person. However, if I'm using the word which is more descriptive towards that reality, what am I doing wrong?
I have a question.
No, answer
You
mine and then ask
No,
yours.
I'm going to answer yours through this, basically.
You're going to answer mine by
Yes,
asking me a question.
absolutely. You'll see
You're
in
going
a
to answer
second.
my question by asking me a
No,
question.
you'll see. Just be patient. You have called me Pxie, right? But that is not my governmental or my real name, right? That is my streaming name. Yet you still call me by that name, right? So even though that name isn't what is happening in reality, you still refer me to as such.
Is pseudonym seems a bit different to me than the conversation
The
we're
issue
having.
with this is that what we're doing is what often happens.
Wait, did you want to answer Andrew's question?
Well, yeah, the point that I was trying to get to
Okay,
at the
and then
basis
we'll
of
get
this
you in.
is that there are multiple scenarios in day-to-day life where something doesn't line up exactly with how reality is. But because we're social creatures and we understand that there's nuance, not everything is black and white, we give certain leverages or leniences towards it. So it's not super out there to be like, hey, you know what? It's okay to call someone Pxie, even though that's not their governmental legal name. And it's okay to say like, hey, I'm going to call her Stephanie because she likes that name more,
Yeah, until this is applied in reality like you're talking about. So I can call you Pxie, for instance, but if you were to go in and have tests done on you by the government, for instance, can you identify yourself as Pxie?
What do you mean?
Do you, or can you write Pxie and then your last name, or do you have to write your first and last name issued to you by the government? Do you have to check if you're male and female?
Yeah, I'm not.
Right?
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah,
When
so
did that
my,
ever come
so
to
my question
disagreement?
becomes, when it comes to use, I don't even understand what your point is.
Well, because there's a difference between institutional uses and interpersonal uses and political uses. This is obvious, right? So a big problem that happens in all these discussions is we talk about like macro, which is like ideology. So you would say, I disagree. You probably think trans ideology is super harmful. You disagree with all that. I'm assuming. Correct me if
That's
I'm wrong.
true.
This is an ideological perspective. And then you go, well, Kyla, you have this ideological perspective. Interpersonally, though, would you respect somebody who you don't think is passing? It's like, yeah, of course. Just like when your wife asks, like, if something makes her look too fat, you're like, I'm going to be really cautious in the way that I talk about this. Or if your wife asks, like, do you think I'm still, not your wife specifically, obviously.
General.
I'm not making a personal attack. But if, like, somebody's wife is like, do I still look beautiful? And she's like, you know, she doesn't look like she did in her 20s, you kind of lie a little bit. Interpersonally, you do a lot of things that are polite. But obviously, at an institutional level, these are also different, right? Acting like all these things must be treated equally is a dishonest way in the way that words are used, because words are deeply generative and dynamic.
Unfortunately, when we get into things like legislation, how we govern the world,
Sure,
and how people actually or deal with these things in real time,
Yep.
there's a huge amount of resentment which is built up over the fact that we're expected
Modest
to lie
Heat
about
has
things we know aren't true.
donated
Just one sec.
If T women are women, why do they all get offended when being treated by men like a women? Why are a large portion somehow lesbian? If I call a trans woman sweetheart, they roid rage. Fact of life.
It's ma'am.
Which actually,
okay.
this brings up a great point, which is if it just comes down to identification, it can't, because this would create all kinds of issues. Like, for instance, if you were sleeping with someone and they identified as the opposite sex, while you were sleeping with them and really meant it, would that make you a homosexual? That doesn't, like, that kind of stuff makes no sense on its face. These self-ID claims are absurd.
I'm not using self-ID.
Okay, but you kind of are.
We're definitely and definitionally not, and this is why so many trans people hate
So
me.
let's
Just to be clear,
find out.
I am not
Hang on,
using
hang on.
self-ID.
If it's not self-ID, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then how would you know to identify them as that? You're saying
Performance attempts.
in the cases where you can't tell.
You pretty much always can tell unless somebody is like rejecting the binary in and of itself. So a non-binary, for example, I'm gonna get in a lot of water. I don't think most non-binary people are trans. I reject that. I don't think they are because I don't think self-D is valid. Most non-binary people, you'll go look at them and you're like, some of them you can tell. And some of them, let's be honest, everyone's had like this super like kind of like bull lesbian come in with a short haircut, super stout, and been like, is that a man? Is that a trans man? And it's not. It's just a woman. Because most of the ways that we evaluate each other is on the performance. So if they're attempting to pass, if their performance is an attemptive, I more or less know what they're going for. Interpersonally, I would respect that.
Try
always.
to each make your final points on this if you can. Oh, hold on.
Andy in my AMJ donated $200. Fantastic debate. Thankfully, we all agree Nala is a woman and she's fantastic. Would one of the females make the hangry lesbian a bowl of ramen and keep it moving?
Oh my God.
Thursday night football is on.
Actually,
you,
we can linger on this topic a little longer, but I don't think we got to your relationship status, and you didn't answer the what is a woman question. So very quickly, what is your current relationship status?
I'm single, but I'm
Single.
looking.
Whoop, whoop.
Hello.
Did you answer the
hello.
relationship status
No,
thing?
I didn't.
Longest relationship?
3.5 years.
How long have you been single?
About 3 months.
Three months. Okay,
I was single when I came on last time, and I'm single now. So
I see. Okay, gotcha. And then, what is a woman?
an adult female. I learned last time.
Adult human female?
Adult
okay,
human
I see.
female.
Okay. If you guys want to continue, feel free.
So anyway, the ultimate point here is this.
Sure.
If I say woman and I mean adult female, right? And from the Christian perspective, and most religious perspectives, in fact, at least Abrahamic religion, are going to agree with this, right? They're going to say, nope, you're not this thing that you're not. We're not going to call you that. Obviously, it does us harm if we're compelled to do that, right? That is causing us harm, whether you like it or not. So why should we, A, be compelled to do that?
I'm not saying you should.
Okay, I'm not saying that you are. And B, why is it that even if we were compelled, we shouldn't resist by not doing it on purpose at that point, just to kind of make a political statement and a social statement of like, nope, we're not going to conform to you kind of beating down our religious values here. And when it comes to your purposes, when you're talking about the T question, you're still kind of making the statement that I'm not sure, they can kind of be, they can kind of not be. So I'd like you to
Absolutely
clarify
not.
that for me.
Sure. So first of all, I've never argued for compelled speech. I ever think it's a violation of First Rights Amendments, I guess in America is what it's called. I don't believe in compelled speech. I think at the end of the day, you also have consequences for your free speech. So if you choose to call somebody who is clearly trying to perform in every single way as a woman, a man, they're probably going to think you're an asshole, and probably like 80% of the population.
What if you
will
called
too.
them male? Would that be?
It would be really weird interpersonally to like go up to somebody and be like, hello, male, or like in any way. Like most people would again cringe because they know what you're doing. They know that you're aesthetically trying to appeal to a political movement. So you're allowed to have any political field. You're allowed to be an asshole to people. You're allowed to politically, in kind of rejection, not use people's pronouns. I actually don't believe that this is required at all. The issue is people are also allowed to be like,
Can
you're
you
trying
just
to be
scoot
an
your
asshole.
mic that way just a tad?
Yeah.
So then where do we go then when we're inside society and you have a Christian-owned business who says, no, we're not going to give you or make suitable accommodations for your bathroom arrangements, whereas instead you can use this bathroom or this bathroom like everybody else has always done.
Yeah.
Right?
I love capitalism.
Yeah,
I
so-
hope your business suffers as a result, and if it doesn't, that's great.
So
but I think
nothing compelled there.
no, I'm not really big on compelled stuff.
Okay, so
Yeah, I think
If I could-
so this is just a
a
semantic distinction then.
I would say almost wholly it is, excluding things like medical care, right? This is why I'm not pro self-ID.
Go ahead.
Can I just throw something in there? If you travel to any other country, and this is like my vote for the U.S. doing this, I think it would solve a lot of issues, but a lot of people would agree with me. Go to other countries, bathrooms are universal, and the sink is where everyone uses
I love
it.
European bathrooms.
Solves all problems.
I agree with you.
The fact that we have to worry about men and women's bathrooms, make it universal. Sink is in the front where everyone.
Well, you
can
know something
solve a
I've
lot of
seen.
problems. Don't
I've
have to worry
seen
about
that I object to as a man. Oftentimes, when there used to be a woman's bathroom and a man's bathroom, what they end up doing is they'll switch the man's bathroom to an all-gender bathroom, but keep the woman's bathroom a woman's bathroom. So y'all are encroaching on the male bathrooms, the men bathroom. I'm very upset.
Y'all
I'm
pee fast,
I'm,
though.
I'm,
You're
I'm
in and
upset
out.
about it.
Yeah, you guys never have bathroom lines.
Just to be clear, any inconsistent application of things, I'll just side with you. Yeah, we shouldn't do those things, obviously. It's basically benevolent sexism. It's kind of weird. It's like,
So when you get into the medical arena here,
Sure.
let's dive into this.
Okay.
So you're saying definitely in society you don't care, right? Doesn't matter if my viewpoint is this way, you're not going to try to make anything which compels me to do anything opposite of that. You don't believe probably I should be deplatformed, for instance, about speaking out against stuff like that? Probably not.
but if
Okay.
you incite hate speech or violence against
Yeah,
them,
I
that's
get
different.
it. I think that's a
Yeah, yeah.
distinction. But moving into this, on the medical field, what are the things you want to see there? What are the things you're wanting to see there, Kyla?
Yeah. So the things that I would like to see are, for example, no self-ID and a pretty rigorous process by which we like determine these things. I think I haven't got into any of the neuroscience stuff when it comes to definitions because it's really important to understand how definitions function. But AI has done like crazy stuff for leaping us forward. And as far as neuroscience, I believe you're born trans. I don't believe that this is like a choice or anything like that. And I think if you're choosing to be it, you're doing it for political reasons, popularity reasons, or something, probably mental illness specifically related, right? It seems to be the case that...
Okay, can we back up just briefly so
Yep.
we don't move into
Yep,
too
you're
many
good.
things? You say that you think people are born trans.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm
Why?
so questioning that.
I would say we have really strong literature showing like the historicity of some sort of trans issues going back hundreds of years. There's absolutely been these things. This is part of where autogynephilia
That's not
came
good
out of.
evidence for you being born trans, though.
Another
could
thing
have
would be things
environmental
like
factors.
heritability, right? So I think there's a high level of like genetic comorbid factors that are associated with being trans. There seems to be some level of predictability with estrogen levels. Is it born as far as like epigenetic versus just genetic? It's probably more in the epigenetic direction. Another really big marker that it's probably born in.
So you're talking about environmental factors impacting this in a great way as well.
No, epigenetic factors is not environmental factors
No,
alone.
that's not what I asked. I asked if you're talking about environmental factors affecting this as well, or if you think it's mostly just a genetic thing.
I mean, anything mental health is going to be complicated. Probably both of these things are playing in, but probably when it comes to trans, more you need to have like a genetic. It's like a pre-requirement, maybe is the best way to say it.
Yeah. Well,
You're
I'm not talking
pre-required
about,
to have the genes
So
for it.
let me clarify. So I'm not talking about the alcoholic who they have a predisposition towards alcohol, but absent the alcohol, they never become an alcoholic. What I'm asking for here is if you think that particular circumstance of the movement towards the thing
Yeah.
is the genetic disposition, or if there's a different genetic disposition where they're actually born with this disposition to want to move into another body or whatever the mental illness is.
Based on the earliness of where dysphoria seems to emerge, I suspect that it's going to be like probably still epigenetic to some degree, but I'm going to be clear, the literature is still out on this one, on, just to be clear, every single thing to do with the brain. So it's a really hard question to answer.
You mean like the trans brain scans and all that?
Yeah, sure. The trans brain scans where it's like, are they the same as women's brains? And it's like some research said yeah, some said no. Right? This is a really unsolved problem, but it does seem highly genetic. Starting at 3, any sort of like mental thing that begins that early is very suspicious for high levels of genetic involvement.
So then how come when you see this movement, then in other cultures, you see it in distinctly different ways? If you're pre-programmed, for instance, in the West, to be a male who's born and wants to be a woman, wants to be a female, why is it that you respond in a distinctly different way than you would in a different culture? In other words, why is it that if you're born Scottish, you don't want to get in a kilt? Right? This is the question.
Why do you think that the kilt is in any ways comparable to like gender identity?
Because of presentation, which is what you said, is the mark of gender, an ID, is presentation. So why is it that they always want to present like a Western filled up girl who looks like kind of a skank on Instagram versus what a woman would look like in Saudi Arabia, for
Wait,
instance?
so do you think trans people just don't exist outside of Western countries?
That's
Is
not
that
what I
He's
asked.
saying that it's like an aesthetic that they put on. Are you telling me that you honestly believe that wearing a kilt is similar to becoming trans? Do you
Well,
think that
what
they're
I'm
the
saying
same?
is that...
Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that if it's aesthetics that we're looking at, and that's what you claim gender actually is an aesthetic presentation towards a thing...
I didn't say transgenderism ideology is that thing. I said the way that I define gender is performance. These are not the same
Yeah, but
thing.
performance is what? Isn't that the aesthetic?
Well, no, the performance is in large part aesthetic, but you're now
Yeah.
asking me about ideology. We
Yeah,
can't-
so what I'm asking you
What
is
is
like,
ideology?
how do you know that the way that these are presented,
Mm-hmm.
right, in the West, if you were put in a different environment, in a different country...
Will they become fa'afafine like the Samoans?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a valid question, but it's not similar to a kilt. And I don't think that these things are analogous in any way. And we can't pretend like they are. The actual thing about fa'afafine shows probably the way that they express societally is pretty open up to society. But the fa'afafine are a third gender.
Yeah,
That's
so
how
that
their
ought to
society
put...
reconciled
Well,
it.
so I mean, just that alone, just that statement, that the environment's going to greatly impact whether or not you even present
No.
with the opposition
No,
of gender.
that's not what I've said.
Okay, well then why don't you rephrase it?
Okay, let's go back. What is ideology?
Well, who cares? Go back to my question.
What is ideology?
No, wait. Hang on. You're moving back too far.
No.
The previous statement that you just made was what?
The previous statement that I said was that the fa'afafine express socially in a different way
No,
than the way
before
that
that
transgender
you
people
said
do.
that depending on where you're at in the world, right, you may not even present with this type of gender.
That is
So
not what I said.
It is what you
I said
said.
that they present as a third gender, but the dysphoria rates are very similar. When you rate them on things like dysphoria of body, it rates very similar to Western trans women and trans men. They are
In this
absolutely
one
similar
culture.
groups. In the one culture.
Yeah,
that
in
has-
this one culture, but that,
Wait,
but
why
this
would you
moves,
dismiss
but
this
this
over
moves
one
back.
culture?
But this moves back to the question of like, how do you know that if they're born
Great.
in?
That's a good
in
question.
Yes.
What's ideology?
Okay, not so erudite. You're being completely obtuse.
I'm not being obtuse.
You are being obtuse.
You-
Go ahead and
hold on.
explain it.
Let me-
Explain
hold
it
on.
so
Let
that
me
you feel
explain
better
why
about
I'm
yourself.
asking you this, just to be
Go ahead.
nice. The
Go
reason
ahead.
I'm asking you this is because you moved from talking about gender and performance, which is a definitional argument, to then conflating it with an ideological argument.
Okay,
These
then
are not the same
Explain
topics
it so
to
you
talk
feel
about.
better, and then we can move on.
I'm not going to explain it until I feel better. I'm going to explain it until we're on the same page
Okay.
because we can't have a good conversation if you're shifting between
Then
the
stop
lenses of how
talking
we're
and explain
analyzing
it.
things. Okay, so what is the difference between a performance and an ideology?
Don't ask me questions. Explain
I'm
it.
asking you that
Don't ask me
question.
questions. Explain it.
I don't want to explain it. I want
You don't
make
want to
sure
explain
we're on
it.
the
You
same
just want to
page.
ask questions.
Well,
You
you're
said I
smart,
need to
Andrew.
explain this concept to you so that you understand it. I say explain
I
it.
think
You
you're
ask me
smart.
questions.
I think you're smart.
Just
hold on.
explain
I've
it.
explained it 3 times.
Oh, explain it again.
You're very smart.
Explain
I
it
don't
again.
think you're participating in the conversation
I'm
well.
literally asking you to explain it to me.
Okay, ideology is how something comes about. That's when you were asking me about things
Okay.
like epigenetics and nature versus
Okay.
nurture questions. The other thing, presentation performance, is a semantic definitional conversation. We can have both of these, but when you act like they're the same conversation, it's just money.
So how do they get...
Modest Hikima donated $200. How many genders are there? Do we need list of 5 on our legal forms?
Oh,
5.
5 quadrillions.
That's crazy.
It got, yeah, okay.
TTS did you dirty.
TTS did you dirty. Does anybody know what that number is, by the way? Anyone care to wager?
Trillion, maybe?
There could be infinity.
More than that.
Gazillion.
There could be as many as you
50,
want. They're socially
15,
constructed. You just make them up.
Trillion.
I disagree with that because I don't believe in
Gazillion. Light years.
As long as you don't believe in self-ID, these things are concretable and you can manage them. I don't believe in self-ID. I don't think there's cat gender. I don't think that there's like things like zers. I think non-binaryism is usually people between transition of becoming trans, or it's a political statement, typically. I think that, for example, cat gender, it's just dumb. I'm not really interested in it at all.
What
It
about
doesn't map onto
dragonkin?
anything.
What is that?
Dragonkin? Do you have any thoughts on
I mean,
dragonkin?
dragons are so cool, right? No, of course not.
Okay.
Yeah, in a serious way, no, of course
Okay,
not.
okay.
Yeah, so when you're
curious.
when you're moving
Just
back
curious.
into gender,
Sure.
okay, when you're talking about
Definitions?
no, not the definition,
Or the ideology.
but yeah, now we're talking about the ideology.
Great.
So if we're going to move into this, how it comes to be, okay, would you say that the same person, we took the same genetics and they were born in, like, I don't know, Zimbabwe, right? That there's a good distinct possibility that just due to the environment, they may never actually present in this way at all.
I think that there's a decent chance in like Zimbabwe. I think Zimbabwe is highly conservative and maybe Islamic. I could be wrong. They're probably not going to present in any way because they'd probably get killed, and they're probably going to have high levels of mental health conditions.
Yeah, but you don't know that wouldn't be the reason. I'm saying that if they weren't going to, instantly destroy them, you think that they would come out trying to present as a Western woman, or would they try to present as a female in their
In
culture?
Zimbabwe, why would they ever come out as presenting like a
Well,
Western
this is
woman in
so
Zimbabwe?
this is the question moving backwards
Can I
that
ask
I
you
already
another
asked
question?
you before, which is, if they're coming out, why is it that they only want to present in the way that they see the Western cultural
Because
women
society
present?
determines the way that we express mental health all the time. For example, have you ever heard of, I forget the term of it, it was a disease that went across Japan where men believed genuinely that their dicks were being swallowed by their body. Have you heard of this mental health
Sounds like a
condition?
good time. Did you want to come in, by the way? It sounded like you wanted to come in.
Someone Google that one.
I feel like it's just kind of a odd question because it's the same thing with like being gay. Like before, how many artists spent every day with someone of the same gender and then goes down in history as their best friend? Obviously, didn't come out as gay because the culture they lived in didn't really accept it as much.
Let's stick. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if somebody has a mental health condition or something that is predilecting them towards a direction, their society is going to have implication in how that looks and expresses. This is why transgender people with very similar markers to Western transgender people are fa'afafine in the Samoan culture. In the Zimbabwe culture, they're probably really depressed men and women, is my guess, right? With high suicide rates at about, high, bad word.
Deletion.
Deletion. Yeah. Andrew, before you respond, 2 more minutes on this. We can come back to it later. I'd like to take a little interlude so we can maybe ask some other questions, but we can certainly come back to it. But
Sure.
if you guys each want to make like a
So
1 minute.
I'll finish by saying this. Schizophrenia is a very established, highly genetic mental health condition. It is epigenetic in nature. It typically gets triggered around 21, and you must have a genetic marker for it, or you'll never have it. And you have to have like 2 to 3 like major episodes of depression. The issue is that the way schizophrenia presents in Western North America isn't the same. Hallucinations are often very different. The way that they manage the society is very different. The way that schizophrenia emerges across societies is varied by the society that they live in, even though schizophrenia itself is a legitimate condition.
Okay, and I'll finish with this. This has not manifested itself in society spontaneously by any metric at all. It's been a political activism by LGBTQ groups who are trying to push this forward, who fund the studies into these, they fund the sociological studies. I mean, almost all of them. They're funded by LGBTQ groups themselves who give these grants to colleges, they give them to schools, they give them to all sorts of different people to do these studies.
Yeah.
And so what we end up with is results we can't even trust inside of a field where the replication is so bad that in some cases it can only be replicated up to 29%. So I have a hard time believing that's considering this is only something that even in my own lifetime has come to the forefront, that this is not agenda-based or that people actually have any concerns whatsoever outside of this now political phenomenon as to what a woman or man ever was. I don't think that they ever cared. We never did. You never did. Nobody ever did.
The issue is it can always be both. That's the problem. It's not like autism spontaneously emerged in the 40s when we made the diagnosis. It always existed. We just didn't have a categorical name for it. These are not the same things. Is there an agenda going on? Are people really trying to push it? Yes. Is it weird that LGBTQ communities are funding it? No. Most alcoholism groups fund studies for alcohol. Most like depression studies are funded by like some sort of really thing. But there is a bias that exists. The literature on like specifically transgenderism is the worst because there's actually two biased groups. There's the like very pro LGBTQ that is like super sassy with their stats, and then there's the very anti LGBTQ that is also sassy with their stats, and it is a nightmare trying to manage it. There's a couple of groups that are in between that are doing a fantastic job, but most of their data is coming out in like 2024.
I haven't seen
Quick
very many of
response,
those.
Andrew, and then-
Yeah, I haven't seen very many of those anti-LGBTQ groups
There's
inside
lots.
of sociology. That's for sure, especially in comparison to the other groups which are pro-LGBTQ. But that aside, letting that be, inside of society again, you see as our mental health professionals have increased inside of society, you have seen a huge amount of mental health also increase, especially among women. Women enter into those fields, suddenly they're giving descriptors for mental health crises for women all over the place. Everybody's on some kind of antidepressant, some type of pill. They're on some kind of something that they've been diagnosed with. So it's possible that pharmaceutical companies also take advantage of this. I would assume that they do. I would also assume that inside of the psychological fields, which so many women want to get into, that seems to have, there's something that they're drawn to, that they're attracted to, but you can also see the amount of mental illness of women in society is through the roof. So
Sure.
I almost wondering if women are
Is it a
chasing their own
conspiracy?
tail.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
I would ask.
sorry.
Okay.
We're going to take a intermission from that conversation. We will return to it, though.
Okay.
So if you have any notes, we can certainly,
All
or
right.
any further things
And
to add, we can certainly get back to it. I have a chat here from Antenna Boy. First time donating, huge fan of Erudite and Pxie. Also, I'm a fan of Nala, but obviously for a different reason. She's
Aw.
just hot.
We're hot too, you asshole.
Very hot.
Pxie, I wish you were more aggressive and less apologetic on these pods. You go on. You got beauty and brains. Talk yo shit, girl.
Damn.
Get it, girl.
Nice.
Get it, girl.
Okay, there you
That was
have
nice.
it. Thank you, Antenna Boy. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate it,
Honestly,
man.
the first
Thank you,
I
thank
like
you.
that our community is immediately just nice.
So, okay, pastor's daughter. I had a pastor's daughter. You. Oh,
I have a question.
hide that.
I
Hide
love that. I
Yeah.
love
Easy
questions.
donated $200. There's no justification for non-essential surgery, especially one as severe and life-changing as trans surgery. How can you promote kids doing this? Really? The lesbian new world order can't be stopped.
If you guys want 30.
Where in the conversation I heard anybody talking about trans youth? That's so weird. It's almost like they just didn't watch the fucking show.
Well, it actually starts with there's no justification for non-essential surgery.
Well, that's another issue because you're framing the narrative of whether or not surgeries for trans people is essential or not. Sorry, Pixie.
That's the point of the
Did
justification.
you have
What's a
what?
framing
You
of
had
the
something, or
Well, I mean,
is this a response to the TTS, or?
Basically, it would be a response to what's going on right now when it comes to like non-essential surgery, which we can get into. But you wanted to read some stuff, or fuck it, I'm just gonna say it.
I'll allow each one of you to make a 30-second point on that TTS. Go ahead.
Okay. I personally believe in like individual freedom and liberty. I think when it comes to like surgeries, like there should be leniency. If people want to get a boob job, then fuck it. Who am I to say what you do with your body? Some people will say, oh no, this is going to self-harm. Are we letting people really like self-harm themselves? I think there's a lot of data on trans people and how like these reaffirming gender surgeries like do help their mental health, as long as they're in conjunction with also having like a supportive network in general. So yeah, I think people should be allowed to get trans surgeries if they want to. Generally speaking.
Andrew, anything on that?
Yeah, so when you're talking about the performance in society, right? What about, do you have any, I just want to ask you this, do you have any duties at all to society? Do you personally have any?
Of course.
What?
I don't think I should go and kill other people who are
that's
innocent.
obeying laws.
No, that's a duty. I have a moral duty
have a moral
to
duty.
not harm other people.
Okay, so this
Generally speaking.
particular thing that you're talking about, when you're talking about kind of the way that society interacts with like T surgery, let's say, right? I'm trying to be very cautious with my words here so I don't break any TOS, but let's just say T surgery, you say, I think that people should be able to do it if they're allowed to. If society gets negative results, most of society gets negative results from that, would you still be for it?
Can you point to me what are the negative results?
Yeah,
of
so I'm going to point to you that most of this society, the current society that we're in, are religious. And that most of the globe is religious. Most of the globe is religious. Most of the planet Earth is religious. So the negative side effects that comes to them, the actual pain and suffering that they experience from having to be part of this delusion is never something you people take into account.
I have a very simple question. If most of the globe was racist, right, and you going against this racism, you advocating for equal rights, hurt their feelings really, really badly because they're just ardent racist, does that mean that we now have a duty to also comply in that racism?
No, but think about what you're saying. What you're saying here is that the only reason that you affirm this is because of the consequent, right? You think that the consequent is better for society. So I could make the argument the same way that you would and say the consequent of non-racism is better for society. You and I would agree. Here, the consequent, we're disagreeing about whether or not it's better for society. So your argument doesn't make any sense.
Do you think that it's good to have a society?
No,
with
hang on.
working
Before
members?
you cut in,
Okay.
your argument doesn't make any sense.
No, it does make sense.
Now, how does it make sense?
I literally listed 2 reasons, right? I say we have a moral duty to try not to harm others, right? That doesn't mean that, like, oh no, like my feelings are hurt. Now suddenly that's an equal like, moral consequence of hurting
define
another
harm.
person.
What's harm?
I think you could see harm when it comes to like suicide or
right.
careful.
So,
sorry, no word.
So
my
if
bad.
you're talking, so again, so again, what you're saying is, right? Do this thing for them, regardless of the harm that it is to you, because it's more harmful to them because they're holding you emotionally hostage.
What is your level of harm? That's my question. Okay.
Well, for me, I'm not a consequentialist.
But let's put this very simple. Let's use a Peter Singer example. You see a child drowning in a pond. Okay. You can go save that child, but as a result, you're gonna get your shoes wet, and that's kind of harmful to you. They're like nice new shoes. You know, you don't like the feeling of soggy socks.
Yeah, this doesn't even work.
Hey, listen, please listen. Hey, no, listen, please. So here's the deal, right? We can all agree that there is a level of like, hey, you know what? You might not be uncomfortable with this. You know, this might like hurt you a little bit, whatever. But you should still do this action because it's a greater moral right. Saying, oh no, you're gonna feel some level of harm, so don't do something is not a good argument for not helping another person.
Okay,
that is what the argument is.
So-
That's
so-
the
Getting your
basis.
shoes wet is very different than this.
No, okay.
Could I
Wait,
actually clarify?
hold on. Let's get these two in.
Because I did keep going.
Did you want to go?
Yeah.
Or-
Yeah, but let her go.
Okay, you, then you. Go ahead.
I mean, it's kind of got past there, but I do think it was interesting to say it, what's to cite as a reason for harm is that a lot of the world is religious when a lot of almost how many wars were fought for religion, how much pain's been caused because of religion, how much war was fought for atheism and secularism. The entire 20th century under communism, communists eradicated religion,
Nazism.
ruthlessly eradicated religion, was responsible for some of the grossest amounts of the death rate in the 20th century. Totally secularist society, totally secular.
Yeah, I mean, I think like citing religion as the source of like violence is kind of low resolution because the reality is that it's like ideology is the source of wars, right? The reason why actually I shouldn't go into that. I was about to bring up a conflict that you probably don't want on your channel right now. The reason why like lots of people go into war, they might even claim that it's a holy war. Half the time it's ideology. Half the time it's like groupthink and like out groupthink. So like blaming religion for violence is as empty to me as blaming like atheism for like violence. Like any ideology that's taken to an extreme to justify violence is going to lead to violence. Religion's one of those, obviously, but so is communism, so is Nazism.
Yeah, I wouldn't dispute that you can have and have had religious wars. Of course you have. But this idea that's inside of people's brains that religion is the biggest cause of the conflict that's going on in the world, the 20th century does not bear that out at all. That is not what the 20th century shows
What did you
us.
have?
I was just gonna say there's a lot in today's society of transgender people who do get surgery have come out and said that they really regret it and it really has ruined their lives, and there's been a lot of of people that
Are you
did
talking
get
about like detransitioners?
Yeah.
I mean,
detransitioners.
I don't know.
and-
They were born that way, though, right?
and they come
couldn't
out and
help it.
say that they that the LGBT community or the trans community
What percent
told
do you
them
think
that this
detransition?
was.
What percent do you think detransition?
Honestly, I couldn't give you an exact
Well, we don't know.
number,
Take a
but,
guess. Take a guess before
I
you
wanna
jump
say
in.
like 4-5%.
Right, super small. It's
Super
less
low,
than that.
but-
It's less than
but
that. It's less than
that's-
1%
you're-
typically.
Yeah, but what
You're
is the
taking-
percentage of people who
that-
identify
that
as trans who
Right.
transition
Yes,
at all?
Right.
exactly.
Sorry,
And
say that
also-
again?
What is the percentage of trans who transition at all? I self-ID'd trans.
Quite high, actually. Not
Wow,
self-ID.
I thought it was
again,
1%. Isn't it 1%?
It's
1% of the
Okay.
population is trans.
No, 1% is trans. The number of people who do end up transitioning is significantly higher.
Wait.
Not all can afford medically transitioning.
Wait.
but
Just
Almost all
one
attempt some level of
clarification.
transition.
So 1% of the population is trans, but a higher percent of the
Within that
population.
percentage.
No, within the 1%.
Oh, okay.
1%
I thought you were
well,
saying
it's not even that. Within the 1%.
No.
Let's
of the
say
population is
80%
just
transition. Of
transi-
the 80%,
okay.
1%
I see.
I have a question,
detransition.
though.
Okay, last
We're
thing
talking
on
like
this. Last thing.
tiny
Last thing.
Okay,
Go ahead.
yeah. Do you think that transition surgeries should be funded by, the
She's Canadian.
I'm Canadian, so I'm probably going to have I'm definitely pro universal healthcare. I am for it, but not as it currently exists as far as vetting right now. So I wouldn't put a hold on it necessarily, but there's a lot of really good research being done in especially a lot of European countries to ensure that the people that are applying and getting the surgeries actually need it. Because one thing I will say that is extremely important to cite here is that a very well replicated finding is that when adults transition, there is a reduction of suicide attempts by over 70%. It is a massive drop, and before anyone says, the pediatric studies on that didn't replicate as far as conversion therapy working.
Just a reminder, use
don't
delete
use
yourself
Don't use
or
that
on
word.
live
Sorry.
or something.
But
Okay,
then also-
here.
I
No.
also
We're going to take an interlude. We'll come back to it if you guys want to.
Yeah.
So you guys like puppies?
Only trans puppies.
You mentioned at the beginning,
Cats.
Cats that turn dogs.
Yeah.
Nala, you mentioned at the beginning, you describe yourself as the Ahegao queen, I think. What is that?
So I've been watching anime for a long time now, and I'm fascinated by the culture of Japan and what they do with the characters, and I feel like it's just so different. And so basically the Ahegao face to me is like the cum face, like you're just in so much fucking pleasure, you're just gonna burst your brains out. Like for me, I just love the look. I just love it.
What is the...
No, it's a good thing. It's more like a Christian.
Do you want-
No, it's
Have
like
you-
a Christian looking at me like, man, what the fuck? He's so disappointed.
Can we see?
Has anyone done the Ahegao face to you?
Uh-oh.
Wait,
He's a married
Wait, is
man.
this a whatever
different story.
podcast?
Has your
Passing
wife
face.
ever done that?
I don't even know what it is.
It's like
Sure.
closing your eyes.
It's just like the cross-eye.
like
You can
cross-eyed.
Oh god.
Whoa.
It's even better when you
Damn,
can
really?
drool and shit.
Into the camera?
Okay.
That's
Cool.
it. It's even better when you can hold it. for
And wait, what is the uwu? What is...
It's just like an anime word. It's just like
What is the difference between the two?
Ooh, it was like cute and like little, like it's
Like
not
kawaii?
sexual
It's very
always.
cutesy.
Yeah, it's kawaii.
Kawaii.
Are there different
Ahegao is
versions?
inherently
Are there
sexual.
different versions of the Ahegao?
They're
Ahegao?
okay. They're kind of
you
are,
wanna
but
see
it's
them all?
like the main thing is like just crossing your eyes up and out kind of thing, and it's almost like rolling your eyes in the back of your head because it's just like, fuck, you know. That's
And then what's the other version?
the other. I don't know. I feel like
God.
so. Some people like really judge me for this. I really don't give a fuck. But it's like you're just going insane. Like for me, it's like I'm so passionate about a lot. Like all I can do in that moment is just you know. I'm not even being fucked right now, and it's like you know. It's like excitement, pure excitement.
What are your
Good times.
Yeah.
Good
I like how
times.
you're worried about us
So I'm
saying
so
like
disturbed by
the
all of
S
this.
word.
I love that.
Then this
Yeah, this is okay. This is fine.
How
Yeah,
uncomfortable
YouTube's
on a
fine with
scale of
Yeah.
1 to 10?
And
Well, it's just creepy, right? It's just creepy.
I don't know if
shit
it's
to
I don't
me.
know if it's creepy.
In the moment, it's not creepy.
Okay.
In the moment.
Maybe with an intimate partner, it's not creepy, but
I'm sure it's not.
This
I'm sure there's a
situation-
lot of
It's
men.
not. Oh, there's so many, and
Oh.
I've introduced so many people to it. They're like, it's like you don't know what to do, but like you're making them go insane. Like that girl is going insane with what you're doing to them.
Oh.
That's hot. It's like
probably a lot of
I'm
guys with, like,
fucking this girl into oblivion right now. Like fuck. Like she's losing her sanity.
Okay.
That's just so cool.
All right. Yeah, it's good. It's good. So just really quick on the whole pastor's daughter thing.
Let's go back. Come on, coming back to it. I'm ready for it.
What changed? Like, was there a precipitating
changed?
moment?
My mom.
Like, was there some moment where you just snapped or this?
Oh no! So honestly, I was so I felt so alone being a Christian. I felt so like being a pastor's daughter. You're looked up to by not only the church, but your family standards are so high. and it felt just
does
like
that,
the
mean,
most
though?
like the biggest cage I've ever been in my life.
What do you mean the family standards?
My family standards.
Oh, your
So
family
being
standards.
extremely modest, but not like wearing like pencil skirts, stuff like that. No makeup. It was just, you know, being very modest. You know,
You're representing the church kind of
You
thing.
are.
It's different.
And
yeah.
do you feel like that had an impact on like you joining OnlyFans and like you, because I come
Not
from a Middle
directly.
Eastern family and like my culture was very, very, you know, like against all of that, and I feel like it did have something to do like being like
Is it rebellion?
transgression.
So for me, I was like
Sexual repression.
sneaking out of
Yeah.
my house at like 4 a.m. after I was like a pastor's daughter. I went through this super rebellious stage of like, just like I was like, fuck, I just need to get out. Like, and it had nothing to do with OnlyFans. I probably stopped being a pastor's daughter around like 18, I think. And I'm so hypersexual that I just felt like my path had something to do with my sexuality, no matter what it was. Okay, I take that back. I would not go be a stripper. I would never want it. I never like thought or saw myself as that.
What would be the distinction, though?
Yeah, I
There's
was
such
about to
a
say.
big distinction.
What is it?
One, it's all online. Two, they never see you in person. You know, like it's all online. You get to chat with them online. You send
but
them
I mean,
things
it's the same
online.
principle.
They
You're just
never-
taking off your clothes for
It's-
money, right?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not.
Is
Yeah.
it like a safety?
It is. The biggest thing for me was like, you know, I'm doing this from the comfort of my own home, and I actually like enjoy this so much. It gave me so much freedom. I can't even tell you. Like the person I become now is so much of a stronger person than I would have ever been.
So it's all for you.
Yeah. Who
Well,
else would it have been
here,
for?
Piggybacking
Well, I
off
mean,
of
this is just something that I see all the time. Like,
Well, yeah, but who else would I have done it
every
for?
girl that I've talked to so far here at this podcast, it's always me.
Well,
me.
isn't that
Also
what
me.
you
well,
know
no,
how to relate
no, I
to
don't
is
think so.
yourself?
I think
'Cause
that
we don't know each
You're
other.
a streamer, Andrew. You are literally on here, right? Promoting your
Scoot
brand.
Scoot your mic.
Yeah.
closer
Like,
to you, please.
that's
No,
all
no,
about
I'm
you.
not
I'm not trying
about-
to talk about my dog on here.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your choices, not about this stream. I'm not
Right,
talking about
but
you
I
talking
didn't
about
make my
yourself in this
choices
stream.
for some big extravagant reason. It's not like I have this big dramatic story where I was like, I was trying to save someone and I needed the
No,
money
right.
for it.
No, I get it.
It was for myself.
Right.
It was a huge freedom to do whatever I wanted. I now have financial stability as a female. I don't need a male. You know, there's just so many things.
I have a question about that though. So
Yeah.
now that because I understand the piece of like financial freedom and you got to that place. You're at that place now. Why? And I want to ask this question respectfully.
Why still do it?
Well, why do you not think that there's other things for you to do now?
But there is. I've been doing it for the last like year and a half. I picked up Japanese weapons training, martial arts, boxing. I do fight scenes. I do cosplay. Like, what is it that I don't do? I snowboard. I ski. I'm like, I
these
do
are-
everything.
do you which I'm all for. Like, you
I
do
don't
you, girl,
volunteer, but I'm like more nurturing in different ways. Anyone who comes in my life
So
is
it's all
taken
just
care
pure
of.
self-gratification, right?
What else is life about? I feel like
Hang
life
on, that's
is to
the
be
key
happy.
point. That's the key point. Hang on, Brian, real quick. That's the key point. Did you, when I asked you, it's all about self-gratification, and you say, what else is life about other than self-gratification?
No. I feel like life is about finding true peace and joy. Like, I feel like that's what it is.
Then why was your
honestly.
first response to say, what else is life about except self-gratification?
I didn't say self-gratification, you did. I think it's truly about happiness and
And
peace.
happiness. Well, what is happiness?
Japanese, my bow staff.
No, I mean,
what
for
do.
you, what is happiness? Happiness is self doing thing you like, right? That's what makes you happy?
Not even things that I like, but
Because
educating
Kayla was
myself.
like, do you volunteer? And you were like, no.
I nurture people.
No.
Anyone who comes around me, like I said, I nurture them. And I feel like I have a duty to do that as a female, to nurture anyone that comes in my presence, anyone who walks in my home. I help people online. Like, if I watch people's like TikTok stories, I love to go gift. I'm a complete stranger.
Yeah, but that's all for you, though, right?
Well, I don't think so.
No.
Here, let's not linger too long on that.
Okay.
You were saying, you mentioned something, well, piggybacking off something I think you said. Those of the girls here at the table who do OnlyFans, what do your parents think about it? Do they support you? Do they not support you? Actually, and why don't we start with you and move this way? Go ahead.
No,
They
not
don't-
at all.
They're not.
Not
Do they?
at all.
Well, do they know?
No.
They don't know.
So, they don't know. I think my mom picked up on it, and she knows, but she doesn't want to admit it. But I think, like, once I go to Dubai or something, it's a deal breaker. Like, I am deleting my account. Like, it's gone, because it's just something that I don't think will ever, I think I'll be disowned from my culture.
Wait, but hold on. When are you going to Dubai?
In a couple months.
In a couple months. So your parents don't know. What, you have any siblings? Do they know?
Yeah, my brother knows.
They know? Is there any fear that they might tell your wait, are your parents currently living in the US or the UAE?
So my parents are living in the US, but my mom's in Dubai right now.
I see. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Would your parents just you said they would disown you if they found out?
My mom wouldn't. I think she would understand. And with my dad, it doesn't really matter what he thinks, honestly.
Doesn't matter what
obviously
your dad
I
thinks?
care about what he thinks, and I know that it will affect him, and I never want to do that. And I think that if they can't understand me, that's okay. And I'm not, I'm an adult.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Did you say was it your family that is Muslim, or are you Muslim too?
My family is Muslim.
Okay, I see.
I am Muslim.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is there any like safety ramifications for you in any way?
Yeah,
like, when you're talking about that.
Because you said you're gonna delete your stuff, but I mean the internet's forever. So
well, yeah, it is forever, and I'm okay with that. Okay. And it's just about me, like, moving on in a way, because I don't plan to do it forever. Obviously people will find out, and obviously people have found out, and that's okay with me, because in a way, if it was just me, I would not give a fuck what anybody thinks. Like, I would be okay with not ever seeing anyone, or it's just my family, like my mom. Honestly, it's just my mom. I have a very close relationship with my mom, and I don't ever want to hurt her reputation, because in our culture, reputation is everything. Reputation is everything. It's
every culture,
your family
really.
name is everything. And especially in the Middle East, when you go over there, no one will talk to you. No one will marry you. No one will, be friends with you. And honestly, I don't give a fuck, because if you can't accept me for who I am, then that's fine.
But do you think that's a
it sucks.
Good trade?
It sucks. No,
but do you think it's a good trade in order for you to pursue your OnlyFans career, to potentially lose the support of your family or connection with your family?
It sucks. I think it's very because I know what I'm doing is not particularly, if I could choose a different path for myself, and I would, and I plan to move on from it, but I don't care. I love what I do. At the end of the day, like, I love what I do, and I would never
you couldn't have chosen a different path?
No. But I don't regret what I do, but I did it, and I'm planning on, the only reason I did it, though, is so I could pursue other things I love and in the future, and have enough money to support myself and pursue the things I love.
Sure.
So
what about you? What about your parents know? Do they know? Supportive, not supportive?
I tried to keep it secret for 3 days. I got doxxed, and they sent it to my entire extended family.
That was quick. That was quick. Wait, and I had a question. I mean, sorry. You hold on, let me just double check my notes here, because I don't want to get this wrong. You said that in your pre-show notes here, you said that your sex life is your business. ATP? What is ATP?
At this point.
Oh, at this point, I see. Are you involved, besides OnlyFans, do you do escorting at all?
I do not do escorting.
What's that?
I don't do escorting, no.
No escorting?
Yeah, I've done like dom work, I've done like cuck holding, I've done other things. Because for me, I know for some girls like her, and that's completely valid, it's like, it is a lot of money at a young age, and you can use that as something to transition to other things. For me, I love sex work. I love the woman in it. I'm passionate about, I think sex work should be decriminalized. I have a notch on the belt mentality. So for me, I want to try almost basically all types of sex work.
Yeah, and you describe yourself on your Instagram, I think, wholesome type 1 diabetic, top 1% creator on OnlyFans. Wholesome is it? I feel like that's a bit of an oxymoron.
Yeah,
like
it's maybe a little funny.
Porn star. Wholesome.
I think that's the point.
That was the point of it.
She's being tongue in cheek.
I see. Okay.
It's a joke.
Sure. I think on your Twitter, you describe yourself as a financial dominatrix, cuckoldress, and sexual healer.
So yeah, I do have like alternate accounts and do other things. I think Because, yeah, like I said, not something about mentality. I think it's fun to just try
I
all
see.
different types of sex
And-
work.
Okay, and there's a $25 initial fee and then a $100 unblock fee. What's the unblock fee?
If I
You just
block you and
block-
you want to keep talking to me, you got to send me $100 in my Cash App with your username in the note.
Oh, this is like a FinDom type of thing. I see.
FinDom thing for
Okay, I see. No escorting at all, because there are like people sending me messages like claiming claiming you do
I mean,
escorting.
because I've like
Is this,
cuckolding
like, in
certain
the
things
past?
I've done in person. Like I've pegged men. I've done
Oh.
what's it called? Cuck,
For
like
fun
the
or for work?
cuckolding. For both. I've done for both. Yeah, like
I see.
I've had like
Okay.
this guy who would like to like he want me to make my feet stink and then watch my boyfriend fuck me and smell my feet. Like
What?
it's yeah,
How much does that cost?
a couple thousand.
A couple thousand? How does one make their feet stinky? You just don't shower?
Go to the
No
loo.
socks in old sneakers.
Okay.
It's not fun, but
Life
you know.
hacks.
And on your Twitter, we're not going to pull anything up, but you said that you want cucks. Is that? I think you made a tweet something about
Oh
you
yeah,
want
'cause,
cucks.
I mean,
like,
I haven't had a man to do it with recently, but my ex-boyfriend liked to do that type of stuff, and he was a cuck in himself too. Yeah.
Okay. So and a cuck, is that a guy who just, while you would have sex with somebody else, he'd be in the corner crying type of thing?
Well, so I don't know how explicit I can get on here. Like my ex-boyfriend liked to like eat the condom smell out of me type of thing. I had 2 boyfriends at a point too. He liked to watch me and his homie. Like that's why I say relationships are defined by the people in them. And
I got
gotta
some other
remember,
questions.
just like there's a girl doing this, there are a bunch of men paying.
yeah,
for it.
exactly.
You guys would be surprised.
You'd be
at what
so
they
surprised
pay
what
for.
men like behind the scenes.
Oh yeah.
Condom eating out?
I just think,
Stop it.
Go ahead, Nala.
you know what's crazy? I know, not personally, but I know of a lot of males who want to eat out a girl who's been like cummed in by another
That
man.
is.
And that is such a kink, and that's like so crazy.
There's men who want to get fed their own cum. Like there's a lot of different things because
I'm not okay. I like to start.
Like-
I'm not kink shaming nobody.
I'm way too
and I feel like
I don't get it.
I'm sorry, Andrew. I'm sorry, Andrew.
and think about it.
Your ears.
There's what men will publicly like, and there's what men will like
Headphones,
behind the
Andrew,
scenes.
Andrew's just telling us how
Like-
boring he is, okay?
Like men will
Headphones,
publicly
Andrew.
like certain things and like
Yeah, I'm
other things
okay
behind
with
the
being
scenes. Like,
boring if the opposite
trans
of
girls
boring
are
is
some of the
that
highest
shit.
paid in porn. You know,
Holy God.
chicks with dicks. That's one of the highest
We'll be on the
paid in
spectrum.
porn. Big beautiful women. They're one of the highest paid in porn. Like certain things men don't publicly like to their friends, but because that
BBWs
repression-
are the highest paid?
I said not highest paid, but trans
Oh,
girls
they're
make
among the top.
insane amount of money.
Really?
Insane.
Like,
some of the biggest on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
And so it's like that repression, that kink. Oh my God, my
no,
friends
I
wouldn't
know
like
that.
that. If anything, it makes that fetish stronger. Like with the, pastor's daughter
Okay,
thing or
all right.
Catholic schoolgirl
It's
pipeline.
so
The
well,
repression makes things stronger.
So
Oh,
do
my
you-
friends would think I'm so
in
gross.
in your dating life, you prefer a boyfriend who's a cuck?
I think
that
it's
like
hot.
a-
I didn't know I liked it until I had
Hey,
it.
okay, all right. To each their own, you know. All right. You also said though you're done tricking on men, 2023.
You guys did your research.
What does it mean to trick on
Okay.
men? Is that
so
like you're
I've had a
paying,
feminine boyfriend before. Like for me,
like you're the
it's what
sugar
she
mama?
said is what I've learned is I didn't mind looking out for men to a certain extent, but so many men feel demasculinized by it, even if you're not directly demasculinizing them. The fact a girl's taking care of them a lot of the time makes a man feel weird.
Right.
But for me, if a man like loves and accepts me and understands me, if he is a cuck, that's fun, and certain things, then I don't mind tricking on you. But then I've kind of learned I can't do it because it doesn't seem to pan out well because at the end of the day, they feel demasculinized.
Yeah.
For the unknowledgeable, what does tricking on them mean?
Spending money.
Oh, so you would
Okay,
like
so you like
sugar
paying.
mama type of thing, or?
It can be fun. Yeah, if a guy is, and I think it's attractive if a man can still feel like a man while doing that.
Yes,
Like if you,
that's so hot.
think it's
It's
so
so
accurate
hot.
to
You're
be
like,
a man.
okay,
Yeah.
daddy. Like I'm literally like cooking for you. Like I'm here for you. I'm also like putting a roof over your head, and you are literally still the man. You can choke me, slap me, fucking bend me over, and I'm like, that's daddy. Yeah,
it's fine.
it's nice. It's so nice
Oh, okay.
to be like spend your money on things that you want, but like especially if you care about someone, you're like, damn, it's yours
What-
anyway.
I'm sorry.
so
I gotta
you-
raise my hand real quick
Are
on
you
this one.
are you
Sorry.
are you simping on the dudes? Like you're spending money on the dudes?
I like it. Yeah, I like
Oh.
taking care of. Like I feel like I'm a nurturer.
Where's the fitness Nala super chats on the whatever podcast? That's what I'm wondering. Okay, go ahead, Alexa.
No, I was gonna say here's the thing, and like,
Just say it. Just say it.
God
Just
being
say
the
it.
sorry, being the oldest woman at this table, which is sad. Or wait, how old are you?
29.
Okay, second oldest woman at this table. Sorry, we're up there compared to the others.
Did you just assume my gender?
I mean,
My age.
You're
not performing well
My
enough.
apologies.
I'm 34.
Performative. I just saw the flannel. I just made assumptions. It's one of those things. Like I get like girls make your money, do your thing. I'm all for a woman taking care of herself, and I support that. But at the same time, like as time goes on, you don't want to be the mother of your partner. Like that. That's the thing
No,
you have to
literally,
know.
you
And
don't.
it's like I love a strong man that can take care of me. I can take care of myself. I've been taking care of myself since I was 16 years old. Not because I want to, just the reality of what it is, and that's fine.
Can you scoot your
Oh,
mic?
sorry. Yes, I'll
just
bring this
scoot it
closer.
all the way.
But it's one of those things also, I think that there's like this very weird contradiction of like, be a boss babe, do these things, but at the same time when you do it, like it can demasculize men, and in this position it's like there's a balance between saying like, be your own person, support yourself, make as much money as you can. I'm all for that. But at the same time, like, don't mother your partner. It's not attractive over time. And I this is the thing is, once you might like that in the beginning, you might want to simp on a man, that's your choice. But as the years go on, I'm gonna tell you right now, there's a lot of strong women in my family, and they're the breadwinners, they're the caretakers, and like, it's embarrassing to say, but like my cousin and I, when we were 12 years old, we saw the women in our family being everything, and we're like, if this is what marriage is, we don't want this. Like, why would you want to be everything? I mean, like, if you're taking care of kids,
because then you
too.
could just be single and take care of yourself and like
Yeah.
a pet, you know?
Like, you want a man to be a man.
There's a man that could be taken care of and is gonna, like, you know, we talk about sitting on his couch playing video games and doing nothing. And there's a man who, like, okay, a lot of women can recognize if a man was taking care of you, you would have room to explore other interests, build other hustles, and do other things. So if the man is taking that you are the breadwinner as a reason to do more with his time, or do more with the money you make, or help you make money, or help you grow your business, that's one thing. But just sitting back and being like, oh, she's got it, so I'm just gonna
But I feel like
do
the
nothing
difference
all
between
day.
that is a boy and a man.
All right.
No,
cool.
but it's also like you gotta-
Yeah. That cool. Okay, cool. So just to finish off with my questions for you.
parent one.
The parent one. Yes.
Yeah.
You do OnlyFans as well. Do your parents know? Supportive? Not supportive?
So my mom knows. I actually just told her about the OnlyFans. She's been known that I'm a dancer since I started. My stepdad knows I'm a dancer, but he doesn't really, he doesn't know about the OnlyFans just because he has a pretty antiquated view on, you know, the internet's there forever and safety and stuff like that. So he doesn't really.
When you
get
say
that.
antiquated view, what do you mean?
I think it's just a boomer / Gen X perspective that
What perspective is that?
that you.
What is the
should-
antiquated perspective?
Yeah, that you shouldn't post that stuff on the internet.
Just like
or you gotta be-
conservative.
I guess that would be conservative.
And is that antiquated, or is that?
I mean, I would.
It's definitely more common amongst older populations.
Wait, so your parents, do they know that you're? They said they know that you dance,
Her mom
or?
does.
Yeah, so
Oh,
they
the
both
mom.
know that I dance. My mom knows that I do OnlyFans.
Okay.
My biological dad does not know either. As far as I'm
Okay.
aware.
And is your mom? Is she supportive?
Yes, she's all about me getting my money.
She's all about you making your money. What about your dad?
Biological dad or stepdad?
Both.
Well, my stepdad also doesn't really care as long as I'm safe. That's like the main thing for him, and it's the same thing for my mom. But you know, he's also wants me to be self-sufficient and stuff like that. So that's like really their main concern is my self-sufficiency.
Couldn't you be self-sufficient though without?
It's a lot
doing
more
OnlyFans?
difficult. So I did
Sure.
like, you know, as a young person, the only options that I have, you know, for a job is entry-level stuff, and then also like fast food work and stuff like that. I could work my way, you know, as a manager in a fast food restaurant, but that's really the highest up position
sure.
that I could get.
And then Nala, I mean, I think you maybe talked a bit.
So my
about it
dad,
then.
my entire family knows. My mom and I don't speak anymore. She's very religious, conservative. We've never had a good relationship throughout my entire life. It didn't even matter when I was a pastor's kid.
Yeah.
My dad found out and everything, very just supportive of me. He is still a Christian. He loves me. Me and my dad have had a really good relationship throughout the years. I financially support my family because they're retired now and have like kids who have kids. And like my nieces and nephew need like things sometimes. So I love to give money to my family because, you know, I have it and they're still part of my family. Like I care about them. So even if I didn't speak to them, I wouldn't care. Like, I made the decisions I made, and I'm being very smart about it. And obviously, I know that OnlyFans is not the end result. I went to college to be a dental hygienist, and I worked in an orthopedic office scheduling surgeries and stuff. I had big girl jobs with big girl benefits that didn't pay the bills. So I'm like, listen, I have huge pursuits like snowboarding. Snowboarding's fucking expensive. I want to be tutored in Japanese. That's expensive. Like, I wanted things that I couldn't achieve with a normal job, and like something that men think that I should be doing, you know? So me pursuing this OnlyFans career gave me so much freedom to expand as a human being. And I was like, wow, like this is what I want to do. And again, this won't last forever.
Just
And
out of curiosity, you couldn't have gone snowboarding and learned Japanese without doing OnlyFans?
what I was telling you is that it costs money that I didn't have. Doing things like being a surgery scheduler, working like I said, I went to college. Like I got my little degree and everything, and that got me nowhere.
Especially with this economy right now.
It's like, so bad. I could not live in California doing what I did. Absolutely not. It's so bad. And then I was like, I have to get a second job as a female who doesn't have a boyfriend to, I wasn't being supported by anyone. So I was like, okay, you know what? I think I'm really good at having a presence online. And I pursued so much. I don't just do OnlyFans. And OnlyFans is really like my content for OnlyFans has slowed down so that I could pursue bigger things that led me down different financial routes. So again, this was a starter, not an ender.
Can I ask one question about to all the girls that do OnlyFans? Because Lord knows y'all make a lot of money, and I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I make jokes at work, and I'm like, I work obscene amount of hours to not make anywhere near as much money. But there is a part of me that's also wondering, like you like you said, you can't do this forever.
No,
and when you go back into, let's say, civilian life, you're gonna look at everything and be like, I'm not gonna accept any of this because you're gonna make a eighth of what you made.
So it's not about that. What I'm trying to do is set myself.
I almost want to answer on.
You're gonna make money. No. But
because
the point of making,
if you're smart,
the point of making that much money.
I was about to say, like,
I'm not going back to a normal job.
If you're smart,
but that's the whole point.
If you're smart,
so you're investing.
Not
you're
every
buying,
girl is.
You're investing.
No, they're not. I see.
No. Hold on. I think, perhaps you don't have any history on Nala. Nala, let me ask you a question. If you wanted to retire today, could you?
1,000,000%. I could have retired a year ago.
So it's, you're not familiar with Nala, but I think asking her that specific. Granted, there are women who do OnlyFans who they will face that challenge, but I think Nala here is an exceptional
You're
earner.
an exception for it.
Well,
So-
it's just so much more about growing yourself as a person and not just growing and making content and taking pictures of yourself. That doesn't help you do anything bigger. And then when you're making this much money as such a young person, you're like, wow, this is the time to be an adult. You need to set up for your future self. Like you need to think of like the future Nala and be like, you know what? She'd want to be comfortable too. And she would want to continue sending her parents money. I know that for a fact because I don't feel like I'm changing anytime soon. So that was the biggest purpose of this. And I felt so steady in my decision making through this and financial, just like maneuvering. I'm so thankful that I did what I did.
I have a quick
Yeah.
question. If you went to your parents and you asked them, you said, I have a choice. I can either quit doing all of this tomorrow, right, and go get a job for like a tenth of this, or I can continue to do this and send you money. Which one do you think they would ask?
My mom would say, absolutely quit. My dad, he'd be like, oh my God, no, why would you ever quit?
Your dad would say that?
My dad would say that I send money to my dad so that he can be comfortable with
and
like
he's
their
a
family.
Pastor?
No, he's not a pastor anymore. They stopped being a pastor when I was like 18.
Okay, but he was, and he retained his faith, right?
He did. I'm his daughter though. I'm not just some stranger. He's like, you know what? If I want her in my life.
Doesn't that make it worse? Wouldn't that make it
Absolutely
worse?
not. Don't you have to accept your kids for who they
No.
are?
Yeah. What?
And
So
what?
you would,
No.
So wait.
Guys, one mic at a time.
Are you
One
just
mic at a
saying
time.
that, like,
I'll let
let's
you
just
come
say,
in. Go ahead.
I'll
let's
answer.
just say,
I'll answer the
if
question.
you had a kid and they were doing OnlyFans, what, you just disown them because they made a bad decision?
Until they clean their life up, yeah.
You're
Wow.
a bad parent.
Wow, that's
My
terrible.
family would
That's bad
That's
parenting?
absolutely
My family would
terrible
100%
parenting.
disown me.
Okay, well then,
100%.
what about
That's
you're a bad
terrible.
kid?
No,
Okay,
you couldn't
we're
think
allowed
your
to make
kid is
that
bad.
Guys, please.
Yeah,
one at a
you
time.
can- you
One
can-
person speaking at a time. Go
You
ahead.
can think your
then
kid
you guys
is
can talk.
bad.
Go ahead.
You can think your kid is bad and disagree with their life choices, sure. But as a parent, you're supposed to be like a guiding figure and a loving figure, and part of
they've
that is not
rejected-
abandoning them in their time of need.
They've-
And
what
if
do
you
you
want,
mean?
if
They're
you want to
giving
talk
you the
about
middle finger.
Christianity, if you want to talk about Christianity, if you want to talk about like God and Jesus and the countless stories there are in the
Wait.
Bible of like still
I
accept.
gotta respond to this. I
Okay,
gotta
okay,
respond to
okay.
this. Okay, listen. First of all, let's dive into this just a little bit. Okay, my daughter calls me up and she's like, "Hey, Dad, you know, I'm still going to be doing OnlyFans, but I'm kind of thinking about not doing it." Right? I would say, yes, absolutely, don't do it. In her situation, she's like, "No, he would totally be cool with it."
You're saying you would
Because
disown
you
your
support
child.
No, hang
You're
on.
saying you would
What-
say
what was
be
the
gone, child.
What was the context? The context is
doesn't
until what?
He
No,
supports
the
his
context
Until
was
what?
decision.
we asked
One at a time.
the question was straightforwardly asked. If you found out your daughter had OnlyFans, what would you do?
And I
you
said
were saying
until she cleaned up, I would not be participating with her or allow her in my
you
life.
said you would
It's probably easier for
disown
them-
her.
Why is that awful?
Because you're not supporting your child
Yeah, I'm
anymore.
not supporting
You don't have
bad,
to support
horrible
what you're
decisions that they're
doing, but
making.
you shouldn't
I'm making
disown
them
them.
face
A
consequences.
decision doesn't make them as a whole, though.
Yeah, the thing
You
is,
all know better. You
Nala-
literally told me you know for sure
I
what you're
didn't
doing
say
is bad, and you're just gonna do it anyway. And then you're like,
who
"Dad,
said it's
support it.
bad,
It's
though?
crazy."
Who said it's bad though?
That's
Because
crazy
I
to
didn't
me.
say
Even
it was
Nala,
bad.
even
No
what
one's-
Nala said, she said her dad doesn't support. She might not support what she does, OnlyFans, whatever. But he's like, you know what? You're my daughter, and if that's what you want to do with your life, that doesn't.
Yeah,
mean
but are
I'm,
you
I'm saying yeah, go fucking do that.
Yeah, but are
Go
you
do
sure that this
OnlyFans,
isn't
but
just
I love
cope?
you, and I'm still gonna be in your
Are
life.
you sure that's not just cope? Because the same thing could happen to you.
Well, that's not true at all, though.
Yeah, isn't it though? Isn't it
Because-
really cope? You're just upset because your parents might actually do this to you. They might make you feel the consequences
Well,
of
then
this,
let
right?
them. And then what? You're
Exactly.
just an
You don't
independent
care.
without parents
No,
that don't.
So
give
if
a
you
fuck?
don't care if
course
they
I
disown
care.
you,
Of
why would you
course
say
I
they're a
care.
bad parent?
No,
No,
of
what-
course I
I'm-
care.
I'm
I
calling
want
you a bad
Wait,
parent.
One at a time. One at
Do
a
you
time.
think
one
your
at a time.
daughter?
Wait,
do you
you
think
said
your
I
daughter
would-
would care if you abandoned her?
Yeah,
Very
it's
simple.
not abandoning. You're
You're
abandoning
saying
an
you would
adult.
disown her.
An adult?
Yes, you can. There is no age that you can not abandon your
Stuck
child.
with your kids when they're 60 and making bad choices
You
in
don't
your
have to
80s?
support
What?
them.
What?
Nobody
You don't
said
make
you
bad
have to.
decisions.
Yo,
You
bro.
don't have to
One
say,
at a time,
oh,
one at a time.
okay. You don't
One
have to
at a
say
time.
every decision they do is good. You don't have to support every decision they do. But that is very distinct than disowning your own child. And
Do you
I
know-
hope we can all agree.
Do you know
with
what
that
a
here.
limit is? Do you
Yeah,
know what,
you're
do you know
allowed
what-
to have. Let's make
Stop
a
being so
scenario.
emotional and be logical for 5
I
seconds.
am being
Can I-
logical.
Here,
You
go
know
ahead.
what's up.
Go ahead.
For me, so my mom, she's extremely Catholic. She grew up in the Philippines, like the only place where divorce is illegal. And her, she first found out, obviously there was a stagnation in our relationship. We were
Modest
distant.
Hold up.
Humor
Hold up.
donated
You'll go right after
$200.
this.
Alexa, the only sane one, as a tech PM,
Oh my
do you
God.
think big tech censors Brixan because he redirects real debates to get into 6-way of 304 fest fights, then complains, is part of it? He disagrees. Fight.
Wait, what?
What? That
Do you think Big Tech
absolutely no
censors
sense.
Brian because he redirects real debates to get into 6-way OF
304
He's,
fist fights?
he's criticizing you for stopping the debates to like be like, anyways, back to pastor's daughter. That's what he's saying.
We just needed a
criticizing
break.
you.
That was it. We're coming back to it, though.
Well, the
Part 2 is coming.
It was going on a while.
like I said, it's
Yeah.
we'll do a little intermission and we'll come back to
Can't
the
talk
topic.
about one topic
Time
for
time
Yeah,
permitted, of
period.
course, and obviously, like, if it was just a debate with you and Andrew, that'd be fine. But
Yeah.
I do want to try to reel
I have a
other
big
people
question
into
though.
the
For me,
conversation.
it's like, what if you committed adultery against your wife, and then your kid found out about that and disowned you because
Well, should
you
my
made
wife
that?
abandon me? Should my wife abandon me when I commit adultery and do something she doesn't
I'm talking
like?
about the daughter.
No,
Is
answer
it
my
right for-
question. Hang on. This
But
is
you
a
didn't answer
perfect.
my question.
wife. So
Is
my
it a question with a question
Yeah,
now?
yeah. I'll
Oh,
answer.
okay.
So I'll answer. I'll answer. Then you answer. So the answer is yes. I would. But
Sorry. I did say that she could go, so
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
So I was saying is I feel like, so me and my mom were distant, at a point when she found out, but then I feel like as a mother, like she just understands, one, from her for a Catholic perspective, it's not mine, it's that everyone has their own sins. She has no place to judge me because she has her own things. And then the other thing is she noticed, like when we're talking about bad life choices and your kid coming back when their life's cleaned up, my mom realized I was always just on a better path when I had her love in my life. Like when I was distant from her, then I was going further into things that she didn't want to see me in, because just having your parents' love is just kind of motivating. Having your parents' acceptance, any goal you have of your kid just doing better for themselves will be easier when they know that their parent loves them. Even if you know, I don't support this, I don't want to hear about this, but I still love you. Maybe you barely talk to them every day, but okay, for me, I'm diabetic. Do you think my parents would never, they would never stop giving me insulin. I could have done anything in the world. They would always make sure I have my insulin.
Yeah.
Like certain things. You see what I'm saying? I know that's a different extreme, but it's kind of like,
Who's
you know, it's like,
Doc Vinably donated $200. If my daughter did of, that means I failed her as a father. She would do of only if I am dead or in jail. Your fathers are morally weak men.
They are morally weak men.
I guess, could I ask you, who do you think is the example?
Well, I mean, you can say fuck you, but he's right. Look, the chatter's right.
Can I ask you a question?
You know, hang on.
How
Let
do
me
you
finish
know?
my point.
Because he takes your
I'm
side.
going to tell.
I'm
going to tell you, right? You do have to be a morally weak man if they know. Like in your case, maybe not because your dad doesn't know. Okay, but a lot of people that I've talked to here, their dads do know, and they're just
Right,
like,
but we're adults.
"Give me
My dad doesn't
money,
like it.
and
We're
we're-
adults.
and
We're
we're
able
good."
to make our own decisions.
my dad doesn't like it.
Just let me finish the point. I'm
Yeah.
almost done. Okay. Yeah, I think that that's a moral weakness to say, I will enable you. I will enable you to do
enabling.
this threshold breaking thing, especially from a Christian perspective. It's insane. I don't know why anybody would do
It's
it. I would
not
say,
enabling.
listen.
You know why? Because real Christians
when-
love everyone.
So then so then why not just make everything
I
permissible?
love the fact that you're like, I'll disown my daughter. That's not.
So
love.
everything's permissible.
I didn't think
There's a
like,
difference between
Wait, no,
deleting someone
everything's
is not
permissible.
permissible.
No, okay, but all social behaviors, all sexual behaviors, all everything, Christians must permit that.
Who's the example in Christianity for
Answer the
parenting?
question.
I
Christians must.
feel like
Ask him that. Who in
I
Christianity?
didn't even get an answer to my
You've given her
question,
an
so
answer.
it's like,
I'm
I tried-
asking you the question. Is all forms of social sexual behavior something which are supposed to be permissible to Christians?
I don't think it should be permissible. I think that you should love no matter what.
So then, if
But
it's
that's
not
permissible.
if it's not permissible, then I'm not giving permission, which means I'm not endorsing it, which means I'm not allowing it, which means I'm totally against
But
it.
if your kid is an
oh,
adult,
man.
why do you have to allow them to do something?
What do you? I'm not allowing them
allowing
to.
it. He would disown.
Yeah,
He would
he would
disown
The
them.
question I have for you
What are you talking about?
Who in Christianity is the example for parenting? Who is it?
You mean in which context? Which saints are you talking about?
What?
We're talking about
There's
saints.
saints which you can look to as examples in
Okay,
parenting.
who do you look to as the example for parenting?
As the example
Saints
inside of
underscore easy
Christianity?
donated
Of course, I
$1.
look at Jesus.
One sec.
Honestly, Nala has a special brand of daddy issues. Every girl has a craving for attention. If she doesn't get it from her dad, she will get by being a thought.
So
Here, I need to.
Yeah, look at Jesus Christ.
Do you want to
of
answer?
course.
But like, I do want to. I have so many notes I have to get through. So go ahead. It sounded like you wanted to say something. So
I feel like a lot of people think that because of what I do, I have daddy issues or mommy issues or whatever the fuck it is. But it's honestly, it's a self-made choice. I didn't go to my dad and be like, you know, should I do this? And he just gave me like all this advice to do it. You know, I came to them, told them because I wanted to be honest with my parents. They have that reason, they have that decision to make with their kid if they do something like this. You know what I mean? Like whether they want to be in your life or not. I think it's bad parenting if you don't want to be in your kid's life, no matter what they do. I'm not saying if they like delete someone, that's a great, I don't know. I feel like the line is just too
So how can
broad
you,
here.
So let me ask you this. How can you make the judgment and the value-added judgment on what's bad parenting? I have children. Do you have any?
No.
Okay. And then on top of it, from your parents' perspective, you turned out to go off and do OnlyFans and like show your butthole online for money. How's that great parenting? How could you come to me and say what a great parent should do is
I just
this?
think it's
You're the
funny
perfect
that
example
Christianity
of
put me in
everything
such a
that
cage.
nobody
Hold
should listen to for great parenting.
Is Christ a terrible parent because like so many of his sons and daughters commit sin? You said Jesus is your example for parenting. Who did Jesus dine with?
This is a hilarious
Who did he dine
argument.
with?
Of course, he died for everybody.
No,
who
who
did
did
he
dine
dine
like
with?
eat?
Oh, dine. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Who did he dine with?
In which context? Like his apostles
in Matthew,
or when?
in the Gospels. Who did he dine
he would
with?
dine with everybody. He dined with sinners. He would dine with
Who did
saints.
he call
dined-
godless fools and rejected outright?
Okay, just stop.
Who?
Just get to your point.
He
You
called.
should know this.
Well, it's fine if you don't
Oh,
know
should I?
this. The
What?
people he called godless fools was Pharisees, the leaders of the religion.
Okay.
Whereas in the cases of women who were adulterers, tax collectors,
The ones he told to sin no more?
He told them to sin no more,
Sin
but
no
he
more.
still dined with them.
And he told them to sin no more. He
I
said, go and
agree,
sin
but
no
disowning
more.
is not the same thing as saying sin no more.
Disowning until a behavior is modified.
No.
That's behavior modification.
No, it's not.
How do you? Oh,
there's
okay.
a million
So-
ways
He
to
didn't
not. Hold on, hold on, hold on,
condone
hold
it.
on.
Let her finish.
There's a million ways to condone an action. How do you even reconcile the prodigal son when the father, as the son walks home, says, "You've been my son the whole time." He never removed it. The son left, and the father allowed him to live out the consequences of that. But the father didn't disown
first
him.
of all,
the
that's-
father didn't send him away. And when
yeah,
he came back,
the-
he threw him a massive party.
Yes,
Oh,
the
the
parable.
prodigal child.
The
prodigal
well,
son.
the parable
Yes.
prodigal son. But here's the thing: when you're looking at what happened in the results of the prodigal son, the father did not go where the son was, committing all these heinous acts.
We're not saying-
Stop.
We're
Let me
not saying you
finish
should
now.
start an OnlyFans.
not
That's
saying
what we're
we're not
saying.
saying
Am I allowed to get my point
We're not
in?
saying join OnlyFans.
You're
We're
just gonna
saying you don't
spurg?
disown
You're
your
all
child.
spurging. You're all spurging. You're all spurging. Calm down. Let me finish my point. Okay. Dad didn't go where he was. Dad wasn't going and trying to pull him back. He wasn't doing any of this. He was saying, I don't endorse what it is that
That's
you're
not what he
doing,
said.
what you're going after.
That's
Yes,
not what
he
he
did
said.
say that.
He never
He told
said
him
that.
it was a bad idea to leave.
That's a very big difference between
Okay,
saying
he
that
told him it was a
condoned
bad.
them
Now he
everywhere.
left anyway after breaking the fortune, and then when he came back humble, with his
With
tail between
nothing.
his legs, crying his eyes out, did his father say, "You've now returned to me, the prodigal
You've
son, and now all
always-
is forgiven."
You have always
Yeah.
is the key word here. You've always been
They're
my
still
son.
always your kid.
Not if
but
you
that
disown
doesn't
them.
mean-
Exactly.
That doesn't mean that you
Not
have
if you
to-
disown them.
That doesn't mean you have to
difference
enable
is,
it.
In the cases that, like, did he not go with them to, like, go and slut it up with whores and
Mm-hmm.
blow money on crack? No, he didn't. But she's not saying, "Hey, Dad, come do OnlyFans with me. You should
My
start
dad
it
is
with me
nowhere
either."
in my life.
Yeah, but my point
Physically.
is that again, when he came back humble, when he came back correct, when he came back from doing the horrible things that he was doing, then Dad said, "Yes, welcome back in. You were always my son. Of course, I never stopped loving you." But he was not endorsing all the
At
things
no
that
point
the kid,
was he disowned,
Let me
though.
finish. He was not endorsing all the things the kid was doing. He was
I'm
not
not
going out of
asking
his
you to.
way to make sure that the kid had additional money to continue sinning where he was at. He wasn't doing
I'm
any
not
of
asking that. I'm not saying any of these things. The issue is that if Christ is the example for parenting and he loves you every single step of the way,
He's not the only
disowning your child is the opposite of that thing. Now, I am fine with parents getting to decide if they don't want to support that. They tell them explicitly. I would be fine with a relationship. Like, my parents are Christian, my brother's gay. I'm fine with them regularly being
Can the
like, "We
Catholic
disagree
Church
with this."
excommunicate people?
Yes, but the Catholic Church is in no way the same thing as a
Yeah, so if the Catholic Church excommunicates somebody, are you saying that what they're doing...
Why do they excommunicate?
Let me finish.
Hold on,
Here's the
that's an
Stop,
extremely
hold,
important
stop.
question.
We're getting...
Stop.
Okay, make a final point, and I'm
Okay,
moving
I'll
on.
make it
Christ
quick.
friends
Okay.
with prostitutes.
If you make
Why we
No, literally, Mary Magdalene was
if you make an
prostitute.
excommunication, why is it
closest
that
to-
they're not turning their back on their children?
Okay, an excommunication at an apostolic level of the Catholic Church is about godless fools. It's about
Not always.
Pharisees. That is why the Eastern Orthodox was removed. They broke up with
They
you
didn't-
because they
no, the
thought
other
that
way.
you got
It was the other way
I know
around.
you guys broke up with us after, but that's just not true. The reason that they were
Wait, you're a
excommunicated.
Catholic?
I'm not a Catholic, but I'm
Yeah, come on,
theologically
you're not a
Catholic.
Yeah.
I'm more Catholic than I am Eastern
Okay,
Orthodox.
20 seconds,
The reason
go.
that churches excommunicate is because they're violating the nature of God himself, not because they're doing a sin that they dislike. It's extremely different, and these types of sins, like blaspheming the Holy Spirit, is in no way comparable to moral sins or virtue sins, which maybe OnlyFans is moral sins, or maybe it's a virtue sin. I'm not sure where it falls specifically, but acting like the church can excommunicate so parents can excommunicate their children is a bastardization of why the Catholic Church does this in the first
So
place.
let's look at this logically to what you're saying, not what the
She is
distinction,
Final point,
which
final
the
point,
distinctions
final
in the
point.
reasoning are. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to respond. What the distinction in the reasonings are. Let's look at this from a holistic. You claimed, listen, because Jesus Christ said thing X, it's not proper for you to then say, nope, I'll walk away from this. But it is proper for the Catholic Church to do the same thing under the same circumstances. And your only claim to this is to say
It's
that they
disanalogous.
rejected
It's
that they
disanalogous.
rejected Christ. So the same thing happens
No,
exactly
sin is
here.
not rejecting Christ.
Oh,
and
it
you
can
know
be
that.
rejecting Christ.
Yes, blaspheming,
Yes.
blaspheming
Blaspheming
the
Yes.
Holy Spirit.
But here's the
is,
thing. What
what the Pharisees did was bad enough. These are disanalogous, and you're being dishonest.
No, that's not. They're not disanalogous.
Yes,
this is your logic.
No, this is the logic of like
You guys
all of the
can-
theology.
No, it's just your logic.
Okay. Here, wait, interlude. Can we see an Ahegao, I guess? Just
I love the interlude.
let's do a little reset.
Why don't you do one?
You want to try it with me?
I'll
You want
pass
to try it with me?
No,
Wait,
just
you're gonna ask the women to do it, but you're too
Can
cowardly
she
to do it
teach you
yourself.
how to do it?
That
Go.
seems a little weird.
Go ahead. Do you want to do it?
Oh my god.
Lord have mercy.
Yummy.
We must stay focused, brothers. We must. Stay
Okay.
focused.
All right. I'm trying to get through my notes because I don't want to be here.
Then he said, I don't want to be here.
No, that's not what I
I'm
meant.
only 2
but-
hours in, Brian.
Okay,
You gotta stay a
so
lot longer.
Nala, in your previous appearance on the show,
Yeah.
you claimed that you had a thing for cheating.
Yeah, I knew that was going to get brought up.
For those who didn't previously see that, is that still the case?
So I haven't dated anyone. I haven't helped anyone cheat recently, or even in at least the last year that I know of. So it's like I said, it was a fantasy. It is a fantasy. You know what I mean? Like, it's the compromise that you make in that sexual act is hot to me. So
I
yes,
had
ma'am.
something. Wait, sorry. You said help people cheating?
Okay, so like if they have a partner,
Yes.
like and I'm single, like, and we have sex.
So you're the homewrecker.
No, I'm not. So for me, if you made that decision and you're in the relationship, I don't push anyone to do anything. But if you want to have sex with me and you keep pushing, that's on you. You wanted out of that relationship before, you know? And how do I know that
do
they
you
haven't
wanna
done
get
it with other
involved in that,
people?
though?
Wait, I thought
Do
you
you
said
wanna
you
get
like to
involved?
cheat
And also, I
on
do-
your partners.
I did. I really did. Because they hurt me, you know? And I was like, you know what? Fuck this. This is hot. I'm going to cheat on you. And I'm going to get a better
No,
dick.
but didn't you say even in a healthy relationship?
I've never been in a healthy relationship, but other people, honestly, no, if you're in a healthy relationship, you don't cheat.
No, but you said even if
Agreed.
you were in an otherwise healthy relationship, you would cheat because it's like a fantasy of yours. Is that correct?
If I was in a healthy relationship, I'd fucking hold on to it.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's good.
I feel like
I
that's
would.
different than what
I'm
you-
just
that's
not,
different
so
than
like
what
I
you
said, when
last
I
time.
cheat, it's because you've gone so fucking far with me. You've pushed every button.
Why don't you
and
just
that's,
break up with them?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
this feels
because
like-
I need the satisfaction that I fucking won.
I'm
daddy.
sorry. I don't want to be an asshole, but like when guys like remember when Chris Brown beat the shit out of Brianna? And I'm not saying that these are identical behaviors.
I was like, what?
Sorry.
Let's not
Remember when Chris Brown was a big meanie bobini towards Brianna?
Yes.
No, it's just that I'm trying to see how it's related. But
Relevance,
okay.
yeah.
Okay,
Correlation.
the relevance here is if you try to justify a negative behavior out of vengeance because of what another person has done to you, we wouldn't take that type of argumentation for any behavior. This is like the actual abuser tactic of being like, I just have to gaslight you because you make me, because you're so crazy, right? It's like, no, that's not how any of this works.
So
If
when
you-
I cheat, that's the end. Like,
No,
we're
yeah, it's
done
just going
after
out
why
with a
that.
don't you
bang.
just cheat? Why don't you just end it?
Yeah.
Oh, because like I said, it's a fantasy. It wouldn't be cheating if we broke up. It would just be a hookup. Like,
Okay, all right.
I feel like she's not saying
you
it's
like
right. I do
drama?
feel like it's a common behavior. I
Yep,
feel like a lot
that's
of
cool.
girls.
Yep,
Yeah.
totally cool.
Right?
Very
But
cool. Yeah, cool.
I just feel like
Yo,
I have the balls
Achilles,
to
thank
admit
you, man.
things that other people don't.
it's
Would
cool.
you agree maybe that it's like a
yeah, you know,
moral
it's
or-
cool.
It
you
is
know.
immoral.
Toxicity.
I don't think it's
yeah,
right.
it's
I
okay.
just said it was a fantasy, along with a lot of other things I like.
All right, we have a chat here. Darian Murphy. Jesus said, by following him, we would have be divided. Do you think I came to bring peace on earth? No, I tell you, but division. From now on, there will be 5 in one family divided against each other, 3 against 2 and 2 against 3. Luke 12:51-52.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Okay, biblical
Okay.
deconstructivism is like damn near heretical. Like Protestants do it all the time, and that's not how you engage with the Bible. I don't know exactly all of Luke 12, but I'm pretty sure that this verse has almost nothing to do with OnlyFans or children sinning against their parents. And I think it's specifically about like end time prophecies and like talking about in many ways how like the tribal churches were super like disintegrated and uncoordinated. I could be wrong because I need to read
Okay.
12, but biblical deconstruction is just bad. Don't do it. Not
All right.
You're talking about like
The
end
one
in
thing
time,
is
like
one thing I
rapture
can
kind
agree
of?
with, right? Is that the Protestant exegesis is usually bad. Okay,
Oh,
it's
we
usually
we
bad.
got Jay
Buffalo
Butler
donated
here. Okay, is it about
$200.
herpes? Yep, it's about herpes.
Surprise.
A biological sewer
A
is
lady
crazy
boss on
verbiage.
a
Guys,
herpes
guys.
factory, a biological sewer. At what point does the government step in and stop the spread of this plague?
I don't need the government.
Brian Nuke now.
I got you,
The
bro.
fuck does
Hold
the
on.
government have to do with OnlyFans?
Well, they could shut it
That
down.
wasn't the good nuke. Hold on, I'll send the better nuke. One sec.
That's what he's saying. They could shut it down.
I mean,
there we
OnlyFans
go.
would be like the worst thing to shut down to
No,
stop
literally.
herpes because it's like non-contact sexual behavior. Probably shut down like escorting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But also asking like
Let's
herpes
see
is mostly.
here.
Yeah, I don't
we
think
have-
any-
We have Nala. I discovered something about you.
Oh my.
Nothing bad. It's nothing too crazy.
I don't think there's anything that bad about me.
I actually, compared to, you do the OnlyFans, whatever, okay. But there's one individual who you've been intimate with, who publicly, that I object to. His name is VITALY. And Nick, you got a photo?
That's a big talk.
Oh my God!
He doesn't. So that was him fucked up. That was so long ago. Listen, I
You
don't
had
condone
sex.
Vitaly. It was the worst decision of my life.
Oh wait, you regret?
I hate him.
Oh.
Okay, hate's such a strong word. He's terrible. He's such an obnoxious human being. I went to go make content with him at where were we? We were at a college, not like OF content. We made like a video for like YouTube and stuff.
Yeah.
Most obnoxious man I've ever met in my life. Like, I'm a content creator. I knew how things were supposed to go. And yes, I made an OnlyFans video with him. It was the worst thing I've ever done in my life. I wish I could take it back. I wish I could just, delete him from my whole brain.
And was this before or after his incident?
After, way after. This was
Okay.
like
Did you
maybe
know
a
about it
year
though?
ago.
Did you know? Or you found out afterwards?
Okay, so what happened was I kind of found out after. I didn't know how severe the situation was until after my assistant came up to me and was like, "Hey, you should read this." And I was like, "Are you fucking with me?" I didn't know it was like real. I honestly thought it was kind of like a joke until then he opened up about it and was like, "Oh yeah, blah, blah," acted like it wasn't even a big deal. And I felt so disgusted. I was like, this man is like, doesn't belong here. Like, he needs to go back to wherever he came from. It was awful. I don't think he's a good person at all.
Can we get a little bit more context?
I was like, I have
personally
no
don't know
background
what's
on
going
this
on.
person.
Vitaly did something very, he took a lot of something and then ended up hurting a very innocent person.
A woman.
A woman.
Yeah.
Hurt
and
her.
he used to
So badly.
He's a prankster on YouTube.
A terrible person.
I used to do some pranks, so familiar with him.
I honestly thought it was a joke. I thought it was a joke because he does like bottle smashing on people's heads and stuff, and I was like, oh, this has got to be a joke. It was not a joke. I was like,
He's actually smash bottles
physically.
Dude, and I feel like
No,
that's
he does,
a lot
like,
of
the prank
YouTube,
videos.
like a lot of like the YouTube pranksters. I feel like that's what's
They're
really wrong
crazy.
with like society. Because now who watches those mostly? Kids. A lot of kids are the ones who mostly watch like prank videos and all that. And I feel
Okay,
like a
but
lot of since
that's
like
not
Jake Paul and
really-
all that, it's just been like so bad.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, but like just had to say that. It's gross.
But
Do you not like him? I'm curious.
I don't want to get into it, but there's like some old I'm not going to get into it, but I certainly don't like him because of the incident that occurred with the woman in Florida. But
I'm appalled. I hope I never see him again.
okay, there's a bit of tea there. All right, we have Modest Hakama. Brian, I now understand why Michael Knowles canceled. I would have two-thirds of the panel is okay. That's not nice. Why you think MK wants to associate with? Well, first off, I don't like this characterization of the panel here. But Michael Knowles did not cancel because we've had him on the show before. We're on very good terms with the Daily Wire, and they had like this last-minute, kind of almost impromptu, unannounced, just dropping this new premiere thing, and they had the premiere in Nashville. So it's like a movie. It's a film.
Is it
like
the Brett Cooper like Snow White movie or
no, it's it's something. I forgot what the title is, but I guess that's coming out soon, or maybe it already came out. But okay.
Also, it's crazy to act like people don't want to be on this platform with like thousands of viewers and stuff. Like Michael Knowles has only everything to gain by being on this panel, especially if he can like shit on some like slutty women. Then all that does is like
I
good
don't know if
for
that's
him.
fair, but
Sure, but yeah, it's good for him, of course.
Well, no, but I mean, he's obviously very big in his own right, so I don't have a big ego about it. It's just things happen, and we're already in conversations to reschedule it, so he's going to come back on. But all right, we have Bass here. Question for the Nala.
Hello.
The Nala. The women generally, and a layup for Andrew. Why is honor and virtue not the most important thing about men to you? I only heard one lady talk about how character is important. How could you ever let someone without honor and virtue have S with you? Discuss, please.
Okay, so for me, honor and virtue, I've not been shown by a man. I feel like the men I've been with don't show that at all. They don't have like a pride in who they are. They don't have a pride in what they do. I think honor truly has to do with like having pride in who you are as a person.
That would be the opposite of virtue. Pride.
Pride is in like confidence. You're as a person, you're just extremely about what you do. I don't know.
Like security.
Gravity.
Yeah.
But I feel like even so, men that I've seen and stuff, they lie. They fucking lie. And I don't feel like they ever showed their woman like how to be loyal, like set an example then. You know what I mean?
That's so sad.
I feel like that doesn't even answer
It is
or
sad.
begin to answer the question. So,
But you're telling me that pride is like selfish, and I'm like, no, it's not.
well, it's
Pride
one
is
of the
something else in my
it's
mind.
one of the 7 deadly sins.
I think she's trying
So
to
it's
like.
got-
That's also an
That
anime.
would be-
That would be-
I think
that
she
would
just
be-
meant, yeah, but I think she just
Yeah.
has confidence.
The question was why.
Confidence.
But the question he's asking, or he's trying to get at, is he's saying,
Okay.
he's
Nice
saying
save.
that he's saying, listen, if they don't have virtues, why would you do that with them anyway? And so what you said is, well, none of them have ever shown me the virtues.
That's
which
why
just
I've been
leads
single
back
for
to-
2 years now.
But that just leads back to the question of, yeah, I know that they're not showing you any virtues. So why are you doing this with them when they don't have any virtues?
But
You
who
see
am
what
I
mean?
doing it with?
No,
I've been
but-
single.
Well, before.
Well,
you were
yeah,
single.
before you were single.
Because I feel like, you jump into relationships because you like who they are and you don't know them that well and you don't know if they have honor and virtue right away.
Or
So I
you
feel
think
like
they
that's kind
do.
of a hard thing to determine.
Yeah.
What's that?
Which
I
a
was
lot
gonna
of
say
people don't.
and you
you
said
think
they lie,
they
they
do.
can
You
pretend
said
to.
because you were talking about how like
That's
you think
true.
people are lying, so you think that they have virtue and honor and all these things, and it turns out that
prove you wrong.
it was wrong.
Here we got.
Is that even something you care about?
What?
Virtues and honor?
I feel like virtues come in different forms.
Like, what?
It kind of depends on what kind of virtues. Like, are you honest? Are you true to yourself? Are you brave? Are you courageous? Like, what kind of virtues are we talking about?
Well, so let's just take a simple one, like let's say just temperance. Temperance is a virtue. It's like somebody who's even keeled, for instance.
get
Would you
that.
consider that to be virtuous?
I think that's extremely virtuous to be able to contain yourself in multiple different situations.
Yeah. So
I haven't seen that though. I really haven't.
Right.
So I don't know. I feel like I try to find that in myself, but I can't dictate that
So
to anyone
yeah,
else.
got it. So what he's asking is, since you're not finding those things, those things that you consider virtues that you're agreeing with me are virtues in the men, why do anything with them? That's his question. That's what he's not understanding.
It's a weird question because it makes it seem like the way that women think about how they're gonna have sex is they like have this checkbox and they're like watching and being like, oh, how does he act here? Virtues are really hard to establish.
Especially right away.
Mostly need time and experience. Like, how do they react when like somebody like cuts them off? How do they react like when we have a disagreement about a situation? So there's like a lot of testing that has to occur. So probably what's actually true is like men and women mostly care, I think, about how you make them feel. That's broadly why people tend to get into a relationship. And I would agree that I don't think our society is doing a good job of teaching people how to vet in their relationship.
Also,
right?
you can act. You can act in these things.
Yeah, right.
very
But
much.
these are,
lie.
but this is like the descriptive is. So what he's still asking though is he's saying, even if that's true, if what Kyle is saying is true, and kind of we just go with our feelings at the time, kind of
Mostly.
that type of thing. Why wouldn't you want to shoulder those until you found somebody who is virtuous before you decided to engage in a sexual relationship with them? That's the point that he's trying to bring to bear.
Well,
that's what he's trying to say, and he's trying to say because this is what I think anyway. He's trying to say it's because you don't actually care about virtues. That's not what you're after.
It
I'm
depends on why
actually
you're
just
having
not
sex.
after anyone in general. So it's like,
Yeah, but
I'm
before
not
you-
even looking.
when you
Yeah, some
work.
people
She
just
said being
want
single just made her
sexual.
grow and change. Like I don't know what.
Some people
Like,
just want
years ago,
sexual
man.
relationships, which is like their own prerogative. They're allowed to do that. Some people believe that others are virtuous and think that that's established, and it ends up that they're deceived. So there's like a whole variety of reasons why women might have sex with unvirtuous men. That isn't just they don't care
And
about virtue.
men have
all right.
sex with unvirtuous
No,
women
literally.
all the
Sure.
time.
They
Here,
do.
Right?
let's. Okay, hold on. Nick, can you pull up Twitch, please? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you, guys. Okay, so last question for you, Nala. Are you Jack Doherty?
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 I love him.
Are you? He's like has a OF management company. Are you working with him or not?
No,
really?
I'm not.
You've just collaborated with him.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done a scene with Jack?
Yeah, somewhat. It wasn't a full scene or anything.
okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
it was kind of fun.
Got it. And so
it was definitely not a full scene.
I want to
all.
bring it back to everybody's relationship status. So, single, married, single, and then Andrew's married.
Brian,
when you guys,
what
yeah.
are you?
I have to keep things vague a little bit, you know.
Damn! He hiding shit.
Gotta- so okay,
Not very virtuous.
Claim her proud.
you know,
Oh, maybe it is virtuous because he wants
Privacy.
to
Do they know about each other? Is like my main
okay,
question.
all right.
Thank
So,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. By the way, I have no tea.
okay,
Nuke it, Brian.
everybody's. Those of you who said you're single, what does single actually mean? So, I guess my question for you.
I'm not messing
and we're
around with
going-
anyone.
We're going around the table. You're not currently.
I'm not sexually active at all right
When's the last
now.
time you went on a date though? Like, are you?
Oh my God,
are you
it's
looking?
been a minute.
When's
I
the-
really wanted to just kind of dive deep into myself, you
And
know?
when's the last time you've hung out with a guy romantically? Maybe you guys didn't hook up or anything. Maybe you didn't go on an official date, but you hung out with a guy in a romantic.
It's been months.
Months.
No one really interests me. Like,
No
this
one
is the
interests
thing.
you?
I feel like I'm just pursuing
What about Nick?
other things. Huh?
My producer back there, Nick.
What's up with Nick?
Does he interest you?
Cute. Yeah, he's cute.
Oh.
Yeah, he's tall. He's a tall glass of water.
You hear that? You hear that, Nick?
He's blushing. I can feel it.
Does it
Yeah, he's
does it
cute.
change anything for you that he's a? Nick, can I share? He's
Is a virgin?
He's a virgin.
Oh, no, that's so sweet, actually. It's so sweet.
Every guy wants to hear your virginity is so cute.
But it is, though. Like, the fact.
Would you take it? Sorry, I'm sorry. Nick, is it okay if I ask that, Nick? Okay, so sorry, no, I'm sorry, no.
Okay, if he just straight out asked me, I'd be like, no. But
okay.
if we
you
like
were-
went on some dates and he went snowboarding with me, yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay, you're single, but what does that actually mean? Are you there? Is there some guy? Are you bi?
I mean, I'm bi. I'm pan.
Is there a guy in the picture, a woman in the picture?
I mean, there's a guy that I've gone on a couple dates with. I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see if it
Oh,
develops
okay.
further. I don't want to give
She's
super
glowing.
specific.
Okay.
Shut up.
all right. When's the last time you saw him?
I don't want to give a timeline because then I'm afraid people are going to be able
Uh-oh.
to. Yeah. But yeah, it's like recently. I'll
In the
keep
past
it like
month?
that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What about you? You said you recently got out of your situation or whatever.
Yep.
So
Good for you for getting out of that. By
have
the
you
way.
had a
He
rebound?
goes, yeah, I didn't have a choice.
Because you were
You deserve
oh,
better.
that's right.
Let's go, let's
So
go. You deserve better.
please, you were on a dating app.
Yeah. Yep.
And on your dating, I think did we react to it last stream?
A little bit. It wasn't really nothing to talk
Yeah,
about.
you said you were like, I'm in town for a couple days. If there's any dudes, blah blah blah. So have you had a rebound?
No, I haven't really
No.
had time for a
You don't have-
rebound.
You don't have
'cause,
time. You've not met up with any guys while
So
you're.
I've met up with some. So
Okay.
there, the first time I was over here, I met up with one guy. He was real cool, but it wasn't really a rebound. It was more like I'm hanging out with people so that they can show me new things around here because I'm not from here, and I wasn't really looking for sex or nothing like romantic. If anything, at most, take me out on a date, show me what food you like around here, pay for it so that I don't have to pay for it while I'm on my trip.
Okay.
Nothing. I'm not really looking for nothing romantic or sexual. It's just a little too much.
Are you talking to anybody right now or no?
No,
Nobody.
nobody.
Zero.
0.
Okay. Oh, wait, really quick, coming back to you, Kyla. You, in your pre-show notes here, you wrote, in this space, finding out my husband is my first and only sex partner is apparently crazy. So is that you?
Yeah, I was a virgin until I met my husband.
All right. There you go. And
It's
but
actually
why,
not all it's like cracked up to be. I feel like people really idealize that, but
do they?
yeah.
I'm so curious about that.
So I grew up super fundamental Christian. I'm still Christian. I'm just not a fundamentalist anymore. I think the way that sexual purity is often attained in the church is through a lot of like shame. So a lot of my like friends that got married felt like immediately dirtied and defiled after having sex, even though they waited until marriage. Like there's this really common problem. So just some really uncomfortable stats. Every time I say these words, men get uncomfortable.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, vaginismus rates are almost triple in religious, particularly fundamental religious couples. So if you don't know what vaginismus is, it's when like your your vaginal hole is really tight and penetration is like excruciatingly painful to sometimes impossible. So vaginismus is really high, and orgasm rates also in like more fundamental relationships is significantly lower for women as well. So like this idea of being a virgin, I'm definitely pro. I think sex should be treated as like a sacred thing. I don't really agree with like the casual sex stuff. I think some people seem to be like sociosexual and be able to manage it. I think most people are lying to themselves, if I'm being honest. But I live in a liberal society. You can fucking lie to yourself if you want. And so there was like a lot of issues that came from me being a virgin. Is like, I think I'm like deeply sexually mature compared to where I think I would like to be at the state of my marriage. Like I'm very financially mature and stuff like that. But there's a lot of things that I feel like there's like nervousness and fear. I remember I used to like jerk and like be fearful when men touched me. And so I'm not saying that sex isn't sacred, but I think a lot of men in the red pill space idealize my circumstance with my husband. And I just really want to emphasize, like, it's tough. Like, it's really tough. There was a lot of problems that happened. Bleeding for like 5 days, excruciating pain, shame. Like, yeah, I think we have to be cautious when we talk about virginity as far as like how we
Why would we
achieve
need
it.
to be cautious? Like, what would be the alternative to that, except to have sex or to, you know what I mean? What
To
would be
talk
the
about
alternative?
Healthy
to
relationships.
like
Also
talk about
some
healthy
fetishize.
relationships and healthy sex rather than just shaming women in the church for having any level of sexuality.
Do you wish
Wait,
you would have
yeah,
had
but
sex
that- I mean,
before your marriage?
That's part of it.
Do I
Just to
w-
experiment,
It doesn't have to be
or-
part of it.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm
it does need to be
curious.
part of it. Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
no,
You're
you
trying to
can-
deter
okay.
the behavior.
No,
Or-
okay. If we're
No,
gonna,
no. Hold on. Just I really got to move on. So okay, was your husband also a virgin?
No.
Okay. Oh, he wasn't, but okay.
And it was a really big issue, by the way, for me.
For you or okay?
Yeah, it really bothered me at first. Because I was still decently fundy when we met.
You're decently what?
Sorry, fundamentalist.
I thought you said fundy.
said fundy.
I was like, yeah.
fundy, yeah.
Okay.
The opposite of that. So
Be brief, please.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
it bothered me.
Okay. Eden, you said you're single. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you actually single though?
Yeah, I'm pretty single.
There's no guy in the picture.
Not at the
Maybe a lady
moment.
friend.
Yeah.
Nothing. Zero.
There was like one guy I was like dealing with, but then he had like a girl as his wallpaper that class we came around, so I had to block him. And but then,
Okay. Well, I have some notes here. So you said in your pre-show notes to us, you said you had 2 boyfriends at once. I had a cuck boyfriend who, like, I think you shared this, eating you out after you got with somebody else.
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Okay. Well, you're into that, so okay. You've been in open poly situations. You said dating in S-work, and how people are entitled to have the boundary of not wanting to date a sex worker, which I think that's fair. How a lot of people lying about being able to be monogamous. Do you think people are incapable of being monogamous?
I don't think that no one's capable of being monogamous, but I do think like the structure of like we're gonna date for a month and then either we're gonna be monogamous till the day we die or like hate each other and break up kind of thing doesn't really work for a lot of people, and it should be kind of more normal to be able to just like, hey, we deal with each other, and dating doesn't have to be the
Okay.
most natural instant conclusion.
And if
And, not,
you
and some people
love to give to a third person or another, then that's you and your partner. And if not, then that's
No, literally. And some people would never want, like, some people think they could never be monogamous. Because some people would be like, yeah, I'd want to get married, but I could just never imagine having sex with one person the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Some people can imagine
Some
that,
people-
and some people can't. So it's just kind of like, I feel like a personal preference thing.
Yeah.
Like, for me, I think because I'm just a super sexually fluid person, that if
What
I
does
was
that
with
mean? What does it
somebody.
mean to be sexually
Like,
fluid?
I don't know. Like, I
You
don't
have a
have
lot
like,
to love to give. And,
I don't have like one specific, like, this is my kink. Like, I just like trying everything.
Okay.
And so, like, I feel like for me, like, the person for me who would be most like me would probably be someone like, we wouldn't be constantly dealing with other people, but maybe go to a swingers club once in a while, or, you know, invite someone to the relationship once in a while. Like, when I was in that throuple, it was so natural. Like, it wasn't something we went out and forced. It was that the other boyfriend so naturally played into our situation. It was like, why wouldn't we do this? I never even thought I was someone who'd like that. It just kind of came out that way.
Sure. And then you also said everybody is bi. Every girl's effed a dude who F's dudes.
Oh yeah, I say, because girls will talk about I could never get with a guy who's fucked a guy, but you probably have and just don't know it.
Literally.
Because a lot of these men are bi the same way women are, but then it's like, okay,
I don't know about that.
yeah, a lot of these men are DL, and then a lot of men and a lot of straight men think, no,
But
I can't imagine.
aren't you attracted
but,
to cucks? So like obviously the guys who are cucks, they're probably more likely to be
But the thing
bi.
is, when you find out one man's bi, you find out the network of DL men, and then it surprises you. Because when you
But
find
if
one
that's
of DL,
that's just
this is
the
the other guy they
circle.
fucked, and then you find all the other ones.
It'd be
It's-
the most masculine.
and
men
then
that are
knowing
DL.
sex workers and
the
knowing other
most
girls.
masculine men are
Yes, are DL.
are
Yes,
gay.
they're projecting.
A
and
lot
like,
of the
When they
times.
say DL, I think that's
down low.
down low gay.
Gay.
Yeah,
Okay.
like-
all right. The most I don't know about
they won't
that.
literally
bro.
admit
It'd
it.
be
I don't
like
know about that.
the hood guys or the.
The
No,
hood
literally the guys with a bunch of face
Yeah,
tattoos
like gang
are bending
signs,
over.
They're literally, yeah.
A lot of the time.
A lot of them are.
Not every single one, but it happens a lot.
But isn't it just the
Yeah.
case that those are the circles that you move in? Like,
And no, it's also
No.
that, like, okay, like for me, like I'm friends with a woman in a lot of variety of sex work.
Okay.
And like I have one friend, like you hear certain stories and it's just like it's not really surprising. Like these girls who like a lot of their job is a lot of times when men have fetishes or kinks or sexual preferences, they can't tell their friends or girls they deal with. They're gonna tell a sex worker, whether it's a girl on OnlyFans, a stripper in a club, or an escort.
Oh my
That's who they're gonna open up to. And so being friends with a lot of those girls, you hear crazy things. They, you know, they just want to get pegged, or they want a girl to make them suck dick. That's another thing that's common in Findom, because they don't want to feel like they're gay. They want a girl to make them suck dick so they can feel like they're still
Like they
not
were
gay.
forced to almost.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's odd. It's odd, like it's still gay, but you know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
sure.
Like there's all these
It
kind of
is.
interesting
Yeah.
weird fetishes. Or I feel like a lot of the time, I feel like obviously all trans women experience, like it's all types and passing not passing can experience violence, but I feel like we're talking about Megan Fox with dick. I feel like that type of thing incites a different level of anger in men because they didn't know and they were initially attracted. You know,
well, it's a
sometimes-
deception.
You know, and then but sometimes they're still attracted. And that's what I'm saying. If no man likes it, or it's so few and far in between, why do these women make so much money? Because why are there
Because
millions
women
of people?
don't buy porn.
Well,
Men buy porn.
you
Exactly.
could-
Same thing
you
with
could-
like gay porn. Like the numbers aren't matching in gay porn
Well,
views
it
and the
could-
gay men. We're like,
I don't know. I don't really care to speculate on why it is. If I don't know if it's even true, but it's not really something that's worth. Okay, Salem, you said you consider? I don't want to misquote you. Did you say you consider yourself traditional?
In what?
Bro, you got to talk into the mic, please.
Sorry. In what way?
Relationships.
Oh, relationships.
Can you please scoot the mic closer to you?
Relationships.
Well, did you, in your pre-show notes to us, did you say that you consider yourself traditional?
Yeah, but now that I'm thinking about it, in what way did you mean like traditional in relationship
it's
or
not the
religion?
way in which
or,
I mean. I think you wrote-
politics.
I think you wrote a note to us in your pre-show notes, and you said, I'm not sure if I'm right here. Do you consider yourself traditional? Here, I'll pull up the.
In what way though?
Okay.
Because I don't remember like what question it was or what I said.
Were your parents
I'll
are
give you a prompt.
fundamentalist Muslims?
Oh, you described yourself as liberal/traditional. In response to my question of, do you consider yourself liberal, moderate, conservative, apolitical, and do you consider yourself
Okay, so-
feminist or traditional? And you said you consider yourself traditional.
Okay, I guess I would. I kind of take that back.
The traditional thing.
Do you like being in a feminine role?
Like no, I guess I was just talking about in like cultural views that
do you think emancipated type of thing?
like like that exactly, like that's what I meant by traditional. But honestly, like my views on everything are just so all over the place. I honestly don't like to label things, so I wouldn't really like say I was traditional because someone could take that.
You said you had
a
a crazy sugar baby story.
Oh. I have a lot, to be honest. Like I've been a sugar baby for a really long time, but
How many? Okay, I'll ask some clarifying questions. How many sugar daddies have you had total? You can give a range.
probably like 30.
Oh wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Sorry, how many?
Like 30.
30 total. Okay.
Yeah.
And how do you meet them?
I also am including like pay pigs.
Pay pigs. What is, just for the people watching who don't know what that is, what's a pay pig?
A pay pig is basically someone that like a pay pig is basically someone that kind of like gives you like, let's say like my pay pig, he'll be like, I don't want you to, like, I don't want to just send you the money. You have to request it from, like, I want you to drain my bank account type thing. Like a pay pig is someone that submits to you in a way.
So how many of the 30 plus would you say were pay pigs? Half of them?
Half of them, yeah.
Okay. So a pay pig is just somebody who sends you money without you having
for
to
nothing.
do anything.
Yeah,
whereas a sugar daddy, he has some expectations. Maybe you have to send him photos or talk with him.
Yeah, and most of my
Okay.
sugar daddies are like just regular relationships.
How
like
many?
a lot
How
of
many
them,
do you currently have? Like right now.
Well, right now I have about like 5, but only
pay pigs
one
or
of-
5 sugar daddies or both?
4 pay pigs and 1 sugar daddy.
Okay, I see. Do they know that you have other? Not that I don't think that really matters.
Yes,
Though, but,
they know.
And so, okay, you have. I'm curious. So, when you say that you drain their money, what's the transaction that's occurring?
So basically, like
they just
I'll
send
be
you
talking.
like $100
No, so I'll be talking to them, and then they will want me to send like, you know, on Cash App how you can request.
Yeah.
They don't want to just send me an amount. They want me to like request so they can like see me like taking it from them, because it's not like me taking them in person. So they want that like getting off on me taking it, because they get off on that.
I see. So okay, then.
It's like demanding and being a brat.
You know, because I've
Yep.
had one pay pig in person, and he would like bow down and like, you know, show up to my house and just like knock on the door, put the money there, and then leave.
And so, what's the average?
Simps are such a plague.
Yeah, it's
such a plague.
It's bad. What's like the average payment that you would receive from a pay pig?
I'm going to plead the fifth on that one.
No, it's interesting. You should share.
I mean, okay, at once or in total?
Both would be good.
Okay, so like, I mean, in total, honestly, I can't even. A lot of them have like could finance my whole life. Like, I wouldn't have to, you know, do anything.
Do you do you want to try to give a range? You said total, and then like at individual payments.
Okay, so like an individual payment, sometimes they'll wire like 10,000. Sometimes they'll like. It really depends. It really depends.
Good for you.
Right?
Oh my God. Holy fuck. An individual payment.
I am also a mistress, like in training, so like I do a lot.
What is a mistress in training?
Like
You fuck married men?
No. Whoa.
Isn't that what a mistress is?
No. Well,
Someone
it's very different. It's like dom.
Oh, okay. But so okay,
subs.
10,000 is 10,000 the most individual payment that you've ever received?
No.
You've received higher than 10?
Yeah.
What's the highest?
Honestly, I can't remember. There's
20.
More than
it's
50?
so like years apart.
6 figures? Ever 6 figures?
No, not at once.
50,000?
50.
No, probably like 30,000.
Wait, do you speak Arabic?
Yes.
Some of these larger payments, do they?
I plead the fifth.
You're gonna get her in trouble.
Please.
No, do they
You're
come
gonna get it too
from?
specific.
Yeah, no. I
Wait,
plead-
can
I
we
plead the
play
fifth. I
warn me
plead the
warn?
fifth.
No. Okay, never mind.
Because whatever happens out of the country, I'm not really
she really can't.
I really
Yeah.
can't.
No, she could.
No, I
You're
really
from
can't.
Canada. First off, you don't know about the
First
IRS.
of all, I know a
can
lot more
get-
about geopolitics than you do, so I am being very serious.
That's not what I'm saying.
For her sake.
That's not
I
what I
could
was saying.
literally like.
If you like need to be safe, you should definitely not.
Yeah,
tell.
no. I
No, she's
plead the
safe.
fifth.
She's safe.
Right here.
Wait. Okay, so
Here right now.
I got you.
In this country, I am.
Yeah. Okay. So, So you answered individually. What about like total that somebody's?
Well,
Someone-
also
like,
a
say
lot
that-
of it comes in like things. Like they'll buy me like Chanel bags.
How much is a
Birkins.
Chanel bag? I don't know.
5
I've-
to 10,000.
okay,
Yeah.
Like
I've
a
gotten-
base bag
I've
would be
gotten a
5K.
Birkin that was like
What? How much?
Dude, you got a
Birkins are
Birkin?
hundreds
That's
of
like
thousands.
Yeah.
I have like
Hundreds of thousands?
Sometimes.
I have-
I'd say like a main Birkin, like a
Yeah,
base would be like
basic.
50, 60,
like I have
70
two
grand.
Birkins that were like
2 Birkins?
10,000, and I have a big
Guys,
big
guys.
Birkin. I think you've seen it. That one was also a gift, and it was
Okay, so you receive gifts that have a high value.
Yeah.
But what-
Sometimes like I'd rather receive gifts.
So let's talk total payments though. Why don't you give us your top 5?
I don't know. I can't. It's been
You,
like
you can.
honestly, sometimes I won't even look. Like it just goes in my bank
Do you
account.
think any? Let me ask you this.
Yeah,
do you think?
like I don't even know how much money is in my bank account. Like,
Do you
to
think
be honest.
or do you know if any given man has sent you more than $100,000 total?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Multiples?
Multiple?
Yeah, yeah.
How many of the 30 total that you've had would you say have sent you more than $100,000?
Not too many. Probably only like 7.
Do you have a name for them?
Oh,
Like,
is
do you
that
call-
all?
Are they? Yeah. So wait, that would be over $700,000. Wow. Good. Hey, good for you. Has anybody in the 7-figure total range?
No.
Has anybody sent you over $1 million?
No.
Whew, okay.
That would be crazy.
What do you call these,
Soon,
like the
hopefully.
guys who spend big money? What do you call them? Whales? Is there a term for them?
Yes, they're called whales.
They're called
They're my
whales?
whales.
Okay.
Pay pigs, whales,
Yeah.
sugar daddies.
God.
Damn.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask.
Do you plan on doing the pay pig stuff after, like, once you quit? Okay, that's what I think.
I was curious
Forever.
too. Yeah,
They're
after
my forever.
OnlyFans.
So.
yeah.
But legally, can you do that when you're
Yeah.
Oh my
Over there?
like? I
God,
feel like
bro.
that's
All right. I'm not.
Oh my God.
So I'm not saying
dude.
I'm doing this, but
Hypothetically.
obviously, when you're in a rich country, it's not even like sex. It's not sex work because we're not having sex.
Right.
It's a guy takes you out, gives you money, buys you nice
Life on
things,
easy
takes you
mode.
shopping.
Life on easy mode.
Yeah. So it's
Unbelievable.
just that's how it is, and obviously.
How old are you? You're 20?
Yeah.
And you've made, just not counting your OnlyFans, not counting any other ventures.
But
it sounds like you've made over $1 million from pay pigs and sugar daddies.
Yes.
Is that, would you say, what's the, I know,
And
would
I
you say
spent
that's
it all.
right? Huh?
Just kidding.
Your-
A
the
lot of it I
total-
spent.
Here, sure. Well, it comes quick, it goes quick.
Yeah, and
The total that you've made is over 7 figures, over $1 million.
from pay
From
pigs
the
and sugar
from the sugar
yeah.
daddies and pay pigs at 20 years old.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, is it any, because earlier you said the guys aren't financially matching you. You're 20 years old, so like if you're
But
dating a
that's not someone
21-year-old
I'm
guy,
with, not
there
s-
are no 21-year-old men that
Yes, there
are
are.
earning.
Yes, there are.
There's
Actually,
I
there
know
are.
many,
Well, okay.
many men. I don't
Sure,
know, maybe
but-
in America there's not much, but I'm not.
It
from
usually
here.
takes men a little longer to come into
No.
making that kind of money. But
I
look,
disagree.
you disagree?
1 in 7 Americans are a millionaire, and that's their entire
Yeah.
net worth with
Oh.
a house and everything. Like, there's a majority
Well,
of people
I
are not
also
going to make
think
that
in
kind of
our
money.
generation
Wait, what?
nowadays,
There's a
it's
what?
easier to
Yeah,
get.
that's
Hold on, no,
crazy.
hold on. What?
The stats, like, so if you read, like,
You said 1 in 7 people are millionaires?
in the
Yes.
U.S., but that's like your entire net
That's
worth. So that's
everything,
your
yeah.
house, that's everything.
You got to
So,
take
like,
the retired
most
people.
people
Oh.
You're not supposed to have
retire
a
with like
house.
$1 million.
Your house is
Like,
like
Well, I
six
don't
figures.
care what 60 and 50-year-olds are making in the context of this conversation.
Yeah, No, I'm
She's
just
not
telling her.
romantically.
No, no, no.
I
I'm telling
assume
her
you're
she's
not
talking about-
romantically
I'm not saying
pursuing.
there's
lot of
thousands
people
and
have this.
millions of 20-year-olds.
Can we
that
try?
Are,
Like,
you
can we
know.
please try? Like, if you're going to make a comment, like that, it is somehow tangent. Like, it is somehow related. Like, it makes sense to be brought up. Okay.
I'm announcing my entrance into the pay pig market. If anybody wants to send me some cash for free.
Same here.
Sorry for the joke.
Okay. So, that's.
Bro, didn't Mr. Beast buy like 500,000 wells in
gosh,
Africa for
Yeah,
like
I saw
500K?
that.
I just want to say,
That's crazy.
I actually don't totally blame the women. I blame the men for
Thank you.
engaging in this kind of,
Thank you.
frankly, pathetic behavior where you are just
Who said
sending
it's
these
pathetic?
women.
I don't
They're
think
getting
you guys
off
are
on this,
pathetic. I
Brian.
actually
Huh?
like you guys.
They get off on the
They
humiliation.
get off on being shamed.
So you're
I
saying
no, I get
They
it.
want me to degrade
sort
them.
of. Oh, you degrade them
Yeah,
too.
they want me to call them fucking disgusting. They want me to tell them I have
This
a
is a
little
mental
dick. They
illness
want me to-
crisis.
You're
This is
saying
a
that
mental
it's making somebody
illness.
willing to transfer her another 100K. They're like, yes, shame me,
This-
daddy.
Yeah,
more.
literally. Come here, like, master,
I will gladly.
like,
Yo,
Men who
get
like
in
to
the
be degraded
chat.
tend to spend the
Tell
most
your men,
money.
get in the chat. I'll shame them.
men who
I will shame you
men
guys.
who like to be degraded. I think I've literally bankrupt some, and I don't even want. Sometimes I'm like, yo, like,
Do you say no?
okay, let's slow down,
Wait,
and they're like,
you've-
no, like,
you've-
take
Do
every
you keep
last
taking
dollar. Yes, the fuck.
Why?
If you're gonna,
What?
because if you're, that's
you-
not my
That's-
problem.
But wait,
If
wait,
it's not
hold on,
gonna
hold
hurt,
on.
it's gonna be
If I was
somebody
like,
else.
if I was like
if
selling
it's not gonna
alcohol,
be me, it's gonna be somebody else.
so you're still ethically responsible for it.
Who? What? If I'm literally just sitting there and they're like, please take my money, please.
And, like,
Okay,
I'm
as a
begging
streamer,
you.
I've had manic people try to drop me like 100, like lots and lots of money. I've
Why
explicitly
am I to blame for
hold on.
their
I've
illness, though?
explicitly told them no because I like care enough about society to like not take advantage of people when they're like in like mental health dire straits. Like if there's no
a
way.
difference between mental illness and a fetish, though.
Okay, but if your fetish is so bad that you were taking out second mortgages and destroying your life, it is now also a mental
Well,
illness.
Some of these men
And
like
that's
to like
what I
they
don't-
want girls to make them take loans out and
Yeah.
stuff like that,
Yes.
and then literally like ruin their credit.
That is
So
not
There's,
okay.
there's literally
becoming
pay pigs
dysfunctional
that
for
will
them.
literally not take out their money before you, like they'll give you their check and you take how much money
I
before
know.
they like
I know.
take it back
I know
for them.
guys that are into findom. I've
Okay,
talked
and
to
I'm
them.
not saying that's
It is-
cool, obviously, and I literally like.
But you're
there are
taking
sugar
the
daddies
money.
that I literally care about so much.
But
like,
I get that.
Have
but
you
you're
ever
the-
pushed
you're
them
the
into
girl-
therapy?
You're the girl selling them crack, and you like see their teeth falling out, and you're like, "Here's some more crack, I guess if you want." Like it's
I
actually
totally see that point,
wild.
but also her point was like, they're gonna go do it to someone else.
Yeah.
So how do you
Literally,
feel
it's
about
then
like if
you're
you're not
not
gonna
ethically
save them
responsible
and-
for killing the
I
addict or
can't
making
be
him
like,
take out
I'm
the second.
sorry, like, you know, like, what am I supposed to say? I'm not your therapist.
It's
I'm
not
your
But
mom.
have you ever
Game.
pushed them into therapy?
No.
Have you ever been
I've
like,
never
hey,
pushed
like this
them-
is kind of
No,
self
and I've
harm?
stopped it. I've stopped it at some point. Like, there has been a lot of points where I'm like, yo, like, this is getting a little too much. Like, I think.
But you said
I-
you still would take it at the end of the day.
Yeah,
Also, like,
That's-
the type of
this
men
is-
wants to
this
give
is
all the
like-
money to like what you're like 20, like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
Have you
I'm
heard
sure
of
when you're
Mullick's
younger, like
game?
men
Yeah.
even like they're like.
Have you heard of Mullick's like game? So it's this idea that like if we keep all doing bad things to like outcompete each
But
other,
why am
we're gonna
I the
create
one
a
doing
horrible
the bad
world.
thing?
door?
Because you're the person selling the crack
Oh.
addict crack when their teeth.
But
are
that's like
falling out.
someone saying, okay, watching porn, and if you keep putting out porn, then you're. If someone has like a porn addiction, and you keep putting out porn, then you're literally like selling them crack. How is that this like?
Yo,
what?
thank you for
Because
the
there's a
No.
difference
gift of
between
25.
selling and providing
I just
porn that
don't
is
agree with
ubiquitously
that.
available
And that
versus
might be
taking
your
a single.
opinion, but this is my opinion.
It's not my opinion. I'm outlining like a serious ethical problem here, right? This is like I'm all for OnlyFans. I don't really care. I love the liberal society and I love that it makes women stay safe. But my biggest bone with that's a funny joke as well. With OnlyFans is like when thank you, Nick. When women are willing to engage in actively unhealthy behavior, like unethical behavior. And I've talked with OnlyFans models who've been like, absolutely. When girls are like lying actively, when they're willing to just take
Whoa.
men for everything. I'm
Okay,
not saying
but
you're
who's-
lying actively,
yeah.
but there's women who will lie about girlfriend experience, for example, and they'll keep saying, "I'll meet up with you someday," which
Okay,
is
and
never
that's
true.
wrong. I
Yeah.
find that very
So
wrong.
I'm glad that we
Yeah.
agree with that.
But I
Most
mean-
people do.
I find
But wait, aren't you lying actively?
No,
So,
not at all.
like, if
They
I-
know I will never.
Your subject
ever
is
do
pretty
no,
this.
but
Well,
that's
because
one
they
second,
get off on the
one second.
degrading, so you don't have to lie.
$200. Dude, that's laterally a mental illness. I don't care if it's pouring outside. A
Exactly.
304's well would stay dry.
What?
I think it's
I don't get that.
Okay, thank you, Saint Reezy. In any case, you've made over 7 figures at the age of 20 via sugar daddies and pay pigs.
Yeah, but
Congratulations on the money. That's life on easy mode. Holy shit.
I wish I was still making
Oh,
that
hold on.
much from them, but
You were supposed to be an actual fucking human and be compassionate, but instead you're going out of your way. The most toxic person you can possibly be. Blank is toxic to society. May God have mercy.
what?
He's kind of like backing up what I was saying. And just to be clear, I don't think all women who do findom are bad. I don't think doing pay pig shit, like people have weird kinks and fetishes. I don't really care. My problem is when you know that somebody is actively doing great harm to themselves and you continue to enable that behavior.
Let me
That's
say
the
that.
line where
I
I
think
say
that
this
is
isn't
true.
okay.
I think that is true. I think if you know someone is literally about to go broke and is literally like giving you like literally they're about to lose their mortgage, whatever the fuck. But 99% of the time that is not the case.
No, but you said
but you
wait,
said
wait, wait,
if
wait.
There
not
was
me.
one case. There was one case
I thought it
where
was more
that
than
was
one.
true.
I
No,
thought it
there
was
wa-
more.
I said there
so
was
you,
one case
you
where that was
bankrupted
true.
one man.
Yes, one guy.
Oh
But
my God.
that's,
No,
that's the
knowingly.
point.
Wait, did you knowingly bankrupt him?
No. So basically, not knowingly. So I bankrupted him, right? And then
No, but you
after-
said he told you as part of his fetish or kink
No, yes.
to
So
say
he was like,
babe,
take
I'm about
all
to be,
my money. Take all
which
my
you
money.
So did you
did.
think he was just like
No,
playing up the
stop.
Chill.
No, dude.
Okay. Calm down.
Go.
It's not that serious.
No,
Okay.
I'm not upset
All
at
I'm
you,
saying-
but she's fucking interrupting me while I'm trying to arrive.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, this is what
Pixie.
I'm gonna say this one
Good
more
job.
time. I'm gonna say
Calm
this one
down
more
over there,
time.
Pixie.
Okay, the one time that this happened, a lot of the pay pigs will say a lot of similar phrases, such as "take all my money," "I want you to, take this money from me," "please request," like whatever, like take me, master, whatever, right? So a lot of the times they use the same phrases. You don't really you're not really talking about what's the limit, what blah blah blah. Correct? So
you want to stay
there comes
ignorant?
a time where there was this guy and he was like, please take all my money, blah blah blah, and I was like, how much should I request? And he was like, just request a number, blah blah blah. Okay, boom, I'll request, and he'll be like, request again, blah blah blah, until the next day, and then he'll be like, I can't give you any more, like I don't have any more. And I was like, okay, why did you I didn't know. If he had told me
Did you give it
I
back?
don't have that much money. What?
Did you give it back?
No. If he were like, can I have my money back? I don't have any money. Literally, I'm bankrupt.
But he
I
She
told
won't-
also
you-
said, if not me, somebody else. Like, it's obvious that, they're willing to.
And obviously, from that point forward, I have not done that anymore. I will never take that much money. There's a limit I take from pay pigs. I will not, condone.
Is there?
There is a limit, yeah.
What's the
And
limit?
The limit is 5,000 to 10,000, depending on who the pay pig is. So depending on, but I
Stop the cap.
Oh, I'm calling
no,
Cav on that.
okay, but so yeah, no, but that was in the literally the beginning of when I first ever found out what pay pigs were, and I was clearly not making as much money, and
But
and
you did
I'm not
keep the
saying it's
money.
correct. Yes, I did, and I'm not saying I'm proud of it, but it happened, and I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh yeah, I should have whatever. It should have happened, but it didn't happen, and I'm not about to go back on.
So you knowingly bankrupted him.
I didn't. Okay.
Of course you.
I mean, he
Take it how
told
you take it how you.
He told you he didn't give the money back. That's
No,
the-
I didn't.
So
No,
you
I
knowingly
didn't.
bankrupted the guy.
Sure.
I've totally even forgot what we were going around on this. We were
Yeah.
talking about sugar daddies, sugar mommies. Do you have any sugar daddies?
Yeah, I've had sugar daddies.
No, they're hesitant to answer these. Okay.
Have you bankrupted any of them?
No, but what was I gonna say?
How many?
I've had situations where I feel like
Well, you're into.
I've had reservations to do certain things and then felt less bad because of little comments that kind of make me feel like they have certain kinks I have a moral judgment again. They'll ask to see pictures of you while you're younger, or ask you questions about when you were
We talked about this.
Yeah, did you like certain things? Did you have this fetish since you were a young age and certain things? Now I have no remorse
No, we
for anything.
talked about this. The guy that I bankrupted, you know what he was getting from me? Pictures of me in high school, pictures of me when I was 13.
Well, why would
That's
you
a
send
yikes.
those?
Jesus.
Wait, so not only,
pause,
wait,
pause.
not only did you.
Pause. Can I finish?
I just want to make.
I told you this was in the time when I was literally broke. Okay, I don't care. What? Okay, I literally don't give a fuck. Anyway, I'm saying this was at a time when I
believe
did
you.
not understand how this was done. I didn't understand. I just needed the money, and it just so happened to be an easy way because I was literally just sending selfies of myself, and he thought I was in high school, and I made him a lot of the pictures were of me when I was 17, 18.
Okay.
But-
so not only did you engage him in his desire to be financially dominated, you also engaged him in his. I'm not going to use the
Illegal
word,
acts,
but
yeah.
No, yeah.
but he
Illegals.
were.
Well, hold on. obviously not the P word. That's always about prepubescent. I hate when people use this word for fucking high school kids. That's not the same shit. It's bad.
Minor attraction.
A febophile, whatever.
A
Okay, whatever.
febophile, yeah.
Whatever. Okay. Here, go ahead.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Lads, this is why. Right here. Lying, twisted, pathetic excuses for a human that should be avoided at all cost. The number of red flags here can be seen from space. Stay far away. Do not approach.
Okay. There you have it, Grid 1 Motorsports. There you have it.
That guy, Grid 1 Motorsports, absolutely correct. How 100% correct. That's crazy to me.
Wait, did it make you feel less bad knowing that he was like trying to solicit from a minor?
Yeah.
So you felt like, you know, since he was attracted to minors, he was like going to
I thought it
look
was
for minors.
weird as shit.
Yeah, let's
I
not.
thought it was
we're-
weird.
okay,
Not
we're
the right
not.
wording.
Good job, Pixie. Good job.
Sorry.
Nickelodeon, many women don't find a man attractive or interesting unless he's already taken. Case in point, Nala's cheating. Then they have the nerve to ask themselves why they can't find good men.
I've never
I
seen
never
a man with
asked that.
virtue.
Yeah.
Okay.
I never asked why I couldn't find a good man, and like I said, I'm not even looking. So
All right. We have Puffy Vegas, I think. To the 27-year-old, it doesn't matter if a guy pays 100%, 50%, zero of the bills. I've never known a faithful woman, and I've known thousands. P.S. I have a 300-plus natural-born female body count of mostly
What?
hot girls. Okay.
Congratulations.
All right.
I think he's
Nice.
lying.
Good flex.
Also,
Solid-
you're just like
paid
as
for
much
them
of a
all.
bag of
Yeah,
shit
like,
then
What?
apparently too.
Good talk. Good talk. Okay. Going around the table on this. So I'm just curious on the numbers, and I'll try to move through it quickly. How many pay pigs or sugar daddies have you had?
Maybe like 5.
5 total. Okay. What's the most in any one transaction that you've received?
Like 6K.
6K. Okay. And total?
I have no idea.
More than 6 figures?
Total?
from
Like
sh-
since I've been doing it?
From
Yeah.
all sugar daddies and pay pigs, I guess.
Yeah.
More than 6 figures? 7 figures? No? Okay. Life on easy mode. Okay, just writing that in my notes. What about you?
I'm actually not super. I don't profit from my OnlyFans.
Have you had sugar daddies?
I have one
Currently?
kind of.
One
yeah,
kind
it's-
of. What do you mean?
So like he's also in the military, so they don't really make all that much money. But like he'll like if I tell him, I'll post on my story like who wants to pay for my haircut, and he'll just send me this particular occasion happened once. I posted who wants to pay for my haircut, and he sent me $100. Didn't even ask me how much it was, you know. And then he texted me one time. He was like, "How much does it take to get your lashes done?" I said, $30 a week. He sent me $300. I love
So
you
sad.
if you're watching.
That's so pathetic. Okay, not for you. Just that's.
I know.
So sad. I think we call that a simp. Okay. We have Derek the Trader here. Then we'll get to Nala.
They're all simps. Like,
True.
are all these people simps?
OnlyFans will only get larger. I work in finance. In 2022, payment to content creators was a staggering $5.6 billion. That number is expected to rise significantly in the next 5 years. Okay. Failed society. All right. What about you, Nala?
I've never had a sugar daddy. I've
Come
always been
on,
really
come on.
scared of the.
Oh.
I'm scared to talk to someone in that way because I feel like I might get a stalker.
Mm.
I'm actually genuinely scared.
Yeah, that's happened.
It's the fetishes that kind of scare me because it drives so hard. And so I'm like, OnlyFans is like safe for me because it's one online and I don't feel like they're sugar daddies. They're not giving me gifts. They don't have my phone number. They can't get in touch with me any other way besides for OnlyFans. But like I
see.
said, it just scared me. So.
Gotcha. And then going back to the original thing that we were talking about, I think I was going around on, are you actually single? I think I got, did we?
Yeah, we
That's
went
where we
through all.
ended with the.
Yeah.
And that's what led into the, Alexa, you were previously on the show, and in your pre-show notes to us that we kind of discussed in the previous show, you said you have quite a few unique dating stories. 2 out of your 3 past serious relationships came from Tinder. You also did a challenge where you went on 50 first dates with 50 different men in 50 days. Then that's how you started meeting some of your relationships. Are you still doing that?
No. I'm so single. I haven't been on a date since I've become single in the past several months.
Really?
I've never had a sugar daddy.
Oh, okay.
I would like to say, like, Lord knows, I hear your guys' stories. I was raised by a single mom. I had to pay for everything growing up. I worked 109 hours during the pandemic. I worked 3 jobs. I paid my student loans. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's slightly infuriating to hear how easy it is for you guys. And I'm not even mad, but like, part of me is just like, yo, dude, like, there's a lot of people out there that are struggling, and they push and push. And I'm like, damn.
You don't have to feel bad. All you have to do is eliminate all of your virtues and any sense that you have of shame, and then you can.
I mean, everyone
you
has
can do the
different
same
lines.
thing.
But I have only one situation I remember where I turned down. Listen, I feel like I can think of one situation that was too immoral for me, and I turned down.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, you turned it down though.
Yeah. Like, I feel like
I actually want to hear what was too immoral
I'm
for
curious.
you.
I'm very
I can't
curious.
like name names, but like it was an artist like that's pretty famous, and I'm listened to, and so I thought it was going to be a positive situation. And very quickly into that interaction, it started going into, he started showing me videos of the girls. He told me he would want me to take control of his bank account when he releases his next album. Like, I could take all the money and take control of everything. He was calling me daddy this entire time, but he wanted me to pimp him out. When he told me he wanted me to pimp him out, I was kind of saying, like, I feel like you're in the industry and you would know people who could give more money. He said he would rather sell himself for cheap. He was, and I, there was like a video of, the videos you were showing me, I feel like everything, all the kinks I would list are probably like TOS violations. Like, basically, like everything that's like a different level of, like, you know.
Donated $200. The owner of have paid himself $1.3 million a day last year and still owns the billion-dollar company. You are all his hookers regardless of how empowered you feel. You are not special.
Oh wow. Okay. There you
You know,
have.
you can actually sell like cooking shows on OnlyFans.
Yeah, but
It's
most
not
of them
just that.
don't.
Majority
And
of
it's
people
gym
making money are not
memberships,
selling that.
It's
let's,
gym member-
let's see
no,
here.
like,
Okay. All
It's
right.
not just that.
I mean, isn't he your pimp?
No, obviously not. Like that would be
Who
like
are we having sex with on OnlyFans?
platforms are not pimps because like there's a very specific relationship, obviously. Otherwise, like any titty streamer would then be like pimped by Twitch. Like, no, obviously not. They're not pimps. We can talk about like the ethics of OnlyFans. That's another conversation.
Is YouTube
Wait.
pimping you out when he takes your $30?
Just to bring it back,
Yeah.
just to bring it back to Alexa here really quick. So you did the whole. So what was the? If you can explain really quick the whole like 50 dates in 50 days with 50 different guys, and if you can tell us like the breakdown, because there were breaks in that where you actually ended up getting into relationships. So can you explain the whole 50 dates, 50 days, 50 different guys thing?
Yeah, so I didn't start dating until I was like 18, 19, and it's just I didn't meet someone that I thought was virtuous of any of my time, basically, and I was busy, so I said, okay, let's enter the dating market, let's see how this goes. And I said, I don't want to be so picky because I know on dating apps it's so easy to just do a quick swipe and judge someone so fast. So I said, okay, let's push myself. And I'm an extremist in the sense of like, I was like, well, let's try to meet as many people as we can and see if we click with anyone. So I was like, I'm gonna go on 50 dates and 50 days with 50 different guys. So I met my first serious relationship. He was date 14. I went on a date every single day. One day I went on 2 dates. And I was just going through the motions. And it was good in the sense of like you go on a bad date and you don't have time to think about it because you're like on to the next. And then I met my first serious relationship and we were together for 3.5 years. That was my longest relationship.
You met him online?
I met him on Tinder,
Okay.
yeah. And he was someone that I like just quick swiping, I probably wouldn't have swiped on him, to be completely honest. But because I had to fill the calendar, I was like, he had good banter. Someone looks-wise, good-looking guy, but just not my typical type. And we clicked in. When I met him, I said, I really like this guy. I could see myself potentially marrying this guy. And so I canceled all the dates that I had after him because I was like, I really want to see if this could go somewhere. And then 3.5 years later, he ended up cheating on me and not being the best guy. He was great in the beginning, not great in the end. That's totally fine. Blessing and a lesson, that's fine. And then once I broke up with him, I was like, oh, might as well keep it going. And then I went on 9 dates. And then I met my second serious relationship. And we were together for about a year. And the joke I make is he got deported. But he's from Norway, so it's not typical deportation.
Not the deportation that
everyone
people might think
assumes.
about.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
And
But
then
he was sent away.
and then you resumed the
I
a day-to-day.
resumed.
Wait, did you do multiple dates in a day?
I did one. One day I was invited to 2 different dates.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was one of those things, like, it was not.
Was it like exciting, or did you feel bored with it?
It was more work than anything, because again, it was like, I wouldn't go on dates with people I didn't see a possible future with, but it was also like, okay, I have to like their profile. They have to say something nice. And like, I'm not a hookup girl. That's just not, for some people, that's their thing. That's not me. And when I went on these dates, it's like, it's almost a thing of like, when you meet someone you actually do click, you're like, oh wait, wow, you're a really great guy. I really want to see where this can go. And I want to put all my energy into you.
Yeah.
Was there one particular date that you felt like was like
good or bad?
Really bad?
Oh, so many. Oh gosh. No, there was one guy, he truly was a misogynist. Like, I hate throwing that word around, but he just kept talking about how like women don't respect him enough and how all of them should be bowing to his feet. And he was saying like, he was explaining to the dates he went on earlier in the week, and he's like, no one was like pretty enough, but I guess you're up to my standards, he says. He goes, I approve of what you're wearing.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, I'm glad.
We love that.
Also, a guy like one time was like,
Whoa, but why is it misogynistic for a man to not approve of what a woman is wearing? But women are very critical of men's fashion choice. Like, women constantly complain about how men like have no style and they don't dress well. And
But
I'll
you guys
dress a
are
man, that's
judging
fine.
like our bodies and like.
So do you guys.
I feel like Alexa's been like nothing but nuanced, and so I suspect if she's willing to say like he's misogynistic, there's probably something more than just like he told her.
Yeah, he
what
just.
to
well,
wear,
this is
'cause
a
I'm
great
sure
part.
there's
He
more.
goes, well, I'm here. Most girls are here. You're kind of like here. And I was just like, and there will not be another.
And women should bow at my feet is probably pretty questionable
I mean,
too.
he sounds-
it was an interesting. And the funny part was he went in for a kiss on the first date, and I went, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Granted, he sounds kind of egotistical and a bit full of himself, but
He was.
prideful. Okay, so did you mention, so there was the second guy, and then how many dates did you?
I
Did you
did.
finish 50?
No, so it was 14, then 9, then,
then
12.
And then
I quit for a while. And honestly, like, I truly believe, like, I think singleness is good for both men and women, and getting to know yourself and doing that and focusing on who you are and growing into being the partner that you want to be is a big thing.
Yeah.
That's it. Honestly.
And so
that's literally it. Like,
yeah.
how am I supposed to explain myself to you if I don't know myself?
Yeah.
How do
Also,
you know
everyone
if you're in
has
a
to deal with
relationship
their
for the right
traumas,
reasons
so
if
you
you
gotta
don't-
like
if you can't
heal
even be
yourself
alone?
first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the biggest issue is a lot of people go into relationships expecting that person to fix them or to fulfill them, and you have to be
Or
whole
keep
in
them
yourself.
busy. I feel like
Yeah.
Entertain-
people.
yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm bored.
You're lonely or bored, yeah.
Like, I do so many things alone. Like,
Oh yeah, I travel alone all the time.
all the time.
So to address your whole 50 dates, 50 men, and we won't linger on it too long because we kind of talked about it last show.
Yeah.
I think you know my thoughts on it. If I
expect it.
were to go on a date with a girl, and she were to disclose to me that she was doing this, and that she had 7 dates planned ahead of me, I would end the date right there, and be like, enjoy the rest of your dates, because that's.
Right, but she did
that's-
say that when she found that guy, she was like, okay, I canceled the rest of the dates.
Yeah.
Right, but
How do you feel about that?
Look, it's great that it sounds like it, at the end of the day, it worked for her. Granted, the 3 men she did find, it didn't end up working, but I would say that there is a decent cohort of men when if they find out that you have a date planned for after them, or you have 7 dates lined up, that's immediately like, I'm thinking, goodbye.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you feel the same? Like Andrew Tate gives this advice as like a dating strat for men to like intentionally try to line up a couple of girls, typically on the same night. Because he's like all about maximum efficiency. Do you have like the same feeling of like, that's really not okay? Like if you're dating for intention, why are you like lining up people? Do you think
It's not
okay
so
for
much
Andrew?
whether it's okay or not. It's more so.
If your name was Brianna, would that be like a big no for you if you went on a date with Andrew and he had like somebody booked after you?
It's not so much whether it's okay or not. I mean, if some guys might go on a date with her and they might be going on multiple dates themselves, they might not object to it. But I mean,
Do you go on
But in your
multiple dates?
specific example, I think if women would object to dating a man who has a date right after them or lined up dates, I have no issue with women having the standard of, if you're seeing that many men, then I wouldn't want to pursue you. It's not worth my time. You seem like you're just kind of playing the field, whatever it is.
But isn't there kind of a difference though? So in the case of a man, if he's going out on 50 different dates with 50 different women, that actually seems like it might be a pretty good strategy to try to find a woman. Whereas women, the standard is upheld differently, and maybe it should be, because you kind of think, well, maybe she's easier, maybe she's, kind of this type of thing. Whereas when it comes to men, I don't think that even gives that appearance necessarily, because men aren't men aren't the gatekeepers of sex. Women are.
But I mean, certain men get like, I'm sure we've all, because like guys talk about how like men have to earn to be able to have sex, but then it's like every girl has a story or has friends with a story of dating a broke loser. So it's kind of like, if a man has a certain amount of confidence, he can be the gatekeeper of sex.
But there's
like
also
men can have a lot of sex
they
still sometimes.
They really can't be. So most single men, if it's like available to them, will take it.
That's what I said. There's this thing where I heard, and it was a woman will fuck who she wants,
right,
and a man will fuck who he can.
Yes. Yeah. Sure. The issue is like we keep talking about women sleeping with unvirtuous men, and so it's like, I don't care if you're a guy who can get on one date or 50. Wouldn't a virtuous man, if we're like caring about this, even if he has the capacity to get 50 dates, wouldn't he still elect to just go for one? Because good men should also be vetting the women.
Well, I'm not sure about maybe in the same day, but what's the lack of virtue here?
I mean,
if they're just going on dates?
Men have sexual discipline.
I would agree, but I would say that it's the same for the woman. I don't think it's obvious to me, especially if she's not sleeping with them, right? She's just going on a first date. I don't know how that's, unless she's like only going on dates to get like free food or something like that, which I think some girls
they do.
I would also like to clarify, I did not get free food. At least half of these dates I paid for. One guy made me pay for half of his meal, and I didn't even eat. I was so mad.
I mean,
he went Dutch, and I've had to pay for his meal.
The issue is like, what's unethical here isn't the women going on multiple dates. It's her like doing sleazy shit around it, trying to get free food from him. So it's a lie, right? She's lying to him. She's saying, I'm interested in going on a date. She's actually just trying to like basically get some of his money and get a free meal, which is bad, right? Lying's bad, I would probably assume.
I don't think either one is like unethical, but I could understand the discomfort with it personally, because it's like, oh, if I'm going on a date, I just want to like enjoy my time with that person. And I feel like if the person's telling me like I have 7 or 9 dates lined up, now that puts a weird pressure on me. That makes me just want to retract and be like, you know what, like have fun on your
doing
dates.
swell.
Yeah, but
like,
I mean,
don't mention that on this one.
Yeah, like it's just a lot of pressure.
if the woman goes on 50 dates though, and she can probably stop and say, okay, I'd like to continue to date you, and whoever that guy is will probably agree to do that. That's not going to necessarily be the same way the other direction. That's the problem.
I agree, but that's because I think men and women actually vet differently. So it's kind of like, have you ever heard the saying, it's easy to get a guy to agree to be your boyfriend and impossible to get him to agree to be your husband? I think I've never heard that.
I've never heard
that.
I agree, though.
There's always this trope of like men will date you, but they won't marry you, right? And I think there's a complicating factors of why men won't marry you, but I think a lot of men will kind of take what they can get because in large part they vet the woman in the relationship itself. I think a lot more men will walk away from their girlfriend than they will from like a random date, because men do have to like throw their net really wide, but women have to vet in a different way. Women have to vet by like having a really narrow net. So in the case of Alexa, she's going on 50 dates, especially in the case you're not sleeping with them, you're not like kissing a lot of them. In this case, she's just maximizing vetting people, because vetting people over horrible dating apps is the worst experience ever. So it's just like different strategies in vetting. I don't think one's inherently more like pernicious than the other unless they're doing pernicious things on top of it.
If anything, it's worse when the man does it if we're talking about sleeping with all of them, because men tend to lack sexual discipline and are way more likely to do it. And that's another thing too. I feel like we act like, well, men are just going to take what they get, so that sexual discipline, like that's a virtue for a man too, to be able to, hold himself to a standard and not sleep with every single man.
It's virtuous for men to hold themselves to virtuous standards, and that includes backing away from sexual intercourse with random women and doing, that type of thing. I agree that that's true. I'm just saying that women in that situation, they have the control apparatus, okay? They always have the control apparatus, except in maybe like super exceptional cases where the guy is a fucking millionaire rock star or something like this.
Council
They
of
essentially,
Fanboos
women are
donated
going to be the determiners.
$200. Andrew, happy St. Andrew's Day. You're invited to join the Council of Andrews. Check out andrewsonly.com. Ladies, do you agree that Andrew is the best name? We have a scholarship for Andrews and Dreas.
Okay.
No.
Andrew is like the most common name.
I lost my virginity to an Andrew.
Oh my
Oh.
Wow. Wow. Is
Stories
Andrew's
of
only like only
I
fans?
have a question for you here. You were on the show previously. I should have brought this up honestly during the introductions. Our big disagreement for like 50 minutes on the show
Men are strong.
was, and that we. So I asked you, generally speaking, are men more physically strong than women? And there was a long back and forth. I wanted to just ask the question once more. Are men stronger than women?
I've been doing a lot of thinking about this, about the conversation,
Sure.
and what I would say if it came up again. And I want to say, how are we quantifying strength? Because we can't, there's a variety. Hold on.
Physically stronger. That's it.
Well, how do you quantify?
Explosive power. Grip strength is like one of the best ways to quantify.
Well,
explosive
we
power.
brought up the grip strength
sure you
study,
Yeah.
and she did not. What did you say? I think you said, well, grip strength is only one metric of strength.
No, grip
and
strength is like one of the most important measures of strength, and it correlates because like there's this weird thing where basically this is why powerlifters will like get like
Wait,
butt plugs and like teeth bites.
before I have you get,
okay.
I'd like you to at least state your position before people respond to you. So
And I
It's okay.
I conceded last time as well.
you didn't really, but so what? You
So-
said you've done research and you haven't found what?
I've done.
Sorry, well, we kind of interrupted you, but you were making a point of you were thinking about it, doing some research, and
Like, what are you
Oh,
measuring?
so I wasn't
strength
really.
by?
I haven't done research. I've just been thinking
Oh, you've been
about
thinking
like
about
the
it.
responses, having conversations with people. So like one thought that I had that I've been having is, you know, how can we quantify strength, and you know, in what situations? Because I remember you brought up somebody had brought up the situation with the roommates and defending. Who would I want to defend me? I would want the strongest person to defend me.
Yeah. Well, I have a way that you can maybe, because I was thinking about this too.
Okay.
Here's maybe a good way you can quantify it. When you're walking around in your daily life, who do you see lift up more heavy stuff, men or women? Usually. Who's lifting up the heavier
Does that
stuff?
include heavy people?
Yeah, because I'm a dancer, so I see, you know, women.
It
lifting
includes
themselves.
everything. Everything that could ever be in existence. Who's picking up the heavier stuff? Usually. Who's carrying the couches? Who's loading the trucks? Who's who's doing all that stuff that you see?
have you ever had any movers?
No, actually, my response to that is both, because my stepdad will usually be one of the ones moving stuff, and then he will recruit my younger sister, who is super heavy in the gym and all that, over another.
Is your
male in the
stepdad
house.
stronger than your sister?
I don't know. They're about equal. She probably works out more than him, but he's a police officer, so.
That's also the argument, though, is if she has to work out
Wait,
so much harder.
before
I don't-
hold on, no. But I want you to fully, because we've kind of interrupted you a little bit. So, you said that you've been having conversations with people, and what have you arrived? Have you arrived at anything? What do you have any further thoughts? How do you quantify strength? Continue.
So I think there's a lot of different ways that we can quantify strength, and there's
Physical
no
strength.
physical
Yeah.
strength. Yes, and I don't think there's, like you were saying, grip strength is one of the best ways to be able to tell, you know, how overall strong someone might be, and I think that's a good point, and I think that's worth considering. But I don't think it's like the one all be all, because
What would that be?
I don't know,
So
Well,
there.
or
Well, if
unless
you-
somebody can tell me, because like
Yeah,
we were-
so do you, when you look at men and women in society, do you see that men are bigger than women? Taller, bigger?
Yes, the average height of an American man is 5'8". The
And do you
average,
think that that means that they got a bigger skeleton?
Like denser bones.
No, just
like a bigger
Their
bigger
muscular
form. They have a
skeletal
bigger
mass is
skeleton.
going to
Necessarily,
develop
yes.
differently.
Yes, necessarily they have a bigger skeleton, and a bigger skeleton can do what? If you have a bigger skeleton, you can do what with it?
I guess hold more things. I don't know.
Harness more leverage.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And you can also have larger amounts of body mass around a larger skeleton, right? So
Okay.
the thing is if the capacity is there for the thing that's bigger versus the thing that's not as big, which one would you judge as being generally stronger than the other? Like if you saw a kitty cat versus a lion, which thing would you think was stronger?
The lion.
Why?
Hold on.
Because the lion
bigger,
has
it's
it's
bigger, okay.
bigger, lots bigger, right?
Although
So
to
I
be
think
fair, really big power lifters actually carry less weight per poundage for their own body because leverage does create like fulcrum points that are bad, which is why women in powerlifting are kind of insane. They don't lift the heaviest weight, but they lift pound for pound, especially in legs. They're starting to like come close to men.
I feel like you just went over with a big bag of dirt and poured it right into the water,
I know,
and
I'm
now
sorry.
there's nothing but mud
I
to
should have
walk
said,
through.
hold on, I'm going to stir the pot. Obviously,
well-
men are on average stronger by like obvious. I just
Wait,
wanted
wait,
to
wait,
I liked
wait,
the
wait,
kitty
wait,
cat
wait,
and
wait,
the
wait.
lion, and you really just
Why
kind of
is
wrecked that
Here,
for me.
but before we interrupt her, I'd like to give her an opportunity to actually like finish your full thought. Go ahead.
Mr. Interrupter over
It's-
here.
don't
Literally.
just go ahead. Just
so
go ahead.
bad. Okay, gotta get myself back on track. Okay, what was the final point that I?
So
came
you said you were consulting with people, with various experts, I assume, and
My mommy.
your mom. But you were having conversations. So what?
Scientists.
And it sounded like you rejected. We showed you that grip strength study. You rejected that because while you might acknowledge that it's a factor in strength, it might not be the ultimate test or indicator that would determine who might comparatively who might be stronger, men or women. So what else?
I think it also depends on like how much protectiveness somebody feels over the person that they might be defending or themselves. How much adrenaline, I guess, is pumping. Maybe not like literally how much adrenaline, but like how crazy they are.
Well,
or maybe
in the adrenaline example, wouldn't you have to compare an adrenalized man to an adrenalized woman? So if we just compared both of them in an adrenalized state, who's stronger, men or women?
So it would have to consider the adrenaline, and I feel like more.
I'm almost curious I'd be curious to see studies if men produce more adrenaline. I don't know.
I was thinking
but I'd be
similarly.
curious if men produce more adrenaline in sort of fight or flight situations.
Yes,
But that's
of course they do.
I don't actually.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe if,
I don't know
if
if
there's a
it's-
mom, wouldn't she produce more adrenaline if she felt like her kid was in danger?
Exactly.
This
That's
is
a
this is
that
going
I
to be
want.
that's a
boring
let's-
neurochemistry.
But
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
know.
I have
Go,
no idea.
but so go ahead, continue. Now I'm interrupting. I apologize. Go ahead.
The fact that you brought up the mom situation was another point that I was considering. I know that my mom would be able to defend me so much better than my biological
But
dad.
okay, but the original question that this kind of stemmed from was, are men stronger than women physically?
Just on average. That's it. Just on
Like
average.
not
And if we're
random
taking,
cases.
I think it would just be so hard to find an average. I think is what the conclusion that I might have somewhat come to last time, but like I wanted to verbalize it better. If I got the opportunity, wanted to verbalize it better. If I see the numbers and we're taking each individual man and each individual woman, and there's a list of the ones that are strong, I guess. Like I said, it's so hard to quantify these things. So like, who is stronger, men or women? Does anybody understand what I'm saying?
No, I have no idea.
I mean, like,
I literally
like,
have no clue.
Like
what you're
obviously
talking
men
about.
can be
None.
like domestic violence victims, but for example, I feel like usually like a big reason in why
Can we not say
women
that
tend-
word?
No,
Sorry,
neither here nor
like,
there.
It's
when
fine to
TV
say.
why
but-
women like tend to be like, more, not trying to say that it doesn't happen to men, because I'm sure there are men getting roughed around by, it's because like usually
But-
it's harder for us to fight back because we're like
But
weaker.
that's not really related to the conversation.
Well, I'm saying the sense of I feel like when we're
Are
talking
you
about
saying
the
that
average
women
man,
can beat up men? Yes, they can.
Yeah, but no, it's not what
Continue.
I was saying. I was saying the reason that majority of the case I would say are usually the woman is the victim is because if the strength was more half, wouldn't we fight back in those situations more often?
Well, it's a
And our
DV
adrenaline's up too.
And our adrenaline's up. Well, yeah, exactly. And usually when a girl's a victim of DV, they end up beat up, not fighting back and having 3 rounds and just like
So-
doing MMA fighting. Like
Okay.
usually the woman is the one who,
Okay. Do you want to continue with your point?
I think just the main point that is important for me to say is the ability to quantify these things, the strength, and then the comparison of the strengths between an entirety, 8 billion people. We have 4 billion men approximately and 4 billion women approximately. I think it would be crazy to even try.
Beaten Cheeks donated $200. Andrew, please cook them into going back to the easiest class in elementary school about physical strength between boys and girls. I'm getting dumber listening to the libs than watching monkeys work.
Okay, first of all, this is not a libs talking point, okay? I've been very explicitly clear as a progressive lib that I would disagree with this. Obviously, men are normatively more strong. Just like, obviously. I think that's only not true in hyenas, but that's because female hyenas have a shitload of testosterone, which is like...
There is some set of feminists, though, and I'm not trying to like straw man feminists or whatever, but there is some like deranged feminists that, like, I don't know if you're familiar with this, Anita Sarkeesian. This is like way back. She made a whole tropes versus video games or something. She claimed that it's a trope that men are physically stronger. I don't. This was a decade ago, so I don't remember exactly what she said. But she was essentially saying that there actually is no physical strength difference.
Yeah, a lot of like cringy third wave feminists were just obsessed with women being men. But the most fourth wave feminists, for example, would fully reject this.
But continue.
Well, right. It actually makes sense because it would go against the oppressive narrative if they said suddenly that women were stronger than men. They couldn't say that men oppressed them. So
go ahead.
That kind of counterintuitive to feminism.
So let me just ask the question: are men physically stronger than women?
We already went over this. I have a hard time.
I'm trying to be good faith here. Like, is there just some metric of strength that you think women are better on or something, and that's why you're having a hard time or like what metric is giving you hesitancy?
Is there a sport that you think like women would consider?
Is it just the gym?
Is there
pain tolerance?
Pain tolerance is a good point.
Sport.
And
is there a sport that would go with that?
I'm just saying that's the only metric I
So
can
like
think of.
super endurance running, for example, women are starting to compete at equal levels and slightly more, specifically because of like body fat composition and like water amounts and pain tolerance that like women are starting to slightly outcompete men on like super marathons.
Nick, can you pull up boysversuswomen.com? We already looked at it. We'll look at it for 10 seconds and then so high school boys, if you put in the US, if you put them against gold medalists in the Olympics, and this is not just in the US, this is like the highest level of achievement in women's sports. So hold on, let me read this, Nick. Scroll up. Male high school athletes, so I'm assuming this is US, male high school athletes versus female Olympians. So this isn't just US female Olympians, this is all Olympians from the entire world, every single country. If high school boys win against the fastest women, is it fair for males? Well, that's okay. That's another conversation. So if you allowed high school boys to compete against female Olympians, the boys would steal all those medals from the women. So just scroll down just a bit. We won't see the whole thing, but track and field, 2016 high school boys versus 2016 Olympic women's finalists. Scroll down a bit, Nick. So this is for the 100 meter. No, up. And it's going to resort. So those are high school boys who would outperform the Olympian women. Scroll down just a tad. We'll just look at one more and we won't linger. This is 400 meter, 800 meter. And it's going to resort here. Okay, so high school boys who certainly are, I assume, are not even at their athletic peak, are out competing female Olympians. Just U.S. high school boys are out competing all the women in the world who are at the peak within their gender.
Okay.
Must be steroids.
So how can you explain that high school boys are out competing women, if not for having more strength, for example? Or fast twitch, I mean, these are races, so that's probably more related to like your fast twitch muscle fibers and stuff.
Like explosive power, yeah.
Okay.
But you know what, related to that, Nick, can you pull up photos of male sprinters versus female sprinters just to see what their bodies look like?
I should look at there's a video of a female sprinter like paced alongside a male sprinter video. It's probably I used to actually
make sure it's not TOS.
agree with you, and then my husband, when we were just starting to date, just showed me like Serena Williams being like, I would never, and then the like U.S. soccer team of women Olympians losing to like the U16 boys team, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is just like brain rot.
And it was bad.
Like they lost.
Scorched.
It was
Bad.
scorched. It wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were laughing at
do you
him and
have it,
mocking him. It was pretty funny.
Okay.
So the way that I'm looking at strength is less in sports and stuff and more
Okay,
in
we're
like
not gonna-
physical
never-
combat and
never mind.
stuff.
Huh?
Like
Okay,
Wait,
well, what
you're
about
looking-
like Navy SEAls? There are like hardly ever any. I don't even
There's
know if
no-
there's
Never been.
women
There's
Navy
never been.
SEals.
There's none.
That
There's never
is
been one.
Women would never compete in a male fighting sport ever. They would get. In
Combat.
fact, this is like part
Absolutely
of
not.
the trans athlete conversation. Is that like trans athletes, even after doing a whole bunch of stuff to like make them like their teen stuff similar to cis women, all the cis women that have fought them been like they punch like nothing I've ever experienced. It's like a truck hitting your face.
I almost
like,
wonder if you don't want to concede this because then it would, because perhaps you have a corresponding position on the trans people in sports thing, and if you were to concede that men are physically stronger than women or males are stronger than females, then you then must concede that we should not have trans women in women's sports. Is that what this stems from?
I don't think so. I think it's more just to do with my personal experience with my mother and like her. Like I know she could whoop anybody's ass. Like my dad's.
No, your mother could not whoop anybody's ass.
You think she could beat up Joe Rogan?
Mike Tyson.
I don't know if she was angry
A
enough.
guy down
probably.
the
No,
street.
that's
I'm
not
sorry.
your degree. Your degree of anger does not dictate your ability to beat someone in a fight who is, say, 2 times as strong as you and who weighs twice as much as you and who's a foot taller than you. In a fist fight, let me ask. Here, can we pull up?
Are we, are
hold
we
on.
talking about a
One-
professional fist fight?
Hold on.
Professional
Yeah,
fight?
No, no, no.
Anywhere.
Nick, pull up.
Bring
Nick,
it to
pull
the
up a photo of Brock Lesnar. So your mom. How tall is your mom?
She's 5 foot.
She's how tall?
5 foot.
5 foot. Okay, she's 5 foot. Nick, you got the photos? Nick,
She's gonna be so happy I
just
brought
Brock
her.
Lesnar image.
Also, not saying women can't be badass, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we have to work.
Wait,
20
before you pull it up,
Like-
your mom could beat up anybody.
I'm pretty confident she could beat up a lot of people. I don't know about anybody, but I'm gonna confidently
What
say
percentage of men could your mom beat up at 5'4", do you think?
at 5 foot.
She's 5
Oh,
foot.
excuse me.
5'0".
Oh,
She's
4 inches shorter
and
than that.
you are aware that the average male height is like 5'9", 5'10".
So I believe last time I checked it was 5'8". Yeah.
Well, it depends. It depends what country, but
Yeah,
in
depends.
the
yeah,
U.S., I believe
American.
it.
US.
In any case, so what percentage of men in the U.S. do you think that your mom could beat up? How much does she weigh, too, by the way?
Right now she's gonna be uncomfortable with me talking about this. I
Just-
think like 145.
Your 5 foot mother's going to be uncomfortable about you talking about her beating up men.
No.
Okay.
No, about her
Talking
weight. Her weight.
Okay, I guess yes, it's rude to ask a woman's age and weight. What percentage of men do you think your mom could beat up?
My guess would probably be
Fist fight, no like hidden weapons or any shit.
teeth, nails,
Everything.
Sure,
fighting dirty.
anything to the
Anything
death.
she can use.
Fighting dirty. I think
He,
approximately.
the man can fight dirty too.
Yeah, approximately 80%.
Holy fuck, you're delusional.
Have you ever seen a fist fight? Like,
You're
have you ever
delusional.
shot someone?
You are delusional,
Have you ever
my
seen
dear.
a fist fight? Have
You
you
are
ever
delusional,
just
my
genuinely-
dear.
Have you ever been trained in any sort of
Here.
MMA?
You've
That's
seen
the first
fist fights?
question.
Wait, wait,
Oh
wait.
my god!
Girl,
Not even just
so,
like
hold on.
karate.
Hold
Like
on.
male
kick's gonna be lethal.
like
Okay, do you have the Brock Lesnar clip? So before you pull it up, oh well. Wait, just the first one. Do the first one, the Wikipedia. The first one.
Could your mom beat him up?
So Brock Lesnar, I think he's like well over 6 feet. He's probably over 200 pounds.
damn.
Could your mom beat him up?
You said he's 6 feet?
Forget just
She
just
didn't
based
say
off.
anyone though.
Yeah.
No, but that's fine. But I'm asking, could
He
your
could
mom?
be in the 20%.
Huh?
He could be in the 20% that she can't beat up.
No, but could. No. Could. Yeah, forget his height. Forget his height. Let's say this is
His
5
build.
foot Brock Lesnar. This is his. Could your mom beat up Brock Lesnar? UFC.
She might be able to. Okay,
You're so.
probability-
Oh my God, you're delusional. You are. I'm sorry, but there's no other way to say this.
Wait,
You're
you
delusional.
think your mom could beat up out of 4 billion men, 80% of them?
No, we said in the U.S. We did say in the U.S.
Okay,
So
300
that's-
million. Let's
It would-
give 150 Let's say 100 million men.
I bet you your mom could beat up like a guy who's like a paraplegic and was like 80 and like maybe a bit more, but like this is where like theory of violence is really important, and our society has the worst, and women have a way worse theory of violence than men, because every man knows that he is not taking on a 6'2" bro, even if he's 5'8", right? Like no shot, because it's like your mom is going into a sword fight with a little dagger. Like the reach alone is so dangerous. Like
I was going into it's worse.
Like,
so much worse.
With a knife.
She might not be able to even reach his head to punch him in the head.
Right, and this is why like theory
Brock
of violence
Lesnar's
is
an
so
F-16, and your mom is a needle. That's the difference. Literally, that would be the distinction.
And I feel like if we could like have even fight like feminists, would it be like, you know, arguing things, probably just fight back against men, just beat them all up.
Where's the logic?
Can you say that?
What? Oh, this way. Oh.
No, yeah? Okay, so sorry, that was my OCD. What is the, I want to ask the whole table here, not to like.
Fucking dying over there.
Well,
No, because I fight. I fucking have senseis that will slap me in the fucking face. It doesn't matter how much I'm like, yeah, I got this. I'm just mad. Like, let's just go. Man, people put me in my place so fast. Like, it's not funny.
I can
Like
also
a
say,
let's say like a 40.
Her mom could probably beat up 80% of
my
them.
sensei, she'll probably beat up both my senseis who have years of experience.
I have a question. So okay. Did you say you do jujitsu?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Like grappling.
So I've heard this, like a male blue belt, and by the way, belts it takes a long time to get belts. And,
years.
Jiu-jitsu, it's a lot longer
Yes.
than like
Sometimes-
So
Oh my God,
in
yeah.
jujitsu, my understanding is like a male same weight, a male blue belt is going to tap a female black belt.
Period. It
Like-
has a lot to do with weight. Weight is
Size.
what's
Well, even
keeping
same-
you down.
I would argue
And
even
size.
like same weight, like a male. Maybe. Also, I did wrestling in high school. We had women on the team, and typically, like the women when they went to the tournaments, like they typically more often than not they lost.
Okay.
By the way, can I just
Yeah.
instruct my team and my audience who are watching this to begin the meme generation of my mom can beat up Brock Lesnar. Do it immediately as fast as you possibly can.
I don't understand why.
But
why is
I
it
think
still going?
I think here's the thing. It should be like you had to like calculate what if the adrenaline. It's like it should be an
'Cause there's so many
instant.
fucking factors.
No,
There's
there's no
so many
factors. You
factors.
see, you see a photo
sorry.
of Brock Lesnar. You know that your mom is 5 feet. It should be instantaneous. Nah, he could kill her.
But it also depends on how smart they are and how quick they are. and
How
how-
smart?
But like
he
she
is
was
like
saying,
a trained, like he does
fighter.
that for
Okay,
a living.
Even if he wasn't, though,
We're just
He
looking
was a
at the
UFC
build.
champion.
sit on her and be done. Like, let's
Wait,
be real.
I
You
wanna-
don't even have to
okay.
have experience. You could sit on her.
But you said it comes down to intelligence.
It doesn't come down to, but I think that's another factor. Like if
Are
you're
you,
quick
like-
on your feet and if you know fighting skills, I think that those
think
things
that can
are
definitely
Is your mom a
Here-
professional
Exactly,
fighter?
it can help. So
Let me ask you this question. Let's say Brock Lesnar, Brock Lesnar, granted, is a UFC fighter. Let's just say he's totally untrained, but in that body, totally untrained male, has never taken a boxing class, hasn't even done like Tai Bo, fucking nothing.
he just goes to the gym and he attained that build.
Just goes to the gym, zero fight training. Your mom at 5 feet, she is the pound for pound best MMA fighter in the world. Does your mom still in a fight, does she beat up Brock Lesnar?
I say
Who-
there's probably an 85 to 90% probability that she could.
This is some girl math right here.
This is girl math right here.
I do
85
have-
to 90%.
I am super ignorant, so this is a genuine question.
Yeah.
Because I've read some stuff about certain what is it? And this is not to defend, it's just out of curiosity because I know you do martial arts. Like certain martial arts, if you get really well trained, you can use opponents like, body or like physical build
against them.
Yeah,
They're
grappling
waiting
is for them. Yes.
There's
Yeah.
also so many
But
other
there's
things like
still-
pressure points and stuff, but they'd have to be in that position at that moment to do that.
And they're also-
and that's
You're
just not
getting theirs
that's just
already.
not like the case all the time. So.
Also,
like-
by the way, men can be so physically overpoweringly strong that it doesn't matter where you get them with the leverage. It doesn't matter any of that. They don't even move. That guy, pound for pound, can take on a fucking bear, right? He's massive.
I think this is
Wait,
actually
just-
the
just one thing,
donated
just one thing.
$200. Is she confused about who can win a fight when arguing? Cause this chick doesn't know when to tap out. Maybe her mom doesn't either. Stop hitting her, she's brain dead.
I guess this is like a really big safety thing too. This is why I fight really hard against feminists who say this. Any girl who's like dating a boy, ask him to try to like just bear hug you, like physically, like don't get him to choke you or anything. Just restrain you
Squeeze
and
you
say, don't let me go, and I'm gonna fight as hard as I can.
Yep.
It's really important that women understand, like this is why like I'm all for women taking self-defense courses and stuff, but the
100%.
best self-defense, as my cop dad would say, is screaming, please fucking help me.
Yeah, whistles,
and
things
trying to
like
run
that,
and
yeah.
whistles and stuff. It's really important that women understand, like this is why when women talk about like feeling unsafe around men and men like are poo-pooing it, it's like, no, this is why this really, really matters, is because the power disparity between the average man and the average woman. I'm the same height as
And
my
I-
husband. He would fucking, if he wanted to kill me, he could kill me at literally any time, no matter what, and only if I had a gun could maybe I do, and if we're in close quarters, I still might be fucked.
But even then, they usually take the guns away from the women.
True.
Well, also
True feminism is
testosterone-
giving women guns,
testosterone
okay?
has a lot to do with it, which we lack in as
Yeah, as
females.
women.
Testosterone
Yeah, it's a huge
pushes
deal, yeah.
buttons in men, and the higher it goes, and like the more enraged you are as a man. I've seen it. Like it's
Well, it's not just
crazy.
that, but
Personal
testosterone is
steroid.
the building blocks for things like muscle. I mean, you need it for almost
Yeah.
everything.
Absolutely.
For men, it's the fountain of youth. That's what testosterone
But
is
your
for
point
us.
was so good. Ask a man to just
Hold you.
even
Yeah.
just squeeze you kind of hard.
Or just
you
lay on
can't
top of
even
you.
breathe. Like I just actually had this happen, and this guy was like 6 foot tall. And I was like, he just hugged me so tight and cracked my back. I was like, oh my God. Like it was just like intense, and I fight.
Unless
5 days a week, actually. So that was like, and I wasn't trying to fight him, but his strength alone was like surprising to me. And I was
It's-
like, wow, like,
And I've been in similar situations to that. I'm not gonna say that I can beat up any man. I can't beat up my own. Like I can't beat up any woman. I'm weak as fuck physically. I
Could
don't.
you beat up
and-
Nick? He might be
oh,
into
that's
that.
a good
I
point.
don't know if
I'm
probably
kidding, I'm
not,
kidding, man.
Probably not. Like I mean, I used to get in fights with my ex, and I'd freaking start him, and I'd still get my ass whooped. You
Like
know?
physical fights,
Oh.
like
Yeah.
you and your.
You would, oh, it was like mutually violent? You would start fights? Physical fights?
The physical part of
arguments.
him. He would be like verbally abusive, and then I would just like have a meltdown, and then just start flailing my arms everywhere.
Girls
I
never
Start
do that.
flailing
Don't
your-
do it.
What do you mean?
at him.
Flailing
like,
your arms? Like, so here, demonstrate for me.
That's
that-
a
is
pretty
that a
good
flail?
demonstration.
This?
Not. I don't think. I mean.
What does that mean?
It's like an Irish dance.
I don't know. But I mean, I had deep regrets about that, and it was very wrong of me.
You did it multiple times?
Yes.
What you said he was being verbally abusive. So what would he say that would compel you to physically strike him?
God, it's been so long. It's been a long time.
Wait, well, you are saying clearly though, it was wrong, not okay.
Yeah.
It was
Yes,
wrong.
absolutely.
Okay.
So, but
absolutely.
what was he saying that precipitated you physically
just- and
assaulting
We're going
him?
off.
Intentionally hurtful things. He.
Such as?
I don't remember. It's been a minute.
Give me one example, because you said this happened multiple times. So,
Yeah.
Does it matter?
So.
Yeah, like
well, I mean,
It doesn't like
why
justify
that
like.
matters.
no, I don't
abusing
think
someone.
it's ever justified to strike somebody.
Yeah,
but
and I'm sure you don't. It just like it feels like now
You
we're
don't
like
know
digging
what
into
they were-
it
yeah,
for
like,
like
you don't know why
salaciousness,
they were-
which feels
Well,
odd.
it's her personal like.
okay. Well, I'm still asking. So,
So it was what he was saying and the intention to hurt me behind it, and then also build up. Like it would be a long, hurtful conversation, and then like I would get so angry that I would have a fucking outburst.
Well,
damn, it's embarrassing to talk about this.
was
shit.
it
I
was it
so little.
unilaterally verbally abusive? Like when you were engaging in these arguments and like you were just not saying anything mean to him, and like I assume there was some.
There was times
back
where I
and
did
forth.
say some mean things to him, but there was a lot of times, especially like in the last like year of the relationship where I did my best to not verbally engage with those things.
Okay.
I would just tell him, like, it's wrong for you to say this to me. It's wrong for you to gaslight me. I would try my best to calmly, or at the very least, harmlessly explain, like, why he's hurting me. And then he would continue to do it. And then that's whenever I would have a physical reaction.
Would he strike you back, or he would just?
There was certain times where he struck me back.
But most of the time, he just allowed you to.
No, not allowed. He would
won't.
just like restrain me.
Okay.
Most of the time.
Most of the time he would not like strike you back.
Most
So,
of the time.
you,
Okay.
you attacked him and he restrained you?
Yeah, I think. I mean, if I'm understanding what you're asking
And
correctly, I
again,
think so.
just to be clear, like she's saying that this was wrong. So I understand like digging into it, but like the fact that she's being honest about it and saying like this isn't okay is a good thing.
I appreciate the
even
honesty.
though we would all agree it's not a good thing. I just like
Right.
I'm
I
really
appreciate
worried
the
about like
honesty.
what the chat's now like
Yeah,
going and
like
doing
her.
right now, where it's
I
like
don't
just so
think-
it's clear, her saying like this was incorrect and showing remorse is the correct response to that past.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
just
I was
curious. One
15
example
to-
of something he said that made you strike him.
I had told him that I was really insecure and I felt like really lazy about like not being able to do schoolwork, not having the motivation to clean my room. And then he would go and be like, "You're a lazy piece of shit," or something along.
Not a nice thing to say.
No, not so.
But
And then it's like
he
the
said that, and
buildup of those.
you slapped him. What did you do?
That one time specifically, in my mind, we were having an argument in the car on the way to his family's house, and I don't remember what the argument was about or nothing like that, but I remember he got out of the car, he was about to go get his stuff out of the trunk or something like that, and on his way opening the door, he was like, "You're lazy as fuck," or that's why you're lazy, or he said it in a way that like was intentional to dig at me. So I got out of the car and I walked around the car to where he was, and I just swung and tried to slap him. I didn't slap him that time, I don't think. I don't remember exactly how it went down, but yeah.
How old was he?
We were the same age. I don't remember what in the time period this was in our relationship, but probably 16. We were probably both 16.
Let's bring it back to the strength thing. So, okay. So
I don't think I honestly have much more to say. Like I said, there's a lot of factors that go into it. The adrenaline, the intellect of an individual. How quick they are on their feet, fighting skills that they have, all of these things.
What would it take to convince you that you're incorrect about this?
Statistics.
We showed you.
Other than
I
We
know.
showed you the grip strength study. We showed you in the previous episode that the male deadlift. What? Yes, I was about to say
Okay.
the deadlift. It was like almost men. The
like
world record is twice as much in deadlift for men as it is in women. And I showed you that gold medal comparison that that high school boys who are not at the top of the hierarchy when it comes to athleticism. Well, I mean, compared to female Olympians, they outcompete female Olympians.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm failing to see what it would. Does anybody here at the table think that there's a smoking gun that would convince her that men are just physically stronger than women, generally speaking?
no.
And I'm asking the chat too. If the chat has any, if we're missing something here that would help us, is there like a smoking gun piece of, I don't know
What
if
would
it's a
it take
study
to-
or.
Okay.
What would it take to convince you that your mom couldn't beat up 80% of the men?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I can be proven wrong on that. I'm not like firm on it. He asked me what percentage or whatever. I just gave a
There's
guess.
like a meta-analysis of like 10,000 data points, and it was like conclusive that on average men hold like more explosive power on every single like metric, and their anthropomology like it literally is towards them being like stronger. Would that convince you?
I think so. I think from everything that I
Those
received from the
exist.
point that you were making.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those do exist,
They exist.
and they're pretty strong. in, like, suggesting-
Overwhelmingly. Like could never be refuted.
But I used to like think what you thought.
So but I just hope that at least you understand what I'm saying, especially because you used to have that perspective, that it's strength is so many different things at once.
Sure. The issue is that like
Okay. Oh my God.
when it comes to every single metric of strength, men just outcompete. And like at the end of the day, I do understand what you're saying. It's just like I think at some point it's okay to be like, yeah, I guess I was incorrect about
What-
that, which is like,
yeah, and that's honestly, I've come here to learn, to try to expand my ability to debate.
Being in a group dynamic like this where like everyone's just like taking pot shots isn't exactly the best space to be like waving the humble flag either, because I don't think anyone will take it. So.
And I have been pretty firm about this, but because nobody put it the way that she just put it, I was really asking for how did you put it, a meta-analysis of what
10,000 plus points, like data points, like an N of 10,000.
Okay.
I don't know if you know what an N is, but it's like the sample size.
So maybe if you guys could have just done that, Mr. Professional Debater. I'm so frustrated. You say you're a professional debater, and then you immediately get fired up when somebody doesn't agree with you or when something isn't making complete sense. When you haven't let somebody complete their point.
Listen.
No, you listen to me. Give me a
How much
second,
more time do I need to let you
second.
talk? I barely said anything to you. So listen.
You're telling me to listen in the middle of my statement.
listen. When you say
In the middle of my statement.
Mr. Professional Debater, here's me, Mr. Professionally Debating.
But
if you're so
interrupting is
fucking
not
stupid, you
professional.
don't understand men are stronger than women, you're not worth debating.
It's not
You're not
about-
smart enough to have the conversation.
Then
Just sit
don't
there.
come on the podcast.
It's crazy to me.
Then
Why
don't-
would I need to debate with you that the sky is blue or that there's clouds or that? Why would I debate those things?
You chose to come on the podcast.
Yeah, I
and
didn't
have this
come on the
conversation with women.
podcast to choose to debate with a clown. Doesn't know that
Then don't
men
interact with
are
the
stronger than
conversation.
women.
Don't
Who
interact
would
with the
ever
conversation
dispute
then.
that?
Don't interact. Just sit back, relax.
I
take a
have
second.
been.
We could
I
have just
have
ended
been.
the
Good for you.
I haven't
Good
been
job.
doing this, but
Good
you
job.
deserve it.
But
honestly.
once you saw that
Deserve
she
what?
wasn't like that, her opinion could have kind of been swayed. You should have been okay. That's the end of the conversation.
Swayed?
Let's move on. It's just kind of been like.
but it's
I
like
also feel like as a woman, it's like it's not really the girl power point it's supposed to be. When like I feel like a big basis of a lot of women's issues is we can't fight back. So I feel like it definitely.
okay, not totally related, but the thing is that it's shocking to hear somebody say that, because in the same way that Andrew said he doesn't want to debate whether the sky is blue, you don't really how do you it's almost self-evident that men are stronger than women. There need not even be studies done, but they've done many studies comparing strength. For example, you do acknowledge that men, generally speaking, are larger in size, right? And so that might manifest itself, for example, in the components that make up your body, right? So if you're physically bigger, that means you have more fat, you have more skeleton, you have more muscle, correct?
Okay.
Now, if you lift weights and you start getting stronger, you start developing what? Muscle, right? So do you acknowledge that men, on average, have more muscle than women?
Yes, I think we had this part of the conversation last time where there was more muscle on the average.
If you have more muscle, are you going to be stronger, generally speaking? We can get into different types of muscle fibers and
I mean, I don't need necessarily the muscle fibers, but I would say yes. Somebody that has more
Do you
muscle has
lift
a
weights?
stronger. No, I don't.
Do
I
you
don't
lift weights?
So I'm not going to say that I'm strong.
That's fine. If you started to lift weights, would you anticipate an increase in your muscle size?
As long as I'm feeding my body nutritiously, I would say so. Yes.
Okay. And correspondingly, if you started lifting weights, your strength would increase, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. So your muscle size would increase. You'd be able to lift more weights. So if men have more muscle mass, wouldn't it be generally, you concede that men on average have more muscle mass than women, just due to their larger physical size?
Yes, and I think
So do you then think, because you've conceded that men have more muscle mass, you concede that they're physically larger, because men have more muscle mass, on average, would you say that on average, due to men's greater muscle mass, that they're stronger than women?
Logically, yes, that makes sense. But
what do you mean logically, yes?
The reason that I have an issue conceding on this topic is because I don't want to put out there to the men that aren't willing, to the audience that isn't willing to look at all of the aspects in the strength. So I don't want to just be willy-nilly, men are stronger than women, because like we've discussed, there are so many women that are stronger than men, and we haven't taken.
That's not okay, but we've already addressed that before. So, are there women that are stronger than men? Absolutely. Are there women that could beat up men? Absolutely. But just because there are women that could beat up men does not mean that that all women could beat up all men.
Yeah, I know.
But so we're not saying like. I don't know. I don't even know how to argue this. I don't know.
Can we stop talking to Brooke from ISA? Obviously men are stronger than women. Let's move on to others on the panel instead of focusing on whether the sky is blue.
I agree. I agree, and I would love to move on.
I won't linger. Yeah, I'll move on. I'm going to move on soon.
This space doesn't make it okay or easy to be wrong, and I think like for example, like all the chat being like, haha, yeah, it's awesome. She's just some dumb bimbo bitch. It's like that's exactly the problem with all of this like ideological wrestling is that it's damn near impossible.
Ideological wrestling. I mean, you yourself have said that, but you agree.
I agree with you.
You agree
but
that men are stronger.
Like this is like this simple thing. For example,
it's very simple.
Hold on.
It is very simple.
Why are women out competing on super marathons all of a sudden? Do you know why that is?
No, tell us.
We actually addressed
I don't know.
this.
That's the interesting question. Why the fuck are women doing so well on super marathons?
Why would that matter to this claim?
Because I'm not saying that it matters to this claim. I'm saying like being really nasty towards somebody who like is having a hard time admitting that they're wrong in a space that is really hard to ever be wrong in. I think it's just shitty.
No, we don't need a coddle.
I think that's.
I'm not here to coddle.
Kyla, I would say that's totally fair.
Wait,
and
let
like
Andrew respond.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. We went through this for like 2 hours last time. With her on, hang on, stop. Why? Last time I was on whatever, went through 2 hours. So she's had all that time to come back for that one big claim, the whole time, to just Google, are men stronger than women? And the big Google box, which goes, yes, and big neon signs, and there's going to be sparkles and flowers poofing that says, yes.
Yes.
She could have done that. She didn't.
Yes.
So, yeah, is he poking fun of her and laughing at her? Yeah. Does she deserve it? Yeah. Is she going to learn from it? Probably not.
Should you do it for like 30 to 50 minutes is kind of my question. I agree.
2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Do it as long as it takes.
Can I finish my thoughts? With love, I think it's like a pretty bad position. I think you're wrong, obviously, right? And I think like holding to it, regardless of anything, is like probably not a good look. The issue is like after her and I's exchange, she's like, okay, yeah, I guess you're right. But then we just needed to go back into it and like rake things over the coals again. And you had to have your big diatribe about like how she's dumb and not worth debating ever and stuff like that, which I'm not even disagreeing with you. The issue is like, why is this nasty behavior necessary when we all pretend like we're here to like wrestle with ideas and try to figure out like the answers to reality? None of these types of orientations.
Because it's a rejection of reality.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It does matter. No, it doesn't matter about the way that you treat other people.
Yes, it does.
No.
Listen,
is that
when you say, hey,
it's not tone policing. I'm not saying you're like doing dog whistles.
If you're going to wrestle with different ideas, you're going to wrestle with different things that people believe, you have to risk being offensive, and sometimes you have to be mean to jar them out of their nonsense and their bullshit. I've had to do it hundreds of times. You've had to too. I've seen you do it.
Yeah, I'm real.
So let's not pretend for a second that this is somebody on some big white horse, right, trying to ride in and save her from something that she that what should have happened. Actually, instead is she should have just been like, listen, doofus, stop doing that shit.
Sure.
Okay,
so
when
what,
you guys were
hold
saying
on.
I'm sorry. Please, just, it'll take 2 seconds. When you guys were running in circles last time and this time, when you guys were running in circles in this conversation, this time and last time, failing to understand what I was trying to say, and maybe I wasn't putting it across the best way. Maybe I wasn't, and I can admit to that, and I wasn't.
She's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. It was just not productive because you guys were completely failing to understand the point that I was trying to make.
Which was what?
Which was it's very hard to quantify strength.
It's not though.
She just said that there was 10,000.
But you said you said it's hard to quantify strength. So what about for example, in physical education, I think you had to do like pull-ups and push-ups.
Yeah.
Like if you just took like an untrained boy and an untrained girl, like men, did you take PE in high school? Like, was there a pull-up test? Was there running? Was there push-ups? Typically, the women were allowed to do push-ups on their knees. Mm-hmm. Did you do push-ups on your knees in physical education? Mm-hmm. Were the boys able to do push-ups without being on their knees? Mm-hmm. So, okay, that's chest strength, push strength. Do you think this motion when it comes to self-defense, the ability to force,
Yes.
like literally a punch. This is a punching motion. So your push-up strength would
Correlate.
would translate to perhaps your strength when punching somebody. Don't you think that could be an indicator? Maybe.
Yes, it is an indicator, and that's what I'm saying.
But
like,
you said
that is an
quantify.
indicator.
So let's say the boys in physical education class in junior high school and high school, they're able to do push-ups not using their knees, and they can do far more than women. Would that be quantifying men's strength versus women's strength? Or what about pull-ups? I remember when I was in high school, I could do 10 pull-ups. Maybe 2 girls could do 1 pull-up. Do you remember doing pull-ups in high school? Were you-
So actually, the
use
girls.
use that life experience, the pull-ups in high school. Were the boys able to do more pull-ups than the women?
Okay.
It's been quantified.
I also don't know how active these men or these boys have been throughout their life, and how active they are on a recreational level. And I know, or I don't know how active
Every single day you have PE class and you're doing the
and then
same
what are
activities.
they doing at home? What are they?
Didn't you already agree with me though about like the stats and everything? Like, didn't you just concede?
Yes, I'm just trying to reemphasize the question.
I think it's okay to just be wrong, right? I think it's okay to be like, all of the issues that I was raising before probably aren't that valid.
But she doesn't concede that she's
I
wrong.
agree that she doesn't.
She doesn't concede
I agree that she
she's
doesn't
wrong.
concede.
And you
But
guys are
here's a
both
question
wrong.
I would actually want to ask you too. Why did she concede to me that she was wrong?
Well, I think she was looking.
She conceded to me that I was wrong. I said, would a study, like a meta-analysis of 10,000, convince you that there was?
I
And
don't
she said,
feel
yeah,
like she
I think-
really
I
actually
think
has
that was.
conceded to you.
Yes,
though.
I did.
I think she explicitly did, and
Didn't
I
you
said,
just to say to her 5 seconds ago, I thought you just conceded this point? And she was like, well, no, not really.
she fully conceded that men are stronger than women based on the evidence I submitted to her, correct?
Yes.
What evidence did you submit to
I
her?
said that there's meta-analysis with over 10,000 data points that would very clearly normatively show on all metrics of strength that men are stronger.
So why
That's
do
what I
you?
said.
So the question that you have for us is, I think what you're trying to
What's
say
the
is that
difference?
you created an escape route for her to get away.
False. The question is, why did she concede with me and not with you or you? That's what I'm asking.
Because you created an escape route for
How
her.
is that an escape route to say there is that meta-analysis?
Well, because it's very clear at this point from her perspective, after getting beat up on this 2 times in a row, over and over and over again, by everybody sitting at the table both times, that she was completely incorrect, and essentially you threw a lifeline. She was able to grab the lifeline.
What was the
And
lifeline?
I was
The
happy.
lifeline was
wrong.
fucking
I was happy to let you
it's also
throw the
'cause you're
lifeline,
attacking.
happy to let her grab it, happy to move on from that, right? Except
Who
when
wouldn't
we
move
kind of
on?
get back into it, we go, wait a second, did she really
on.
grab the
Hold
lifeline?
on. First of all,
just
hold on.
agreed that
Hold
she
on,
was
hold
wrong.
on, hold on.
She agreed with her, and
Hold
then no
on.
one moved on. Like,
Yeah,
we've been
literally.
doing
We
this
didn't
so
move
long.
on in large part because Brian wanted to redirect, which is
Yeah.
fine. It's your show, obviously.
Well,
the
but
part
the
of why we
re-
didn't move on is because Brian redirected to the question point. She did concede to me. That doesn't mean that she conceded with me about like grip strength. I didn't get into all of those specifics necessarily, but I think it's important to pose of like, what are the things that are necessary to like allow people to be willing to change their mind? And what I was saying about you guys, like, I think it's fine to think she's got a dumbass idea and wrong and be like a little mean to her about it. I don't think that that's a problem. I think
But
it's
you're,
really
like,
weird though
attacking her.
when like everyone's like group punching on her. It's like,
Literally.
have you ever seen a fight where like one kid gets punched in the face and then 10 other kids come from out of nowhere and start like stomping on
like,
each other?
But this is almost like if everyone here agreed that I have blue eyes, and she's like, no, he has brown eyes, and we're like, no, he has blue eyes. Like, that is the degree of the delusion.
Yeah.
She's not operating in reality
Sure. I don't
at
know
all.
if my response would be to like circle the drain with her for an hour just to keep highlighting how wrong she is.
Literally.
And then when somebody else on the panel gets her to be like, okay, I guess they are brown when you say it that way, I wouldn't then recircle back to it. I would go,
Yeah.
why am I recircling back here? Probably for content, in fairness, which is not like the worst. I just like, so this whole like white
it's
knight
just,
shit, obviously
it's just
not.
perhaps you've got the kid gloves on with her, and perhaps the way you worded it, it's not even clear to me, because if you ask her, if you get her to concede to the point,
Yep.
and then I then ask essentially this, I don't know if I ask the exact same thing as you, but if I say, well, okay then, so if you concede to her point, then surely must be the case that you agree that men, generally speaking, are stronger than women, and then you say no, in actuality, she didn't concede to your point. I guess she just wanted to be agreeable with you because you were being pleasant to her.
Just
Okay, but
ask
you're
the
also
question
attacking
now.
her.
Point
So
I'm
blank.
not attacking her.
She's not being like, it's not. I think the only name calls was like probably Andrew. And
He
they're
said she
somewhat
was
warranted.
stupid and dumb as
I
fuck.
think that was
That was
Andrew.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm
But
saying.
Brian didn't attack
No,
her.
Brian, you weren't. I'm saying it's because you were coming off like every time she would tell you like maybe this is what I think, this is my opinion. You kept
Let's
like
And
making
it's-
the point that she is wrong.
here. Let's let her speak for herself.
It's
Go
not
ahead.
even about what I think. I mean, okay, it is about what I think, but it's more about really the way that I'm thinking it. Like I've been trying to say, it's like there's so many factors that go into strength. There's so many factors that go into strength, and it's really hard with what the information that you guys were giving me. All y'all gave me.
What are the factors that go into strength?
We talked about it. The adrenaline, the muscle mass,
Yes,
the grip
okay.
strength,
Agree.
all of those things.
Okay,
So
so
you guys
so
gave
we
me-
established that grip strength, men have more grip strength. We established that men have more muscle density and muscle mass. And when it comes to adrenaline, if I were to concede to you that when in a fight or flight situation, both men and women receive the same dose of adrenaline, using those other factors, if the muscle mass is more in men and the grip strength is more in men, but the adrenaline is the same, then wouldn't men still be stronger?
Yes.
Compared to okay.
Yes. So there are those factors, and then there are factors
Thank
that
you,
I don't
AB.
know about and I cannot list. And I don't know if anybody can list them because you probably have to have a pretty in-depth understanding of biology.
No,
and stuff
you
like
don't
that.
need an in-depth understanding of
because-
biology. You don't. Do you think in order to make the determination that men are stronger than women, generally speaking, that you need to have like a PhD in?
I think it requires a meta-analysis that she was referring to. Whether or not you have a PhD, you take that
So
study.
let me ask you a question. Would, say, a 10-year-old boy who's in elementary school, would he be incapable of coming to the conclusion that men are stronger than women? Only.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the facts. If he doesn't have the facts, then there's no way he can come to that conclusion, right? Does that make, like, I don't know if I'm...
So what about me? I dropped out of City College. I dropped out of City College. I never got a degree from an institution of higher education. Because of my lack of credentials, am I incapable of coming to the conclusion that men are stronger than women?
No, because it's not about the credentials. I'm telling you, it's
Well-
about the facts that you know. If you know the facts, then you know the facts, and that's the end of it. Is that easy to understand?
Oh, okay. I don't even know how to argue this, to be
Because
honest.
you can't, I mean, if
I
you
don't
know
know
the
how to argue
facts,
this.
then you know them, and you can provide them, and you can use them in your argument.
What if
His point would be like he provided multiple.
Yes, and I didn't
And when then
disagree.
we saw it,
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So we have the great benefit of the internet. Let's go back 100 years. Let's say I was some farm boy that I never went to school. I grew up on a farm. Go back 200 years. Grew up on a farm, didn't have access to the internet, never went to school, had no education. Would I be wrong, as somebody who's had no education, who can't Google grip strength and Olympian? Well, there wasn't the Olympics 200 years ago. Or actually, well,
The Greeks had the
well,
Olympics.
yeah, but then
kinda
it's.
like the
I think it came. When did the Olympics come back? In the early 1900s.
He was early
or-
19s, yeah.
In any case, that's kind of irrelevant. Would I not be able to determine that men are physically stronger than women?
So you could make a generalization based off the information that you've gathered throughout your lifetime.
Okay.
But you cannot state for a fact with 100% confidence and certainty that men are stronger than women. Because as a farm boy that doesn't know nothing, you've seen this much of the world and been given the information or this much information about the world.
Actually, as a farm boy, you might have a
you might
substantial
have
amount of
more.
information because that's a physically laborious job.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm just...
And perhaps if something heavy on the farm needs to be moved, it's not the women that end up moving it, but it's the men.
Exactly. So that would be... You could come to a generalization using that information. I don't
But you said
understand.
I don't even know. I don't know how to further tackle
I think like
this?
the most important thing in all this is you need to have like a line of credulity, right? And like I don't know if a meta-analysis of 10,000 is the best line of credulity. It's one, but it's like, you know, for example, probably what Brian and Andrew would point to, and probably most of the chat would be like, you can just like look around at life and like see it. And so I think like whenever you're thinking about an idea, you must have a line where you say like, this would be enough to convince me. And if you don't have that line, the reality is like you probably don't have much worth in really engaging in the idea. And I'm not saying that this is just you, just to be clear, like everybody in chat who's laughing at this has some dumb fuck beliefs with no lines of credulity either. It's just like what we're running into in here is like Brian's like, there is no line of credulity other than like probably in his mind he's like, the reason maybe Kyla was effective is because she like has tits, and like said it nicely, which I'm not sure if that's actually what
That's not my position, but
sure, I would be curious. I guess maybe your position is that I didn't actually convince her. I think is actually your
well, it could be the case that she has an in-group bias for other women, and to hear it from a woman might actually.
Wait, isn't that the same thing?
Well, not because you have tits.
Oh, sorry. So when I say when I have tits, it's like a joke towards.
Oh, okay,
in-group
I
bias.
see.
Because
Okay.
we're women. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
I was actually hopeful that Andrew last episode would be able to at least understand the logical.
There's nothing logical in
No, I'm just-
your position.
The question of the logic, the question of the objectivity of strength, and the question of the quantifiability. Like that's because I'm just raising questions. That's
Right.
it. I wasn't
Here's my
making
logical-
solid arguments. Please,
Oh.
I wasn't making solid arguments. I didn't make a single solid argument. Actually, this whole conversation and the last conversation, I just said I don't know. I do not have all of the quantifiable information or all of the data that it would need. Or that I would need to determine if on average men are stronger than women.
Right,
I
but
don't
why
have
make the
data.
statement that your mom could beat up 80% of men?
He
if you
asked me
don't
for
have
a
the
random
information?
statistic. That was just a freaking guess.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say you went to a powerlifting competition, a lifting like where they do various lifts, and you could like interview every single individual at this powerlifting competition, and let's say that there's 100 men and 100 women, and they're all. It's not just like you're comparing 100 men who lift to 100 women who have lived sedentary lives. They're both they're peak athletes. They both are in the top of their competition. They're at a competition. If you were able to interview all of them, like, don't you think in that cohort, well, not don't you think, but I'll ask, do you think that the men would be stronger than the women?
Based on the information that I've gained from this episode, I'm going to say yes, the men would be stronger than women.
We did it.
Okay, all right. I
And
think
you gave
I'm
a
going to
liberal
move.
talking point earlier in the conversation, so I think Pixie blue pilled you.
Wait, what's that?
You gave some like liberal kind of talking point, and I was gonna make a joke about how Pixie blue pilled you when you guys are ready to date, but
Oh, I
can't
forgot
remember
what was it.
I can't remember what it was.
Okay. Well, we're gonna move on.
Was it the in-group bias?
No, it's like
Eh.
2 hours ago.
Yeah, that's fine.
probably. I'm sitting on that joke.
Wait. I'm sorry. Are men stronger than women?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to convince her. All right, we're going to move on. We have
Daniel.
Sergio Banks, 87. How the F are you incapable of answering the obvious answer? It's as easy as saying women make better mothers, and Pixie, don't you dare bring up trans men. Okay, I'm not sure what that's related to. It was like 40 minutes ago. So
There's a lot of feelings on that one.
all right, we have
There's like layers.
first time chatter. What percent of women could her mom beat up? More than 80%. Now, a key that can open many locks is called a master key, but a lock that can be opened by many keys is a shitty lock. Thoughts?
No, what the fuck? A pencil that can be sharpened a lot is a bad
Oh, I've
pencil,
heard
but a
this.
sharpener who's whatever.
Here we have another chat coming in. Here we have, hey Blondie, is the world flat? That there's plenty of proof against it, but you don't know for sure until you see it for yourself, right? Or until you see all the worlds in all dimensions. Do you think the world is flat?
No.
Okay.
Have you ever had Zerka on? I'm actually super curious.
No, I haven't had him on.
You haven't? Would you have him
Zerka?
on? Like,
Oh, wow.
Because he's into the flat Earth. Let's say pre-Zerka burning every single possible human bridge. Would you have had Zerka on? Because he was a flat Earther. And if you would you have gone at him as hard? Because that's fucking dumb.
Wait, would I have what?
Would you have gone at him as hard to debate him about flat Earth?
About flirt? Well, I feel like that's totally unrelated to
It's
dating.
it's
super
just-
separate. It's a super separate topic.
Yeah.
Well,
Obviously. I'm just
honestly,
curious.
like I find that whole debate so dumb and pointless. Like, would.
But
like,
this
I don't
debate was
care.
kind of dumb and pointless.
Yeah, but it's. I see what you're saying, but
Yeah.
I care so much less about like the
Earth
flat
versus
Earth
dating,
thing.
and
Yeah.
then- okay.
Well, I mean, even compared to, I have a much stronger position on male versus female strength as I do like flat Earth is just conspiracy theory shit. So.
I mean, theoretically, women being as strong as men is just like silly conspiracy theory shit that most people don't believe in.
All right. We have a chat here from. Hold on one sec. We have Ricola. Can we get my queen in the corner of cough drop? She's been dying all podcast and it's breaking my heart. Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys heard. She was in the bathroom like coughing up a storm. So, yeah, good times. Andrew looked concerned. All right, so let's get into some of finally some a bit more juicy stuff here. Now. We will come back. I know we wanted to get back to the trans stuff.
Did we?
Yeah, we'll get there in just a sec. We'll get back into some of that stuff in just a sec. I want to go around the table though. Who here considers themselves a feminist?
I'm not. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Somewhat.
First wave, yes. Everything after that, no. Original,
wave?
yes.
Oh, suffragette, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, first, second wave is pretty
First and
based.
second, other than that.
Fourth wave is kind of, there's
Gotcha.
some dopers in there.
Do you believe in the
I had two
patriarchy?
I don't know what that is actually.
Okay.
Oh, I think it's like a silly buzzword that's like pretty useless to describe anything.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, the concept exists.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you mean like, do I believe in the word, or do like? I'm kind of curious. Sorry.
Do you think the
Like,
patriarchy exists? I think is the point of this question.
Yeah. I guess.
Okay.
Like, no.
So under the patriarchy, my understanding, right? Feminist scholar over here.
Can you explain what patriarchy is, though?
How are you defining it?
Well, I mean, there's
I'm
so many
curious.
different definitions. I've heard from women that it's a world built by men for men. I disagree with if that is the definition
It's
from
not.
feminists.
It's not.
I'd say it's a really common definition, actually.
I've
I mean,
heard it
I'm
a
going to fight
lot.
with the feminists.
No,
on this
but
one,
so
yeah.
I agree with the first part. The world is absolutely built by men,
I agree
but
with
it's
that.
not for the benefit of men. But I've also heard a society that where men have a to some degree a monopoly on high positions of power within government and corporations and so on.
Maybe
The
monopoly
leadership positions in society are held by men.
Yeah, there's like structural patriarchy and cultural patriarchy.
There's a whole bunch of
and
different
blah,
things.
blah, blah, blah,
But
yeah.
so, okay, you believe in the patriarchy? Or sorry, I think I went around the table
Yeah,
on that,
you
right?
went around the
Most
table.
people
Okay,
said yes.
and my understanding is the patriarchy says that women are oppressed and men are the oppressors.
It's not
I don't
as
believe
I don't
simple
agree with
as
that.
that.
Yeah, it's not really.
Well, okay, fine. How about this? Under patriarchy, are women oppressed?
Yes, so are men.
Just a quick-
I'm the
quick
worst
question.
person. I'm going to fight with all the feminists on this one. I think we live in like basically a post. I'm going to piss you guys off. I'm sorry. I think we live in a post-patriarchal world. I don't really think it exists. I think there's some level of cultural patriarchy, but I don't think any good. Like, there's very few feminists. Like Simone de Beauvoir was like the only one actually talking about it because she's the last feminist to be like fucking good at writing, I guess. But I'm not the best person to ask to represent the feminists. Okay, I infight with feminists a lot.
Okay, but so are under patriarchy, or whether you agree with it or not, do you guys consider, say for example, in the U.S., are women oppressed?
Not in the
No,
U.S. No.
not in the U.S.
Like to a certain extent, I feel like like men are victims of a lot of the same things that women are. So it's kind of like they just don't talk about it as much.
I think oppressed is a really heavy word to use, and I think we have a really strong connotation of it in our minds. But I would say, with a objective use of the word oppressed, yes, women are oppressed in America.
So, and Pixie, are women oppressed in the U.S.?
Yeah, yes, women and men are both oppressed under the patriarchy, just through different ways.
Okay.
I agree with that.
So since it sounds like you three consider yourself to be oppressed. How are you oppressed? Since you're women, you said women are oppressed. So how are you oppressed?
I mean, because I feel like it's like systematic sexual violence against women.
Well, hold on. Systematic.
Like it's so common and built into our world, and like I feel like I'm about to start talking about some of the things I'm not supposed to talk about.
Yeah. Okay.
But like I feel like women are kind of like sexually like. groomed is kind
let
of
me
a
ask
strong
you a question.
word,
Which
but, like,
system or institution?
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Brian, who ordered
man.
extra blonde moments tonight. Maybe debating Andrew being a big ol' meanie is more useful, or something meaningful, like how feminism has failed them. How can the patriarchy help you?
Thank you, good one. Thank you, man. Which you mentioned system? Which system is like wholesale essaying women?
I mean, it's not wholesale, but I guess I mean you're not gonna like this. I feel like, because it's not even just directly towards women. I feel like purity culture is one thing that kind of.
What's purity culture?
I feel like religion kind of teaches a lot of certain things.
What does religion kind of teach? That's so terrible.
I mean, because I feel like I'm gonna start like trigger words, but like your average, like, it's not like all virgins are children. That's not true. I'm not trying to say that there aren't virgin adult women, but when you start kind of like,
well, hold on.
There's a reason that priests like. I'm not
when did you get married?
I just said that there are
at 23.
Yeah, I'm not saying that all virgins are children. I didn't say all like how he said they're probably a big strong woman who could beat a bunch of men. Are you
about to shame men for their preference?
I'm not shaming men for a preference. I'm saying, but it is weird. Okay, if you're a man who has like freaking 75 bodies and you want a virgin, why is that?
Yeah.
It's like if you're
I think the point she's trying to get to, and correct me if I'm wrong, she's saying that we currently live in a society / system that does praise men, generally speaking, for having high body counts while shaming women who have high body counts.
I'm not sure if that's evidence of oppression.
And by the way,
we're going to have to define oppression here.
Is that religion
that's not just
that?
religion.
But we're getting a little bit off topic.
I feel like when you make it like being sexual as being impure, it's kind of like, and then what group of, what are most virgins and what are most sexually active people, adults, children, like it's just kind of, I'm not saying that's 100% of the time. There are virgin adults, but majority of virgins are young. I'm not saying 100%. I'm not saying there's not exceptions.
You're not wrong to say that the majority of virgins are wrong, but if we're having
I said young. Yeah, not wrong. I said majority of virgins are younger. And so if you're kind of like putting this, if we're putting sexual purity on a high pedestal, it kind of like, you know, with all that was, they were literally putting, what's it called? Sorry, my blood sugar is dropping if my words are kind of stuttering. But what was I going to say? Like, for millions and millions of dollars of hush money in the Catholic Church to go towards covering up the molestation of children, that went deep into the church. And all I'm saying is it's like,
would you hold the public schools to the same standard, considering there's a whole lot more essay that goes on in public schools than
Can you give me a stat on that?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
in
cool.
fact, it's 10 times more.
No, can you give me
But just because it's more doesn't mean it's okay.
No,
How am I
actually,
gonna pull it up?
because I've searched up for that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
stat
I can give it to you.
times,
Yeah.
And I've do you know what like university or
I
what?
can't remember off the top of my
do we
head,
think
but
the reason, like, okay, when these priests touch these little boys, it's because they're like pure. I feel like a reason they touch children is because they're pure.
Stop.
In their head.
You're derailing the conversation. Go ahead. How are you oppressed?
I think the best and most clear example that I can give is how women's physiology is integrated, I guess, or interacted with in American society, for example. I believe, and okay, let me. Women's physiology is not studied as much as men. So like men are used more in case studies than women. So with like a lot of medications, for example, and like just basically the understanding that we have of the human body is more. It has more of a foundation of the studying of men.
So I have heard that there's studies are more frequently done on men. Mm-hmm. I haven't fully looked into the points and counterpoints in that. One reason I can provide for you why that might be is because at any given time, if you're testing some new medication on somebody, if that person happens to be pregnant, that could be catastrophic to the child. So my understanding, and there could be some more points and counterpoints, is one of the reasons they're more likely to test medications on men is that there's no risk on a potential unknown pregnancy or child. That's my understanding.
It's also from menstruation, because there's chemical differences and distinctions which can happen during the course of the study, and women can't always track that. So they might think it's coming, right, but they don't know for sure. Sometimes it's 2 weeks late, sometimes it's a week early, so they can't always do that for the purpose.
Wait, so but your point, you're saying that women are oppressed because they're less likely to have experimental drugs tested on them,
No,
that would
that is-
suggest to me that men are desperate for money and that they're willing to undergo, like, take these experimental drugs just to get money.
So that
Because
is-
it's certainly the case that men, for example, are more likely to be homeless and more likely to be socioeconomically in a bad position. You disagree
So-
with that? Then how can it possibly
No,
be
I'm
that?
not talking. I'm not disagreeing about homelessness. What do you mean? I guess it means exactly what you mean by socioeconomic
If
position.
80%
'Cause
of
to
the
my
homeless are men,
understanding,
that would suggest to me that the worst socioeconomic
position is homelessness, right? But then I guess the argument would be
outcome.
or because you can argue like the majority of like, and this is just playing with numbers now, right? Because you can argue the majority of men are homeless, right? Or of homeless people are men. But then let's say the number of moms in poverty, maybe not homeless, are like 10 times higher than the base number of homeless people, right? Then that would suggest like some fuckery there when it comes to like how we're determining what sex is like suffering
I'd be
as a
curious
whole.
to Google
Or
the
I don't know.
poverty-
I honestly don't know. That's why my face
poverty
was like, wait a
rates
second.
by gender. Poverty rates by gender. Let me see. Hold on. I just want to make sure I'm getting a good one. Or I don't know.
That
Yeah.
probably won't address the like control that Pxie's asking for. Just to like stay on it a little bit. You would need to look like what she's basically saying is like probably when you look at the lowest socioeconomic standard, which would be homeless individuals. Fuck, I hate still-minded people and I don't agree with them. Okay, fuck. Like essentially this like lowest body group essentially is probably mostly men. But the issue is that if you go up to like just a slightly higher group, which would be like single mothers, there's probably disproportionately like way more women there than there are even men in the homeless stature. So it's like, it's hard to quantify like who's more poor overall because who's more homeless overall is men. Who's more often like alone to raise children? Well, that's women. I think that's the point she's getting at.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would argue that homelessness is probably worse than just living in poverty.
No, you're not understanding my base argument. I'm gonna try to play with numbers here to make it more clear. Let's say there's 100
Can
homeless.
I take a shot at it?
Okay.
Just to make sure we get. So you're saying that it could be disproportionate to the next socioeconomic level. So you're not sure if just showing that there's a X rate of homelessness among men would really give us the full picture.
Yeah, basically. Like if we had, let's say, 100 homeless individuals and 90 of those individuals are men. Yeah, that's obviously really, really bad. But let's say you go up a scale and then there's, 1,000 people in low income and 990 of those people are women. Well, then that shows it's just like stat fuckery, basically. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, well, I'm not disagreeing with you, but unless we have, it's the empirical data, we can't even look at it. So
yeah, I agree.
So, but we can look at some other things or maybe agree on some other intuitive things.
Yeah.
Which is, if we're moving back into the kind of patriarchy conversation, you say that the patriarchy is hurting men and women.
Yes.
Okay, what is the patriarchy?
So there's a lot of different definitions of patriarchy. The way that I would personally define it is like a system. I guess I would go back to like a system of power that usually places men in dominant roles when it comes to like leadership, when it comes to just like economic opportunity, just in general throughout society. I think what is it? The patriarchy also has like a lot of like cultural components towards it that I think even though it does put men into power, it is like I think in a lot of ways detrimental to men's like health overall. So for example, like in our society, a lot of things that we consider to be integral to being a leader, I don't think actually follow leadership and actually are like really bad for the individual. So this idea of, for example, somebody who doesn't show emotion, like stoicism, but to the extreme, right? People often are like, oh, you see that person, that means that they're so rational, that means that they're so logical because they're not showing any emotion. But that doesn't necessarily mean that internally that's what's going on, right? That's why you have like people who go into like, you'd never know it, but then they commit self-deletion, right?
Is stoicism something which is considered preferable in a leader?
I would argue that our culture as a whole, they see people who are like
extreme stoicism, emotionalists. I'm not sure about that.
I think I think the way
I
that
would say, like, leadership, you would be looking at things like charisma. Charisma would be a really big one. That would be something that people would gravitate towards. Good decision making, confidence, competence, all of those things I would kind of put in as leadership skills. I'm not sure that people really gravitate towards extreme stoicism.
The reason, or a big
or
reason,
emotionalists. In fact, I think that the reason you call them charismatic leaders, right, is because in leadership roles, when people are very charismatic, they tend to have people drawn and attracted.
Let me
to them.
phrase it this way.
Yeah.
Do you think a person who showcases sadness, do you think society in general would look down on that person, up on that person, neutral to that person?
Depending on the situation. If for instance, for men, I think that the only time it's really appropriate for them to cry is in extreme cases. So I always give the example of, like, somebody closest to you dies, or a close personal friend dies, and that's basically it. That's about the only times that you're really allowed to cry about anything. But there's good reasons for that. And one of the good reasons for that is, especially if you're the leader of a family, right? You don't really want to be falling apart very often. And you do have to kind of hide your emotions a bit so that you can lead your family correctly. Your children look up to you. Everybody looks up to you. You have to make sure that you're leading the household in a correct way so that everybody has confidence in your competence.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. And I do agree that stability is like a good showcase of being a leader. But then to me, being able to only cry when somebody dies, that for me takes it to a little bit too much of an extreme. I think that there are other scenarios that make sense for you to cry.
Well, hang on. Let's focus on the one thing at a time. So let's just take the like over emotion or whatever. Okay? Do you think that men view women who cry very differently than how women view men who cry?
Yes, and I think that's wrong.
Yeah, but you might think that it's wrong, right? But could there be a biological sense of reason for why that might be?
I assume that the argument you're going to get to is that, like, men are supposed to be protectors, and if a person's crying, can they protect you?
No, I think that it's actually different. I think that crying for women can also be a form of self-defense and manipulation, whereas physical strength can't be.
Grid 1
So
Motorsports
I think that they'll often employ what are called
As an actual rich old white man, I disavow any control over Pxie. She created her own Treyrick. I also disavow any oppression of anyone, and feel personally attacked. You know nothing of my work.
Oh my gosh.
All right. You want to be my
Yes,
sugar
I'd say
daddy?
that there's defense mechanisms which are in play for both. And so for men who cry, if other men see it, even at an intuitive level, we don't have any respect for it. It makes you more prone for attack and things like this. Whereas for women, they can often be employed to great use against men who are a much stronger sex. Whereas if you were to take a look at this for how women perceive other women who cry, they seem to be able to see through the bullshit super quick, right? They're like, that bitch is full of shit. That chick is full of shit. I don't believe her. It's crocodile tears. They seem to be able to see right through it. So I would say that, no, I don't think it's just a matter of your environment trains you what's okay to do when it comes to these types of emotions, but there's something which is ingrained.
Yeah, I don't know, like, to what degree or what level we will agree or disagree with this on. I think I do kind of strongly disagree, and I guess I strongly disagree because I do think human or emotions, I think, are a very normal part of human processing.
Yeah, I'm not
Being
saying
able
that they're
to
not.
Yeah,
I
but
don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I think emotions are a very normal part of human processing, and I think part of that is like crying, happiness, sadness, excitement, anger. And I think in our society we punish men when they show the sadness. We view them as weak.
Yeah, but
and I
women
don't
punish them as
women
punish them.
Yeah, women. If you want to say if we're gonna go back to talking about the patriarchy and stuff like that. Women definitely uphold the patriarchy.
No. What I'm saying is that it's not. I'm not sure that what you're talking about really as a patriarchy is some kind of fundamental system or a bunch of people trying to stay in power, as much as it is the way that humans actually interact with each other, because we're distinct, ontologically different creatures.
Would you say that it's maybe like a better description? Because there were matriarchies. It was just like patriarchies consistently outcompeted.
Well, there really weren't ever matriarchies. There were matriarchs, but they really, all of their force conditions for the monopoly on force were still upheld by men.
So this isn't totally true. What we actually see when you go back to like Paleolithic eras of like Homo sapiens is that patriarchy was just more effective at like coordinating war efforts. Like they just killed everyone
No,
else.
in Paleolithic societies especially, what you mostly see are chiefs, and you see men who
That's
are high-level men. You don't
patriarchy.
see matriarchs.
So you did. The problem is that a
You
lot
didn't.
You did.
You didn't. Where?
Okay.
Name a culture.
I actually don't know the names of any Paleolithic culture specifically,
But
that
you
doesn't,
do know
hold
that
on,
there
that
was
doesn't mean-
matriarchs in
We
them.
can literally
Absolutely.
Google
So
it
like if
right
you
now.
go, so there's a really good book I'd recommend. It's called Sapiens. It's by Yuval Harari, and it tracks basically the evolution of like Homo sapiens psychology specifically, because we need to understand that, like, for example, a secular argument for Abrahamic religions is that it's been bar none the most evolutionarily successful at setting up the best societies ever, which is why it's the most dominant thing. It's not this like crazy evil thing. The same thing with patriarchies. It's reasonable to presume, especially when you get into like these lost tribes and we do see matriarchies, not as often, but often enough, that there were lots of matriarchies, but the reality is that the patriarchy was fundamentally a more competitive organizational system.
Let's grant for a second that even that's true. That there was matriarchies within Paleolithic societies. Okay, I'll grant you for the sake of argument. In recorded history, of which there's about 6,000-7,000 years, there could be some things pre that, but we have like the Library of Alexandria burned down, so we don't know. We lost a lot. Okay, so we don't really know how far back it goes. Since this is true, and we only can go back about 7,000 years, if you look at that record, there's not really any matriarchies
Oh, I
anywhere.
agree. I would say like it seems to be the case that like when tribes were just forming to a space where they were like family competitors against one another, that seems to be where matriarchy dominantly lost.
Yeah, so
out.
then
I
if
just
the
want to be clear that like
conditions of
matriarchies
society-
aren't inherently biological. Like patriarchy isn't inherently
Yeah.
biological. It's
But
just more competitive. It's
If
just more
since the
successful.
conditions have existed for societies, actual societies, the way that we understand them, which is not tribal throw spirit things anymore. It hasn't been for thousands of years. We've had the coalition of societies. We have not seen that formula. What we've seen instead is a strong patriarchate everywhere in the world, basically at all times.
Sure, but
basically
the patriarchy
always.
is a lot less masculine than we like to act like it is in many ways. Like this is actually one of my biggest frustrations with feminists when they talk about patriarchy, is that the most successful patriarchies were patriarchies that could socially organize large groups of people, and they did so through the inventions of state and the inventions of things like religion. These are fundamental to coordinating people beyond 250
Yeah, but I don't
bodies.
understand how that's not masculine.
Because social coordination and social cohesion and like making social groups work is almost always attributed to being a feminine
No,
trait.
it's not.
In
Of course it
literature-
isn't.
In literature, it
No,
always
it's
is.
not. Listen,
who's organizing the home?
Who's organizing
the community?
corporations? Who's in charge?
is men.
Who's in government?
Yeah.
All these are all orders for social organization.
Exactly, because men are allowed to be feminine, and feminine and masculine traits are both necessary
Wait.
for
It's not.
flourishing societies.
You're saying that you're only assigning it as being feminine, even though when we're looking at the historic record, it doesn't seem like it's feminine at all. It seems like it's a very much a masculine trait to be able to do mass organization, especially of other men. A thing of
Do
which
you think
you almost
organizing
never
is
see women
feminine or
do.
masculine?
Organization? I don't know. It could be a neutral.
Who thinks,
but
like,
I think
keeping
that
people together?
I think the way it's done is masculine or feminine. I think that the way women could do it through forms of manipulation, backstabbery, secret telling.
There's no
things
way that
like
women could do
this.
it in like a neutral to positive way.
They can, but it's not often done that
I
way.
mean, that's not true. If we look at family
It is
lines,
true.
who's that one that like everyone goes to? When grandma dies, the family's fucked because she was like the main person coordinating these things.
Unless-
we come from a long line of strong
Yeah,
women, right?
but sometimes-
women are
yeah, no,
often social
no.
coordinators. Who's
We're
most
talking,
HR?
but we're
Who's
talking
most
about in
mid-management?
society. You're
I
giving
am
these
talking
little
about
tiny
society.
outliers for individual family units. We're talking about the majority of society, the majority of human history that's
Men
recorded.
rose to the top in all
majority, the
things,
majority
yes.
of societies were completely and totally organized by men.
That
And
doesn't
not
make
only
it
were
not a
they
feminine
organized
trait.
by men, but the way in which they were organized, which was with kind of the cracking of the whip, right? Here's what the Spartan warriors are going to do. Here's what our
If
army's
you
going
think
to do.
that it was
Here's
just the cracking of the whip, then you have a really bad understanding of how
I'm
like,
not
the
saying it
Spartan
was
army
just
went.
anything.
Well,
I'm giving you an example
I
of
know.
how this is
Is it
definitely
possible?
not a feminine trait.
Because I feel like we're disagreeing on something that we don't need to. Is it not possible that most of the patriarchies were predominantly run by men, because men tend to be more extreme at most things, incorporated both feminine and masculine traits, even though it was still a patriarchy?
No, I wouldn't. No,
there
I don't
any
think
way-
so. I think that even here, kind of the semantic distinction needs to be made. no, I don't think that organization in massive society is a feminine trait. And I don't know how you could convince me that it is.
Okay, because we would talk about like the fundamental traits. If organization and social cohesion and empathy are dominantly, well, like you can apply it to masculinities if you want. I don't give a fuck. All this stuff is like socially made and socially organized.
Yeah.
But when we look back at history, when like literature talks about like the social cohesion agent or the organizing agent, it's oftentimes the women. They're given like nurturance role. They're given in like collection and like organization roles. That's why even in our society we see women. Hold on, you gotta let me finish.
Go ahead.
This is why even in our society, what do you see like dominating HR? One of the most important human organization groups.
I gotta push back again. I think that what you're talking about here is support roles. So yes, women are great in support organizational roles, but here's what they're not great at. They're not great quartermasters. They're not great equipment masters. They're not great at organizing armies. They're not great at any of that. What they are great is at smaller tasks like paymasters, organizing for food, organizing for cookware, things like this. Though before we, could organize women to do cooking, basically the Roman legions would go around and actually collect food themselves. But what I'm saying to you is that no, I think that for smaller tasks, for support tasks, yes, nursing, things like this. But I think that when it comes to the overarching society and how it's organized, yeah, I would say that it's definitely masculine. Same thing, churches, organized societies in a big way. You cited that yourself.
Sure.
Those
What
were
do you think
basically
my position
always run
is?
by men everywhere.
Sure. What do you think my position is?
Well, I think that you're trying to say that organization is a feminine trait.
Okay. Do you know the rest of my take with that, or is that the main part?
Well, I mean, this is what we're arguing over.
Sort of. We're arguing about masculinities and femininities. That's what we're talking about.
But you're saying that mass organization is more of a female or a feminine trait.
No, I didn't say mass organization. I said organizing people based on social structures is dominantly more feminine. It seems to be a more feminine trait not because women do it more often. It's exclusively. Do you know what the word arete means? I'm sorry if I'm being super nerdy, and it's okay if you don't. It's like a really obscure word. Okay, arete was this concept in the Greek that was like, it's this idea of like the most important cultural value. And the way that we tend to like look at cultures is by what their literature writes about. When you look at the literature when it comes to like social connection, social organization, and social glue factors, typically that the literature that our society is based on puts women in that role dominantly. Whereas things like protectiveness, leadership is often where men, that would be something that we would call a masculinity.
Yeah, but the leadership and mass organization, this is exactly what I'm saying, in fact. So you're talking about minor support rules for organization. You're talking about things like nursing and childcare, things like this.
No.
But when you're doing actual organization of men...
I'm talking about forms.
Which forms?
I'm talking about like platonic forms.
Yeah, but why would you say platonic forms and then look at modern civilization? That's what you just cited.
Okay. Sorry, I think I lost you there. When I'm saying I'm looking at platonic forms, you're saying like, yeah, but women do this role. And I'm saying that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the emergent themes that societies ascribe to masculinity versus femininity.
And I'm telling you that those themes in line with masculinity definitely have to do with the roles of
leadership.
Massive armies and the organization of those massive armies, the organizations of churches, the organizations of building of infrastructure, the organizations of all of these things.
This is not masculinities. These are not forms. These are things that men are doing in the patriarchy. When we're talking about masculinity, we're talking about character traits typically. We're talking about things like protectiveness, leadership, aggression. Assertiveness is typically associated with masculinity, whereas with femininity, it's typically empathy, right? Nurturance. These are things that are attached to each of these concepts.
You can pop these with like, this is how I attribute these things. Fine. But what I'm saying is that as a matter of record, it is not the case that women really are the ones organizing anything in society. So if that's just the point that you want to add that as a feminine trait, fine. I'll concede it just to move the conversation on.
That's literally my own point.
But when it's mapped onto reality, that is not what we see.
Men are always in the leadership, and they always tend to be more extreme.
So when we go back to the point then, and we're talking about when the men feels bad and the woman feels bad, and how women and men both, interact with how men and women feel bad. You can see why there'd be a distinction for how women judge men and how men judge men.
Oh, for sure.
And why that would be necessary that men do show a bit less emotion, probably a lot less emotion, that Also, one thing I found here in this podcast, every single episode I've watched, this question usually gets asked. Do you want a more dominant man or a less dominant man? And you know what they all say? I want a more dominant man. And I want him to show less emotion. And I want him to show more leadership, which is what you were saying. And more virtues, which is what you were saying. That's what they all say.
Sure, and I would agree with basically all of that. The point that I was trying to make is what tends to make people, like when we look at the most respect-worthy people, I'm not sure if there's any like historical figures that you look up to necessarily, like Jesus.
Napoleon Bonaparte. No, that's kidding.
You just picked him because he's short. Okay, you're trying to dig it in.
On this thread, if you guys can make like each one of your final
Sorry,
points.
I keep ending up in like this back and forth. That's boring.
We got some
for
more
everyone.
juicy stuff though. So if you can make your final points on this,
We'll talk about
specific-
drama after, I promise.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically what I'm saying is if we look at like some of the most respect-worthy characters that we look up to, something like Jesus, for example, I think Jesus is a great example for men to try to embody. Jesus has both got tons of masculine traits and feminine traits, and I think one of the most harmful things that feminism has often done, not just feminism, but like the way that we've engaged with gender specifically, is describing like men can only be masculine and women can only be feminine. When it's like, no, healthy people tend to blend both of these things, and that's what makes you good, which means like it's okay if men say like, yeah, social coordination with people is a little bit more feminine. It's just fine. You're allowed to be like feminine and excel at something. That's fine.
Yeah, so some agreement and then mass disagreement. So first of all, these traits that we're talking about are arbitrary. So they're like, if you're talking about courage, wisdom, things like this.
Could I pause you? I'm so sorry. When you say arbitrary, could you just make sure that I understand what you're
There's
saying?
no real system for it. There's no real system in order for doing this other than like maybe subjective observations.
Other than like what society emerges, right? The system is what society
You could say,
determines.
you could say maybe something emergent, but since there is no, courage is not masculine nor feminine,
Right.
But we look to the extremes. So what we're saying is that we see it most often here. We see it most often there. We see it most often with it. That's why we assign the traits this way. So,
But men are just
hang
extreme.
on,
Like,
let
men
me
are the
finish.
most
I just let you
empathetic.
go.
Sorry,
I
yeah,
let
I
you
know.
just go. Okay, so what I'm saying is that in this particular case, when we're looking at what I would consider to be masculine traits in the patriarchy and things like this, the reason that men probably should be very cautious about showing too much emotion is because on the other end, for those feminine traits, they punish them greatly for doing it, and I don't blame them. I don't
You don't
blame
blame
them.
women?
I don't blame women,
Yeah.
no, because I have as little respect for those men as women do. So
Well, I think
Sorry. We do have to move on, but we got
I was
some
gonna
more
talk about
interesting.
dating, in fairness.
Yeah, we got some more interesting stuff. Pixie, were you able to answer? I think you wanted to give an example of how you were oppressed.
I was gonna ask you if you can first define.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, hold on, just a second.
Modest Hikima donated $200. Panel, equality or equity? Equality,
gotcha, please.
equal access to opportunity equity, opportunity based on circumstance sex. Do you hire lesbian puck with 3.5 GPA or cis
what?
white male with 4.0 GPA?
Okay,
Choose
Jordan
one.
Peterson from 2016.
By the way, thank you. By the way, Modest, thank you for doing that during like a little transition period. I appreciate it. Glad that we didn't cut anybody off. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
You want me to define oppression?
Yeah, because it seems like every single time that we start
I'll
talking
Google it.
about.
Can we Google it? I mean, I just.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, that's
we
fine.
can use a Google
We'll
definition.
Well, the first one that comes up: prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control. Also, the state of being subject to unjust treatment or control.
So I'd say both and.
Huh?
I would say both and. That we could probably all agree it's both and.
Could you just scoot your mic that way just a tad? Yeah,
So
perfect.
I think probably you would agree to both 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
both are forms of or both are definitions of oppression for sure.
Are those satisfactory?
Yeah, I'm just confused because earlier on in the conversation we were talking about like unjust treatment between women or like how this can be one example or another. I felt like you were saying like, oh, but is that really oppression? And it's like, yeah, if it's an unjust treatment or at least what we perceive to be unjust, maybe there's a deeper conversation there. Then it would
But
fall under the category
Typically,
of
it's
oppression.
like when I think of oppression, it typically comes from like some.
Like systematic oppression? Is that what you mean? Like it's an institution
But
enforcing
if something unjust happens to me, it's not clear if I'm being oppressed, because you could have some unjust thing occur to you in a romantic relationship. That doesn't mean you're oppressed. Typically, it seems like some sort of top-down oppression.
So you're
That's
saying
what
it
I'm-
has to be structural. That's what I'm trying to clarify. Because
Well, no, it could be multiple. So it could be structural, right? That could be a way that it's done.
Yeah.
But it could be group based that doesn't have like a big massive structure. So like I would say gang activity would be oppressive, right?
Yeah. It just can't be.
Saint_Easy donated $200. Well, there's dominance and authority and diplomacy and empathy which shouldn't be confused.
That's true.
Well put. Well put, St. Rizzi. In any case,
not
well,
stupid.
so
It's
I
wise.
guess whatever your sense of oppression is, I guess, how do you feel you're oppressed? And we won't linger here too long, but
Okay. I think in at least an institutional level, there has been like multiple studies conducted where it seems that it's, regardless of your qualifications, regardless if you're even like more qualified for a position, if you have like a female sounding name or a female looking name or whatever, you are less likely to be seen as competent or less likely to be hired for the job compared to your male
I'm just curious,
counterparts.
who conducted those studies? Was it a feminist studies program
what
that had already determined what the answer to the study would be before conducting
that's
said
not
study?
how most studies are conducted.
Of course. Wait, that happens all the time. You
No,
go
no,
in with
I
a
mean, we
bias,
can-
and you're seeking
Yeah,
to
but
confirm
the
your
whole
bias.
point of at least the studies that I'm citing, right, is that in general you have the experimental design, right, where they decide like, okay, how are we going to measure this? Okay, we're going to put let's say 2 resumes, one more qualified than the other. We're going to blank the names and then see like which ones the professors pick over and over again, right? Or which ones the professors lean more towards. Now we're gonna give them the same sample or the same studies a little bit later, but we're gonna unblank the names. And then if they're picking the ones that are like male more, despite before doing the reverse, well, that does show like some level of bias.
Okay.
Saint_Easy donated $200. How is it stupid?
Did somebody say
I'm
his?
agreeing with you.
I said it was
hard.
stupid. I laughed and said it's stupid.
Oh, I
It's
see.
like being like, there's
I
4
see.
words. It's like, yeah, that's
Well,
not adding,
I
but
guess
sorry.
what's happening in that study, let's assume that that study
Valid.
is valid. Is it actually applicable to what's going on in the real world? And also, I guess a counterpoint to that is, well, what about affirmative action? Because that seems that that's something that is actually happening, that is provably happening.
Yeah, so to my understanding, like affirmative action, when it usually takes place, it's like you have 2 resumes that are equally qualified, and then one like goes to like the minority group, basically, that isn't represented in your company enough or whatever.
Do women benefit from affirmative action?
They have in the past, but I think it's been like overstated how much they benefit by. Basically, at least from the stuff I've read, like even if you have like a person or a company that's saying like, oh yeah, like we're pro affirmative action, like that's what we want, that's what we're gonna do, that doesn't necessarily translate to reality. You can see this a lot in like STEM or engineering jobs where you do have women who are like in these like highly qualified fields or positions that are still seen as like less competent than their counterparts. Or in addition to this, if you want to talk about other systems of oppression, if you want to see like what rates why women drop out of said STEM field, said STEM job, a lot of it does correlate to like sexual harassment in the field or the chances of them being like, again, like diminished because of their sex. So it doesn't like, that's another form, I guess, that you can argue about oppression, that even in highly qualified fields, women are still more likely to experience sexual harassment or demeaning to their counterparts.
But isn't it also true that sexual harassment that men experience goes far less reported than the sexual harassment that women experience?
Yes, but even we're talking about like pure numbers wise, it seems like just in these fields in general, the more men that you have in a field, the more likely a woman in that field is going to get like sexually harassed.
Oh yeah, I mean, but that's just the odds of addition, right? So every new man that you add in increases the chances that something like that will happen.
Yeah, but then it also seems that like when the numbers are like 50-50 or whatever, women like 50 male, 50 women are still reporting, even like in private surveys, right? Like let's just say like anonymous survey data, shit like that. Higher rates of sexual harassment than men.
Well, yeah, but
even though it's
but
not
again,
through the official.
that could easily be offset by the fact that men report that they're sexually harassed far less.
Yeah, but we're
than
not
women.
talking about like official.
They don't need to be
reports.
official.
men
They
really-
still
Okay.
report it less,
Well,
even if it's not official.
Well, a part of the issue is that men often don't see something as sexually harassing that a woman would, right? So like a lot of women will make like weird comments about a guy's ass or something like that. And they wouldn't necessarily report that as sexual harassment, but a woman might. So that there's a really big issue in like subjective reporting when it comes to like who's going to report what, because most men will probably not want to report.
But you would agree
any of
with
these
me
things.
that if the same behavior that a woman does to a man and a man does to a woman, which the woman would perceive, or most women would perceive as sexual harassment, or SA, or not SA, sexual harassment. And then the flip side to that is that if that same behavior is given towards a man, he just doesn't perceive it that way. That doesn't mean it isn't, right?
Oh, I fully agree with you. There's a really interesting study actually about, I think it was the CDC who was talking about like 1 in 3 women have experienced like sexual assault or something like that. But when you actually looked at the study, when they asked men, they didn't include for men that if a woman forcibly sits on you while you're erect, that is considered sexual assault. And so when they actually updated that, it turned out that the rates of sexual assault between both genders was a lot closer, because men were like, I had no idea that was sexual assault. I was just kind of like, well, I mean, now that she's here, I don't really want it, but, like,
that
it
would
feels good.
necessarily go far less reported then inside of all of these types of things. So when you're talking about this, I can kind of really point to something in this control that would be very difficult for you to compensate for, which is, how do you control for that?
Okay, even if I grant you that, right?
Yeah.
There does seem to be, like, when it comes to what is it? Like, let's say other forms of like sexual discrimination, whether it's like rates of promotion, or just straight up just seen as like competency. It does seem that just having like a male sounding name does give you a slight.
Yeah, but I got a refutation for this too. And this is something that I found, there was very similar studies done on black hiring versus white hiring, right? And so here's what they found. If you sent in a name that had like a black sounding name versus a white sounding name, they would look at the names of the white people more than the black sounding name, okay? So that kind of rolls into the same type of thing that you're talking about. But here's what was interesting about the controls for that study. What they didn't do is do the experiment in reverse and send in the black sounding name and then the like low class white sounding names like Bubba, Cletus, things like that. Had they introduced that control, the study would maybe have been completely different. So this same control apparatus might apply here when you're talking about female names versus male names. There could be that there's a lot of low class sounding female names, and they used far more of those than they did, the higher class male sounding names, for instance, or something like this. So unless I saw the control, I'd never be able to determine that, just like they didn't introduce the control the other way in the racial studies.
Yeah.
Well put. I do have to move it on. I had a question. In our last, if I recall, going to you, and we'll open this to the entire panel here. Dating podcast, by the way.
Well, actually, I feel like that's probably really pertinent.
Oh, not that conversation you're having, but what I'm about to get into.
Oh, oh no.
This is a politics podcast, I guess. I don't want to misquote you, but if I recall, I think you said that you cannot be sexist against men. Is that correct? And you can't be racist against white people.
Oof.
Yeah. So when we came to the mutual understanding.
Wait, you gotta hear this one. I'm just kidding.
Honestly, Go ahead. We came to the mutual understanding of like the definition of racism and sexism in this context. So it was power and what was the other word that you had used?
You're saying prejudice?
Well, so
Power and prejudice, yes.
That wasn't my definition, but we provided that because you were seeking the definition of sexism is prejudice plus power, or racism is prejudice plus power.
Yeah, that was the clarification that was given to your question.
Yeah.
So your question was, well, how do you see it? And Brian said, I see it as prejudice plus power. Then is that what you mean? And you said, yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
I don't agree with that definition, though. But
okay. Well, then I appreciate you for providing that definition, because I think it's a good one when we're talking about sexism and racism in this context. I think that people can have prejudices, like a white or a black person can have prejudice against white people. As a matter of fact, they do have prejudice against white people because it's generational and stuff like that.
So
but
here, I'll just ask the questions, and I guess you can say yes or no. Can you be racist against a white person?
No.
Can you be sexist against men?
No.
Okay. I want to go around the table on this because why not? But I will come back to that. Pixie, your answer?
Yeah, you can be racist towards white people, and you can totally be sexist towards men.
Okay. Or actually, hold on. I'm going to ask you to. Actually, I'll ask you. Go ahead.
I don't really feel like you can be racist towards white people, but I feel like you prejudice towards men. I don't really feel like you can be
Sexist
towards
against men.
Yeah.
Yes, but you can't be racist against white people.
I mean, I feel like there's probably like extreme examples, but it's just I just don't feel comfortable like with that. I feel like that word holds so much weight that is harder for a white person to experience. But there's definitely probably like situations.
Okay. What about you?
I think you can.
Can you be racist against white people? Can you be sexist against men?
That's a hard question. You can be sexist towards men.
Towards men? Okay.
Yes. And
can you be racist against white people?
no.
Okay. Alexa, what about you?
Yes to both.
Yes to both.
Sexist.
Nala, can you be racist against white people? Can you be sexist against men?
You cannot. I mean, yes, you can be racist towards white people. I think it goes with anyone.
Okay.
Ethnically. Sexist towards men, absolutely. Absolutely.
What about you?
Yeah, obviously, yes.
Wait, can I change my answer?
Can you change your answer? What's your new answer?
Based on the consensus of the table,
What
I've
was your
decided
original
to change my
answer?
You can't be
What? No.
racist.
What? Change your answer? How?
I think you can be racist towards white people. I think obviously it really depends on what.
Sure.
But
Now,
yes.
my follow-up question is, for those of you who said no to either, wouldn't it be racist and or sexist to simply state that you cannot be racist against a white person or that you cannot be sexist against men?
I think it's just a perspective. Because I don't.
But
have
okay,
any-
if you say you can't be racist against white people, you are saying that white people do not face any sort of discrimination or prejudice due to their race. Ergo, you've made some sort of judgment call about white people, which to me would be racist.
So that type of judgment made towards white people wouldn't be one of like a bias in judging of their character. So the way that I'm envisioning racism in this example is having biases and then having those biases having biases against the character simply because of race, and then having those biases impact these groups of people on a systemic basis or level. So me thinking that you can't be racist to white people, it's not saying that you can't be prejudiced against white people, because I already stated that I think black people and other people of color do have a lot of prejudice against white people. I think that exists, but I don't think that, at least in America, from what I understand in America, white people are not oppressed systemically, and they do not experience systemic racism.
What about white women? I thought you said earlier women were oppressed.
So
I'm a
but
little
they're not
confused.
oppressed because of their race. They are oppressed because of their gender. So there's a lot
I
of
see what you're saying.
intersectional
Okay.
issues, and they kind of overlap. Like a white disabled person can be oppressed because they're
So
disabled.
intersectionality.
And, yeah.
Yes.
Do you have a explanation when it comes to why you think you can't be racist against white people?
I mean, because it's kind of like, just like what she was saying, like it's systemic against other races. Like with white people, it's like people think you're corny, or like certainly I feel like the type of things you're gonna face are gonna be more like in social situations versus like if you're a person of color, it goes down way deeper than just social situations. It's systemic.
Okay. So, and was it just you who thinks? I think you said you could be sexist. You can be sexist against men, correct? Or I thought it was just you who said that.
I think
but
it might have been just me.
Or
Did I say you could be sexist towards men?
can you be sexist against men?
I mean, like, actually, yes. Now that I
Okay.
think about it, yes. Now that I think of examples, yes.
So wait,
'Cause
question.
People
Can-
say men can't get raped and shit like that, which I think is really messed up.
Wait, you think men? Hold on.
When people say that, I think that's an awful thing to say. That was the thing
Wait,
in
you
my
think
head.
it's awful for people to say that Wait, I'm a little confused.
That
do you
men
believe,
can't get essayed and stuff
do you
like
believe
that.
that men can't get essayed?
No, they can.
Oh, okay,
they definitely
okay.
can, and they do.
That's fine. So I have a question. So can a black person, they can't be racist against a white person?
Like, there's probably...
That's for both of you.
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess it's
Could
prejudice.
could a Latino person be racist against a white person?
No.
Can an Asian person be racist against a white person? No?
So okay, for this conversation,
Are you
we're gonna
saying
keep it
Asian
in America.
Americans, despite being minorities, have
I feel like we're talking about...
power in?
And
or-
I can only speak on in the U.S. Like,
Okay. Well, there are Asian Americans and Latino Americans.
Yeah, no, I was
and
just
Black
saying that.
Americans. But okay, can blacks be racist? Can black people be racist against Asian people?
I think it's a different type of racism because black people do not have the power to uphold that racism against Asian people. The most it would be a bias or a colorism.
You realize how racist that is to say, right?
Totally.
Just to say black people can't do anything. Like, it's like, what? Like, I'm sorry. Is there something genetically off with black people that they like can't manage to like navigate? Like, where's this line of reasoning go? It's so racist to be like, black people cannot. I know that you're talking about like a group, but it's just like bigotry of low expectation is still racism. It's still a problem. It's not okay.
Yeah, and I understand that point. But I don't think that's what I'm trying to say, and I apologize if I'm saying it wrong, or like in a way that is not effectively communicating what I am trying to say.
I can ask.
Black people are capable of doing things, like duh. And just because they are, I mean, like.
No shit.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh.
Are Latinos can Asian people be racist against black people?
I'm going to say yes because culturally...
It's interesting that you're quicker to say that Asians can be racist against black people, but black people can't be racist against Asians. That's interesting to me.
That's because of the level of information that I have, or knowledge that I have. But I do think, I don't know if I would call it racist. From what I understand, it is more colorist. So Asian people, from what I understand, again, have cultural biases that lead them to prefer fairer skin culturally, and they have more maybe respect for fairer skin than darker skin. So if you notice, like in Asian culture, the lower income people or communities, I guess, have darker skin tones, and then the wealthier communities have fairer skin tones.
So like they sell like skin bleaching products and certain things.
Yeah, so that's more colorist. It's more based on like the actual, instead of the race itself, it's just the color, because you're like a dark Asian person is still Asian.
Just to ask you the same. Okay, just to ask you the same question. Like, can a black person be racist against a white person?
Because I feel like it's like if a white person is being racist towards a black person, it's like the reason
one's worse.
Like when she was talking about like in like how Asian people, like there's the colorism in the communities where there's skin bleaching and it's kind of seen as more attractive to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Like obviously as a black person, if you see that in their culture, like you can kind of assume that same logic is going to apply onto you. So I'm not saying that justifies racism, but I'm saying I feel like the basis of like black people being, maybe wanting to date within their race is because they've seen maybe people of white or Asian families having very racist parents, or fetishizing them or certain things, versus like the reason that they might be more like hesitant to do that. See, like the reason for it is like not just some random general hate. It's because of the racism that they've experienced themselves. It's like a defense thing.
Can I ask a question? Can a black person be racist towards an Asian person?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. But who has the institutional power?
I feel like definitely like Asian people more.
They would have the institutional power. Which
That's what I feel
institutions?
like.
Which institutions do you think that Asians are overrepresented in and have the power and are using that power to systemically oppress black people?
I mean, I agree with you that I feel like a black person can be racist against an Asian person, but I feel like they just...
Yeah, but if the argument is whites can't be, blacks can't be racist to whites because whites have the institutional systemic power, okay? Then in this case, I say, can blacks be racist towards Asians? You say yes, but then when I ask you who has the power, you say that people who have the systemic power in that situation are the Asians. So how come they can be racist to the Asians, but can't be racist to the whites if one has the power in one scenario versus the other one? Hang on, just hear me out. If one has the power in one scenario, they can be racist towards them, and if another one has the power in the same exact scenario, they can't be racist. That makes no sense.
I feel like it's more of a prejudice
Hang on, I'm almost done. It's a performative contradiction. It's an actual contradiction in real time that you just showed us. What you should do immediately after seeing that is abandon that entire worldview. It makes no sense.
I mean, I feel like, I guess, the reason I guess we would say prejudice instead of racist is I feel like it's just kind of like what we said.
Here, or did you have more, Andrew? Or?
No, I think that's enough.
Okay. Here's a question. Let's say me as a white man, right? Privilege, male privilege, white privilege.
Okay, the way they did the Stop Asian Hate on Tinder and stuff so quickly when it took so long, they passed a bill for that like that when COVID happened. And like how long did it take for them to do that? Like, or I don't think they've even done that for black people. Like that's kind of an example for them having more systemic power. Like they passed this like a Stop Asian Hate bill very quickly.
I'm not familiar with I heard about the bill, but if I went to China, would in that scenario can a Chinese person be racist against me?
Saint_easy donated $200. Black PPE can be racist against white PPE, but being racist isn't beneficial in most industries and in a capitalist society as a whole. Racism isn't exactly a powerful trait. Maybe in entertainment.
It's not even that powerful there.
So if I went to China, in that scenario, could the Chinese people be racist against me?
If there have been
Nick, can you hide that?
You can reach higher on the wall, so no.
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure because, like I said, I have a somewhat of an understanding about racism in America, and honestly, that's coming from a white woman.
But so in China, all positions, I would assume, all positions in the government are occupied by people who are Chinese. I don't suspect there are any white people, for example, in the U.S., there's some Asian Americans in Congress. There's
any, but let's just say the vast majority.
What city you go to?
Wait.
So that I think it has more to do with nationality. So like, there's all Chinese people in the Chinese government because it's China. Like, does that? And like, we only have Americans.
Perhaps this is a poor argument on my end.
So do Chinese people or Asian people as a race only exist in the United States? If they exist in the United States, that's now when they're considered a race? Or are they considered a race also?
No.
Well, then if they're considered a race there too, and you're still considered a race in China too, then if the Chinese have all the institutional power and they are racially profiling or doing any number, then that would be racist, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So, if I went to China,
became a resident in China and like had a life in
no, because
if you went
wait, so let's say there so I have to be you need
right
to be a
through
citizen?
the turnstile. You went right through the turnstile, and the second you did,
Drift.
they were like, "Hey, round eye," or something like that, and you were like, "What?" And something overtly crazy like that, right? Would that be considered from racism towards you?
So you're saying white people can't be racist towards like illegal immigrants, for example?
No, I just think it's different.
In the U.S., I'm saying, like a Mexican illegal immigrant, you couldn't be racist towards them because they're not a citizen of.
No, you can't. I think.
But so if I go to China, I'm a white man. Mm-hmm. Could I experience racism in China from, I assume, Chinese people?
I'm going to give you an example.
Wait, let her answer.
If there's social structures in place that perpetuate that, then yes.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I was gonna say,
what about you? Do you think?
I think you could. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know too much about what it is like out there, but I definitely believe that they could. Yeah, if you're a minority and over there.
What about if I went to Kenya? If I went to Kenya,
Okay, so
Country
I
in
think
Africa,
you would. The answer would be yes if
If
you
I went to
have
Kenya.
like a work visa there, right? And you're applying to jobs, and you're not, or you're trying to work there, and you're getting continuously rejected from jobs or mistreated in jobs simply because you're white. Then yes, that would be an
or what
experience.
if I'm just a tourist?
No, let's say
Yeah, he's
okay,
just
'cause
visiting.
in the Middle East, like
Just
okay,
chilling.
let's
Just
say
chilling.
when
Just
me and my friends who are like my friends who are white come, right? We go out to the club, and there's a bunch of Arab people there or whatever, right? And a white guy starts smoking hookah, and the Arab guys start like just chatting at him like, oh well. They're being like they're like, you're white, you
Like
can't
making fun
smoke
of
hookah,
him,
you're
or- okay.
blah blah blah, like saying that's not because he's trying to work there or blah blah blah. It's literally just because
He's there.
he's there. You feel me? Like I think that's what like-
Okay. So I think that it definitely comes with the definition that we've been, or that we kind of talked about, brushed up upon. The racism that I'm mostly referring to and trying to place emphasis on is systemic and is coming from a place of power, or a place of power and majority.
Well, I mean,
a
it doesn't
certain
need to be a
culture.
majority for it to be power, though.
Not necessarily. I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
okay, so then-
power
Well, if
and
one person is racist, if one person of a group is racist, that means like, what is that what you're trying to say? Like, if only one person, that doesn't mean the whole group is racist.
no, that's not what I'm trying to say.
Okay, you're trying to say. I think she's trying to say that she's trying to systemic.
systemic.
Oh my God, racism. But we're talking about can a group be racist towards another group? That's literally the question. Can other races be racist towards a white person? Period. Not in any sort of situation, just in general. In general, if you were to go, let's say you want to go to Tokyo, all right, and you were walking around, could they be racist towards you?
Saint_easy donated $200. Okay, Brian, we get it. Enjoy your white male privilege. Well deserved.
All right, there you have it. Thank you, Saint Reezy. Here we got another
Wait,
chat.
so
here.
was that a yes
Oh.
or a no?
That was a yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We'll move on. Hold on. We got a couple more things, guys. I'm going to just pull up this chat here while it's kind of relevant. Today's the only time so many 1%ers have claimed to be oppressed. I'm 32 in biotech, make six figures without a degree, been homeless and beat cancer.
Good for you.
Wow, dude.
Damn.
You're a fucking
God.
legend.
Joshua.
Sorry.
Thank you, Joshua. He's also bi, can be small spoon. Hello. But lead in bed. Celebrated 1 year anniversary with woman in STEM. Blonde is indoctrinated and dumb.
Yeah.
Don't shoot the messenger. That's his words.
I'm not
I
shooting
disavow.
anybody.
Disavow.
I'm not
Disavow.
shooting anybody.
I
Disavow.
think a lot of
Thank you,
words
Joshua.
are
Thank
coming.
you.
I think a lot of what she's trying to say is getting lost, and sometimes when you're on the spot, some things
Wait.
come out wrong.
Last show, did you say that white people don't have culture?
No, I.
No,
You didn't
that
say
was
that?
the other one.
That was the other. Does anyone here think white people? Do you think white people don't have culture?
What the fuck do you mean by
Hold
white?
on. No.
I mean, like, there's there's like a million different types of white people. So yeah, of course there's.
But I've often heard this. I mean, Andrew was on the show 2 days ago. I think we've heard this frequently. That
There was like 4 of them who said that.
say white people don't have
Yeah.
culture.
Wait, what? Oh, I saw that.
Do you have you?
Oh, no,
Well, does anybody agree with that? Just show of hands.
I don't understand what do you
What's
mean
the
by
question?
white
What's
culture?
Do black people have culture?
Yes.
Do white people have culture?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by white culture. Okay, because I'm going to put it this way. I'm going to put it very simple, right? The only reason why we have this concept of like black culture is because it came from like a very unique set of circumstances in the United States that, yes, like for
It
example.
all came from a very unique set of
Let me finish my
circumstances.
sentence, Andrew, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so for example, like black culture in the United States, basically a lot of it originates from like slavery, breaking out those systems of oppression, then like Jim Crow, basically like a whole bunch of culture surrounding that specifically. Some people, when they say white culture, what they're referring to is like European culture, which sure, I can grant that. Yeah. But through the United States history, like the concept of white has changed a lot. So for example, there was a certain point in time where Irish people weren't considered white, where Italians weren't considered white, where Germans weren't considered white. So it seems like in the United States in particular, this concept of white culture has like just like kept on like increasing or adding on. So it's like even now you see it with Latinos, where they're saying like, oh no, like, you know, like Latinos are white, you know, as well. So it just seems like this concept of like white culture. I'm Hispanic, by the way, but that's like a whole other side tangent.
What whites is it?
Yeah, no.
Hispanics are saying they're white. I'm saying that right now. None of my family's saying that. But.
Yeah, but there are people saying that. So the whole point is like this idea of like white culture in the United States. It's like a very weird and complicated question. I think if somebody says, oh yeah, there is white culture, like look at European culture, like those people aren't really claiming themselves as white first. Like you go to the UK, they're gonna say like, no, I'm like British first,
like white
or French, like they're gonna say like, no, I'm French, not white per se. So that's why I'm kind of confused about the question itself.
So white American, or like, is that
it's white American?
Can you say American culture in the context of white? Can you say that there's a white American culture?
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's why I was just asking the clarifying question, because I wasn't sure.
Because like you can go European, you can go American, but there's still white culture in multiple facets.
Okay, I could give a hot take that I think everyone will hate me for. If you guys
bring it, girls.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so I think the reason why liberals are often so hesitant to admit that there's a white culture is because it's like the dominant cultural hegemon that basically we just say these are good traits in a person, and it's actually like kind of this weird form of like white supremacy where we like dismiss anything as being white culture because they're like, no, that's just a good thing, and it's like cultures can have good things in them, but it's also fucking white. Like being like really into like certain types of like
your yoga and avocado toast with your pumpkin
even
spice
more
latte
than that,
in
like,
California.
This
This
like
is a thing.
This like
Let's be
hyper
real.
obsession, for example, with like kind of like Protestant work ethic. This isn't to say that other cultures don't have like orientations, like for example, like the Chinese culture has a very intense work ethic culture, but it has a completely different background in the way that it plays out. Like our obsession with work ethic in white America is just part of white culture. But when I say that, most white liberals are like, well, black people work hard too. And it's like, black people can just participate in white cultural norms. That's fine. We just don't think white culture exists because we don't want to admit that it's the cultural hegemon, meaning like the most common culture. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
And it's white supremacist.
So then, so then the answer would be yes. There's white culture.
There's white culture.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't got to go too far in that. We have Samantha Savage. Thank you, Brian. Would you return the money if you had bankrupted a viewer through Superchats? Can TTS be a form of FinDom, as you will only hear somebody's statement if they pay for you? Whoa. Am I engaged in S work?
Yes.
Whoa.
You're about
Oh
to be a bad
my
boy.
God. I do think it's a bit different, though. It's certainly a bit different.
What if they're masturbating while they're paying money?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know.
While
They might
they're
really
watching
like
the
you.
show.
Well, for the amount of like money they spend to
Or
like
when
shit
you
on
talk,
these women, there's
Yeah.
Or no,
Yeah.
when you're talking about how like these guys are like gross and pathetic, like I'm 99% sure there's a guy donating, being like, yes,
There's someone
call me
getting
gross
off in the
and
chat
pathetic.
right now.
Is there like a pillow between his legs? And
Yeah.
you're
When you
tell
rolling
everyone to
down?
shut up and be
Brian.
quiet,
They're
Tell
like,
me
yes,
more.
Tell me
They
more.
just-
Tell me, daddy.
They do the Ahegao face, right?
You're getting close.
Ahegao.
Ahegao.
Yeah.
Demonstration.
Ahegao.
We're getting a little demo, or? Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry, Chad. That was.
Damn, you love that face.
I was soliciting.
Whip it
I
out.
solicited.
Any chance you get.
All right.
Suddenly
We have
the viewer number increases by like 500.
we have Nickelodeon. I get it now. Blondie's an AI robot that only has liberal tweets to draw her knowledge and responses from.
I don't have Twitter, actually.
She doesn't have Twitter.
Also, that's leftist, not liberal. Just to be clear,
Oh,
all right?
okay.
I want to claim the liberals were based in cool, all right?
I mean, no,
Really?
but
We're based in
you
cool.
can still have them.
There you have it. Okay. Wait. Okay. Last thing with you. So, the last time you were on, I think I asked you, what do you think of men? Did I ask that question?
I don't think you asked me that specific. Or you asked me, do I hate men? I said I hate patriarchal structures.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
pretty. I don't hate men. I find myself quite fond of them.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Let's get into some juicy stuff here. All right.
You're gonna bring up trans stuff again, aren't you?
Yeah. Finally. So I have a couple questions, then I'll let you guys.
Saint_easy donated $200. I wonder which side Brian would be on in the American Civil War. I'm not American, but I know enough about American culture to know that didn't really fly.
Wait, I'm confused. Is he saying I'd be a Confederate? Is that?
He's asking which side would you be on?
Which side?
I would be on the Union.
Like the anti-slavery side?
Yeah, the Union.
You're such a good liberal.
Yeah, slavery's bad. I feel like
we
that's
all
a...
agree on that.
Wait, Andrew, hold on. Do you disagree, Andrew?
Andrew disagrees?
Andrew was shaking his head and disagreed.
Wow.
Do you think
Like, how
slavery was
could you-
good?
Oh, wait, maybe. I don't know if we want to go.
What?
Well, because
Do you
you're shaking your
disagree?
head no when he was saying slavery was bad, so I was curious.
Well, so no, I mean I would have taken the other side, but it had nothing to do with slavery.
So what does it have to do with
Oh, God. Okay, I don't know if we want...
They will say
he
states'
started-
rights, but states' rights to do what?
Yeah, well, states' rights to be sovereign.
To own slaves.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Like,
let's
that was the
say,
main
let's
number
just
one thing
assume,
they're
let's
caring
assume
about.
for a second that the states all wanted to become sovereign because they looked up and they didn't like the shape of the Union clouds, right? And so that's why they rebelled. Would that have been okay?
That would have been much more okay than
Right.
rebelling
So why
over-
would that have been okay? Whatever the reason is for why they wanted sovereignty, they could be wrong in the reasons, but still right in wanting the sovereignty.
Absolutely not. If you
Why?
want sovereignty
What?
so that you can get away with human rights abuses, like fuck your sovereignty.
No, you didn't even hear what I said.
Yeah, you're saying the reasons
No,
don't matter why. if
Listen
they
to my
want
question
sovereignty.
again. Can a person have the wrong reasons why they want to do the right thing?
Yeah, but that's not
Now
what you were
answer my
asking.
question.
I said yes, but that's not what you were
so
asking.
in this case, I can admit and fully say, nope, I'm against slavery. Slavery is bad. And I don't think that they should have rebelled over, or that should have been the crux of the reasoning. And I don't even think it was. But assuming that it was, you could still say, yeah, that's bad that they wanted to retain that institution. But if they wanted to break away from the Union, that's not bad.
So you're saying
what do you think
basically
it
it's
was?
bad, but I'm still gonna do it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
We shouldn't
Like there
linger
can be
too
good
long on the
reasons for
Civil War.
there can be good reasons for civil war and bad reasons for civil war, and we can denounce the civil war for bad reasons
Yep.
and be like, yeah, this is a good civil war.
And
so
then
like,
there can be good reasons that they had, which were justified.
Sure.
Remember that in the North, right, there was a Copperhead movement to try to get slavery abolished because the Union itself did not want to let them go. So, like, it's really not as easy as you seem to think it is.
No, I'm pretty sure that if we go to like basically every single Declaration of Independence during that time, when those states like basically each state when they were seceding from the Union had a little declaration where they're like, this is why we're seceding from the Union, and every single one of them mentioned the right to own slaves.
Right.
I'm not joking. We can pull this up
So,
right now.
so here's the thing, though. Again, I can see.
your liberal ass said some silly stuff.
Here. Andrew, make a final point, and then I'm going to move away from
so
the
there
Civil War.
was my suggestion is that you can go watch a guy named Ryan Dawson who gives a complete breakdown of this. He's a brilliant historian when it comes to the Civil War. He says that there's tons of socioeconomic reasons that were behind it, that had nothing at all to do with slavery, and that the North didn't even want slaves to go, which is absolutely true. And the list goes on and on and on. Highly suggest that you inform yourself a little bit better on it.
Okay,
Yeah,
and then my
Pxie.
final statement.
Yeah, Pxie.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, bring it.
You're pro. At this point in time, especially when the Civil War was about to start, the Union seemed to be a very strong agreement that slavery had to go. It was in the process of going. While, you know what, the other Confederate states were like, hell no, we have to keep this institution no matter what. And you know what? You can like literally go read every single state that seceded from the Union, the reasons why they did it, and all of them, the number one reason they mentioned was, yes, we believe that we should be able to still own slaves.
Stop it.
Oh, sorry.
Stop it. Get some help.
Okay, let's get back into the juicy stuff. Okay, so I think this is bringing it back to sort of like with what is a woman? You said it's
Oh gosh.
Oh, man.
it's what again? Someone who identifies as a woman. Okay. So I have a couple questions, and then I'll just let you guys get into it. So, question. This is related to dating. Okay, I'm going to relate it to dating, and then if you guys want to get into the weeds or whatever, that's fine.
Just saying ideology.
My first question is to you, Pxie.
Yes.
Is a transgender woman a female?
Biologically, no.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. All right, that's out of the way. Okay.
easy.
Oh, we got the
It's
quote
medical,
for
you
that.
know,
Okay.
scientific.
So, can a male become a female?
If you're talking about pure biology, no. If we're talking about social construction, then yeah.
What, are you talking about
no.
men and women?
You and
I'm confused
He
because
said male and female.
male.
Okay, so we're keeping this to straight. We're actually
Sex.
keeping
Well,
this to
yes, to
biology.
sex. I'm talking sex, not gender.
Okay, then yeah, no.
Okay. Question. So, relating it to dating now. If a man, sorry, excuse me, hold on. I got to use a precise terms. If a male was, no, actually, well, okay. Hold on. I'm trying to think of the best way. This is very confusing.
Your word's right.
It's very
Cis male.
confusing. A male was who is not transgender. Was S-ing the D of a transgender woman who has a penis. So, and you see a
I'm
video.
sorry, I don't know what S-ing the
Oh,
Yeah.
sucking the peen.
Okay.
Choking
dirty.
the, I don't know what other fucking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Giving the
Swallowing the
sloppy
lung.
zombie.
There you go.
Sloppy Tommy. Thank you very
The
much.
glug glug 9000.
Yes. So.
You were selling one of those, right? Sorry.
Oh God. That's another conversation. That's a whole nother conversation. So, would it be gay?
I'm kind of lost the plot after the
Okay,
first
okay,
sentence.
so-
If a
frame it
dude
easy,
sucked
super
a
easy.
trans woman's dick, is
Yes.
it kind of gay?
Oh,
Is that gay?
I think that's up to the individual to
Well-
basically decide their orientation. I think a lot of people, and I would probably be of the opinion that, like, you know, I think genitalia is more directly correlated to like sexual orientation, but I'm not gonna be like, hey,
No, but it's Megan Fox.
it's Megan Fox.
Looks
Oh, with
looks
the
like
dick.
Megan Fox.
With the dick.
It's a transgender woman that's just as physically attractive as Megan Fox, but has like just a
Big ol'.
peen, just a
It
peen.
used to be Matthew Fox.
And a guy is just
Going-
Gluck 9000. Thank you,
Got a lot of
Nala.
visuals going on here.
Thank you, Nala.
Honestly, I'm
would
not
it
sure.
be-
I feel
would it
like,
be
what
gay?
is it?
Would it be gay?
I'm
I'm
not
curious.
Okay,
I
let me. Can I ask you a similar question because
You're,
this is.
you're asking me a question?
Yes, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, she has to answer your question.
Yeah, no,
with a question.
because I'm trying to get a framework here.
I know you want to come in.
Wait.
You could just.
Do you
answer
think
the
it would be
question.
straight
Yeah.
for a man to basically do the lickety lick, I don't know, on a Hulk Hogan who has a vagina?
Sorry. So when you say Hulk Hogan, it's a female
That
Yeah.
looks like
that,
Hulk
but just
Hogan.
is like
Yeah,
really.
Helen
Yeah,
Hogan.
everything, it looks literally.
Yes, that would be
everything looks like Hulk
heterosexual.
Yes,
Hogan.
that would be
Except-
heterosexual.
That would
But
be
it would
straight.
be
That would
more
be straight.
gay
No,
than.
I think-
yeah.
No,
I
not
don't
only
know.
if the term doesn't
Sucking
mean
Megan
anything.
Fox's dick is a little gay, but it's less gay than sucking Joe Rogan's dick.
Based on what? Just some arbitrary analysis of
Really?
what
How
gay
they look
means?
the
How they
same?
look, just entirely how they
No,
look.
it's
I
based
think
on
a
nothing.
straight
If you're
man
sucking a
would
dick
move
and
the dick
grabbing a
out the way
titty, it's a little
instead.
bit less gay than if you're sucking
And
a
just
dick
fuck
and
'em.
grabbing
Sucking
like
the dick's
his
kinda
chest
gay.
hair, you know?
No, but it's.
When he says gay, he means homosexual.
I get what he, I know exactly
Oh,
what
yeah.
he's saying.
Okay, so then how could
Same
it
thing.
ever be homosexual to have sex with a woman if you're a heterosexual man?
I said it's a little bit more
I have a
gay.
question. Do you think it's gay for a guy to let girls peg him?
Yeah.
But then how is it? But isn't that the definition of
I didn't
heterosexual?
say it was
It's-
homosexual. I said it was gay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gay. Now you're doing the thing I'm doing. Exactly.
That's why we have our criteria.
Exactly.
Andrew wins the podcast. Andrew wins the podcast.
Wait, he just gave me my point. I win this podcast.
No, I won.
No, I was just saying gay in the way you're exactly saying it, which is like, yeah, if you're like into a girl that
but
looks like Hulk Hogan and
what
has a vagina,
what I
it's
did
a
was
little more
used,
gay.
I used what your analysis was in order to answer that question, and I made it funny because I'm awesome.
Yeah, it was a based analysis.
That's how that works.
Yeah,
Now I
you're
need to
welcome for
know.
the awesome analysis.
Is it gay or not
Because I
to
make
let a
the joke
woman peg
good.
you? I don't understand.
Yeah, do you think it's gay to let a woman peg you?
Yeah.
But it's a
not
girl.
homosexual.
'Cause- But
It's
it's
not
not
gay.
homosexual.
It's not
Homosexual?
homosexual.
There's difference.
No,
Oh,
they're not
let's-
homosexuals.
Okay.
You
Wait,
just think
you,
it's a little
want, you
fruity.
wanted to come in? Go ahead.
If the man likes sucking the dick, he is enjoying a homosexual activity. By like definition, homosexual.
He's a homo.
He's a,
Let's,
but
be
the
careful. Just be careful.
he's enjoying a homosexual activity. If he's simply attracted, like just alone, being attracted to a feminine looking, feminine passing body individual, that would be straight.
Wait,
like she
you
said,
lost
it's
me there.
really it has a lot to do with the genitals, and the genital preference is a huge thing with sexuality and stuff like that.
So
But-
it's Megan Fox with a D. It is what?
if he likes sucking that dick, it's homosexual.
Like sucking that.
I think Andrew Tate put it best that it is way gayer to fuck Hulk Hogan with a pussy than move the dick out the way and fuck Megan Fox in the
Nah,
butt.
that's.
Oh, that's
I don't know.
I believe
Most
that. No, that's
base
true.
take.
That is
No,
a
he
very
did.
base
He
take.
said it.
He said that.
He said that.
It's very base.
But
Base.
It's just let's
How
be
is it
honest. It's just a little more gay to fuck a woman who looks like a dude with a vagina.
Dude, the whole
like
time
it's
you're
just a
fucking
little
it's
gay.
Hulk Hogan. When you're hitting Hulk Hogan.
Just like it's a
Megan
little gay
Fox,
to suck a woman's
if she's
dick.
bent over, you don't have to even see the dick. You just see Megan Fox.
Yeah, that's
you
so
still
true.
gotta deal with it.
But if she,
You can ignore it.
if she's bent over, you don't. She can hold it up. You don't have to look at it. Just Megan Fox's ass.
So I think almost anyone who's going to be open to like a pretty fluid options of genitals would probably already themselves be like, yeah, I'm queer. Like they're almost always going to be part of the LGBTQ community.
Yeah, the problem
That's fine.
is that the terms lose meaning. So you can understand when you're saying the word gay and you mean it like how we're talking about it here, which is like when males call each other, and you know, don't be, and we're saying that, right? We don't actually mean anything about homosexuality at all when we say that.
I
never meant it like that. It's never been used like that. And it's the same thing here. So the term does need to have some meaning. And it's like, no, obviously, if you're having sex with a woman, you're a heterosexual man. You're having sex with a female, you're a heterosexual.
Yeah, but you're a little bit more gay on the like binary between.
Just gross. It's not gay. It's
no,
just
it's a little
gross.
bit more gay if you're really attracted to every single masculine secondary feature other than a dick. That's a little bit more
Okay,
gay.
wait, that wasn't that
was
wasn't the
not
statement.
the-
Well,
that
that's
was
a
the
whole
question.
Hogan attracted
Hold on.
to. It's
That's-
you said
it was
let's
who
not
would
would
you
you rather.
rather.
It's
Hold on,
different.
think
Yeah.
about what I
Big
just
difference
said there.
between
Hulk Hogan's secondary characteristics would be things like chest hair, no breasts, stuff like that, but still with a vagina. If you're attracted to every single male secondary sexual characteristic, but you want a vagina, it's just a little more gay than if you're attracted to a feminine appearing woman with a vagina. Obviously, this is true.
Wait, feminine woman
Yeah,
with
so
a
say you have
vagina.
Megan
No, that's
Fox with a
woman.
vagina versus Hulk Hogan with a vagina. If you're more into Hulk Hogan and you're having sex with her, it's a little bit more gay than if you're having sex with Megan Fox with a vagina.
I agree with what you're
Obviously.
saying, but that wasn't the example. The example was Megan Fox with a dick.
Yeah,
and
that's
Hulk
more
Hogan with a
gay
vagina.
than, for example, having
for
sex with Megan Fox with a
heterosexual
vagina.
men, they're gonna say, "I'm gonna choose a vagina." It doesn't matter not
I
attract.
I
First
feel
of all,
like that's such
these
a,
men are
but,
coping.
like-
These men are coping hard.
No, that I feel, but it's such a dumb like
Tell that to every
scenario
Thai
because
femme
I would
guy.
like, let's be real, like most transgender women are nowhere near even approaching the physical beauty of Megan Fox.
Sure.
I would argue if you were to line up 100 transgender women, like, I mean, I don't know if I got a good vision for that shit, but I could probably tell.
There's a test. You should take it.
The fuck? There's
There's a
test.
test to be like,
You
is
gotta
it
go
a
to
trans
HR.
woman? Is it a real woman? And every single guy who has told me that has failed that test.
Okay, I may. Who knows?
Yeah, because
Who
there's like
knows?
a lot of super.
Were
So
they-
I agree. Like the average trans woman is probably not passing because they tend not to try to even transition until post puberty, and like you can't get rid of like NFL shoulders. It's a little rough, right? But like, I'm sorry, men saying that they would prefer Hulk Hogan with a vagina, most
I think
of them
a
are
better,
coping.
but
They're
I think
just
a better.
lying.
I think
What's
a better.
They're not
Why is it a
but
go?
I think
because they would rather
Do
have
you
sex with
realize
Megan
that
Fox with a
men
dick.
actually
Yeah.
find it, heterosexual men would actually find that to be physically revolting to have to suck another man off? They find it so physically abhorrent and revolting that why wouldn't they go for the alternative? What you're really saying there is that men who have sex with ugly women are gay. That's what you're actually saying.
I'm saying men who have sex with women who have all male secondary
Ugly women.
characteristics.
Ugly
like
women.
Yeah, but
Ugly
that's
women
so,
don't have
women
all.
It's ugly
and
women.
Hulk Hogan are what miles
Yeah,
I
apart.
don't
so,
like-
so men
too.
who
That's
have
such an
sex
extreme.
with
No.
ugly women
No,
are
let's go
gay.
back to my statement. I said men who prefer to have sex with Hulk Hogan.
That,
Right?
it's
Okay,
such
that
a
wasn't-
ridiculous
that wasn't
example.
the
It's
thing.
such a ridiculous
Hold on,
example.
I will
was
walk
not-
everyone through my hypothetical again because again, it is obviously more gay to suck Megan Fox's dick than to have sex with Megan Fox's vagina. Obviously, that's true. It's a
Wait.
dick.
Wait, you mean Hulk
Wait, what?
Hogan?
It's just
No.
Here's-
You
it's
can
such-
do it.
this-
I'm
this
extending our
example-
hypothetical. I'm
This example
stretching
is
it out.
so ridiculous, though, because I think a more fair example to use. Let's take comparing the average woman who's of average beauty and average, her
Men are going to
body's
prefer average
physically.
women. Yeah.
Huh?
Men are going to prefer average.
Comparing it to an average transgender woman.
But That's not what the hypothetical's about.
But it's such a ridiculous hypothetical.
But that's how hypotheticals work. You
I
test
know,
ideas
but
to the
it's-
extreme.
Also, though, like if we're gonna
So like,
if we're gonna do
I
extreme,
agree, but there's not a lot of Megan Foxes with dicks running around, and there's not a lot of Hulk
Yeah, I
Hogan
would-
with vaginas.
But let's
but
also
we're
be
using
real.
the extreme for a
But let's
reason.
also be realistic. If you're gonna say Megan Fox with a dick, poor Megan Fox and Hulk Hogan in the situation, can't you give like a very attractive man?
Yeah,
'cause
Blair
like,
White
'cause
and,
you could say like Ryan Reynolds with the vagina. You know what I mean? Like you're
Sure, we could
putting
say
someone
Blair
who
White
is so
and what's his name?
hyper
Bucket.
masculine, but not necessarily considered like normal attractive.
Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, like I
Okay.
respect him. He's a good,
Sure.
he's a very fit man. But
Ryan
this is a
Reynolds
little-
has like more of the female gaze, I feel like, than the male gaze. Though.
But that's what I'm saying. If you're choosing a sex symbol for men, that's Megan Fox. You have to choose the equivalent of
Sure.
what that would be.
Ryan
for.
Reynolds with a
Henry
vagina.
Yeah, like you're saying Hulk Hogan, so
But
you're
really-
like, oh, men wouldn't be attracted.
What you're actually saying, though, ultimately, is that if a man has heterosexual sex with a female who's ugly,
No,
they're gay.
because
Again,
ugly
haven't
women
said that.
aren't filled with secondary
You are,
sex
because
I am
characteristics.
not.
when you
I
say,
am not.
if you say
I
that,
am not.
let's
Hold
just-
on, hold on.
I can
You have-
prove this. I
Yeah.
can prove this. I
Most
can
women
steel
are,
man your
like,
argument.
test their,
I'm
like-
going to pause you for a
Let
second.
me steel man it.
Stop,
Let me
stop.
steel man it.
I'm going to I'm going to pause you because what you're trying to do is frame the argument.
No, I'm just going to
itself.
steel man you,
No,
and you can say if I'm
you
wrong or
inserted
right.
words into my.
You can say if I'm
Sure.
wrong or right. Okay, so the steel man is if you're attracted to the secondary sex characteristics of this person, and they're
man.
all male. They're all male secondary sex characteristics, or
include
what we
things
would
like-
consider male secondary sex characteristics. So like abs and a ball, I don't know, whatever they are.
Chest
okay?
hair.
Yeah, all that.
Wide
okay?
shoulders.
Yep, got it. All of that. So you're attracted to those things, but you're having sex with that person because they have an actual vagina, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
You're a
the
little bit more
distinction-
gay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I steel manned this correctly?
I reject that because ugly women aren't just masculine women, I guess. There's a lot of ugly women that are not masculine.
So hang on.
Well, there might be a guy like fucking a girl who's really unattractive, but also has no male secondary sex characteristics, and I wouldn't say he's more gay. But yeah, if you're attracted to all of them, if you're attracted to Ryan Gosling with a vagina, it's a little bit more gay. Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously.
So then here's the difference, the distinction. The distinction when we're asked this hypothetical, who would you rather do X with? Would you rather do this with the heterosexual, right? Or have heterosexual sex or homosexual sex based on the secondary sex characteristic beauty standards?
Yeah.
And the man picks the Hulk Hogan. What is the objection there when you call it a cope? Because you switch the argument to say, no, it's if they're attracted to the
Modest
secondary
Kiki
sex
donated
characteristics.
$200. I would be on board with trans if it was similar to Thai lady boys. They are not pretending like they are actual females. The problem is trans women act like they are actually female. Brain dead.
Okay, trans women lying about like what's going on is bad, right? That would be unethical in my view. But like that's literally to my point. Yeah, a lot of men would just choose really sexy femboys to have sex with, especially if it's casual sex.
But he's
yes,
saying that's
obviously.
not true.
I'm just telling you they're fucking coping.
Yeah, but
But
that's,
not all
So
men.
let me
There are
let me
some men
so let me
who
give you the
just fucking love
question.
pussy,
So let me give you the
okay?
question back.
Yeah.
Within the hypothetical of you had to choose, right? I understand you switching it to say, I'm sorry, if you're attracted to secondary sex characteristics on a man, then that means that you have homosexual tendencies. Okay, I can totally agree with that. But you did switch it. So and you say it's cope when men say this. Why would it be cope for them to pick the thing that had the vagina?
Because they're lying. Because they're not engaging honestly with the hypothetical.
They are.
No, because they're attached to
most people select their sexual mates based on like how they look and how attracted they are. When you put them in this type of binary, you're being like, if you knew that they had a vagina, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is that's not how anyone engages in sexual dynamics at all. Absolutely not. And most people will pick the femboys regularly, all the time.
But isn't
Prove
the
it.
argument? Isn't the
What-
argument?
what-
always-
how what possible
tell
way
you.
could you demonstrate? No, you don't
that's
go to Thailand.
Superchat.
Wait a second. You go to Thailand, and what happens at Thailand is you're left with a bifurcated choice that you must fuck a femboy or not fuck a femboy. What are you talking about?
Actually, what actually happens is that there's tons of ladyboys walking around that are hotter than most women somehow, and men are actively choosing to have sex with them over female
Yeah, but that
prostitutes.
does not engage with what we're talking about at
Yes,
all.
it does.
No,
It
it doesn't.
necessarily
How
Would
could
you
it
consider those
possibly-
men gay?
How could that possibly engage with what we're
Are the
asking,
men-
which is how is it cope for a man to take that selection? You say it's because given the opportunity, if a man had that pre-existing
once it goes into
condition,
the practical
they would
world.
still go after
Yeah.
the one that had the Demonstrate that.
Okay, the way that I would demonstrate that is, again, the moment that you move the hypothetical into the real world, instantly men suddenly swap their choice and they're fucking ladyboys. They're often
Homosexuals do that.
Modest
yes.
Hitler donated $200. Thai ladyboys have boobs and dicks, you dumb.
Yeah, I don't know what
ass
that's
or dumb bitch.
Also,
It's
like
hard to know
side,
which of
side,
us.
side note.
So
I'm
this
guessing that was
chatter,
for
just
you.
to be clear, is, and I don't think they've supported me throughout any of this.
Dumb,
is-
I think it's dumb F-U-C-K, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are
you're
we
right.
not allowed to cuss? I thought
This
we were
is
allowed.
dumb
evidence
fuck.
to
Yeah, that's
exactly
where
what
we
I'm
go.
talking about, right? That a lot of men, at the end of the day, when you put into a practical, they're just gonna pick
How
what's
do you know
fucking
that that
hotter.
was in support of you?
I think it was.
He said twice that he would always pick, that he would just have sex with ladyboys. Absolutely.
Maybe he's gay. Maybe he's an actual homosexual.
Do you think Andrew Tate is gay?
Yeah, I think that if you're a man who says
In the
that you would have
way.
sex with a man for under any circumstances, you're homosexual.
You heard it here. Andrew Tate is gay.
I feel like if you're that defensive over it,
Then that means you must be a
yeah.
homosexual.
Well, yeah.
It's like, I'm not a murderer. If you're that defensive, you're a murderer. Yeah, that's insane. That's cope. That's actual.
I mean, all of this is cope. Like there are some men, by the way, that are really into pussy, and I would grant that there are some men when they say, they would pick Hulk Hogan, they probably would, right? I bet you that's you. I'm not saying that you relate with pussy. I have no idea about your kinks or preferences. I'm just saying, like, that seems like a really big deal to you. The issue is that most guys want to get some fucking dick, right? That's all they really care about, and they don't mind if they're sticking it in an asshole. They don't really care that much as long as she's hot.
Most guys,
Their dick to be
As long as she's hot.
inserted into
most
something.
guys don't care. No, they don't find that to be completely physically revolting. Most of them. You should
having
talk to
sex
more
with
men.
a ladyboy?
Yeah, you should talk to more men.
I've talked to lots of men about
Talk
this.
to more of them.
I don't need to.
That's
I
like-
can tell you men who have gone to Thailand and have been tricked into thinking that they were women at first, and then they retreat.
Sure,
Retreat
but the
very
reason
quickly.
that they're retreating is because they were looking for vagina specifically, and they were lied to, right? None of this has
doesn't mean that
anything
they're
to do with the
coping or anything.
hypothetical.
It's that they
I
thought it
just
was one
said
thing
some
and
are being honest, but a lot of men who answer this are just being copy because they're like, I don't want to be fucking gay. And it's like, it's literally more gay to be into Hulk Hogan. It just is.
haven't demonstrated it though.
Yes,
you just
I
say no. You haven't. You just say I think that most men would.
If you
That's
pick
my
male
demonstration.
secondary
I
sex
think they would.
characteristics over female
Yeah, I
secondary
just think
sex
they would.
characteristics,
Yeah,
it's
your,
a little bit more
they
gay.
your demonstration is literally just being like, oh, well, I personally wouldn't, so it's not that way. Andrew Tate is gay.
No, the burden would be on the
How
person
do you
who
prove it?
claims that, hey, wait a second, the non-homosexual picks the non-homosexual sex. This makes sense, makes logical sense. The person who says, no, the heterosexual would pick the homosexual sex because they have real pretty eyes,
No.
that's the
Okay,
burden of proof,
Let's
lady.
back us up. Let's
That's
back us
the
up.
burden.
What do you think sexual orientation has to do with? Do you think it's about like genitals, the type of sex you want to have, or like what you're attracted to? Like, what is it?
I think it could be a combination of tons of things.
Me too.
And within the confines of that exploration, though, I do think that there's a revulsion factor which happens between most members of the same sex, which repels them from having any type of intercourse with each other, especially men. When it comes to men having same-sex relations with each other, what is the one thing men always talk about going to prison that they're terrified of?
They're terrified of the rape, but again,
Yeah, but why? Why are they terrified of it?
Sorry. Because big bad word is horrible.
Because
not
they're
because of sex in and of itself.
because it's 10 times. They think it's 10 times more revolting. It's not the victimization
Killer
portion.
Beyond
even.
donated $200. Hey dummy, forcing that choice doesn't mean they prefer those masculine features. That's just how much better the P is.
That's true.
Of
This guy
course,
likes
given
P.
any choice, we would rather have a beautiful woman.
Okay.
Right, but if you force the bifurcated choice they choose, you say that's cope because
Yes.
you think that most men would do this, and your only line of defense to say that is that some homosexual men have sex with ladyboys.
No, that is not my only
Modest
defense.
That
Heathen
is.
were
That is
donated
not my only defense.
$200. Andrew W. This bitch trying to twist words. The point is Thai lady boys don't think they are actually female like trans
That has
women in the
nothing to do with
USA. FKN brain dead.
Okay, sorry, I thought this guy was smart. It turns out he's a fucking moron. Okay, I won't allow you to frame my arguments or tell me what my arguments are because you are being dishonest in the framing
No,
of them.
you're being dishonest.
Stop.
You swapped the
Stop.
hypothetical, and I
I
watched
did
you do
not
it in
swap
real
the
time. You
hypothetical
did.
at all. I did not swap the hypothetical at all. There's no way. You just saying it over and over doesn't make it
I can
true.
literally show you how you did this. What you did was you asked about a bifurcated choice. Once it was demonstrated which of us would take that choice, you then said, the people who are attracted to secondary sex characteristics on one or the other, that's more or less homosexual. The thing is, though, is that you did not add in anything about attraction, only which choice would you take.
Right, and part of the which choice is which would you have sex with, which to some degree we would assume in there is some level of attraction. Just like you said, levels of attraction include things like your sexual orientation, which genitals you would like to deal with, what you're attracted to physically, a number of things like this. Which is why I'm saying having sex with a vagina is more straight than having sex for men than having sex with like a dick, obviously. However, being attracted to body parts or selecting to have sex with secondary body parts that are of the opposite gender is just a little bit more gay, obviously.
I see your argument, but again, the question was if you had to choose between this genitalia or this genitalia, which one would the man?
Well, it was not just the genitalia.
That is not
it was
the
who was
question.
attached.
That is not
the
the
original
question. Hold
That
on,
was the original.
stop. That is not the question because
It's just you being dishonest and reframing
Well,
it.
no, because
You're
it's
just being
attached.
dishonest.
No.
Attached to the question isn't whether you want to have sex with a dick or a pussy. The question is Hulk Hogan or Megan Fox, which implies hypermasculinity and hyperfemininity, which is part of attraction
But you're
necessarily.
cutting off the genitalia. 'Cause
I'm not cutting off the genitalia. I'm including them. You guys are trying to cut off the genitalia.
Person. No, they're trying to cut off the person. They're trying to pretend it's only the
saying it's
genitalia
only
when we're
genitalia.
attaching it to the person.
No, it's not. The hypothetical is inherently not genitalia because why the fuck would I say Hulk Hogan and Megan Fox if all I wanted to ask people about is whether they prefer pussy or dick?
Then it's just still the same exact thing where you're saying that if a guy is with a really ugly woman because she's
It's
just
not the
really
same.
ugly.
It's not the same.
Yeah, if she
It's
looks
not
like
the same.
Because
if she
really
looks like
ugly
a man,
women
if she looks
aren't-
like whatever your definition is of a man,
Yeah.
even though she's just an ugly woman,
Do you want
right?
me to
You're
walk you
saying if a
through
guy
why
has
you're
sex
incorrect?
with her, he's
Or do you
gay.
want me to wait until you're done spurging?
That's what
Okay,
you're
Are you done
saying.
spurging? I can explain again.
You're the one
For
cutting me
the
off every
second
time I talk.
For the second time, I'll explain again why what you just said
Use really
isn't
small
what I said.
words.
Sure, I'll try using little kid words for
If you can you get a
Okay.
coloring book?
Maybe.
That would be great. You got one in front of you. Get a purple pen.
Yeah, do you want to color my rope
And then
diagram?
explain to me how that's not just an ugly woman.
Okay, the reason why I didn't say what you just finished saying, fuck, what did you even say now? God, you're so
That's an ugly
fucking
woman.
sneaky with this. What?
That's just an ugly woman.
No, okay, thank you. Thank you, actually. I appreciate that. The reason why it's not just an ugly woman is because I already outlined that this is disanalogous and you're lumping in a larger group of people than I am talking about because not all women look like Hulk Hogan or have secondary sex characteristics. My entire point is secondary sex characteristics.
Okay, wait a second.
So if I started including fucking birds in this, that wouldn't
So
matter.
could there
because
be?
the category isn't what we're
Could
talking
there be
about.
ugly women who look like Hulk Hogan?
Yeah. So
well, then your point's totally mute,
no,
dipshit.
you fucking
yes,
moron.
yes.
You fucking moron.
Oh, you're a fucking moron.
Okay, let me walk you through categorical philosophy, okay?
Let's walk through it.
Yeah, I'll
Write
draw
me
you
a
a
p-value
picture.
premise for your
wait,
argument.
Wait. What? Here's
Informal
a picture.
logic.
Here's a picture of birds, okay?
Uh-huh.
All sorts of birds go in this circle, and inside of this circle is seagulls, okay?
Coloring competition now.
You see that? Seagulls. So, seagulls. You could do canaries, though. They're much cuter, okay? Actually, that's not true. Seagulls are cuter. That's a good one.
Do a swan. We like
In
swans.
another circle, we have ugly women. And then in a smaller circle, inside the big circle, is Hulk Hogan women.
And here we have just an ugly woman. It's just an ugly woman.
How dare you draw me like that,
That's it. Just
Andrew?
an ugly woman.
How dare you draw me like that?
They exist, and if a heterosexual man has sex with one, they're just a heterosexual man having sex with an ugly
you're wrong.
woman.
You had to draw a portrait of me rather than dealing with categorical analysis because you know that you're incorrect.
Well, no, I didn't say a very ugly woman.
Because how majority of ugly women don't have beards and chest hair. They're just ugly.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It wouldn't matter if her.
I didn't say all. I said majority.
If her counter analysis is to say,
free to color.
if her counter analysis is to just say,
no, it's too far.
Hey, there are women who exist outside this group of ugly women who are other ugly women. That wouldn't matter. All that would matter is that there's women.
Hold on, it would matter.
Stop talking
No.
so I can finish my point.
No,
Stop talking so I can finish my point.
You're talking
Stop
about,
talking so I can finish
you're
my
talking
point.
about my
Stop
position.
spurging. Stop spurging. Stop spurging.
You're incorrect
Stop
about
spurging.
my
It's my
position.
turn.
As
My
long
turn.
as you
Stop
keep saying it,
spurging.
it'll be true,
Stop
right?
spurging.
Okay.
Stop spurging.
We don't like
want to go?
spurs.
Because he's about to reframe my argument.
No, I'm
and-
about to tell the truth. Is what I'm
You're-
about to do.
Oh my God.
Okay, so anyway, and she's just going to repeat. She'll repeat. I promise she's going to repeat this exact same thing. She's going to say, there's,
Stop telling me.
There's
Stop.
women.
Hold on. Stop.
There's women who
No,
exist.
stop.
She's still
No,
spurging.
no, hold on.
Still spurging.
One of you talk
Brian,
first.
he cannot be outlining my.
I can because I'm doing it right now. So
You're
anyway,
incorrect.
yeah, I am
If he
correct.
does, then we'll call him out.
So all you're doing, all she's doing is saying there's women who exist outside of the category. There's women who exist outside or
That's not
inside
what
of
I'm
the
saying.
category.
Here's the
I
picture.
asked her, are there women who
Wait, just let him
exist
finish.
inside of the category of ugly women who look like Hulk Hogan? If the answer is yes, you still haven't made a compelling argument as to how that's non-heterosexual sex or in any way even homosexual.
I appreciate that you're trying to back it back up to the broader conversation, and we can go there, but I just want to make it super clear that you were being completely dishonest about my argument, and
No,
you
I'm
know
not.
that because you know
I'm not.
you know categorical philosophy. So I know that you know this. When you said that when I'm saying that men who have sex with ugly women are gay, you knew that you were engaging in a categorical fallacy because you know that not all ugly women look like Hulk Hogan.
They don't have
The only
to.
people, yes, they do. My claim is that
Write
men
it
who
out
have
in a
sex,
premise for me.
My premise is that men who are having sex with Hulk Hogan women are more gay. That's my premise. So when you expand
Yeah,
it to
but
the
what's-
broader
yeah,
category,
yeah, I understand
it's
your
a fall-
argument, but
stop,
what's my
stop.
argument back?
I'm not done. I'm not done. Can
Yeah, but
you
what's
agree-
my argument
stop.
back? That's where you're.
No,
That's the disconnect.
No, I'm not moving off of this until you
Yeah,
agree.
but I'm telling you, I'm actually telling you the structural problem here. The structural problem is you're confusing two things. So my argument back to you, though, is to say, no, this is false inside of this category.
What is
That's
the
the
categorical
distinction.
analysis?
Yeah, so you're pointing at this and saying this is a category. I'm denying that category exists. I'm just saying that's just another ugly woman.
So you just
and
think-
some ugly women look like Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. Wait, you're agreeing with me. You're right.
I don't think
some
I am.
ugly women, if we use a circle for the poor chat, some,
Yeah.
if this is ugly women, some of
This.
them look like Hulk Hogan.
Yes.
Not all women who are ugly look like Hulk
That's
Hogan.
correct.
So when you conflate my argument as saying Hulk
didn't
Hogan
conflate
women
it.
are, you did.
Nope.
You are being fallacious about my
There's no
argument.
fallacy.
And I need you to stop
There's
being
no
fallacious
fallacy.
for me to engage in good faith.
Then
with
go
you.
ahead and tell me. Explain how I'm
I
wrong.
will explain it again if you would like.
Modest pick 'em up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a side question.
Okay.
Hold on.
No,
I will explain it one more time for the class.
Take it.
I really want to
do
ask.
we get it?
Do you think men who have anal sex are gay? Like if a guy does anal,
To a woman.
You mean
They're not gay, but
Wait.
it makes them a little bit fruity.
Yeah, they're not homosexuals. No.
Because they're into it.
Okay.
They're into the
So
act,
they're like
but
a
it doesn't
little
make
gay.
them gay.
so anal sex is not inherently gay.
But it's a woman's
It's
act.
not.
Yeah, but it's a woman's
Wait, are they
butthole.
doing
How
it
is
to a
that
man or a
That's
woman?
not.
That's the
Okay.
question.
It's not
Listen,
a man's act.
homosexual. That's an act. It's not. For me, it's not an allocation. From my worldview of logical possibility. So everybody has different worldviews for what even starts with logical possibility. Homosexuality is an act. It's an act. It's not even an attraction. As you could be a person who's attracted to the same sex, never act on it. You'd
That's
never be
gay.
a homosexual.
I know that's
Ever.
pretty gay if you're attracted to men. Like,
You
what if,
could say
what
if
like,
it's- you could say it's
every
gay,
man you
but
see
what
you
I'm
wanna
saying a
fuck
homosexual
so
is-
bad, but then you never act on it. You're super gay.
For instance, let's say that you had two gay animals, okay, two homosexual animals. How do you know when they're homosexuals?
I mean, but like,
No.
if the anim-
How do you know when
if
they're
the animals could
homosexuals?
talk, if the animals could talk
Right.
and be like, I really want to fuck other guy
Right,
bunnies,
they
but I
really
can't,
want to do
they're
this
still
thing,
gay.
but what I'm saying is that it's an
what do you-
action.
I mean,
Homosexuality is an
sexual
action,
attraction.
yes.
No,
It's
because
an
thoughts
action.
are an
Like,
action.
if you want to
It's
fuck
an action.
guys
Thoughts
not
are
acting
an
on it,
action.
you're still,
I can't.
you're
Sorry,
still gay.
Thoughts are treated as an action in all of behavioral
No.
syes. Yes,
Yes, it is.
You are
Behavioral
completely
psych,
wrong on this.
100%.
In all of behavioral psychology since Skinner, we have treated thoughts as an action because you can train thoughts as much as you can train other things.
What's the subconscious?
That the subconscious, like, what
What's
do you mean
the
specifically?
id? The ego.
I'm not talking about psychoanalysis.
Yeah,
I'm
but if you're talking
behavioral
about the id or
science.
the ego, or what you would call the
I'm not talking about
subconscious, or whatever these
psychoanalysis.
things are.
No, I'm talking about. Wait,
What I'm-
you're talking about like Freudian shit.
No,
I'm talking about
I'm just.
Skinner.
What I'm asking is, can you have thoughts that aren't even your own thoughts?
By inherently, if you're
yeah,
saying
you can have
Castrated.
Right.
intrusive
So then,
thoughts.
from
Sure.
my worldview,
Black hair girl saying that a man would prioritize the extreme feminine presentation over female genitalia. Conversely, would he be more repulsed by the masculine extreme or the male genitalia?
That's a pretty good way of saying it.
so anyway,
That's a pretty good
Yes.
way of asking it.
the question becomes: remember, I explained to you long time ago in a debate about the concept from the Orthodox worldview of the logisme. Same thing in the Catholic
Remind me
worldview,
what that means,
though they
though.
don't call it the logisme, they have a very similar thing, which is that those bad, sinful thoughts that come into your head, they're not your own, they're demonic thoughts. And these are not things which you would actionably do absent the fact that those were inserted into your brain. So the reason that inside of Christianity we say, listen, you're not really a homosexual if you're not acting on the thoughts, we're not even sure that they're yours.
Sure. So I guess my response to that would be, what is it? The Sermon on the Mount where Jesus, or is it Sermon on the Mount where he says, if you think a hateful thought, you should if you steal, you should think of stealing, you should cut off your hand. If you lust after a woman, you should pluck after your eyes. So I guess I would just say
that's actually referencing that though. That's actually saying that these
thoughts can be sin.
Yeah, it's saying that these thoughts which are introduced to you, it's better to do anything except act on those thoughts.
Can I ask something?
Well, lusting is just
in the hypothetical.
I think we just fundamentally disagree.
So you're
here.
saying
I mean, it's in your worldview. I thought you were more Catholic. That is part of that worldview.
so you're saying that if you think
Just let her ask. Hold on.
Go ahead.
So you're saying if you think homosexual thoughts but you don't act on them, that's not homosexual, right? But
That
we're thinking
makes
about
you- it means
attract,
you're
like
not a
having
homosexual,
attraction.
yes.
But you also said if you have those attractions but you don't act
Yeah,
on
but
them,
the
that's not
problem
homosexual.
is, from my
But
worldview-
I'm sorry, I'm just trying
Let her
to.
finish.
I just want to ask this before I get my point. So, just to make sure I'm understanding you right, if you have gay attraction but you don't act on it, you're not gay.
Yeah. So,
But wouldn't those thoughts? Okay, not to be too explicit, but those thoughts might give you an erection. And so, if you look at men and you get an erection, is that gay?
yeah. So I'm just trying to explain to you that the thoughts which are introduced into your brain to act on these what we would consider sinful behaviors that you're not supposed to do, that's from the tradition she comes from and the tradition
No,
I come from.
I came from a
Okay,
Catholic
so
family.
in both of these traditions, these thoughts which are introduced into your brain, that in itself is not the sinful.
understand that. But there's a difference between, like, an intrusive
I'm almost
thought-
done. I'm super close. Right? Those thoughts which are introduced themselves are not sins. It's your actions that make them sins.
But I guess there's a difference between like an intrusive thought that can just randomly come and does not have any say over what you actually feel, and then genuine attraction.
Right. So the question
that
becomes,
might cause a bodily
this
response.
is the question of the logisme.
And then at that point, if you have a bodily
this is the
response,
question
isn't
of
that
the
kind of an
logisme.
action?
Which are which? So which ones are thoughts which are introduced absent you, and which ones come from you? That's a much tougher question. And so in my tradition, we say most of the thoughts that go into your head are probably not yours. Most of them are probably
agree with that.
demonic thoughts.
Yeah, but no, if you're having a bodily reaction
That's
to
what- that's
these
where I was
thoughts,
getting at.
that's where it becomes
guess that's
something
kinda what I was
gay,
asking.
right? It's like if you're, what is it?
So if it
could
gives you an
still-
erection, is
it
that
could
also
still
gay?
have a reaction based on those thoughts, the introduction of thoughts, and have a physiological response, and still never act on those things. So we have to be cautious.
So you're saying if a guy gets a hard on because he sees another hot dude and wants to fuck him but never does, he's not gay.
I'm asking you this question. I'm asking you from my
We're
my
asking you.
viewpoint.
Yeah, I'm saying that's really gay.
but
We're
from
asking you.
and I'm answering you. My answer would
think
be
that's
no,
gay?
but here's why. From my tradition, we're saying the thoughts introduced into the brain, there are thoughts introduced into the brain which are demonic thoughts. And those thoughts can have they can put pictures in your head of all sorts of lustful things. They can put pictures in your head of all sorts of attractions you may not have. This is all Christian traditions have this, except maybe some Protestant ones, including Kyla, who says she's more involved with Catholics. She has to kind of concede that this is
But
also
we're saying
true.
it's no longer a thought when
You
you have
don't.
a bodily
I don't have to
reaction.
concede to the extent
I'm
that
gonna-
you're
I'm gonna
trying to use it. For example, I don't think any person in Christianity or secular world actually believes that if a dude, I won't use Brian, say a guy named Tom, every time he sees a guy that he's kind of into, he gets really attracted, he thinks about men a lot, and maybe he never masturbates to it ever. Every single person would say that he has a gay sexual orientation.
Okay.
Every single person.
So let me ask you. Hang on. Let me ask
Every
this. Let me
single
ask this. Let me
person,
ask this.
including Catholicism.
Is that a sin from Catholicism's standpoint to
That-
act in homosexual
Whether he
ways?
has a sexual orientation or is doing a sin are not
Right,
the
but
same
don't the
things.
Catholics say that the reason there's a distinction is because it's possible that the demonic is influencing him, and him not acting on it is him acting away from sin, Kyla.
It's possible, but it's also possible, and a lot of Catholics would agree, the Pope would agree
Nope.
with this, that people can have a predilection to be gay, and in the Catholic world, they would say, by not acting on your sexual orientation, you're not engaging in sin.
No,
but none
the
of them are
Catholic
saying you're not actually
tradition-
gay.
The Catholic tradition is to say if you're not, the whole point of their tradition for treatment for homosexuality is to say this is a sin, you're not supposed to do this, and then they try to steer you away from the sin. They claim that the sin comes from the enemy. The thoughts for the sin come from the enemy, not from you. And we know that it's not coming from you because you're trying to get away from it. That's why you're going to the church. So these are introductions into your brain of demonic thoughts you're not acting on. You still just want them to be gay, no matter what.
This is your worldview.
Yeah, that's
I am
your
telling you,
That's
though,
the Catholic tradition.
It-
Wait,
it is
Alexa,
not
you
the
want to
Catholic
come in?
tradition.
It is.
I'm
Here,
gonna-
Alexa, go
I'm
ahead.
going to be very careful about the words I choose on this. There are instances where things happen to someone of force, I'm going to say, and your body has a natural reaction. In those situations, did that person want it? Absolutely not. I would argue that they didn't.
Okay.
And I'm trying to not use.
I know what you're saying.
we
I'm
know, but
not
we just
connecting
have to do-
why
yeah.
you would talk
Well,
about like
you're
orgasmic
saying
during
no.
grape
I'm saying
to-
so. There's a physical bodily reaction. Are you saying that person wanted it? You're saying that if someone's body naturally
Right,
I didn't
like a
say
wet
anything
dream.
about the body.
Like a wet dream.
I'm saying
literally.
that person is
But if a thought
baked
happens in your
into
bodily-
this baked
Hold
into
on.
the
Would you agree that there's a really big difference between being raped and then having a sexual response versus having constant, repeated
Physical
thought
stimulation
of
is a
sexual
big
attraction
difference
to
in
a
that.
person?
Yeah,
Would you agree
but
that
there's
there's a
also,
difference?
during
baked
grape, you're
into
actually
this.
being touched. There's a physical
Stimulation
stimulation
versus
happening to you.
it's-
Also, baked
But what
into
I'm
this
saying
is that
is
the
if
wait.
it's hard,
let
no
me
one
finish.
touched it.
Please let me finish. Baked into this, baked into what we were talking about, we have explicitly stated the guy is attracted to other men, gets hard because of other men, but never actually has sex with other men. Andrew was
Can
saying
you
that's not
maybe
gay.
just don't
All
bang
of
on the
us-
table? That'd be
sorry.
nice. Okay.
All of us were saying no, that's gay. If you're attracted, you get hard on it, you want it, but you don't act on it, you're still gay.
Obviously. Everyone would
topic.
agree that if you're attracted to
New
men,
topic.
you're gay.
New topic, and we're gonna wrap up very soon. We're gonna wrap up very soon. I think every time we transition topics, I think we need Nala to just drop a uwu or something.
You guys like sick of it yet or not?
He's definitely.
I want
You know what? I would like to hear an uwu from everybody.
Let's do it.
Only if you do it too.
I'll do it too. I'll do it too.
You first.
No, you guys go first.
No, this is the poison cup, okay? I'll drink after you drink.
I'll do it. Oh fuck.
do it
I'll
first.
drink
If
after
you do
you
it
drink.
first,
Camera.
I am secure in my masculinity.
I'm glad.
So I am comfortable saying
Let's do
an
it.
ooh. I'll do an uwu.
with the face expression.
I can't do that.
No,
I can't
full
do that.
body. If you
fair,
want us
that's
to
fair.
put our chest into it,
No,
you
I
have
think
to.
it was just
Just
for an
try it.
uwu.
Just
I
say
think
it.
was
Just
for an
do it with the
uwu.
voice.
More is yours, bro.
It's gonna happen, guys.
Do I have to now?
You have to do this.
Try to do it
Can
like
it be a deep?
Yeah,
Can it be
yeah.
a
Oh,
deep?
yeah. Do it.
Or can it be? Does it have to be
I
a
think
high
it has to be
pitch?
high pitch.
You have to commit to the bit.
It has to be
do
a
it in
real
your own
woo.
way.
Yeah.
That was so good.
That's
That
good,
was
right?
actually great.
All right.
You have to make Andrew do it though when he comes back. You can't.
Yeah.
That might be a tougher
I
sell.
don't think that's
It might be a
something
tough
you can do
sell. I'll try my best.
You're a professional debater, okay?
I'll try my best. I'll see what I can do. I'll pull some strings. Kyla, go ahead.
You will.
Love it.
Slay.
Now I feel embarrassed. Okay. Ooh.
I gotta say this one on my chest.
Fix the hair. You got this. You got this.
Gotta put it in my soul.
Do it.
I'm so nervous. This is gonna be on the internet forever.
Among
Many other things.
Let's not start that. Let's start that.
Ooh.
wait, we
Look how
missed
you
it.
made
We missed it.
happen
We
while
missed
you
it.
were
Sorry.
gone.
Do it again.
So many great things happen.
He's making
Wait,
us all
wait.
uwu.
He did it
It's-
too.
yeah, I'm
That's
sorry.
a real
Really,
thing.
This
I'm not
is-
gonna ooh, but
Damn, have to.
Go ahead.
Say it in your own voice.
Ooh.
It will.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
I'm gonna pretend like you didn't just make my dick go soft.
That wasn't me. That was. Go ahead.
I'm hurt.
It is
I
you.
respectfully.
What?
No.
Hello?
She said
I'm
respectfully.
sorry. Respectfully.
Why? Just curious. Why not? I'm just curious.
It's just not my thing.
It's not your thing.
Yeah.
Bankrupting men is your thing.
We all have.
That's where
our
you draw the
thing.
line.
Wait, can
not
you
my thing.
at least pull the microphone closer
Sorry.
and tilt it up and closer to you and actually speak into it? And
Yeah.
merci. Go ahead.
Gosh. Okay. Let me try this. Oh yeah. I don't know if I can do
Can
the
you
eye
pull the
thing.
microphone closer?
Right
It will.
Whoa!
That's good. That's a surprise.
That was surprisingly good.
Good.
I am impressed. She's practiced.
Yeah, no,
She's
yeah.
practiced.
Yes, she's for sure done it before.
Oh yeah.
Please.
Andrew?
Please.
Wait, if she concedes
This
that
is-
men are
this is-
stronger than women, will you do it?
No.
Okay. sorry.
Damn.
That's too much feminine energy. I'm not wooing.
Okay.
Can you do a masculine ooh with like a deep voice?
Do like a
Dude,
deep
man,
one.
you can do like ooh.
A testosterone filled ooh.
Do you know the Marine Corps oorah? It's it's
Yeah.
not that
JC
far.
Brown donated
sorry.
$100.
It's not that far away.
No
from the
man cares
oorah.
what of girls think on dating topics. Please get regular woman on here. Tonight's questions and discussions are pointless.
Oh.
I am losing brain cells.
Oh.
I'm better off watching Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumber is a
We hit some
classic.
Go watch
insanely
it.
I
cool
know.
topics
Hasn't
tonight.
he donated like twice
Yeah,
already?
some saucy topics.
Yeah,
So
literally,
he's
if you don't
losing
like
brain
it, why do you give them
cells,
money?
But also
Yeah.
donating
Right, he paid
$200. Base.
Oops.
You are financing this fuckery.
There you have it.
My hate watchers never pay me, so you got something good going on.
I guess so. Wait, where were we?
With Andrew.
Ooh-wooing with Andrew. Yeah, I don't think. Sorry, guys. I'm
New
just
title
fixing
of
the
that.
TTS
That should be a whole
because it got
podcast.
lower.
I spoiled all the fun, I know.
Well, let's try to wrap
Did
up
you-
here
did you
pretty
ooh?
soon. I did do
What
it.
did it sound like?
He did.
I did it.
You did so good.
Again.
Probably one of the best ones. You can do it again.
Andrew, I will do an ooh-woo again if you do an Ahegao.
I don't think he can do that.
Okay, you first.
Whoa.
Do
Okay.
it
First.
Do
I
it.
can't.
This is a verbal.
You already
thing.
did it
Just
once.
be a man of
Yeah,
his
I
word.
agree.
That's the
Andrew, I
real
want to let's
If you
spice
have
this
virtue,
up.
make him
This
pinky
is-
promise.
This is a legally binding contract, and
Verbally.
if you breach said contract, do you agree to pay me an amount of $10,000 should you choose to not do the Ahegao? If I
Man, that's this
and we can,
sucks.
here, let's actually draft
hang
up
on,
the
hang on.
contract. I'm going to
Hang on,
draft
hang on.
up.
This sucks because I was just gonna lean into the mic and say I lied and make you do it again, but
Now
we've
okay,
gotten way
okay,
too far
okay.
into it. And the whole
There you
joke
go.
is wrecked, and
There you go.
I think it would still be funny.
Oh,
Yeah, no, it would definitely still be funny.
you can keep the picture of the ugly woman.
Of me, you mean?
I think this is a
It's me.
beautiful woman.
So
Looks good.
before we
beard.
wrap
I love
up,
a masculine
before we
woman.
wrap up, maybe we can try to bring this back a little bit to dating. So, does anybody have anything
Sorry.
dating related that they would like to get off their chest before we wrap up the show? Anything from maybe men are pissing you off in some way. It's frustrating out there in the dating
I
world.
love men.
Anything?
I
Okay.
feel like I learned so much from men. Like all of
Yeah.
my mentors are men. My business partner, my senseis. I feel like I learn a great deal from men. Honestly, I find that it's harder to learn things from women. Just for me personally, I don't look up to a lot of women. Just doing what I do and creating the space that I did for myself. I don't really look up to many women at all. So I mean, there
I
are
feel the
women
exact
that
same
I
way.
I don't know
I feel
why.
the
I don't
exact
have
same way.
girlfriends.
At
It's
all,
like guys.
same. I
like I
literally-
just kind of like it's not even about sex or
Literally.
dating. Like I love men.
Okay. Good times. Anybody else?
I'd say two things. Going off of that, I think it's, and I'm curious to know your guys' stance on this. Of like, I find it very sad, but like if you look into like social media or celebrities in this, there are not very good role models for dating or people to say like that is a relationship I want to strive towards. And I think for a lot of women when they're younger, yeah, it's easier to go to OF. It's easier to do these things because you're like, there's not kind of you get burned basically, and you just say, fuck men, let's do this. I'd rather make money, and if I'm going to be sad and single, might as well be rich and single.
Better be lonely
Right?
at the top than the bottom.
Exactly. And I do think it's sad though that there's not a lot of good role models to follow.
From
Well,
my
what is a good
standpoint,
role model,
after
though?
a few
Like
days
relationships.
of this, I realized something important. I actually tweeted it out, which is that if my wife died tomorrow, I definitely would never date again, ever. I would live the rest of my life in solitary and be fine with it.
What
I'd be
about
fine
Pornhub,
with
though?
it. What's that?
What about Pornhub?
What about it?
Like,
Would you engage?
would
He's
you
a good
refrain
Christian boy.
from
But that's not a
masturbation?
relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would. I would be done. That's like, I can't, I don't even understand it. Like, I can't believe that the level of selfishness and degeneracy is like,
I mean,
nothing
isn't
I've ever
watching
seen.
porn like a pretty equal sin to like being gay or something?
Wait, what?
I mean, because you said you would. I don't know if I misheard him. He said you watched Pornhub, but isn't
No,
like that?
he said no.
Oh.
He said no.
Okay, I got so confused.
He
Never
said
mind.
no.
I take everything back. I was like, really?
She's like,
Let me get a
questioning
couple
everything.
of-
He said no. He said no.
Let's do this. If any of you guys in the next couple minutes think of anything that dating related you'd like to discuss, I'm going to do some chats if you guys want to think about that. So we have infinite singularity. Brian and Alexa are like peanut butter and jelly, individually great, but together they're a match made in YouTube heaven.
I love that. Thank you.
Okay, infinite singularity. Thank you. The problem is, I'm allergic to peanut butter. So
I can
And
be peanut butter. You
Brian
can be jelly.
Is in a
Okay.
situationship.
wait, what?
Ooh.
Aren't you?
No.
Didn't
Where
you
did you get that?
allude to something in the beginning? How you didn't
I
want to
took
talk
it as
about
that.
something?
Huh?
Yeah, no.
What?
I think
Your
we all took
situation
it
That
as
you didn't want to
jelly.
talk about.
Wait, what?
You
didn't want to
I'm
talk about
single.
your
You would have just said I'm
relationship.
single, but I
Yeah,
don't think you
literally.
are.
No, I just don't private. If I was single, I wouldn't privately. I don't disclose anything just because I just wouldn't disclose. If I was single, I wouldn't disclose. If
Who's
I was
the
in a
lucky lady?
relationship, no.
Lucky two
Either
ladies.
way, I would not disclose just for security reasons. So I ask that you guys respect that. But
Okay, so listen, it's been like all the times I've been on this show, and I've tried to use context clues and this and that. But
Wait.
what the fuck is a situationship?
Oh, it's like not a relationship, but you're kind of seeing someone and talking to someone.
You're like in a
but
In your world,
situation
you
with
would call
someone.
it degeneracy.
So
is what
yes,
you would
so
say. Yeah.
so basically, problem with younger generations that you don't have to deal with in dating is people become intimate with one another and they have all the connections of a relationship without the title and their obligations.
It's not just
In
younger
all
people.
honesty,
I know a
like
lot
that,
of older
like
people
that,
that are in a situation.
No, but I'm just saying it's more for younger generations of like
Yeah.
when it came about.
I don't know
It's
why,
like-
but we just don't
Well,
like
we
titles
named
for
it
some reason.
situation.
no, I
but
love titles.
a lot
Yeah,
of
I do too, but
relationships
it's
have-
like people don't want that. People want the freedom.
But
to do
see,
what
that's
they
the
want
thing.
without the title.
If they want the freedom, they can go be free over there.
That's what I'm saying. Just be
here
single.
Here might be an example of a situationship. Two people have been dating, hooking up, having sex for a period of 3 months. They've never had an overt conversation about exclusivity. They haven't had a conversation of whether they're boyfriend or girlfriend. They would be in a
But they're like
situationship.
exclusive. Like if someone were to go hook up with
they
someone
might not-
else, they
you
would
might-
get mad, but they
And call it
couldn't.
cheating.
They couldn't.
Because
they're technically
they,
not-
Yeah,
yeah.
but then that's what makes it a situation.
We also have another chat here from
Yep,
Infinite.
Kyla's right. That I would just call it degeneracy. Be done with
Okay.
it.
I know.
Infinite Singularity, Brian
Wow.
plus Alexa, YouTube's
They
very
really love you
talented
guys
couple.
together.
Bring me back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you taking me on our first date?
Hey.
Down the street. I don't know if there's anything
Are you
around
paying?
here.
Because
Well, we
Gender
already
equality.
talked about that.
what?
You said 50-50s. That's how we're going. So
Finessed. Okay. Alan Vargassi, Alex,
Is this going to be an
Canadian
Andrew fan who
Canadian
just says
200.
things
By the way,
out
do you speak French?
No.
Because you're not French, or you're not in the
Canadian.
Toronto. Was it
Not
Montreal?
I'm not
Toronto,
from, I'm
Quebec?
from Alberta. I'm from like Texas of Canada.
I see. Okay. Well, merci beaucoup for the Canadian 200. Erudite thinks she can outsmart Andrew, but he is far superior in his arguments and thoughts. She falls in all her arguments, and Andrew has consistently demolished Erudite's arguments in many of their previous
This has got to be
debates.
like, this is like the classic FBI like basement dwelling mouth breather like statements that like so often, like not all of your communities like this, but there's so many in your community that it's just like, as long as I keep saying that this person's stupid and wrong, it'll be true. And it's
Yeah,
like,
I know. It's
why are you
not like-
psychoanalyzing me?
It's
you
not like
fucking weirdo?
your community who's just like more degeneracy and gay sex, and that we'll be
actually-
happy.
That's not my community.
That's my community.
Yeah, my community is pretty heterogeneous, but
Okay, we have Jeremy here. I'm allowed to think about hurting someone really bad, but that does not mean I am a murderer. The girl in the black hair can think she is smart, but that does not mean she is. Red hair girl, spit in my mouth.
Yes, sir.
okay, number one, she will if you pay enough. Okay.
I'll just do it for free, man. Are you kidding? I drool
Number
all the
two.
time.
I'm sorry, you're just stupid. If you think about hurting people really bad all the time, we wouldn't call you a murderer, but we might call you a fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
Are you fucking deranged? I'm so tired of low IQ chatters. Jesus.
I don't.
Wait,
I'm smart. Okay, sorry. But they make you money, so
I don't
they're
even
awesome.
understand
and I
that
love them.
argument though. If people
not a
have thoughts, if they have like even homicidal things like this, they never act out on them, and they never even discuss them, right? And in all other ways, they're functional society.
but like the sexuality
Wait,
is
wait, wait, wait.
attraction's
If you
part of
think about
sexuality.
hurting yourself all the time, then you might be depressed or suicidal. obviously you're not acting towards it, but if you're thinking all the time, something is obviously wrong with you. You're depressed, you're sad, something,
If a guy thinks about stabbing women in the eyes all the time and he gets hard
Yeah,
whenever he
like,
sees like organs and
he's
stuff
a
like that,
fucking
yeah,
psychopath.
he's not necessarily a murderer at that point, but he's a fucking
I
psychopath.
feel like you're
We
just
can-
always kind of putting extra on what's being said.
Sure, I'm being hyperbolic, but what I'm saying is that we can label psychological states that don't require actions, which is why sexual orientation is a labeled psychological state regardless of action, and action can be labeled separately.
So when
We
I'm
can just have
playing
two
when I'm
words for
playing
these
Grand
things.
Theft Auto 5, I'm having homicidal thoughts every 15 seconds. Am I a psychopath?
Yes.
No, definitely
Am I a
not.
psychopath?
Yes.
Like when I shank her when she's down and I take my money
Well, that's
back,
a
right?
game,
Is that me being
you
a
wanna do that
psychopath?
to
No,
a
but
real woman?
if there's a degree to which it's like happening all the time, you're visualizing it with other people, you're getting like horny about it
Oh
all
no,
the time.
I'll have friends in the game, like in Red Dead Redemption. I'll have like 5
You're
friends.
just allowed to
we'll
use
do, you know,
context clues when
we'll
labeling
grab a
things.
rope,
would
we'll
you do
drag
that
a
in
woman
person?
across into the railroad
Yeah, but
track,
do you
watch
wanna
the
do
train
that
later,
to
high
actual
five each
women?
other. Am I a homicidal
Wait,
maniac?
do you want to do that to a real woman?
Well, no, but I mean, my point is
Hold on,
that you can
hold on.
have.
the whole point is that context matters for defining
Yes.
psychological states, fucking obviously, right? Like just because you're watching in a video, this is like the argument like old Christians tried to use to like get rid of video games and stuff. Like the reality is that seems like your brain can tell the difference between a Grand Theft Auto granny that you're like being like running over
Right.
versus a real
So your
grandmother.
brain can detect things which you have, which could be fantasy, and in no way actually are something that you would do in reality,
fantasize
like
about
even
men, that's
homicidal
gay.
thoughts.
Yeah, but in the case of homicidal thoughts, you're right. You never acted out, and you might not be a
Yes.
murderer, but you might have homicidal thoughts all the time and low empathy, and you might be labeled as
You
a
might,
psychopath.
but you could also, according to this same analogy, have homicidal thoughts all the time, never act them out because you understand that they're just fantasy and
I
you
don't
don't
know what
care.
to tell you. Welcome to like Psychology 101. Yeah, sometimes
Yeah,
you
but then
can-
don't call it the comment low IQ when it
It's
clearly
fucking
wasn't.
retarded.
It
No,
didn't
because
seem
we're
to be.
talking
No,
about-
it's
we're
You got
talking
to the
about-
same point the commenter got
no,
to.
we didn't get
I
to
mean,
the
but,
same
like,
point because the
homicidal
entire
thoughts
point
and
is the
gay
context
thoughts are
around the
different.
situation, right? If you're dreaming about murdering people just all the time, you might be labeled as a psychopath. If you're playing GTA, there's obviously context cueing the types of thoughts. These are clearly different situations, and any good psychology person with a basic modicum of understanding can understand how context
And the
matters
super
for mental
chatter,
stat.
and what the super chatter said was, I can have homicidal thoughts and not be a murderer. And you
Cool.
said that that's low IQ, even though it's clearly true, and you just admitted it 14
okay, the reason
times.
why it's low IQ.
14 times in a row.
The reason why it's low IQ is he's trying to
14.
equate it to the same 14, exactly
to
14. The
you're
reason
not
why
gay.
it's low IQ is he's trying to make that analogous to the argument that you can have homosexual desires all the time and not be a homosexual
You
person.
could.
Murder
It's
is
like
like-
analogous.
I'm just telling you that's not
Murder's
real.
like directly
It is real.
tied to your
By your
actions.
tradition, the Catholic tradition, that's totally
Okay,
real.
so Andrew right now is admitting that a
I
man
say something?
can have constant homosexual thoughts all the time, get hard to men, but
What?
as long as he doesn't have sex, don't worry, you're not fucking
No, what I'm
gay.
saying is that you can have thoughts which are not your own, which are introduced by the demonic, and that you
lying
don't
to
have to
yourself.
act on those
It's
thoughts,
okay.
and it happens to people all the
You're
time.
gay.
You think a
You're
guy
gay.
Go ahead.
Clearly-
Go ahead.
Like, okay, like being a murderer is obviously not something we correlate to your thoughts, but like your attraction and sexuality is something we like clearly tie to our thoughts. Like you can know you're attracted to a celebrity without ever fucking them or ever seeing them in person. Like your
Aren't they
sexual
both
attraction
tied to
is
thoughts?
very directly correlated to your thoughts.
Isn't
But being a
everything
murderer
correlated to
is
your
clearly
thoughts?
like
No,
yes, your
but what
thoughts
she's
matter,
saying-
but the action of being a murderer has nothing to do with your thoughts. Like you could be a virgin but know your sexuality.
No, but what she's also saying is like a lot goes into being a murderer. A lot goes into like behavior.
A lot goes into having sex with a dude if you're a
and
dude,
homicide.
I'm guessing.
I understand that, and I'm not agreeing with either.
Is he
But I'm just
guessing?
trying to explain what she's saying, and you know
Let's
what
go
I mean.
back to dating.
I was about to say
So
dating.
it just
Okay,
it's too
anybody?
much
Did anybody
to,
have any last thing they wanted to touch on dating?
Dating's rough.
You know what
Today's
though?
society.
I did want to ask a question though,
Sure.
because I want to go back to what I said like from before
Yeah.
when you asked me if I was
the-
single, and I told you that
Oh.
like we had been on and off, correct?
Yeah.
And what I had meant by that is like, you know, on and off for me is also like when I argue with, let's say, my man at the time, and we argue and we're like, okay, I'm done, we're done, that's kind of on and off to me. Like if I go home and I said we're done, and then like the next day, you know, we got back together, that's on and off, correct?
Yes. 'Cause you broke
Okay.
up and then you got back
Thank you
I would
so
say it's,
much.
like,
Thank-
emotionally
even if it
manipulative and
wasn't like
toxic,
a
not on and off.
consensual like
Based.
two-way, like yes, we sat down, we broke up, like
That
if
would be
I
on and
said,
off.
yeah, okay, but
Yeah.
like for me, if it was like, okay, I said we're done, I like literally I broke up with you and then I went home, and then maybe 2 days later I went back to you, that's on and off. correct?
Yeah.
I don't think
That's all I
I don't think
wanted.
most people are treated that way, but I don't know. These labels don't matter.
I mean,
that's all I
yes,
wanted
because you're
to-
ending it at the end of the day, whether or not it's like a whole
Yeah.
conversation.
And
you're
whether
still
or not it
ending and
happens all
starting
the
it.
Related to
time,
this,
it's
kind
still-
of related to this. What's that famous trope from Friends? Were they?
Oh, we were on a break.
Were they on the break? Were they on the
Ross and
break?
Rachel.
Oh
Ross
yeah,
and Rachel.
breaks.
Maybe people here haven't seen Friends, but
I haven't.
I
You need to
love
watch
that
that
one.
show, girl. That's
I
a
think
great
I'm
show.
okay. I don't know.
What do you guys think about breaks?
about breaks.
Like in a relationship.
I think if you're on a break,
is-
you're done.
It's
I don't wanna
over.
feel like
Yeah,
that.
you're just
If you're
extending the
there,
pain.
You're done. Like you don't need a break in a
Hello?
relationship.
Yeah.
Like it's like
Okay,
you
wait,
shouldn't-
but can I give you an example though?
Honestly, yes and no.
Okay,
because
breaks are for because you
I
wanna
think-
cheat without
I
cheating.
don't think you're
Okay,
gonna change
no,
my
no,
mind
no.
about this because I've been through
I
this.
get that,
and then
because
I always never end up with them.
Listen,
Yeah.
I feel
So
the
it's
same
done.
exact way. I feel the same exact way, but I also think that there is slight circumstances when two people can really be going through their own shit and really be going through separate things that are affecting the relationship, and they really need to take time apart to figure out their own shit and see if this shit can be resolved to get back into the relationship and see
Right,
if it
but
doesn't affect the
whoever
relationship.
does
But
like
it's
takes
also-
a break.
I get
that's
that.
Madison,
healthy
come-
and
can
not
you come sit,
But if
please?
you're in a healthy relationship, or like if you really, really love the person, if you and your boyfriend both love each other, and you really do want to take a break to work on yourselves individually and then get back together, then I think that's correct. But in a lot of the times,
That
a
never
break
happens.
is.
I mean,
I
also
will
feel like
say-
that
I
wouldn't be
will
a break.
say
You should
I
still
went
stay
on-
committed if it's genuine.
I did
Yeah,
almost
for
an
real.
entire year separation from my husband, actually, like 4 years into our relationship. So we didn't do a break because, it was the best thing we've ever
See?
done for our relationship.
That's what I'm saying.
But to be
But
clear,
it wasn't a break.
It was not a break. Like we weren't seeing other people
Exactly.
at all.
Yeah.
And it was one, and it was like 7 months long. Because if you're gonna, in my mind, if you're gonna take a break, take a fucking break.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah.
but don't
figure
cheat.
out what it is.
A break is not breaking up. It's taking time apart to deal with your shit.
I think what it really is you have to look at the relationship and go, every single toxic pattern that I bring to this relationship will repeat in every single relationship I have from here. So if I want to work it out with this person
Yep.
or any person in the future, I
need to
have
work
to
it
figure
out
out
for myself.
my
Yep,
stuff first,
period.
which is what my husband and I did. And this is why, like, our relationship has never been healthier since we came back from the separation. Like, it's like, we're just, I don't even know, I can't even put words to it. We're just so happy. But
y'all
I would
live-
agree that like 85% of couples that take a break don't work out. Like,
Yeah.
So can I ask you a real
because it's
question?
like a toxic, clingy thing now. It's like you're worried about them instead of worrying about yourself.
Yeah.
And
You're
then
putting
you're
the
like,
energy
well,
in the
I don't want them to
direction.
sleep with anyone else, so we should just keep sleeping together.
But if you're
then
worried
keep
about
working
them
on
sleeping
ourselves.
with anyone else while you're on a break, then that obviously should be the #1 red flag.
I just think you're broken up then. If
Yeah.
you're starting
Yeah.
to see someone else, you're done. Like it's
Exactly.
no longer
But
a break,
if you're
it's
taking
a breakup.
break and you're not seeing anyone else and you're seriously going to work on your
Then that
relationship
would just be a
and your
break.
individual
I've
self,
never
that is a
heard of
break.
one though.
Because usually when people take breaks, it's because they just want to like.
But like,
Well, here's the
Girls
thing
in
too. Most people
Yeah.
that go on breaks want to see if there's something better out there,
Ah,
and if
the
there's
grass is
not, then they
greener.
come back and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, like
Yeah, it's like it's breaking up without the commitment. Like I want to go see if I like someone else more, and if I don't,
right.
I come
Or
back.
I kind of want to pursue something at the
Yes.
moment because this
But we
isn't
can all agree
ideal
that
for me.
it's not like that 100% of the time.
Yeah,
it
no,
might
if
be
you don't see
85
other
and
people,
99% of the time, but a lot of a little bit of time, it's actually real. Like a lot of couples do go through breaks and come back better.
Don't make me
I
deal with
need a
that.
cheeseburger.
Don't make me deal with Jeremy. He's such
What
a
did you say?
fucking moron. Holy shit.
How much money has Jeremy sent today?
Speaking of
I
that,
think $200,
Jeremy,
huh?
human thoughts don't necessarily reflect identity or intentions. People
Nobody
often
said it
have
did.
spontaneous, sometimes disturbing thoughts
already acknowledged that.
don't align with their values. In cognitive behavioral therapy, thoughts are seen as separate from truths or actions.
That's not true
Thinking,
at all.
I think Jeremy's a
doing,
homosexual.
Thinking negate requires
Thoughts
maybe
equal.
rec. I think it might have been a typo.
Thoughts aren't
Requires.
seen as separate from truths.
No, absolutely
thoughts
not.
are seen
Like,
as actions and behavior.
thoughts are seen as actions.
Yeah,
We
but
see
that's
them
not my
as
question. My
all
question
directed
was,
towards each other.
are they seen separate as from truths?
Cognitive behavioral therapy doesn't really get into truths in general, which is why I know that this dumb fuck knows nothing about CBT.
Oh, we got a
Modest
comment.
Hikima donated $200.
Hey.
Nala
Hey, be nice.
is gross.
Be nice. No, well,
Alexa
it's
is
just-
W
it's nice.
overall Panlel Andrew W since RDR2 is best. No one remembers number 2 girl's name, but her
Probably
cuck
not.
needs to seriously reconsider. Ladies, please don't get plastic surgery, it's gross.
You're gross.
Again, if I'm having sex with him, he's just not a cuck. So
I agree with his last part.
Define gross.
I'm a natural body supremacist.
I think I've heard
I
you talk about
appreciate
this.
that,
You're kind
I'll
of
be
like
honest.
the actual rarity on this, because you would say like Jennifer Aniston, for example. Obviously, she's old now, but you'd say she's like not very attractive to you. Because she's had like $500,000 put into her face.
They just-
Well,
well,
that's
I
true.
suppose
That's now, but
I suppose it's possible that somebody could have plastic surgery and I could still find them
Like
attractive.
really mild, small amounts.
But you're
maybe?
just like natural now.
No, it's more so I could still find someone attractive whether they've had plastic surgery or not. But would I prefer them to have not had the plastic surgery? Yes.
Okay.
Also, I think
Prefer
it's
because of
incredibly. I
attraction
think it's
or because of, like,
incredibly.
values?
I think it's incredibly. This is perhaps one of my rare feminist positions. I think it's incredibly damaging to women that there's certain beauty standards, and you've got the Kardashians and shit that's basically brainwashed and rotted the brains of vast swaths of women to feel compelled to get these dangerous and expensive and frankly unnecessary cosmetic surgeries. So.
Yeah. That's fair. Okay.
And
do you prefer girls with like less makeup as well? Like
yes.
Like no makeup.
Yes.
I appreciate
no
that,
makeup
though.
or less makeup.
It's very wholesome.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Like,
I'm not trying to say you're cute. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I'm literally not saying
yeah,
that.
no, that's
I know
fine.
that's
That's
the worst
fine.
thing for
No,
me.
like for example, and I say this all the time. Like,
It's just like kind of demasculating for a lot of guys to be like,
Why?
oh, your
It
preferences
shouldn't be.
are
I
cute.
think
That's cute though. That's
Yeah,
a
I
word
think
we
it's
would
cute.
use
Oh,
as
it's-
women.
It's an a term of endearment.
Yeah, like I think women would appreciate that, but I think
Right.
like a lot of men prefer to be like feel respected and like valued, right? So if you're being like, oh, you're
Oh.
so cute.
I can respect and
Anyway,
value
sorry.
someone
I'm
I
not,
find
I'm not
Yeah.
tripping
You're not
about
biased
any
either.
of that. But I mean, just when it comes to plastic surgery, like, and I think a lot of men would actually agree with me. It's not clear to me that the majority of men find plastic surgery particularly appealing or attractive. And then I do think it can be proxy for potentially unappealing personality traits. But for example, I would much prefer a woman, let's say she had absolutely no boobs, just totally flat. I would prefer her with a flat chest than just big fake tits.
If they were small and natural looking fake tits, like have you heard of like the gummy bear fake tits?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I know gummy bear.
Crazy. Okay,
Under,
they're
like,
great. You cannot tell.
when they
They're
put them
like-
under the
You can
muscle.
still tell, I think.
I feel
But-
not the gummy
but-
bears. The only way you can tell is when you put the flashlight under the tit, which is
Sure, but
I've never tried that.
I mean, I would still
I've
prefer.
never seen someone do that.
It's not.
Apparently,
It's
I don't know. I don't know fake tits, but apparently
Me
if you go
neither.
like that, you can like.
That's
Oh, the
cool.
light through.
Is that not real?
I know. I was about to say I'm a
It's not even. It's not even so much.
I know. I just need to see something real fast.
It's not even so much about the size, really. But I mean, I would prefer a woman who, let's say she was totally flat, or maybe her boobs sagged a little bit. I would prefer that than a girl who had these perfectly perky fake tits.
Not everyone is like you though.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
A lot of,
I
like,
would argue
me,
most men
as a
like.
skinny
Be
ass girl,
surprised.
I feel okay. And in the industry,
Yeah.
I feel like ever since I joined the industry, I used to be like so happy about my body. I used to love my body like
Before or after?
before I
Okay.
joined the industry. Once I joined the industry, I have never felt more insecure about my body.
Well, because your
Bro, you make
your
7
nudity
figures.
is
Why are you
on
insecure?
the
It's not
table to
even
be.
that. It's
nude.
not about the
Obviously.
money. It's just like seeing all the girls in porn and like if you like look up, if you literally just click on the porn page, you don't see anyone like me. When you go to conventions for the industry, you don't see a lot of girls like me. When you see all my photographers' Instagrams that shoot girls that in the industry, they never post the pictures of the skinny girls, the ones with no boobs, no ass. They're posting the girls that have curves, big tits. And I get that not obviously a lot of people like natural, but it's a reality that this industry and, you know, this generation, you know,
But could you argue it's
romanticizes, you know.
Why is
argue
Jeanette
it's just your
Michelle like
industry,
one of the
though?
top 10 OnlyFans content
I
creators?
have no idea.
What?
Jeanette Bishojo Mom is
Who
one
the
of the top
fuck
10.
is that guy?
Is it
She's
a guy?
lady.
Oh, it's
She's
a
a lady, okay? Bad meme. She has the most egregious proportions I've ever seen. She
Oh, I
does.
know who
she's
you're
done like
talking
fact
about.
transplant
Oh,
like
God.
18 times. She's
Her
got
boobs
tits-
are like this big.
Wait,
her
oh,
hips
what's her name?
Jeanette Michelle, and she's like one of the top 10 OnlyFans
Yes.
content creators. Another top one is Black China.
Black-
Again,
I was just about to say Black
that's
China.
just
Oh, is she?
plastic. None of that's
All
real.
of
Oh
it?
yeah. If you look
Yeah.
at a lot of the top 10, there's a
They're
couple of
all-
like celebrities that are more natural looking, but most of them are like hyper
Thank you so
plastic.
much. And it's not that a lot of natural girls aren't dominating in the industry. That's not what I'm talking about. It's just if you really look at the reality, if you were to say, think of like 5, you know.
But I'm not
famous,
talking about. Okay,
I'm
but
not
we're
even talking
talking about
industry.
different things,
I'm
like
talking
because
about society.
I'm talking about like what. But I'm willing to admit that probably if you have fake breasts, you have nice fake breasts, that would perhaps give you some competitive advantage when it comes to could it be the case that men are more likely to purchase your OnlyFans if you have fake breasts? Could you be a bit more eye-catching with fake breasts? In that context, yes, but in terms of a woman that I'm looking to date or have a relationship, and I'd speak broadly here, I think most men, frankly, don't really prefer women with plastic surgery. I'm not saying that of course there's men who are attracted to women with plastic surgery.
You have no idea how many guys that I've actually liked have come up to me and literally said, I just don't think I can be with you because you don't have what I want.
They're assholes.
You don't have
They're,
ass. You
well,
don't have tits.
I mean, look, I guess people are entitled to their preferences when it comes to that, but...
And especially it's because you never know what a person, like I've never been this skinny in my life. I used to have really big tits, really big, whatever, right? I have health issues. So it's just like, people are very insensitive, and obviously society now with what you guys were saying, like Kim Kardashian and like all the role models that are in the society now in this generation, it's just, it sucks that is what the norm is and what you know?
Yeah, and I can add a little bit to it. So I mean, in your case, you don't currently have plastic surgery?
No.
Have you considered getting fake breasts?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, my advice to you would be, don't do it.
Yeah. Well,
don't do it. I think you're beautiful as you are without the need to undergo dangerous and unnecessary surgery. And I actually have a somewhat hot take on this, but just to expand on my previous point. So when it comes to plastic surgery, I think a girl who's flat is... fuck. Okay.
James
it's
Sexton
James
donated
Sexton.
$200. The look on Andrew's face for the entire time the discourse shifts to an extended discussion on breast augmentation is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Great show tonight.
Yo, James Sexton, thank you, man. Appreciate it. If you guys are in New York and you need a divorce attorney...
Oh, he's the guy.
You're a divorce attorney?
No,
that guy.
James Sexton.
I was like, I'm so confused right now. I'm so confused.
Yes, that would be the Sexton, Wilson and Associates.
Look no further than Esquire James Sexton. And in fact, Nala, can you do a quick endorsement into this camera? No,
That's endorsing myself.
I meant like an endorsement. Can you just say into this camera, James Sexton is the best divorce attorney in New York
City. He's going to use that for ads and shit.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to. Wait, James.
Never. James, what do I get out of this?
He'll never use it, but it'll be hilarious.
He might use it. James, I will grant you, James... Oh God, he's a lawyer, so might actually.
Even like believe in
I will grant you a limited use license to use the next 30 seconds of this podcast. Commercial use, that's fine. Perpetuity, even.
You think that's what he wants?
I will grant you perpetuity, James. You can use this in advertising.
You think that's what he wants in his ad reel?
Of course he does. Of course.
Come down here, get a divorce.
Hi.
Divorce your wife. End up with her.
Divorce me, James.
Oh,
okay.
Does your husband want one of these?
One of those.
Okay, so the point I was trying to make, so prefer a girl who's flat versus a girl who has fake tits. I prefer a girl with a little belly fat than a girl who has lipo belly. I prefer a girl with a no ass than with a BBL. I prefer a girl with small upper lip than a girl with lip filler. I would prefer a girl...
Not a boy?
Oh,
no, I just thought you were going there. I just prefer that. Okay.
I would prefer a girl with a large labia than with a labia plasty. Big Labia Matter, BLM. That's my nonprofit organization.
Labia major, minora,
both can be the bigger the better.
Both hater and lover.
But and like going around the table, has anybody here had any cosmetic surgery? Not a lot.
What have I had done?
Oh, I thought your titties
I think
were
that-
fake.
Are
No,
we-
my tits are so
what
real.
about-
They're so swollen right now because I'm
Are
on
they?
my period though.
Oh.
Are you considering lip
Thank you for
injections?
sharing,
Because a lot of
TMI.
girls don't consider lip injections cosmetic, but I
Yeah, that's
I
not like
consider it.
plastic surgery.
Well, I would consider
plastic
that
surgery, but-
plastic. Yeah.
James Sexton donated $200.
Sorry.
Are you trying to put me out of business? No thanks. But the firm of Sexton, Wilson and Associates does have a nice ring to it. Again, great show tonight.
Thanks,
Hey,
James.
James, thank you,
Appreciate it, man.
Again, guys, if you're in New York and you need a family law attorney,
Thought he was a
look
divorce. I just
no
divorced
further
Jerry.
I'm so
than
confused.
James.
Family or
That's like
divorce?
that's part of family.
He'll hate
Well,
your
it's-
wife
it's
as much
part-
as you
Oh,
do.
that's so
Don't
true.
worry.
He's also he does maritime law too. So I'm just
If
saying.
you marry any of these women, you're gonna need him.
Also tree law.
would be
He's
good
also
to him.
very much involved in tree law.
You know a lot
Did
about
you
that.
guys?
That's actually a
We'd be
very
good to you,
profitable
James.
business.
Did you guys know that? I didn't know this, but trees are expensive as fuck. if
no
you cut down a
shit.
tree, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's
Be
the
like
thing.
tens
Yeah.
of thousands of dollars sometimes.
If you got some dispute with your neighbor and
Yes.
you like, okay, I'm gonna fuck their tree up.
their tree
That's like 6 feet. You might owe them
Yes.
6 figures, right,
Yeah.
James? Right? I think.
It's a crazy
Wait,
amount
James.
of
Don't
fees.
cut down
James,
any trees.
do you do tree law? Have you done any tree law? I'm just curious. Any tree law, James?
I remember my
wholesome.
boyfriend in
Divorce
high
isn't
school hit a
true law.
tree and he had to pay the city $20,000.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Yikes.
So here's
That's-
also a thing: if you plant a tree, always be considerate. Like if you have a house, be very considerate of where the
tree's
plumbing
close.
is, because the
Covering,
roots
too.
will actually damage.
Okay.
It can be like 6 figures.
Oh, wow.
Also,
It's
what
crazy.
it's covering, because they can literally
Oh
like
wow.
Yeah,
fine you.
trees.
James.
Wait, so Nala,
covering
no?
someone
I thought
else's
you
view.
had. For some reason, I thought you had fake titties.
I've literally had
am-
no surgery done. I have lip filler. I got Botox in my forehead. I had to stop that because I couldn't make like expressions
Wait,
anymore.
Nick, can you pull up Nala's Instagram? I want to. Do you have any photos of your Lamborghini? First off, I'm just curious.
Yeah, if you
On the-
scroll down, there's a picture of it with me. What?
Oh, into the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry. If you scroll down, you'll see me at a car wash in like a blue bikini.
Wait,
and
Maddie,
there's
are
the-
you? Maddie, can you
Lambo.
come back, or are you still working? Okay, 'cause
Just
I wanna-
literally scroll down.
I want to wrap up pretty soon. I want. Okay. Well, I was just curious because like you've undergone a pretty big transformation, right? In terms of so like, do you have any photos of you where you don't have red hair? I'm just curious. Like,
Yeah, that was like
red-
6 years ago. It's I
Wait,
don't
that's
know.
your
like at
real
the
hair.
very
We saw
bottom
the
of your
past
IG.
No, I
child
have some
photos
extension.
earlier.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
didn't
hair
you
goes
Wait,
up.
actually,
photo
this
earlier?
might be her on. This might be her on. I don't know. I don't know if we can look.
I think bikinis are allowed on YouTube, and Twitch for sure doesn't
Yeah.
count bikinis.
Okay.
I think you'd be
Okay.
good unless there's like nips, basically.
No, there's absolutely
Well, whatever. Okay.
Instagram would
whatever.
not allow that.
I would. Anyways,
For some women, maybe not me.
I just think you can take any woman who's had like breast implants, BBL, I guess, well,
Lips?
lipo, lips. With certainty, I can say I would prefer all those women had they not had any of those procedures. So,
Sure.
so
fair.
Which is great.
any young
it's really
women,
sweet.
any young women who are considering getting any sort of plastic surgery, I want you guys to know that there are plenty of men out there that will think you're beautiful and love you and find you sexy and attractive without the need to undergo dangerous, expensive, unnecessary cosmetic surgery.
Can I tell you a crazy stat that's been replicated?
What's up?
Plastic surgery, so small amounts of it, like 1 to 2 plastic surgeries, are one of the most preventative things you can do for psychiatric illness.
That's crazy.
Wait,
like
really?
in the
Really?
in
It has
the
a preventative
military?
effect for like 10 to 30 years.
That's
more than like
crazy.
any
Wait, what?
therapy, medication. Yeah, it's crazy.
Because like in the
what
military,
It reduces
like,
the
they'll pay for
likelihood.
women to get like their boobs done because it's like for their mental health.
It's like
Yeah.
a cognitive dissonance
It's
thing. If you look in the
crazy.
mirror every day and you're like slightly unhappy, yeah, it's actually crazy. We never expected it, but like really small amounts of plastic surgery can be very protective against psychiatric illness because you basically, if there's a part of your body that you look at and you just
like
always
body
hate it a little bit,
dysmorphia.
yeah. If you
No,
just
but
make
I-
that not look that way, you'll be significantly and I'm not
No,
saying
but
that you
here's-
should get
no, no, no,
cosmetic
no, no.
surgery. You should get therapy instead. But,
But
obviously,
what we need to do is take back the culture
Yeah.
and embolden women to see their innate beauty
Natural woman.
without. And,
I think
I don't
society
think we
should stop praising women.
'cause there's
He
too
had
much
me
profit.
until he said
You know,
embolden
stop
women.
worshiping
Whoa, whoa,
women.
feminist here,
Whoa.
feminist liberal Brian tonight.
Yeah, it's progressive, Brian.
I guess so. I guess so.
I
No,
just,
but
I'm a
I
big
think
advocate.
we need
women
oh.
need to just travel to other countries because you go
Yes,
to Europe, those kind
yes.
of very
You
little
won't
makeup
see
is
any of
desirable.
that, yep.
No
Yeah.
plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Just go somewhere
That's
else
why
where the
whenever
beauty
I
standard
leave
is different.
here, like my mental health is like significantly, like I don't want to touch my body. I don't want to do anything. I don't even want to be like in the industry anymore, because it's just like it's so much more like
natural.
Yeah, everyone there is just happier,
Wholesome.
healthier.
Yeah.
You know, even if you're not doing anything, it's just like they're such a tight knit community. You know what I mean?
I'll say this. I think that we should encourage women to develop a constitution where, not like a liberal, not like the American Constitution. We need to develop a constitution of character so that they don't feel compelled to go and get plastic surgery, and that they even take some sort of pride in being like, I don't need to get
I take so much pride in that. Like, again, she
But
says like
you've had
this
a
industry.
lip filler, little lip
Yeah,
filler.
okay.
Well, no.
But like that dissolves.
filler-
that
yeah,
goes
no.
away.
Lip
Like
filler
that's
is
not
not-
permanent.
And
But
lip
yeah,
filler
lip
is
filler is
not
not
the most
plastic surgery.
invasive.
Absolutely
it's
not. It
particularly
takes like
invasive.
less
Yeah.
than 5 minutes.
But Nala, I think you would be just as attractive without the lip filler.
Oh, I do too. But for me, it was like I really wanted it. Like I was like, I love my lips. I love my lip shape. Don't change the shape of my lips. Just enlarge them a little bit, which you can also do with some lip glosses.
Yeah.
Like they plump your lips. Like, you know what I mean?
Sure.
So for me, that was like, this is something super minor. And if I don't like it down the line, it will go away.
Yeah.
So
That's
that
true.
made me really happy. But
So
again,
your
this,
thing is anime, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but don't they usually have small mouths?
I think so most of the time. But for me, I'm not like trying to look
be-
like an
yeah.
anime.
Yeah.
This is just me, and I'm into anime and I
Okay.
cosplay. But that's about it. I'm not like claiming to be an anime character or anything.
No, I
And
know,
I also
but
know,
like the
like, Japanese and
phrases
stuff,
and
but that's
the
it.
like the cross-eyed thing, that's all like Japanese
Right, but that's
anime
like my
stuff, right?
niche.
Wait,
Yeah,
has
yeah, it's all
anyone ever told
Japanese.
you like that you're trying to like appropriate like their like Japanese
Oh, God,
culture?
I'm
Like,
Absolutely
talk about
not.
cultural
In fact, I've gotten
next
like
time,
compliments.
next time.
Well, I have a couple of Japanese friends who speak fluent in Japanese and stuff, and they're like so happy for me that I'm engaging it this way because they're like, you're respecting it, you're trying to learn about it, you're not just
Yeah.
watching anime and claiming to be
Yeah.
something, which is that's fine.
They
you
don't
know?
care anyway. They're all
They
they're
do
some
though.
of the most
I think you'd
degenerate
be
people on
surprised how
earth.
much they actually
do.
care.
Here, let's let me just get through some chats, and we are going to wrap here very soon. I think within 5 minutes. Actually, really quick question, maybe for the feminists here: what is a stronger feminist position, saying that women shouldn't get cosmetic surgery, or saying women should have the freedom? Because I've heard both from feminists that it's like,
Some would argue ones. Like Dworkin, Andrea Dworkin would be like,
depends,
fuck plastic surgery, fuck shaving. She's like really intense. But like probably like a Dichi, for example, would be super pro. Women should have the freedom to do whatever the fuck they want. With
Yeah,
their
I think
Depends.
personally, I think women should have the freedom. However, I think it's important to keep in mind that a lot of the things that we consider to be like a free right to do, there's still like social influences that go beyond that.
Yeah.
got it.
So
Okay.
I was gonna say
All
yeah,
right.
that's a big thing. Is like if you're doing it because it's
Because
something
you-
that
yeah.
you want to do and you're not wanting to appease the other opposite sex or get attention from them,
or
you wanna-
be someone else, or like
exactly that you should have the right to choose that for yourself.
I feel like we always do things to like appease to the other group we want to be attracted to. Like we wear makeup, not like we like when girls are like I wear makeup for myself.
Right,
Because
right.
I'll wear makeup.
I really
at home
do
when I
love-
don't go out.
Yes, same.
I'll do my own makeup for fun.
Sure. Do you
hang
think your
out.
beauty standard is informed because of like your personal feelings, or do you think your beauty standard is informed by like what both like men and women say is attractive in women?
Well, honestly, is the way I was raised. My mom wears makeup
Yeah.
in house,
And also,
she's just like, you want to.
obviously,
Wait,
we're all
I'm sorry,
women.
guys.
We
I
all
do have to
care.
move on. I do have to move on. If you guys want, you can get a final chat in. We are going to go through the chats, and then we're going to wrap the show. Jeremy Human. Wait, did I already read this? I already read this, right?
He's submitted a lot. Do you want me to milk him some more for you?
Maybe I should rephrase this so the girl with the black hair can understand. Think in head, not same as do.
He's like speaking baby talk.
Bad think, not make bad person. Brain make many think, not all real. Think and do different.
That's even more confusing.
Thinking gay thought isn't bad. Being gay not bad.
All right, there you have it. We have loose pussy energy. Just catching up. I'm a dude. He's a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes. Of course you are. Yep, that. If you S the D's, L for the whole colorful lady boy panel. Abdul, you know what to do.
Get the rocks. Abdul? Yeah, get the rocks. Get the rocks.
We have insert name here. I'm lost. I like the red one. Can we get a little Ahegao for?
Lord have mercy. We must stay focused, brothers. We must.
It's still November. No, not November.
Okay.
On the last day, my guy. Actually, I don't even think it is. Isn't it like midnight?
No, it's December 1st.
You could not
We
now.
made it. We fucking
You
made
guys
it.
can go now. No.
All right, hold on. I got. Yo, I love you, Erudite. Huge fan. You actually brought me here, but your argument is incoherent, and your conclusions about men tonight are asinine. If the genitals weren't part of the question, it would be closer to valid.
I'm
What
about
you were
90%
saying.
sure that that person doesn't love me, isn't a fan, maybe a Jeremy alt. So again, just because you keep saying the argument is incoherent, it doesn't make that so. You have to supply evidence as to why it's incoherent.
Also, we all
versus
have our own
engaging in
opinions.
terrible argumentation. Good job.
All right, we have the real Mr. Meatball. Dude, I haven't seen you in a while, man. Welcome back. Thank you, man. Really appreciate your support. I know, it sounds really good right now. But only trashy folks like these get plastic surgery done.
Actually,
plastic surgery
who has
here?
plastic surgery here?
If you
Nobody.
include Botox, then
Yeah.
most people are getting plastic
Men have
surgery.
Botox. Like
Yeah.
so many men.
I just got my lashes
There's only
done.
one.
Oh,
I get my lashes
also,
done.
if your boyfriend wants you to, like, is pushing
Dump
you
him.
to get plastic surgery, red flag.
Dump him.
Period.
Red flag.
Dump him.
Red
Dump
flag.
him.
Tell him to get plastic surgery.
No, literally. Tell him to get a vasectomy.
Tell him to get a dick enlargement.
Please.
And if your boyfriend is shaming you for your large labia, that's fucked up too. dude.
That's
That means you should
trash.
call Brian.
Or wrong.
Call Brian. Yeah.
DMs are up.
He
and
would
I'll
never
talk
shame
you-
me for that.
I'll talk you out of the labia
Brian's
plasty.
waiting.
Okay. I'm just double checking. Oh, Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Thank you, everybody, for AB Check. Thank you for the 25 community sub gifts. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you, everybody else who has followed on Twitch. Oh, yeah, follow me on Instagram.
Brian with the beard.
BD_Atlas. Yeah, check it out. Okay, thank you, guys. And I think we're all caught up on every single thing.
Yay.
Everything. Hold up. Let me just double check, make sure I'm not missing anybody. Oh, last thing. And do you guys think men only want one thing?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. All right. Good job.
Yes, to be loved. Okay.
Wow. Wholesome.
I think they want food too.
I think men want unconditional love because they feel like only women experience it.
Oh.
They get it from
actually kind of.
Sometimes they get it from their mom. Though. That's their mom's always.
That's true.
That's why.
Nurturing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. If there's anything. What was the video? Oh no, we don't. No.
That was like an hour long now.
Outros?
Wait, there's an hour-long video.
Come back in.
Okay, guys. So, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight, guys. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you are here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously super chats, donates, and supports the show. Thank you guys very much for your patronage. You know, a lot of our videos end up getting demonetized or age restricted because we're talking about some of these a little more risque topics, and Andrew's 5 minutes into the show is dropping just kidding. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Thank you to Grid One Motorsports, Raven DT, Cam H, Seaberg, LP, Modest Chicama, all you guys, Jay Butler. Thank you guys, really appreciate it. By the way, I wasn't trying to like.
No worries.
Okay. Thank you to the wonderful panel. Thank you guys so much. This was, I think, one of our definitely fun show. You guys were great, so thank you. Check out. I know you have a YouTube channel.
Sub to my OnlyFans.
I have a Twitch.
Please.
Twitch.
PS.
Andrew
Crucible.
Wilson's The Crucible. The link for everybody's Instagrams.
Hang on. Just for the clip.
Yeah.
Can you throw Pxie out?
Why would you throw me
No, but
out?
physically off the railing too.
Wait, why?
You got to do it.
No, you have to kick a man off.
You got-
That would make you the
Yes.
true liberal feminist that
I
you
can't
are.
do
No, that
like-
would make him the alpha Chad because he's the only man
Yeah.
left on
I
the
can't.
panel.
gotta kick
I
Andrew
can't
off.
do-
Man left with his
I
hair
can't
up.
do-
Someone out. You can throw me out.
I don't want to do like a stage.
Get out of here,
I don't want to do a stage.
Yeah, you've been so bad
It
and
has to
naughty.
be genuine.
No, I don't want to do a stage thing. But I mean, unless somebody says some outlandish shit right now, so it's not stage. But
I got nothing.
so check out
was your
Andrew
hug
Wilson's channel. It's okay. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Thank you guys for tuning in to our Thursday show. We normally don't do Thursday shows, but did one today. So I'm trying to think of, is there any, I feel like we're forgetting something. Is there anything we're forgetting?
Michael Knowles ran away from debating.
No. But tell you what, we are going to reschedule that. And Kyla, I'd love to have you on. If any of you would like to be on for that, we'll try to have that arranged if you guys would like to come back. So I think all of you with Michael would be
Same
fantastic
here.
show. Fantastic show. Okay, guys. 07's in the chat. I feel like I'm really forgetting. Oh, body count? Okay. What's everybody's
Wait,
body
last
count?
minute? Just go in.
Quick, okay, quick.
So deep.
I plead
Quick,
the
Nala.
fifth.
What's your
I
body
have
count?
no idea.
You don't know?
I plead
No.
the fifth.
Is it
I've never like counted. People aren't
Okay.
like objects to me.
That's
one?
real.
No.
4. I don't know.
You don't know because it's.
Because it's high.
Do you want to give us a range?
Hmm?
Like if you gave us a range, what do you think?
Probably like above 40. Probably above 45.
That's not
45?
Yeah.
50 maybe?
Yeah, it's probably about 50.
About
It's probably more than 50.
55
But
maybe?
it's definitely under 70.
Maybe 60? maybe 60.
And like it's
65.
fucked up how many of those were condensed into like the same like 4 months of my life when I was 19.
Oh.
So yeah.
45 to 70.
I think
is
it.
a really.
I think
range.
they should actually
It's a
reset
range.
every year.
It's a,
It's a range.
I think if it reset every year, then it'd be lower.
and wait, so you said it's, let's say it's 50 to 60, right? You said it was condensed into what range?
Like most of them were like in the same like 3 months. Cause I grew up really like my mom was really Catholic from the Philippines, so I couldn't like go out at all in high school. And so when I like got out the house, I just started doing everything ever. I think I did most drugs during those same few months. I did a lot of things during those few months. So, if anything, those bodies should be forgiven.
They are.
Thank you so much.
God forgives.
Wait, hold on. I had another question. Fuck.
God does forgive.
Was there, in a 24-hour period, what was...
I don't want to answer this honestly, but I think it'll be funny. 24-hour period most.
YOLO?
Fuck it.
Probably like 3, 4.
Oh wow.
Was it like all at once? Or
Oh,
like,
there was one time, it was a train of 3, and then there was one time, it was like 3 separate.
wow.
But like the 24 is because like, yeah.
I hope it was good.
You took some math, you were up all night.
Well,
you're
because
like, I got
the
nothing
reason
to
it was
do.
3 was because it wasn't good. Like, because it made me mad that like it wasn't good the first one, and so I had to go again, and the second one was still bad, and then the third time was valid. So honestly, I'm glad I did 3.
Oh, so you were chasing your nut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like these exactly.
Your nut.
The men have the guaranteed nut. Why can't I get my nut?
That's
I
true.
know.
Literally.
I've just learned to get more vocal.
That's
Like
the
you tell
point of
men what
having
to
sex
do.
is for them to have.
Yeah.
It's so
Somebody-
much more fun too when you get more vocal. Like in
Yeah.
the middle, hey, I'm dry right now, and is this fun for you? I think we should stop. They'd be like, the fuck?
People are telling me that I missed a super chat. Did I read the one from Spyro Floropoulos? Q for Andrew.
No.
That name doesn't sound familiar.
But it's not showing up. I'm sorry, Spyro. I'm not able to actually pull it up, but I can go ahead and read it. I'm wondering, Nick is... No, I don't think you're going to be able to find it. Q for Andrew. Which of the women on the panel would need the services of Sexton, Wilson, and Associates if each of them got married or... Wait, I did read this one. didn't
According
I?
to Andrew, all of us.
Wait, also, everyone close your eyes. Let NSC talk for 5 seconds. One's in the chat if you hear Feminine Destiny.
Oh my god.
Wait, did I? Hey, Spyro, I'm very sorry. It's not showing up in our StreamYard, so I'm not able to.
It's a conspiracy against you, Spyro. That's what's going on.
Indeed. Okay.
Bezos or someone hates you, personally.
Okay. All right, guys. 07's in the chat. I still feel like, what are we forgetting? Are we
Nothing.
body count. We didn't. Sorry. We didn't do body.
You keep forgetting
I'm
Alexa,
so
too,
sorry.
Alexa.
Do you want to give range or no?
No.
Okay. Alexa.
I can count on one hand.
Okay. All right. Good times. Good talk.
Andrew,
Hmm.
what's your body count?
I mean, I don't know. I've never even thought about
Ooh, how high?
So it's more than
Range?
one?
Did
No,
Andrew
no.
Wilson have a hoe face?
Can you count it on one hand?
He has no virtue.
Whoa.
Or do you need 2 hands?
Before his
Or would
Don't-
you need your hands and
before his
toes?
conversion.
You don't want the smoke.
Wait,
He's counting, he's
guys.
counting.
Hold on.
You don't have.
Ooh.
One or two. One or
I'm
two
not
hands.
responding to any of this.
But
It's
just at one or two
undignified.
hands.
So is
It's
it? Did
undignified
you have
as
a
married
degenerate
man
phase?
for me to talk about these
You know,
types
I'm
of
a
I
things.
think you had a
woman and I was
degenerate.
very
Did you have a
open,
degenerate
okay?
phase?
It's because his
course
wife's
not.
watching. James.
Then why can you
That
count on one
looks
hand?
ready,
That's a little
James.
degenerate if you can't count on one
Well, it
hand.
wasn't like 145 or whatever you said.
I didn't say
Well,
145.
140.
Is it
Wait a
5,
minute.
10?
hyperbole.
Doesn't God forgive? I said
Hyperbole.
most of them were like when I was 19.
Thank God, God forgives.
Look, he had a whole
I do
phase.
thank
God
him.
forgave him. He converted. We're good, okay?
Yeah.
Good
All right,
times.
guys.
Good times. Okay. All right, guys. 07's in the chat. We'll see you Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Good night, guys. See ya.
Bye.